I have awakened an extremely rare hidden talent stripping away everything. As a result, the whole class laughed like crazy, and mocked him one after another. Is this ability worthy of awakening? It's not even worthy of adding an egg to instant noodles. You can only go to the cafeteria to cut vegetables. Even my mentor, who once had high hopes for me, sighed in disappointment. What a pity! I thought you could go further. Thousands of years ago, this world was invaded by monsters from another world, which swept across the continent, devastated all living things, and put the human race in danger. At the moment of life and death, humans collectively awaken their talents for spiritual practice, build a line of defense with their flesh and blood, and block the monsters from the world. Nowadays, everyone in this world practices cultivation, and talent is the standard for measuring everything, which is divided into 7 levels: F, E, C, D, B, A, and SF is the weakest and S is the strongest. Mine is a hidden talent, which may even surpass S level. The activation method is ridiculous. Cut 10 carrots. Yes, it's really a radish. The students burst out laughing, and the teacher stopped talking. Everyone was convinced that my future would be nothing more than a restaurant boy. But they will never know that the real secret is hidden in those 10 carrots. The moment I cut the 10th time, a miracle happened. The impurities in those ordinary ingredients were completely removed by me. My eyes flashed, an idea came to my mind, and I lightly flicked the book on the table. The next second, all the words on the pages disappeared. Then, the prompt sound of the intelligent optical computer sounded in my mind. Stripping is successful, the content of the book has been absorbed. Information flooded into my brain like a torrent, and that thick book instantly became a clear and detailed memory in my mind, just like I had experienced it myself. I ignored the surprised looks around me and turned back home. I must continue to test this talent to see what else it can do. Just as I washed my hands and was about to take the second book to try, a line of small black words suddenly appeared on my palm. Countdown, 14 hours 58 minutes and 58 seconds. I know what this means. Every awakened person will see this countdown when they awaken. When time returns to 0, everyone will be forcibly transported to the continent of gods and demons to begin the trial. At this time, my closest people were sitting in the living room: my father Gu Chonglin, my mother Zhang Qinghe, and my sister Gu Xinyan. Today is the day when my talent awakens. They stayed at home specially, waiting for my return. Xiaofan, you are back! Gu Chonglin wanted to immediately ask me what talent I had awakened, but he changed the tone when the words came to his lips. He knew that the stronger the body, the higher the chance of awakening advanced talents. But I have been weak since childhood. He was afraid that asking would hurt me. I smiled and broke the silence. Dad, I have awakened a hidden talent. It doesn't matter, even if it's of low level. Gu Chonglin subconsciously comforted her, but before he could finish his words, he was stunned. What did you say? Hidden talent? His eyes widened and his voice trembled. Yes, it's true. I nodded. My whole family was stunned. They had already prepared for me to awaken a normal talent, and even thought of how to comfort me. But now, I actually awakened a hidden talent that is 1 in a billion. Then, what effect does your awakened hidden talent have? The father couldn't contain his excitement, and asked impatiently. Hidden talents are unique, and there is no reference material from the outside world. I responded with a smile. We can only explore little by little, but it must be strong. I didn't tell the whole truth. It wasn't because I didn't trust my parents, but there were too many tricks in this world, and if others knew, they might find out deeper secrets. The hidden talent, the true ability of stripping everything, is kept secret for the time being. Simply revealing that it is not weak is also to reassure them. After all, this continent is too dangerous. Good! 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 Gu Chonglin's hands were shaking with excitement. Xiao Fan, when are we leaving for Shinmao continent? Early this morning, I responded. So soon? He was stunned, and immediately urged. Then go and rest for a while, so as not to feel sleepy after entering. Okay, Dad. I went back to my room, but instead of lying down, I sat on the edge of the bed and fell into deep thought. After a moment, I took out a fruit knife and a bottle of medicine. Strip away everything! I shouted softly. Black powder was seen precipitating from the blade, and the blade suddenly became as bright as new. Ding! Peeling successful, you have peeled off the impurities in the fruit knife, and its sharpness and toughness have increased. My eyes became even more fiery. When I tried the drug again, I could see no change after one pill was stripped, but the system prompted. Ding! Stripping was successful. You stripped the toxins from the drug, the efficacy was enhanced, and the side effects disappeared. My eyes are as bright as the stars in the sky. Strip away toxins, enhance the efficacy of medicines. Even just this one ability is enough to allow your family to live a good life. But this is just the beginning. Stripping away everything is so powerful. I was excited for a while and finally calmed down. Take out 3 important books. Complete Guide to Monsters, Complete Guide to Miraculous Medicines, and Map of the Gods and Continent, and strip them all. The 3 books instantly became my foundation of knowledge, memories engraved in my soul, without any omission. There are too few things I can experiment with at home. I can only continue after entering the Shinmal continent, I thought to myself. Although stripping everything is extremely powerful, it cannot directly enhance combat power. With my current physical fitness, I can only be considered a weakling in combat. The Shinmal continent is a world of killing. I must make a comprehensive plan, otherwise no matter how strong my talent is, it will be in vain. More than an hour passed, I made a plan and opened my eyes. I walked out of the bedroom and found that my sister Gu Xinyan was the only one left in the living room. Where are my parents? I asked. They're going to buy groceries, Gu Xinyan said with a smile while peeling an apple. I'm going to make you a delicious meal tonight to cheer you up. I smiled and sat on the sofa to accompany her. Brother, go and have a rest. Don't accompany me. It's okay, my parents are not at home, I'll sit with you for a while. But Shinmal continent is really dangerous. You must stay strong. I looked at the worry that could not be hidden in her eyes, and finally nodded and went back to the room. Time passed quietly. At 11:50 p.m., I woke up to the sound of the alarm clock and was surprised to find my parents and sister standing by my bed. When did you come? I was stunned. It's been a while, Gu Chanlin said softly. You were sleeping so soundly that we didn't want to wake you up. At that moment, my heart was particularly warm. They were silently protecting me. Dad, Mom, Xinyan, don't worry, I've been prepared. This time, nothing will happen. Xiao Fan, be careful over there. I will. The family of 4 did not mention the affairs of the Shinmal continent again, but sat together and chatted. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Soon, there were only 10 seconds left on the countdown in my palm. I stood up, looked at them, and said solemnly, Dad, Mom, Xinyan, the time has come. Okay. Father reminded again. Be sure to come back safely. I definitely will. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The next second, the picture in front of him shattered, and the world fell into darkness. I don't know how much time had passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. Suddenly, countless lights flashed in the darkness and quickly gathered together, building a brand new world. Fog. There is thick fog all around. For me, all this was not surprising. After all, the book had already mentioned that everyone would face the same scene when they first entered the God's End continent. I immediately looked down at my palm and saw that the countdown had changed. Countdown to return. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As always, the numbers change second by second. Countdown to return. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Countdown to return. 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. This countdown is exactly the time left for me to return to my original world. I looked around. The fog was thick and my vision was blurry. I could only vaguely see many people standing around. They were dressed in simple clothes and were of all shapes and sizes, men and women, of different heights, but the only thing they had in common was their simple clothes. The men were shirtless and wore loose white pants, while the women wore a small white vest instead of the men. This is also the reason why everyone is equal in Shinmal continent, and everything starts from scratch here. There is no distinction between high and low, rich or poor, everyone must start from scratch and start from scratch. Suddenly, a mechanical and cold voice resounded through the sky. Welcome to the Shinmao continent. I am the Tianao of the Shinmao continent. You are now in the 99th area, 815th novice village. The novice village is blessed by the heavenly Tao, and monsters from the outside world cannot invade. Fighting is prohibited in the novice village, and violators will be executed on the spot. The heavenly Tao interface has been opened, and everyone can call it up with their thoughts. I immediately used my mind to call up the heavenly Tao interface, and then a translucent interface appeared in front of me. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 1. Bones 8, Spirituality 6, Strength 1, Agility 6, Experience 0 out of 100. Talent, stripping everything hidden. Skills none. Combat power, 1 star. There are 2 rows of small words at the bottom of the interface, namely, personal attributes and system channels. The text of personal attributes is white, while the text of system channels is gray. I couldn't help but sigh. How miserable! My attributes were as expected very poor, especially my strength, which was only a sad 1 point. You know, the worst person in history also had 3 points of strength. And my current strength not only breaks the record, it may also become a legend unprecedented in history. Fortunately, attributes can be improved, otherwise I really want to cry. At this moment, there were waves of discussions around. I think I'm very strong. Why am I only 1 star in combat power? I am also a 1-star fighter. So many people have 1-star combat power. It seems that everyone is about the same. No, I'm tall and strong and I'm a 2-star fighter. Gaoang, how come your combat power is only 2 stars? What are your 4 attributes? My 4 attributes are Bones 11, Spirituality 8, Strength 22, Agility 11. Fuck, why is your strength so high? I'm only 6. Maybe it's because I like fighting, so my strength is higher. Gaoang, you are probably the strongest among us. God Gao, please hug me. Hearing these words, my forehead was full of black lines. Entrance to the Shinmao continent is randomly assigned. The world is so big that there are many people entering the same novice village. But I was assigned to the same village as this tall and strong guy who laughed at me during the awakening ceremony. Is this fate or a prank? Fortunately, the fog obscured our vision, and judging from the sound, there was some distance between us. If Gaoang saw me, he would definitely make some sarcastic remarks. The assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Assessment content: walk out of the novice village, hunt monsters, and reach level 10 within 7 days. Those who fail to reach the target will be punished, and those who perform well will receive generous rewards. As the words fell, the ground broke open and wooden daggers flew up and landed in front of everyone. I grabbed a wooden dagger and suddenly a message came to my mind. Wooden sword, attack power +1, novice weapon. Looking at this weapon, I felt helpless. Attack power is linked to strength. 1 point of strength equals 1 point of attack power. And the attack power of this wooden sword is as pitiful as my attribute. I decided to try my talent of stripping away everything. I raised my hand and gently brushed the wooden sword, and then pieces of wood chips fell off, and the wooden sword became as bright as new. Ding! Stripping successful. You have stripped the impurities from the wooden sword, and the level of the wooden sword has been upgraded. Wooden blade, attack power +5, bronze level, no level requirement. A smile appeared on my face. It seems that my hidden talent, stripping everything, is indeed powerful. Try again. I flicked the wooden sword again, trying to continue improving it. Ding! Peeling failed. The target quality has reached the upper limit and cannot be peeled again. It's a bit regrettable, the quality of the wooden sword is limited after all. I hid the wooden blade in my pants, intending to keep it secret for the time being. After all, the only place to hide things now is that pair of pants. At this time, Gaoang's voice sounded again. Everyone, based on the experience of our predecessors, with our current strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat the monsters outside the novice village alone. I have a C-level talent of rage. Is there anyone willing to team up with me? My team needs 10 people. A burst of enthusiastic responses rang out. Godmaster Gao, I am willing to join. Godmaster Gao, I am willing too. However, I did not participate in it. Joining a team means exposing talents and attributes, and my talents cannot be revealed yet. More importantly, I have already made plans to act alone. Everyone except me had formed a team. There were only a few minutes left before the 10 minutes announced by Tiandao, and everyone was waiting quietly. After a moment, Tiandao's voice sounded again. Time is up, everyone leave the novice village as soon as possible and take the test. Welcome to embark on a new journey. I will be waiting for you in the divine realm. Almost at the same time, the fog around the novice village quickly dissipated, and a light curtain appeared before our eyes. I looked at the light curtain, trying to see the outside world through it. However, the light curtain was not transparent, but rather had a frosted feel, and the scene outside could not be seen clearly at all. Let's go! Gaoang waved his hand and led the team towards the light curtain, and the other teams followed closely. Soon I was the only one left in the entire novice village, and I heard sounds of fighting outside. I didn't rush to act, but stood there quietly, listening to the noise outside. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the fighting stopped and peace returned to the village. I whispered, "It's time to get out." Blade from my pants, I walked towards the light curtain. The moment I stepped into the light curtain, a wave of light flowed before my eyes and the scene changed instantly. In front of me was a green world with flowers, trees, mountains and rivers, like a paradise. But soon, I realized that this was not a paradise, but a battlefield full of killing. A human corpse, a monster corpse, and the bloody smell all around were warning me I could die here at any time. I gripped the wooden blade tightly, looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, I walked towards the human corpse. When I saw the bloody mess on the corpse's chest, I couldn't help but tremble a few times. This is the horrific sight of a person being disemboweled. Resisting the discomfort, I squatted down and brushed the corpse. Strip everything. Ding! Stripping successful. You have gained D-level talent power enhancement. I couldn't help but exclaim. WTF! This was an unexpected surprise. Even the talent could be stripped away. I checked the Tiandao interface and found that the talent column had been updated. Talent, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D-level. Even talents can be stripped away. It is really terrifying to strip away everything. I laughed loudly, full of confidence in the future. But the next moment, I suddenly realized something. My laughter stopped abruptly, and a look of depression appeared on my face. Oh, my foundation is too poor! I sighed, feeling a little frustrated. Strength enhancement is based on one's own strength, and the increase is 3 times. The stronger the foundation, the greater the improvement. For example, Gaoang's strength is 22 points, and after strengthening it is 66 points, an increase of a full 66 points. But if the strength is only 1 point, it will only be 4 points after tripling. The increase is negligible, even worse than the wooden blade increasing my attack power directly. I have to improve my basic attributes quickly. I sighed again, thinking to myself. No matter how good your talent is, if your foundation is unstable, how can you make a breakthrough? Keep peeling, I muttered to myself as I raised my hand again and brushed across the man's body. Ding! Stripping failed. Stripping everything can only be performed once on humans. It's a bit regrettable, but it's also within my expectations. After all, this is the limitation of talent. But I was not discouraged. I immediately turned to the corpse of the monster next to me and waved my hand. Ding! Stripping is successful. You gained 3 strength attribute points. At this moment, my strength has obviously increased. As expected, stripping everything can not only strip talents, but can even attack attribute points. Great! I immediately summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and checked the power column. Sure enough, the strength became 4 points. I couldn't help but laugh. Ha! That's good now. As long as I continue to strip the attribute points, the shortcomings can be quickly made up for. I then used the stripping everything skill on the monster's corpse. Ding! Stripping failed. Stripping everything can only be performed once on low-level monsters. Although I failed, I was not discouraged. This was also expected. After all, humans can only be stripped once, while monsters are a huge treasure trove. As long as I continue to search for monster corpses, I can continue to gain attribute points. I know that everyone is leading the team to kill monsters. The corpses are resources and I can pick them up. This is also part of my plan, to use the stripping of everything to improve my strength, and then achieve a later outbreak through stable improvement. Improving your strength is the key. Upgrading, and once your strength improves, you can easily slay monsters and increase your level. I glanced around and my eyes fell on a wooden sword next to me. As a beginner's equipment, no one wants a wooden sword. But for me, who has the talent of stripping everything away, this sword can turn waste into treasure. Swish! I raised my hand again and brushed the wooden sword. Ding! Stripping successful. You have stripped the impurities from the wooden sword, and the level of the wooden sword has been upgraded. Wooden blade, attack power +5, bronze level, no level requirement. It's so easy! I touched my lips contentedly and stood up to move on. The ground was full of trampling marks, clearly indicating that Gaoang and his men had dispersed. Everyone searched for the monsters in different directions to avoid too many people competing for them and ensure a smooth upgrade. I chose the direction with the densest traces and followed it. Sure enough, the further I walked, the more I could see the corpses of monsters lying in pools of blood. I knew that the corpses of monsters were a valuable source of attribute points for him. Ding! Stripping is successful. You gain 1 root bone attribute point. Ding! Stripping is successful. You gain 3 spiritual attribute points. Ding! Stripping is successful. You gain 2 strength attribute points. A series of prompt sounds rang out, each time with a different attribute point bonus, as if hearing pleasant music. In the next few hours, I was able to find a monster corpse almost every 10 minutes and gain attribute points from time to time. The contribution of these monsters has greatly improved my 4 attributes: bone structure, spirituality, strength, and agility. In just a few hours, I gained more than 40 attribute points. Take a break and continue searching, I whispered to myself and summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Level 1. Bones 18. Spirituality 16. Strength 22 plus 5. Agility 18. Experience 0 out of 100. Talents: stripping everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level. Skills: none. Combat power 2 stars. Looking at my own attributes, my smile grew wider. I have finally caught up with the average person. No, I have even surpassed them. Because I am not only strong, but my other attributes have also been comprehensively improved, even stronger than Gaoang. Hey, I got 2 weapons. Why is the strength increased by only 5 points? I was stunned for a moment, and then it dawned on me that the attack power of weapons cannot be stacked. Otherwise, if I carried a few magical weapons, wouldn't I be invincible? Hey, my combat power has been increased to 2 stars. I was stunned again, and then my smile became even brighter. Gaoang is very strong, but his combat power is only 2 stars. And not only am I as strong as him, but my other attributes are even better than his. It's natural for me to have the combat power of 2 stars. Just as I was overjoyed, I opened the system channel, and my eyes suddenly focused. Suddenly, more than a dozen messages appeared in the system channel. System: Wang Shuqiang was killed by a level 1 monster. System: Zhao Ji was killed by a level 1 monster. System: Jian Silin was killed by a level 1 monster. System: Li Yanin was killed by a level 1 monster. This information made me realize that the situation is becoming more and more intense, and my improvement has just begun. System prompt: Due to the high death rate of novice players, the Heavenly Tao has issued a warning. The combat power of a level 1 monster is 3 stars, a level 2 monster is 4 stars, a level 3 monster is 5 stars, and so on. The combat power of special monsters such as the monster leader is even stronger. My cheeks were filled with solemnity, and a feeling of uneasiness rose in my heart. At the Martial Arts Academy, the teacher once explained the combat power of monsters, which is one of the reasons why everyone chose to form a team. However, even though the monsters' combat power had long been known to everyone, and they fought in teams, more than a dozen people were killed or injured in just 2 hours, which shows how dangerous the Shinma continent is. It's too dangerous here. We must be extra careful and cautious. I frowned and thought for a long time. After a moment, I turned around and quickly returned along the way I came. Just now, I have been thinking, should I continue to look for the corpses of monsters, or turn around and look for the corpses of humans? After weighing the pros and cons, I finally chose the latter. After stripping dozens of monsters' corpses, all that was obtained were attribute points. Although these attribute points are helpful in improving my basic attributes, now my basic attributes are no longer a weakness. It can even be said that they have become my strengths. In this case, continuing to strip attribute points will no longer bring significant improvements. If you want to improve your strength quickly, there is actually a shortcut, which is to acquire other types of talents. Because the improvement of talent is much faster than the accumulation of attribute points, it is an exponential improvement. For example, the D-level talent, Strength Enhancement, I got can triple my strength. When my basic strength attribute is 22 points, it will reach 88 points after enhancement. This is not something that can be easily achieved by stripping the attribute points obtained from the corpse of a monster. Although improving combat power through talent may be a bit missing the forest for the trees. In this dangerous world, becoming stronger as quickly as possible is the most important thing. Otherwise, if you lose your life, what basic knowledge can you talk about? About half an hour later, I finally returned to the novice village. Looking around, I chose the path with the least traces and followed it quietly. Fewer traces means fewer people walking this road, and fewer people means it is easier to encounter danger. I walked forward, and after a few hundred meters, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. If it were anyone else, they might be frightened by the smell of blood, but I was unmoved and my eyes suddenly lit up. The smell of blood means casualties, and casualties mean gains. Although I was a little excited, I did not speed up to follow the smell of blood. Instead, I slowed down and carefully observed the movements around me. This is a hostile environment, and I only have one life, so I have to stay alert. A few minutes later, 2 bodies came into my sight. What good luck! I raised my hand and touched my nose, feeling very excited. Before, I was worried that I had chosen the wrong road and might have wasted my time. After all, there were dozens of roads here, and the death toll was not as high as I expected. Who could guarantee that the road I chose would definitely result in casualties, but now it seems that my choice is undoubtedly the right one. Forcibly suppressing my inner excitement, I looked around. A monster died, but there is a high probability that there will be traces of monsters near the corpses of humans. Especially when there are no monster corpses nearby. At this moment, my eyes suddenly focused. I saw a rabbit demon as big as a dog hiding in the bushes next to the 2 human corpses. Through the gaps in the bushes, I could clearly see that the rabbit demon was covered in blood and flesh, and was obviously injured. The rabbit demon had already noticed me, and its blood-red eyes were staring at me fiercely. Oh shit! I couldn't help but scream and tried to escape. However, the next moment, my steps suddenly stopped and the thought of running away was forcibly suppressed. The rabbit demon had already spotted me, but did not attack immediately. Obviously it had some reservations. If I ran away at this moment, I'm afraid it would attract an even more ferocious attack from the rabbit demon. Furthermore, the rabbit monster is a first-level monster. Although it only has a 3-star combat power, it is a monster after all and should not be underestimated. And although I am not as strong as it, I may not be unable to fight it. Go! I made the decision quickly without hesitation. But this does not mean that I will fight the rabbit demon head-on. Instead, I will deliberately avoid its gaze, pretend not to notice it, and move forward quietly. This is not a rash move, I can still use my wits. For example, pretend to be attacked by it, wait until the rabbit monster lets down its guard, and then give it a fatal blow. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As I move forward, the rabbit demon gets closer and closer to me. Just as I stepped into the attack range of the rabbit monster, it suddenly pounced out from the bushes, opened its bloody mouth and bit me. Its 2 sharp front teeth flashed coldly in the sun, looking extremely creepy. Strengthen your strength! I shouted softly, grasped the wooden blade in my right hand, raised it quickly, and stabbed it accurately at the rabbit monster's neck. The rabbit demon reacted immediately and dodged quickly to the left. I followed closely behind. I retracted my right hand, quickly pulled out another wooden blade from my waist, and slashed at the rabbit demon's throat. The rabbit monster had no idea that I had 2 weapons. By the time it reacted, it was already too late. Swish! The wooden blade quickly slashed across the rabbit demon's neck, and a line of blood flashed by. The rabbit demon's throat rolled violently, and then it fell from the air like a dead dog, hitting the ground heavily, twitching a few times before completely stopping struggling. The rabbit demon was dead, killed by my sword. However, its wide-open eyes revealed its anger and unwillingness. It thought it could bite me to death when I was not prepared, but it didn't succeed. Instead, its throat was cut by my sword. And this is exactly where it jumped into the pit I dug for it. Just died like that. Looking at the rabbit demon lying motionless on the ground, I was a little dumbfounded. I thought this battle would be a fierce one. After all, the rabbit monster was a 3-star fighter. Even if it was a little injured, it was not easy for a 2-star fighter like me to kill. However, in the end, I killed it in one blow. I didn't expect this result at all. No, I said to myself, and gradually some clear ideas came into my mind. Although they are both 2-star combat powers, their actual combat powers are very different. Moreover, my combat power is more than 2 stars. My basic combat power is 2 stars, but my comprehensive combat power is far more than that. I didn't realize at all at that time that the combat power value given by the Heavenly Dao interface did not take talent into account. I was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood. Gaoang is a 2-star fighter, and my strength is not weaker than his, and my other attributes are even stronger than his, but I am still a 2-star fighter. This means that even if we are both 2-star fighters, our actual combat power may not be the same. The combat power value given by the Heavenly Dao interface is only calculated based on basic attributes, and does not take into account the influence of talent. This explains why I was able to kill the rabbit monster with one sword. Sure enough, the Heavenly Dao interface did not take talent into account in the calculation. This combat power value may be accurate for low-level monsters without talent, but for the combat power assessment of talented humans and monsters, the difference is huge. I have multiple talents, which makes my actual combat power far beyond 2 stars. Swish! At this moment, a beam of white light surged out from the rabbit monster's body and flew into my body. Ding! Kill the first-level monster rabbit monster and gain 20 experience points. I summoned the Heavenly Dao interface, and the experience column changed accordingly. Experience, 20 out of 100. It seems that if I kill 5 level 1 monsters, I can be promoted to the next level. I touched the tip of my nose and smiled. You can gain experience by killing monsters. When the experience value reaches the upper limit, you can level up, and after leveling up, you can increase attribute points. However, for me, upgrading is not the only way to increase my power. I have the talent to strip away everything. Swish! I flicked the rabbit demon's body, and the prompt sound rang again on the Heavenly Dao interface. Ding! Stripping is successful, you gain 2 strength attribute points. I got up, walked to another body, and continued stripping. Ding! Stripping is successful, you gain F-level talent visual enhancement. My face changed slightly. I got an F-level talent. Although it is not very powerful, it is still a talent. However, I was not discouraged and continued to perform the stripping everything. Ding! Stripping is successful, you gain the F-level talent of enhanced sense of smell. Another layer of gloom appeared on my face. I got a second F-level talent, a useless talent. Forget it, having talent is better than having no talent at all. I sighed softly, trying to comfort myself. Try visual amplification, I said to myself, then looked into the distance. The next moment, my field of vision improved greatly, and the originally blurry scene became clear in an instant. I couldn't help but be stunned, and then tried to amplify my sense of smell again. An even stronger smell of blood hit me in the face, and I could even faintly smell the blood coming from afar. Fuck! How can this be useless? It's a perfect match! I screamed, the joy on my face was beyond words. My method is different from others. The way I increase my strength is not just by killing monsters. Others rely on killing monsters to gain experience, but I can improve myself by peeling off their corpses. However, corpses are not readily available, and finding them is not an easy task. In this case, the talents of enhanced vision and smell are undoubtedly very useful to me. The improved vision allows me to see farther away, and the improved sense of smell allows me to smell farther away. This greatly improves my efficiency in finding corpses, There are no useless talents in this world, only useless people. I sighed, picked up the wooden swords in the hands of the two corpses, continued to peel off everything, and put them into my trouser pockets. Keep going! I stepped forward and smelled the blood in the air, which meant that there was a battle ahead. And where there was a battle, it was undoubtedly my best chance. However, not long after I started walking, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in my sight. Why are these people back again? I was slightly stunned and confused. The reason why I came back is that in my eyes, no matter whether it is the corpses of monsters or humans, they are all valuable resources that can enhance my strength. If it weren't for looting these, I would have no reason to turn back after all. The monsters around the novice village had already been cleared out, so there was not much point in coming back. Could it be they are tired and need to rest? A thought flashed through my mind, and soon I seemed to have confirmed this speculation. Apart from this reason, it is really difficult to explain why this team turned around and returned. Should I avoid it? Another thought flashed through my mind. The next second, I turned around quietly and left along the side path. This is the God's End continent, a land of blood and fire. The rules here, or rather, there are no rules at all. This is not a legend, but a cruel truth that countless predecessors have paid for with their lives. On this continent, burning, killing and looting were almost the norm. Many predecessors died not at the claws of monsters, but at the hands of humans. Therefore, when traveling in the Shinmal continent, one must be wary not only of monsters, but also of their own kind. I quietly avoided the route of the dozen or so figures and continued searching for possible monsters or human corpses. Not long after, a loud and angry cry came from a distance, breaking the brief silence. Damn it! We ran into two rabbit monsters not far from the novice village. They caught us off guard. Several of us were injured, and two were even killed by the rabbit monsters. Luckily, the boss was smart. He pretended to retreat and then fought back, severely injuring one of them and scaring the other one away. That's not so exaggerated. I just had a flash of inspiration. Stop talking nonsense and quickly go find the seriously injured rabbit demon and avenge our brothers. Yes, boss. I touched my nose. Misjudgment. They didn't come back to rest, but to take revenge. And what's worse is, the rabbit demon they are looking for seems to be the one I just killed. No, that's right. And the bloody smell I smelled just now was most likely coming from them, not the smell of a corpse. I was so excited for nothing. I really wanted to tell them that I had killed the rabbit monster, but I wasn't that stupid after all. 2 people died and several were injured. They were looking for monsters to vent their anger with murderous intent. If they knew that I had killed the rabbit monster first, wouldn't they have pinned me to the ground and beat me? After all, in this Shinmal continent, the corpses of monsters are resources for cultivation. It's not that I don't want to say it, but if I say it, I'm done. I shook my head and sighed, then turned and walked in the direction they had been chasing. Didn't they say that the rabbit demon was badly injured? The corpse of the demon beast should still be nearby if we can extract attribute points. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't go and take a look? Not long after, I heard another furious roar in my ears. Damn it! Who stole the rabbit demon we crippled? Find him, I will chop him up! I hope that bastard who stole the monster beast will never find one in his life. At this moment, I just felt, fortunately I didn't say anything. If I had opened my mouth just now, I would definitely have been greeted with fists instead of thanks. As for any guilt, to be honest, not at all. The reason is very simple. I didn't steal it on purpose. The monsters in the Shinmal continent are ownerless, first come first served. In this world, improving strength is the kingly way. I kill monsters to improve my cultivation. What's wrong with that? Completely ignoring the curses of the group of people, I quickened my pace and moved forward. Once they find out that the rabbit demon's body is missing, they will definitely go after it. I have to be quick. About 10 minutes later, I found the rabbit demon corpse by following the smell. It was right behind the group's path. It was indeed that one. I immediately took action. Shwa! And gently brushed past the rabbit demon's corpse. Ding! Exfoliation failed. The same type of monster can only be extracted 3 times at most. I was stunned. This was the first time I had ever encountered a peeling failure. My brows furrowed immediately. I wanted to continue to develop steadily, but I didn't expect it to fail. But soon I felt relieved. It wasn't that my hidden talent was ineffective, but it was limited by the rules a monster can only be peeled 3 times. Have drained all the rabbit monsters in this area. A wasted trip? I shrugged and consoled myself. Not really. At least I figured out a talent limitation. After saying that, I adjusted my direction and continued to move forward. This time I wanted to avoid that group of people. Besides, that team had only hunted 2 monsters and lost 2 brothers. It would be a waste of time for me to continue wandering around there. However, it seemed as if my luck had run away too. In the next 2 hours, I didn't find even a single human body. As for the monsters, there were no living ones, but there were quite a few dead ones, and quite a few that had exceeded the limit of peeling times. It seems I have plucked out most of the monsters around. I frowned and began to take inventory. There are 10 kinds of monsters on the plains, and 7 have reached their upper limit of exfoliation. There are 3 left, and the snake monster should have only been exfoliated once. I decided, find 2 more snake demons, then leave this area and head to a hunting ground farther away. As for the human corpses, they are too hard to find. I will find them later if I have the chance. Just as I was about to leave, a fishy smell wafted over with the wind. The tip of my nose twitched, and my eyes lit up instantly. That smell, I recognize it. It's the breath of a snake demon. Chapter 7. The leader of the snake demon, seeking wealth and honor in danger. It seems my luck isn't that bad after all. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, then decisively followed the smell and rushed forward. He had skinned all the other monsters on the novice village plain 3 times, except for the snake monster, which had not yet been skinned 3 times. Now that he had found the snake demon's trace, how could he miss it? However, he did not relax his vigilance, and still paid careful attention to the movements around him. You have to know that you only have 1 life, and you can't be careless at all. As Gu Yifan moved forward, the fishy smell became stronger. About 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan suddenly smelled a strange floral scent. The fragrance of that flower is different from ordinary ones. It smells refreshing and makes people feel comfortable. But because there were many flowers on the plains of the novice village and Gu Yifan's attention was on the fishy smell emitted by the snake demon, he did not care about this matter. Not long after, Gu Yifan came to a bush about 1 meter high. At this time, the fishy smell was very strong. This also means that the distance between Gu Yifan and the snake demon is very close. Gu Yifan no longer walked upright, but moved forward with his back bent, hiding his body with the help of bushes about 1 meter high. He also slowed down his pace and tried not to make any noise, so as to avoid alarming the snake demon as much as possible. After walking forward about 10 meters, Gu Yifan saw a black and red snake monster through the gap in the bushes. The snake demon was lurking in the bushes, its body covered with black and red patterns, and its waist was as thick as a bucket. There's something wrong with this snake demon. Gu Yifan frowned. According to the complete explanation of monsters, the snake monsters on the plains of the novice village were black and red in color, 3 meters long, with a waist as thick as a bull, but the waist of the snake monster in front of him was as thick as a bucket, and his body was 5 or 6 meters long. No, this snake demon is not an ordinary snake demon, but the leader of the snake demons. Gu Yifan's eyes suddenly focused. According to the complete explanation of monsters, in addition to dozens of ordinary first-level monsters on the plains of the novice village, there is another kind of monster, and that is the snake monster leader. The snake demon leader is the most powerful monster on the plains of the novice village. His waist is thicker than the mouth of a bull and he is 5 or 6 meters long. His strength is comparable to that of a level 2 monster, and his combat power is comparable to that of a 4-star monster. But because snake demon leaders are very rare, not many people encounter them. Something's still wrong. Gu Yifan's eyes flashed again. The complete explanation of monsters records that the waist of a snake monster leader is thicker than the mouth of a bull, but the waist of the snake monster in front of him is as thick as a bucket at the thickest part. The difference is quite big. What's going on? Gu Yifan looked thoughtful. The Complete Guide to Monster Beasts was compiled with painstaking efforts by countless predecessors, and he believed that it could not be wrong. However, the snake demon leader in front of him was different from the records in The Complete Guide to Monster Beasts, and he didn't understand what was going on. After thinking about it over and over again, Gu Yifan still couldn't figure it out, and since he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. He was considering another question: should he go or not? If it was an ordinary snake demon, Gu Yifan would not have any hesitation and would just roll up his sleeves and attack. But the strength of the snake demon leader is comparable to that of a level 2 demon beast, and its combat power is also comparable to that of a 4-star demon beast. He was a little worried that he could not defeat the snake demon leader. Moreover, snake demon beasts are poisonous. If he was accidentally poisoned, he would suffer physical discomfort at best, and die at worst. After a moment, a look of determination appeared in Gu Yifan's eyes. If he gave up this snake demon leader and went to look for other snake demons, it would definitely waste a lot of time. However, he could kill a 3-star level 1 rabbit demon in seconds, so he might not be powerless against a 4-star snake demon leader. In addition, there is another point. The probability of ordinary monsters dropping items after being killed is very small, but the probability of monster leaders is greater, and the first time you kill a monster leader, it will drop items 100%. What if no one has killed the snake demon leader yet? Even if we take a step back, even if someone has killed the snake demon leader, there is still a greater chance of items dropping. As the saying goes, fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. How can you gain anything without taking risks? Superior! Gu Yifan growled in his heart, holding a wooden blade, crouching and sneaking to the side. Why not sneak directly towards the snake demon leader? Because Gu Yifan was going to launch a sneak attack from behind the snake demon leader, taking advantage of the situation to give him a fatal blow. It's just that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is a bit cruel. Gu Yifan had just sneaked up behind the snake demon leader when the leader suddenly turned around, staring at him with his green eyes through the gaps in the bushes, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his copper bell-like eyes. Grass! Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse inwardly. The snake demon leader obviously discovered him, which caused the plan of a sneak attack from behind to fail. Strengthen your power! Gu Yifan let out a low shout and stood up straight suddenly. Now that you've been discovered, there's no need to hide it anymore, just roll up your sleeves and get to it. At the same time, he kicked the ground hard with his right foot and rushed towards the snake demon. At this time, Gu Yifan's agility attribute has reached 20 points, which also makes his speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Hiss! Seeing Gu Yifan rushing towards him, the snake demon leader seemed to feel that he was being provoked. He roared angrily, raised his triangular head suddenly, opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Gu Yifan. But the speed at which it bit seemed a little slow to Gu Yifan. So slow? Gu Yifan was a little surprised. Logically speaking, the strength of the snake demon leader is comparable to that of a 2nd-level demon beast, and its combat power is comparable to that of a 4-star demon beast. Its speed should be faster than that of a 1st-level rabbit demon beast. But the fact is that the speed of the snake demon leader is not as fast as that of a 1st-level rabbit demon beast. But no matter how surprised he was, Gu Yifan didn't think much about it. He took a step to the right and easily avoided the bloody mouth of the snake demon leader. At the same time, he raised his drooping right hand like lightning, holding the wooden blade and stabbing it hard at the vital point of the snake demon leader. Squeak! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the wooden blade pierced deeply into the back of the snake demon leader's head. At this time, the snake demon leader was unable to stop and was rushing forward. This also resulted in Gu Yifan not being able to make any movement, as the wooden blade slashed towards his back from behind the snake demon leader's head. Squeak! 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 All of a sudden, scales fluttered, and a straight wound appeared on the body of the snake demon leader. Hiss! 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 Immediately afterwards, a series of painful hisses came out of the mouth of the snake demon leader. Under extreme pain, the snake demon leader forcibly stopped its forward momentum and swung its tail towards Gu Yifan. Fuck! Gu Yifan screamed and dodged immediately, with a hint of relief in his dark eyes. The snake demon leader swung its tail much faster than when it rushed towards him just now. Fortunately, He did not take it lightly because of the snake demon leader's slow speed just now, otherwise he would not be able to avoid the snake demon leader's tail swing. Although he screamed in shock, Gu Yifan dodged the attack of the snake demon leader and rushed towards him while wielding the wooden blade. As the saying goes, strike while the sick is at risk. He must hurry up and kill the snake demon leader without giving him even a moment to breathe. But at this moment, blood suddenly spurted out from the wound on the snake demon leader's body that had just been cut by Gu Yifan. Immediately afterwards, the snake demon leader's head and tail seemed to be out of control and hit the ground hard. Then its huge body trembled violently for a few times, and then it became silent. He's dead now? Gu Yifan blinked, his face full of confusion. Chapter 8. Treasure Drop. Elixir. Regain talent. When he decided to fight the snake demon leader, Gu Yifan was already prepared for a battle of 300 rounds. He was even prepared to run away if he couldn't win. However, he didn't expect that he would kill the snake demon leader in one blow. But he soon realized that the knife he just stabbed must have pierced the snake demon leader's vital point, which was why he took his life with just one strike. Call! Thinking of this, Gu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of excitement. The snake demon leader was killed in one strike. Who else was there in the same group of people who entered the Shinhwa continent? Swish! A beam of white light gushed out from the snake demon leader's body and flew into Gu Yifan's body. Bite! Kill the first level demon snake leader and gain 30 experience points. Gu Yifan's mind moved, and he summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 1. Root Bone, 20. Spirituality, 16. Strength, 24 plus 5. Agility, 20. Experience, 50 out of 100. Talents, stripping everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, visual enhancement, F level, smell enhancement, F level. Skills, none. Combat power, 2 stars. I gained 50 experience points by killing 2 monsters. It seems that leveling up is not difficult at all. Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. Fortunately, he was the only one here and no one heard what he said, otherwise he might have been drowned in spit. You have to know that most of the people who have just walked out of the novice village have 1-star combat power, and it is basically impossible for them to fight against a level 1 monster alone. There are many people in a team, and the experience gained from killing a monster is fixed. After distribution according to the rules, it is very good if each team member can get some experience for killing a monster. This also means that if others want to advance from level 1 to level 2, they will have to kill at least dozens of monsters. Is it difficult? Very difficult. After sighing, Gu Yifan turned off the Heavenly Tao interface, then raised his hand and brushed across the corpse of the snake demon leader. Bite! Stripping is successful, you gain 4 root bone attribute points. Bite! The snake demon leader dropped a storage ring. Almost at the same time, a dark ring appeared out of thin air in Gu Yifan's hand. Fuck! Gu Yifan screamed, his cheeks filled with ecstasy. The snake demon leader unexpectedly revealed a storage ring. This risk was not in vain. After happily playing with the storage ring for a while, Gu Yifan put it on his finger. Then he cut his finger with a wooden blade and dripped a drop of blood onto the storage ring. Storage rings are different from other equipment. You need to drip blood to recognize the owner before you can use them. The moment the blood fell on the storage ring absorbed the blood like a sponge. At the moment the blood merged into the storage ring, Gu Yifan clearly felt that there was a connection between him and the storage ring. It felt as if the storage ring was a part of his body, and he could control it at will with just a thought. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, and the 2 wooden blades inserted in his wide pants disappeared out of thin air. They did not disappear, but were put into Gu Yifan's storage ring. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved again, and 2 wooden blades appeared out of thin air in his hands. Interesting. Gu Yifan sighed, put the 2 wooden blades back into the storage ring and began to look around the space in the storage ring. After a moment, he talked to himself. It's about 100 cubic meters. It's not a big space, but it's not small either. It's enough for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan waved his hand and wanted to put the snake demon leader's body into his storage ring. Monster meat is a delicious delicacy and many people like to eat it. Before, he had no storage equipment and could only sigh in despair at the corpses of monsters. Now that we have storage equipment, we naturally need to take the monster corpses away. Even if he doesn't eat it, he can still sell it for money. But at this moment, he suddenly found something wrong, and the palm that had just been swung out suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, his eyes fell on the thickest part of the snake demon leader's waist. When he was far away just now, he only saw that the thickest part of the snake demon leader's waist was as thick as a bucket, and he didn't find anything else. But when he observed closely at this time, he suddenly found that there was something wrong with the body of the snake demon leader. Generally speaking, the thickness of a snake's body gradually becomes thinner from the waist to the tail, but this is not the case with the body of the snake demon leader. To be precise, the thickest part of the snake demon leader's body is only about 1 meter long, and the rest of the body suddenly becomes thinner. Looking at this situation, this snake demon leader must have eaten something. This explains why the leader of this snake demon is somewhat different from the record in the complete explanation of demonic beasts. Gu Yifan talked to himself. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the snake demon leader's attack speed was not as fast as the rabbit demon. This was because he had eaten something, which caused his body shape to become abnormal, slowing down his attack speed. The next moment, Gu Yifan held the wooden blade and slashed towards the belly of the snake demon leader. It wasn't that he wanted to kill the monster and destroy its body, but he was curious about what the snake monster leader had eaten. Squeak! Along with the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh, a long cut was made on the snake demon leader's abdomen by the wooden blade. Out of curiosity, Gu Yifan didn't care about the blood flowing from the snake monster's abdomen, and reached out to rip open the snake monster's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, a corpse covered in mucus rolled out from the abdomen of the snake demon leader. Fuck! Gu Yifan screamed, his face full of astonishment. He had wondered what the snake demon leader ate, and he thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that the snake demon leader actually ate humans. But the next moment he came back to his senses from his shock. He had heard of too many cases of monsters eating people, and he had even witnessed it with his own eyes. In the disaster 10 years ago, he witnessed monsters eating people with his own eyes, and that scene was even more horrifying than what he saw before. An entire person was torn apart by several monsters in front of him, and not even a bone was left. Besides, Shinmao continent is a world of killing. Here, it is normal for humans to kill monsters, and for monsters to kill or eat humans. Although he didn't have much personal experience, he had already accepted this fact after hearing about it for many years. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the corpse covered in mucus. Bite! Stripping successful, you have obtained the E-level talent agility enhancement. Not bad! Not bad! Gu Yifan was very happy. The E-level talent agility enhancement can double his agility attribute. Although agility cannot increase attack power, it can improve his combat effectiveness and even his ability to survive. For example, when he can't win, he can run away. This risk was not in vain, it was totally worth it. Gu Yifan laughed loudly, put the snake demon leader's body into his storage ring and was about to leave. But just as he took a step, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a black and red flower next to him. Snake's saliva flower? Gu Yifan, who was familiar with the complete explanation of miraculous medicines, recognized it at the first sight, and his eyes brightened. Snake saliva flower is a magical medicine, a rare treasure for both humans and snake monsters. Chapter 9. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, talent fusion. According to the complete solution of miraculous medicine, snake monsters have a certain chance of advancing after swallowing snake saliva flowers. Humans can take snake saliva flower to enhance the body's ability to resist poison. You should know that many monsters are poisonous, such as snakes and scorpions. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Yifan hesitated before. But if he took the snake saliva flower, he would not have so many concerns when encountering poisonous monsters in the future. I was careless and almost missed a magical herb. After the surprise, Gu Yifan's face was filled with relief. All magical medicines will emit a strange fragrance. Before, he smelled a strange fragrance, but he didn't pay attention to it. That strange fragrance was emitted by the snake saliva flower. Fortunately, he discovered it before leaving, otherwise he would have missed a rare elixir. Without wasting any time, Gu Yifan picked the snake saliva flower and put it directly into his mouth. The snake saliva flower turned into a sweet and delicious juice when it entered Gu Yifan's mouth, flowing down his throat, and then turned into warm currents, flowing quickly throughout his body along the 8 extraordinary meridians. Gu Yifan just felt warm inside. That feeling is just like bathing in the warm sunshine in the cold winter, so comfortable. At the same time, he clearly felt some changes taking place in his body. But he couldn't tell what had changed exactly. But he knew it the next moment. Bite! You have taken the snake saliva flower, and your ability to resist poison has been greatly improved. Gu Yifan understood instantly. The change he felt was that his body had gained the ability to resist poison. It is indeed a natural treasure. The effect is amazing. Gu Yifan sighed and his eyes fell on the snake saliva flower. I saw that the branches and leaves of the snake flower had begun to turn yellow and wither. Gu Yifan was not surprised at all. Ordinary plants can continue to grow after their fruits or flowers are picked, but elixirs are completely different. Miraculous medicines are born by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It takes at least several years and at most hundreds of years to grow. Its flowers or fruits are the essence. Once the flowers or fruits are picked, the branches and leaves will quickly wither and eventually turn into powder and disappear. It is precisely for this reason that elixirs are extremely precious and scarce. I wonder if the branches and leaves of the snake saliva flower are useful? Gu Yifan looked thoughtful. Although the essence of the snake's saliva flower is all in the flowers, the snake's saliva flower is born by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and its branches and leaves should contain more or less the essence of heaven and earth. If other people thought of this, they could only stare helplessly. There was nothing they could do. But Gu Yifan is different. He has a hidden talent to strip away everything. As long as the branches and leaves of the snake's saliva flower contain the essence of heaven and earth, he can peel it out by peeling off all things. Adhering to the principle that no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, Gu Yifan decisively raised his hand and brushed across the branches and leaves of the snake's saliva flower. I saw that the snake flower that was turning yellow and withering suddenly turned yellow and withered faster. In just a short moment, the branches and leaves of the snake flower turned into powder and then fell to the ground. At the same time, a crisp reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Bite! Successfully peeled off, you have obtained the elixir essence from the branches and leaves of the snake saliva flower. It's true. I'm really too smart. Gu Yifan laughed loudly and turned over his palm. I saw a few drops of emerald green liquid in the palm of my hand. These emerald green liquids are the essence of the elixir extracted from the branches and leaves of the snake saliva flower. Without any hesitation, Gu Yifan raised his palm and poured the essence of the elixir in his palm into his mouth. The snake saliva flower is useful to the human race, and he believes that the essence of the elixir extracted from the branches and leaves of the snake saliva flower is also useful to the human race. Just like the liquid transformed from the snake saliva flower, the essence of the elixir is also sweet and delicious. As the essence of the elixir went down his throat, Gu Yifan once again felt the warmth in his body. But the feeling at this moment was different from just now, but it was somewhat similar to the feeling when he peeled off to the root bone attribute points. Bite! You have taken the essence of the elixir and gained 3 root bone attribute points. Gu Yifan suddenly realized. No wonder the feeling was somewhat similar to when he stripped down to the root bone attribute points. What he gained were the root bone attribute points. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. The ancients were not deceiving me. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. By taking a risk, he gained 7 root bone attribute points, a storage ring, E-level practice talent agility enhancement, and the ability to resist poison. This is really killing 4 birds with 1 stone. After laughing, Gu Yifan continued to stroll around. While searching for human corpses, they are also searching for snake monsters. I just wonder if the 4 birds with 1 stone thing just now has used up all his luck? Next, he wandered around for 2 or 3 hours, but he didn't find a single human corpse, nor did he find a snake demon, and he didn't even encounter a living demon beast. As for the dead monsters, he did encounter 4 or 5 monsters, but they were all monsters that had reached their peeling limit. But he did not gain nothing at all. Now that he had a storage ring, he put all the corpses of monsters he encountered into the storage ring. Hey, if we keep searching like this, when will we stop? Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if God heard his sigh. As soon as he finished sighing, a very shrill scream suddenly sounded in the distance. However, the scream just stopped as soon as it sounded. Swish! Gu Yifan suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where the scream came from. But because the distance was quite far, he didn't see anything. After a little thought, Gu Yifan decisively ran towards the direction where the scream came from. The scream just started and then stopped abruptly. It was probably not because the person did not want to scream, but that he could not scream, or that he was bitten to death by a monster. If this is true, he has gained something. After running about a kilometer forward, Gu Yifan smelled a smell of blood, and then he continued to move forward following the smell. After running another 200 or 300 meters forward, Gu Yifan saw a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Brother, have a safe journey! Gu Yifan mourned in silence, and raised his hand to brush across the corpse. Bite! Stripping is successful, you gain F-level talent visual enhancement. Gu Yifan's head was full of black lines and his face was depressed. He was still expecting to get a better cultivation talent, but ended up getting an F-level cultivation talent. This is not the point. The point is that he already has the F-level practice talent visual amplification. Now, I have obtained an F-level practice talent, visual amplification. Isn't this a repetition? But before depression could bloom on his cheeks, the crisp reminder sounded in his mind again. Bite! You possess 2 F-level cultivation talents of visual amplification, triggering talent fusion. Bite! Talent fusion successful, you gain E-level practice talent visual enhancement. Gu Yifan was stunned for a moment, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his cheeks. He originally thought that obtaining duplicate cultivation talents was a complete waste, but he never expected that the duplicate cultivation talents could actually be integrated together and advanced into stronger cultivation talents. It has to be said that this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. Hiding your talent and stripping away everything is really awesome. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. You must know that the talent for cultivation is innate, and it is difficult to improve in the later stages, unless you encounter a treasure that can improve your talent for cultivation. But he is different. He has a hidden talent that allows him to strip away everything. Not only can he strip away other people's cultivation talents, he can even integrate and advance after stripping away the same cultivation talents. This is much easier than looking for treasures that can improve cultivation talents. After sighing, Gu Yifan wanted to try out the effect of the E-level training talent visual enhancement. Chapter 10: Surprise Discovery, Slamming the Snake Demon. Visual enhancement. Gu Yifan let out a low growl and looked into the distance. In an instant, the previously unclear scenery became clear. TSK, E-level cultivation talent is much more awesome than F-level cultivation talent. Gu Yifan smacked his lips. After he used the F-level training talent visual enhancement, the distance he could see doubled, but after he used the E-level training talent visual enhancement, the distance he could see tripled. After removing the visual enhancement, Gu Yifan looked around. The others were all teaming up to kill monsters, so there should be more than one person here just now. He wanted to see where the others had gone. The next moment, a look of surprise appeared on Gu Yifan's cheek. Just as he thought, the grass on the ground was very messy. Obviously many people had passed by here. But this was not the reason for his surprise. The reason for his surprise was that there were 2 continuous indentations in the grass on the ground, one to the east and one to the west. These 2 indentations were obviously left by a snake monster passing by. What he wants to find most now is a snake monster. East? Or west? Gu Yifan looked thoughtful. After a moment, he made a decision. Agility enhancement. Gu Yifan let out a low growl, turned around and chased towards the west. There is a reason why he made such a decision. There are a lot of messy footprints around the indentation extending eastward. Probably someone was chasing us. If he followed eastward, he would probably just pick up a snake demon corpse and gain a few attribute points. But it is different to the west. There is only one indentation to the west, and no other traces. This means that no one is chasing the snake demon fleeing to the west. If he chases it and kills it, he can not only gain attribute points, but also experience. One side can only gain attribute points. Not only can you gain attribute points, but you can also gain experience. How to choose? It's not difficult. Of course, there is also a very important point here, that is, Gu Yifan has the confidence to fight the snake monster alone. The different situations on both sides are also the reason why Gu Yifan judged that it was the human race that was chasing the snake demon, rather than the snake demon chasing the human race. Because if a snake demon was chasing human beings, the traces left by the snake demon would not be one heading east and one heading west. Follow the indentation all the way west. After running forward for more than 1,000 meters, a snake demon with black and red body appeared in Gu Yifan's sight. The snake demon was about 5 or 6 meters long, and was swimming rapidly in the grass. Fuck, it's not an ordinary snake demon, but the leader of the snake demons. Gu Yifan cursed inwardly. No wonder those people didn't chase them westwards, but instead chased them eastwards collectively. They are picking on the weak. Even though he cursed inwardly, Gu Yifan did not stop chasing him at all. Before, he dared to challenge the snake demon leader alone. Now, after taking the snake saliva flower, he has the ability to resist poison and is no longer afraid of the snake demon leader. How could he avoid a fight? As Gu Yifan chased quickly, the distance between him and the snake demon leader quickly narrowed. In just a few minutes, Gu Yifan chased to within 10 meters behind the snake demon leader. At this moment, the snake demon leader discovered Gu Yifan who was chasing him. After seeing that Gu Yifan was alone, it did not continue to flee, but turned around, raised its head high, opened its bloody mouth, and moved its scarlet tongue rapidly, its green eyes full of ferocity. Judging from the look on his face, he obviously wanted to scare Gu Yifan away. But Gu Yifan simply ignored the threats from the snake demon leader and continued to move forward rapidly. Seeing that he couldn't scare Gu Yifan away, the snake demon leader didn't delay any longer. It arched its body, then suddenly jumped out and bit Gu Yifan. That speed was much faster than the snake demon leader that Gu Yifan had encountered before. This incident also proved Gu Yifan's judgment. The snake demon leader he encountered before moved slowly because he had eaten humans, which affected his attack speed. Seeing this, Gu Yifan did not confront the snake demon leader head-on. Just like before, he took a step to the right, swung the wooden blade and stabbed it at the back of the snake demon leader's head. But as mentioned before, the speed of this snake demon leader is not slow at all. It immediately moved its head to avoid Gu Yifan's attack. At the same time, it swung its tail and lashed towards Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan leaped forward to avoid the snake demon leader's tail attack. Immediately afterwards, he landed on the ground and swung the wooden blade again to stab the body of the snake demon leader. This time, the snake demon leader failed to dodge Gu Yifan's attack, but Gu Yifan's wooden blade failed to seriously injure the snake demon leader, only leaving a tiny scar on the snake demon leader's body. Damn, this beast reacts pretty quickly. Gu Yifan cursed inwardly and continued to fight with the snake demon leader. Next, the man and the beast fought back and forth, and soon dozens of moves had been exchanged. The snake demon leader failed to gain any advantage over Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan didn't gain much advantage, but only left a few tiny scars on the snake demon leader. This beast has quick reactions and thick skin. Minor injuries won't do much good. We have to find a way to injure this beast severely. Gu Yifan's eyes flashed slightly. But before he could think more, he saw that the snake demon leader no longer fought with him, but instead made a feint and fled quickly. Want to run? Gu Yifan sneered and chased after him immediately. At the same time, he flipped his hand and the wooden blade in his hand disappeared out of thin air. After a dozen steps, Gu Yifan caught up with the snake demon leader. He suddenly pounced forward, hugged the snake demon leader's tail tightly, and then stood up immediately. When the snake demon leader realized that his tail was held by Gu Yifan, he wanted to swing his tail and throw Gu Yifan away. But before it could swing its tail, a loud shout came out of Gu Yifan's mouth. "Get up for me!" As the loud shout sounded, the snake demon leader felt a surge of force coming from its tail, and then its huge body flew up uncontrollably. "It's done!" A smile appeared in Gu Yifan's eyes. In addition to the 7 inches, there is another vital point for snake monsters, and that is the torso bone. The snake demon's trunk bones are very weak and will be paralyzed if it is shaken just a few times. This is also the reason why he retracted the wooden blade and hugged the snake demon leader's tail. He wanted to throw the snake demon leader to death. "Get down!" Another loud shout came out of Gu Yifan's mouth. He grabbed the snake demon leader's tail with both hands and exerted force suddenly, throwing the snake demon leader to the ground. It is not easy for Gu Yifan to pick up the snake demon leader with his own strength. But he possesses the D-level cultivation talent power enhancement. At this moment, his strength attribute was as high as 96 points, nearly 10 times that of a normal person. It was not difficult for him to pick up the snake demon leader. Under Gu Yifan's powerful strength, the snake demon leader's body, which had just flown into the air, could no longer be controlled and fell towards the ground. Bang! With a dull crashing sound, the snake demon leader's head and body hit the ground hard. Is it over? Of course not. Gu Yifan succeeded in one strike without any hesitation. He took a step forward, then turned around suddenly, holding the snake demon leader's tail with both hands while also supporting the snake demon leader's tail with his shoulders. "Rise!" Another loud shout came out of Gu Yifan's mouth. Immediately afterwards, the snake demon leader who had just smashed to the ground rose into the air again, flew over Gu Yifan's head, and smashed to the ground on the other side. Chapter 11: Falling to Death Skill Book Exploration. At this moment, the snake demon leader wanted to fight back. But it is in the air, with nowhere to gain leverage, and it can't even control its body, so how can it fight back? This is not the point. The point is that if Gu Yifan throws it a few more times like this, it will be dead. In a hurry, it didn't care whether it could spray the poisonous fog onto Gu Yifan, nor did it care that releasing too much of its own poisonous fog would affect its foundation. It opened its bloody mouth and sprayed wildly. After all, if you lose your life, what is the use of the poisonous fog? Whoosh! 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 Streams of dark green poisonous mist spewed out from the mouth of the snake demon leader. Almost at the same time, the dark green poisonous fog began to spread around. Gu Yifan noticed this at the first time, but he ignored it at all. If faced with such a situation before, he would definitely dodge at the first opportunity. But it's different now. After taking the snake saliva flower, he doesn't take the poisonous mist sprayed by the snake demon leader seriously at all. You should know that the snake saliva flower is a treasure of snake monsters, and its anti-venom ability is very strong against snake venom. Bang! The next moment, a dull crash suddenly sounded. That was the sound of the snake demon leader's body hitting the ground hard. Hiss! Almost at the same time, the snake demon leader let out a painful roar. It felt like its trunk bones were about to be broken. This also made it clearly realize that it couldn't go on like this, otherwise if Gu Yifan came a few more times, it would be dead. Driven by the desire to survive, it forced itself to endure the excruciating pain in its body and twisted its waist with all its might the moment it fell to the ground. But before it could control its body, a surge of force suddenly came from its tail. Immediately afterwards, the snake demon leader lost control and flew up again. Hiss! 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 The snake demon leader roared madly. Gu Yifan's violent falls were one after another, like a violent storm, and he had no time to control his body at all. In extreme desperation, it could only spray out poisonous mist again. Just like before, Gu Yifan turned a blind eye to the poisonous mist spewed out by the snake demon leader. He cracked the snake demon leader like a whip, again and again, hitting him hard. Bang! 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 Hiss! 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 Next, a series of dull collisions and shrill screams rang out one after another. That was the sound of the snake demon leader being thrown to the ground by Gu Yifan and the snake demon leader's screams. However, the huge body of the snake demon leader flying back and forth in the air also accelerated the flow of air around it, which also greatly increased the spread of the dark green poisonous fog. At this moment, Gu Yifan was already shrouded in dark green poisonous fog. This scene made the snake demon leader breathe a sigh of relief. It spewed out so much poisonous fog that it almost damaged its origin, and finally enveloped Gu Yifan. Next, even if Gu Yifan was not poisoned to death, he would become weak due to the poisoning, so his life was saved. Hiss! Hiss! The snake demon leader roared a few times, his green eyes full of joy. I let you throw this snake like a dead dog, now you're getting your retribution, right? Later, this snake will swallow you whole and turn you into its nutrition and feces. But before the joy in its eyes could bloom, it felt another surge of force coming from its tail, and then it couldn't control itself and flew up again. Hiss! The snake demon leader was completely confused. Logically speaking, Gu Yifan had been enveloped by the poisonous mist it spewed. Even if he did not die immediately, he would have been greatly affected by the poison. Why did he feel the same strong and turbulent force as before? The snake demon leader really couldn't understand this. However, what it didn't know was that Gu Yifan had taken snake saliva flower and had the ability to resist poison, so the poisonous mist it spewed had no effect on Gu Yifan at all. Oh no! It can't be said that it didn't have any impact at all. The poisonous mist spewed out by the snake demon leader was extremely smelly, which made Gu Yifan feel really sick. It was just that Gu Yifan forced himself to suppress the nausea in his heart. Bang! The snake demon leader once again fell heavily to the ground, making a dull thud. Snap! 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 At the same time, crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out one after another. That was the sound of the snake demon leader's fragile torso bones breaking. The next moment, the snake demon leader's gaze suddenly froze, and then began to distract. Its huge body became like soft noodles and collapsed to the ground. The snake demon leader is dead. But its wide-open eyes clearly proved that it died with its eyes open. Because it never understood until its death why Gu Yifan was covered by the poisonous mist it spewed but was not hurt at all. Gu Yifan didn't know that the snake demon leader was already dead, and he continued to beat the snake demon leader wildly. But he knew it the next moment. Because when he swung up the snake demon leader, he noticed that the snake demon leader's body had lost its toughness, and coupled with the crisp breaking sound he just heard vaguely, he immediately realized that he had broken the snake demon leader's torso bone. Realizing this, Gu Yifan stopped throwing the snake demon leader wildly. After all, the snake demon leader is already dead, and he has no hobby of whipping corpses, so why waste his energy? Fuck, I finally killed this beast! Gu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light gushed out from the snake demon leader's body and then flew into his body. Bite! You killed the first-level demon snake leader and gained 30 experience points. Bite! The snake demon leader dropped a skill book. Almost at the same time, a somewhat ancient scroll appeared out of thin air under Gu Yifan's feet. Skill book? Gu Yifan's face was full of surprise. When he killed the first snake demon leader, he expected items to drop. Because the first kill of a leader-type monster will 100% drop items, and he is likely to be the first kill. But this time, he had no expectations at all. Because except for the first kill, the chance of a monster leader dropping items is not high, especially a low-level monster leader. But what he didn't expect was that another item dropped, and it was a skill book. This luck seemed pretty good. Gu Yifan casually threw the snake demon leader's tail on the ground and hurriedly bent down to pick up the scroll on the ground. There were only 2 words written on the scroll: exploration. What the hell, it's actually a detection technique! Gu Yifan screamed, his cheeks filled with ecstasy. The detection technique can identify spiritual medicines, check the levels of monsters and humans, etc. It is one of the must-have skill books for everyone. But because the probability of the detection skill dropping is not very high, many people cannot get it. Use the skill book! After the surprise, Gu Yifan immediately took the scroll and put it on his forehead. The next moment, The scroll turned into a white light and sank into Gu Yifan's forehead. Unlike martial arts skill books, detection skills do not require practice and can be mastered instantly by using the skill book. Therefore, at the moment when the scroll turned into white light and sank into Gu Yifan's forehead, he had already mastered the detection technique. Investigate! Gu Yifan raised his hand and threw a probe at the body of the snake demon leader. Having just mastered the detection technique, I naturally want to test its effect. Chapter 12. The world is in disorder. People must have a bottom line. Swish. The moment Gu Yifan threw out the detection spell, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Race, Snake Demon Leader. Level 1. Combat power, comparable to 4 stars. Features, highly poisonous. Explosion rate, 0.01%. I'll go! Gu Yifan couldn't help but exclaimed. It's not because of the attributes of the Snake Demon Leader, but because of the explosion rate of the Snake Demon Leader. 0.01% explosion rate is 1 in 10,000. The chance of getting a skill book exploration was only 1 in 10,000. How can his luck seem good? It is obviously very good. Ha 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 ha! After sighing, Gu Yifan laughed again. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Many people understand this principle, including Gu Yifan, but not everyone can do it if they want to. Just like the first battle against the Snake Demon Leader. Because the Snake Demon Leader had eaten a human, Gu Yifan made a misjudgment, and could only take risks based on his experience. But it's different with the detection technique. The opponent's strength is as obvious as the lice on a monk's head. Gu Yifan could easily know himself and the enemy. At this moment, Gu Yifan also had a clearer understanding of his own combat power. The fact that he could easily kill a Snake Demon Leader with a combat power comparable to that of a 4-star leader meant that his combat power had reached at least 4 stars. After being happy for a while, Gu Yifan did not delay any longer, and raised his hand to brush across the corpse of the Snake Demon Leader. Bite! Stripping was successful, you gained 4 root bone attribute points. Swish! Gu Yifan waved his hand again, and the body of the Snake Demon Leader disappeared out of thin air. When it reappeared, it was already in Gu Yifan's storage ring. After a little thought, Gu Yifan turned around and returned along the same route he came from. He found the corpse of a snake demon and killed 2 snake demon leaders, making a total of 3. But he was not sure whether the snake demon and its leader were the same kind of monster. Besides, it would be a waste of time to look for the snake demon aimlessly, so he wanted to find the snake demon that fled to the east to verify it. Returning to the starting point, Gu Yifan followed the traces on the ground and chased towards the east. After running forward 200 or 300 meters, Gu Yifan smelled a smell of blood. After running another 200 or 300 meters forward, Gu Yifan heard bursts of fighting sounds coming from afar. He didn't hesitate and continued to chase eastward. After passing through a dense forest, Gu Yifan saw more than a dozen people beating up a snake demon in front of him. It's 2 or 3 meters long, with a waist as thick as a bull. This is an ordinary snake demon. Gu Yifan made a judgment in an instant, and then a speechless look appeared on his cheek. He killed the snake demon leader alone and spent a lot of time running back, but these guys couldn't even kill an ordinary snake demon, and many of them were even injured. This efficiency is really slow. However, he overlooked the fact that he possessed a hidden talent that allowed him to strip away everything, and his strength grew too fast. Before he knew it, his strength had caught up with the others and left them far behind. Do you want to rob this snake demon? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. He believed that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to snatch it. Once the thought of snatching appears, it grows wildly like weeds after the spring rain. It is normal for Gu Yifan to have the idea of snatching. As mentioned before, Shinhwa continent is a world of killing. There is only one mission on the Shinhwa continent: use all means to obtain cultivation resources and improve your own strength. This is also one of the reasons why many people commit crimes after coming to Shinhwa continent. In addition to this, there was another reason why Gu Yifan wanted to snatch it. His experience has reached 80 points. If he kills one more monster, he will reach the upper limit and upgrade his level to level 2. However, Gu Yifan finally suppressed the idea of snatching the monster. Although this world is in chaos, people must have bottom lines. He cannot become one of those evildoers who are hated by people on the Shinwa continent. Some people may say that Gu Yifan has already snatched a monster that was injured by someone else, so why is he pretending to be a good person? Actually, it's not like that. That time it was because there was no one around, otherwise, he would never have taken action to kill the rabbit monster. So that time was not a robbery at all. Call! Gu Yifan took a deep breath, calmed himself, then hid at the edge of the dense forest, and watched quietly. He wants to learn how others fight. In addition, he also wanted to wait for those people to kill the snake demon, and then use the snake demon's corpse to verify what he was thinking. Sticking to the bottom line of being a human being does not mean that you cannot use the corpses of monsters that are useless to others. So Gu Yifan did this without any psychological burden at all. Not far away. A young man waved his hands repeatedly, and wind blades appeared out of thin air, attacking the snake demon one after another, making the snake demon roar in anger. The snake demon wanted to chase and kill the young man, but the young man refused to fight the snake demon and retreated immediately. At this time, the young man's teammates ran behind the snake monster and started to attack it, making the snake monster roar in anger. The snake demon turned around and attacked the young man's teammates, and the young man's teammates fled. At this moment, the young man stopped running away and continued to use wind blades to kill the snake monster. This cycle continued over and over again, making the snake demon exhausted and extremely embarrassed. This is the kite-flying tactic. Well, surrounded and beaten by more than 10 people, the snake demon is at a disadvantage. Based on this situation, it won't be long before the battle is over. Gu Yifan talked to himself while observing silently. After a moment, Gu Yifan's gaze fell on the young man who cast the wind blade. This young man was the one who claimed to have a D-level talent for wind blades and could control the wind to attack when forming a team in the novice village. Through his observations just now, he also understood why this team was able to make the snake demon and its leader flee separately. They might not have been scared away by this team, but most likely they were disgusted by this team and ran away. In this team, the young men are responsible for long-range attacks, while the others are responsible for harassment and interception. Although everyone's attacks were not very strong and could not kill the snake demon in one go, they could still hurt and injure it. However, it was difficult for the snake demon to hurt the people who surrounded and beat it, so it could only passively take the beating, helplessly watching. Isn't it infuriating? No. It should be. Angry snake or not angry snake. Therefore, the snake demon and its leader fled separately, most likely not because they were scared, but because they were disgusted. Just as Gu Yifan just said. He didn't wait long before the snake demon was beaten to death by the team led by the young man. Swish! 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 Rays of white light gushed out from the snake demon's body and flew into the bodies of the young man and others. Among them, the white light that penetrated into the young man's body was thicker. When you team up to kill monsters, distribution is based on work. Whoever causes more damage to the monster will gain more experience. Haha, I gained some experience again. I also gained a little experience. TSK, I actually got 2 experience points this time. Everyone was very excited. This scene made Gu Yifan speechless. Is it that exciting to gain a little experience or 2? He got 20 or 30 experience points at once, but he wasn't very excited, okay? At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the young man who possessed the D-level training talent Windblade. Chapter 13, Level 3 is just like this. Is this an upgrade? Gu Yifan was a little envious, as he was still at level 1. But soon, the envy in his heart disappeared. Although his level is still at level 1, his gains are considerable, so there is nothing to envy. At this moment, flattery voices rang out one after another. Ihong, congratulations on reaching level 3. Brother Zhang, you reached level 3 so quickly, you may be the fastest among all people. Brother Zhang is amazing. I've only just reached level 2. Brother Zhang is so awesome. It's our blessing to be able to follow him. This guy's name is Zhang Yixing. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, feeling a little surprised. Just now he thought that Zhang Yihong had been upgraded to level 2, but he didn't expect that he had been upgraded to level 3. I wonder what the attributes of level 3 are. Gu Yifan was a little curious, and immediately sent a probe to Zhang and his group. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Race, human. Level 3. Root bone, 23. Spirituality, 15. Strength, 23. Agility, 18. Combat power, 2 stars. Level 3 attributes, that's it? Gu Yifan was a little surprised. Because the 4 attributes of Zhang Yixing at level 3 are not as good as those at level 1. That being said, without taking into account his cultivation talent, he at level 1 is stronger than Zhang Yixing at level 3. But he reacted quickly. With each level up, each attribute increases by 5 points, and the free attribute increases by 5 points. Zhang Yixing was promoted 2 levels, with a total of 50 attribute points added. However, the attribute points he stripped from everything through his hidden talent were more than 50 points. So it was normal that the attributes of Zhang Yixing at level 3 were not as strong as those at level 1. Stripping everything away is indeed a hidden talent, it's really awesome. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he realized more clearly the power of hidden talent to strip away everything. Apart from anything else, the attribute points obtained by stripping away all things from his hidden talent are things that other people don't have. This also means that at the same level, his attributes are far stronger than others. After sighing, Gu Yifan continued to wait. He wanted to wait for Zhang Yihong and others to leave, and then use the snake demon's corpse to verify what he was thinking. At this time, Zhang Yihong's teammates were still flattering him. Zhang Yixing said modestly, "Thank you for your praise. My cultivation talent is not the best among everyone, and I may not be the fastest to level up among everyone, but I can guarantee that everyone who follows me will have meat to eat. Brother Zhang is so awesome. One line is awesome. Brother Zhang is so domineering." Everyone once again flattered Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing waved his hands and asked, "Chao Ke, you said before that Xiao Peng was dead. How did he die?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly quieted down. Chao Ke smiled bitterly and said, "A group of people, Xiao Peng and I, went to look for monsters, and we encountered 3 snake monsters, 2 of which were snake monster leaders. Xiao Peng was accidentally entangled by a snake monster leader, and his head was bitten and swallowed into the stomach. I really want to help, but you know, my strength is no match for the snake demon leader, and I am being chased by a snake demon and a snake demon leader. I don't have time to help. I had no choice but to meet up with you as soon as possible. You all know what happened next?" "I see." Zhang Yixing nodded and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, my level has been upgraded to level 3, and my strength has increased significantly. Those 2 snake demon leaders killed 2 of our brothers. I want to seek revenge on them. What do you think?" "Brother Zhang, I support your decision." "I support that too. Fuck it, we must kill those 2 snake demon leaders to avenge our dead brothers." Everyone started to agree. "Since everyone agrees, let's go." Zhang and his group waved their hands and walked towards the dense forest, and the others followed. Seeing this, Gu Yifan hurriedly hid in the bushes. He had a weird look on his cheeks. According to Zhang Yixing and others, the 2 snake demon leaders he killed and the 2 corpses he encountered were all related to Zhang Yixing and others. "Luckily I killed the 2 snake demon leaders, otherwise you don't know how many people would be killed or injured. Well, I guess I saved a few of your lives." Gu Yifan muttered to himself. It's not that he underestimated Zhang Yihong and his group, but it was so difficult for Zhang Yihong and his group to kill an ordinary snake demon, and many of them even got injured. It would be almost impossible for them to escape unscathed if they went to deal with a stronger snake demon leader. After watching Zhang and his group leave, Gu Yifan walked out of the bushes and headed towards the snake demon's corpse. Coming to the snake demon's corpse, Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the snake demon's corpse. Bite! The stripping failed. The same type of monster can be extracted up to 3 times. What a wasted trip! Gu Yifan sighed. He originally thought that the snake demon and its leader might not be the same kind of monster, but now it seems that he was overthinking. But it's better this way, he doesn't have to waste time wandering around the plains of the novice village. Swish! Gu Yifan waved his hand casually, put the snake demon's corpse into the storage ring, and then walked towards the east. At this point, the monsters on the plains of the novice village are of no use to him except for increasing his experience. To increase his experience, he can go to other places to kill higher-level monsters and gain more experience. So he has to change the map and go to a place with higher-level monsters. According to the map of Shimal Continent, the east of the novice village plain is the west of Chang'an City. The level of the monsters there is higher than that on the novice village plain. With his current strength, he also has the capital to venture into the west of Chang'an City. All the way east. After walking about 1,000 meters, Gu Yifan suddenly smelled blood. The bloody smell didn't smell like that of a monster, but rather like that of a human, which made Gu Yifan a little excited. Because the human race can provide him with the talent for cultivation. It came from the dense forest ahead. Gu Yifan identified the direction from which the smell of blood came and sped up. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived in front of the dense forest. But at this moment, a group of people walked out of the dense forest. What a damn bad luck! Seeing the person in the lead, Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Because the leader was none other than Gao Zhuang, who liked to cause trouble for him. Also, there was a lot of blood on Gao Zhuang and others. The bloody smell he smelled was most likely coming from the blood on Gao Zhuang and others. I was so excited for nothing and even met someone I didn't want to see. Tell me, is that unlucky or not? Hey, Gu Yifan? At this time, Gao Zhuang also saw Gu Yifan. Swish! Gu Yifan turned around and walked to the side. It's not that he was afraid of Gao Zhuang, but he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Gao Zhuang. Seeing this, Gao Zhuang shouted loudly, Gu Yifan! Gu Yifan simply ignored Gao Zhuang's shouts, but Gao Zhuang had no intention of letting Gu Yifan go. Gu Yifan, I'm so loud, can't you hear me? It's a rare thing for us to meet in the novice village. We should at least catch up. Why are you running away? Brothers, stop him! Gao Zhuang shouted loudly while chasing after Gu Yifan. Chapter 14. I am on the 5th floor and I refuse. At this moment, Gao Zhuang was very excited. At Wulong Martial Arts Academy, his teacher always asked him to learn from Gu Yifan, which made him very upset. After his cultivation talent was awakened, he wanted to show off in front of Gu Yifan, but he had no chance. With no other options, he could only wait to leave Shinmal Continent and return to Wulong Martial Arts Academy before showing off to Gu Yifan. However, he did not expect to meet Gu Yifan on the plains of the novice village. The opportunity to show off was presented to him. How could he let Gu Yifan leave? Seeing Gao Zhuang chasing after Gu Yifan, the people following Gao Zhuang followed. Noticing the movement behind him, Gu Yifan stopped helplessly. He turned to look at Gao Zhuang and said unhappily, Gao Zhuang, what do you want to do? As he spoke, he quietly threw a probe at Gao Zhuang. Race, human. Level 3. Root bone, 21. Spirituality, 18. Strength, 42. Agility, 21. Combat power, 3 stars. This guy put all the free attribute points he got from leveling up into strength, so he's only slightly stronger than me. Gu Yifan curled his lips slightly. Gao Zhuang had revealed his own attributes in the novice village, so it was easy to figure out that he had added all his free attribute points to strength. I didn't intend to do anything, Gao Zhuang said with a wicked smile. Gu Yifan, it's rare for people who know each other to be assigned to the same novice village. We met on the novice village plain. Do you think it's fate? Gu Yifan rolled his eyes. Yeah, it is indeed monkey shit. Gao Zhuang didn't realize that Gu Yifan was talking about monkey dung instead of fate. He looked around and asked in surprise, Gu Yifan, are you alone? Gu Yifan really wanted to ask back, are you blind? But he thought about it and decided to give up. After all, less trouble is worse than more, so he nodded. The people following Gao Zhuang were all surprised. Everyone is teaming up to kill monsters, but Gu Yifan is actually going out alone. Isn't this guy afraid of something happening? Brother Gao, who is this? Someone asked curiously. He is my classmate, his name is Gu Yifan, Gaoang said with a wicked smile. You don't know, this guy's grades are very good. He always ranks first in our martial arts academy. No one has ever been able to take the first place from him. Hearing this, the people following Gaoang immediately stood in awe. Gaoang smirked again and said, You don't know yet, this guy has actually awakened a hidden talent that is 1 in a billion. The eyes of the people who followed Gaoang looking at Gu Yifan suddenly became even more different. Gaoang continued with a sly smile. What you don't know is that the way he activates his hidden talent is to peel 10 carrots with a wave of his hand. It's a pity that he doesn't work as a handyman in a restaurant with such a talent. This time, everyone who followed Gaoang was confused. Because Gaoang's reversal made them unable to accept it for a while. You know, hidden talents are 1 in a billion, but the way to activate them is to peel 10 radishes with a wave of your hand. This reversal is really big. But they could see that Gaoang and Gu Yifan didn't get along, otherwise Gaoang wouldn't have deliberately made Gu Yifan look bad. Are you done? Gu Yifan said calmly. After you finish speaking, I will leave. Before this, if faced with such ridicule from Gaoang, Gu Yifan would definitely be angry. But at this moment, Gu Yifan was not angry at all, and even wanted to laugh. Because in his opinion, Gaoang's actions were no different from those of a clown, and he also felt like you thought I was on the 1st floor and you were on the 3rd floor, but little did you know that I was already on the 5th floor. This is not because Gu Yifan is arrogant, but because Gu Yifan has the capital to despise Gaoang. Gaoang's cultivation talent is sea-level rage, and all attributes will double after using it. The specific attributes are Root 42, Spirituality 36, Strength 84, Agility 42. He possesses the D-level cultivation talent of enhanced strength, and the E-level cultivation talent of enhanced agility. The attributes after using the 2 cultivation talents are Bone 36, Spirituality 16, Strength 96, Agility 60. His strength and agility are stronger than Gaoang, and his bone structure is 6 points less than Gaoang, which means the difference in spirituality is a little bigger. Among the 4 attributes, the stronger your bones are, the more you can withstand beatings. The stronger your spirituality, the more powerful your skills will be, and the more times you can use them. In the current situation where you have almost no skills, no matter how strong your spirituality is, it will be of no use. This means that if Gu Yifan fights against Gaoang, Gu Yifan will most likely win. This is the case when Gu Yifan's level is only level 1. If Gu Yifan's level is upgraded to level 3, Gaoang will not be able to match Gu Yifan at all. When Gaoang heard Gu Yifan's question, he did not answer immediately. The ridicule just now made him feel very happy. He wanted to ridicule Gu Yifan a few more times to make himself feel better, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. At this moment, a young man suddenly spoke. Brother Gao, one of our team members was injured or killed. How about letting Gu Yifan join us to make up the number? Gu Yifan glanced at the young man. This guy has a wicked grin on his face, and it's obvious that he couldn't hold his fart well. Gaoang's eyes suddenly brightened. The rewards of a team are distributed based on contribution. With Gu Yifan's strength, he will definitely not be able to get much of the rewards. But if Gu Yifan joins the team, he can experience the feeling of having Gu Yifan as his younger brother. Yes, sure. Gaoang nodded and said, Gu Yifan, every team we formed has suffered a casualty. If you wander around alone, it will be more likely to cause trouble. I am a kind person and don't care about your cultivation talent. Please join our team. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes. When in the novice village, this guy wanted to see other people's cultivation talents and attributes. What a bullshit good intention. He also understood why Gaoang agreed to let him join. He wanted to make him his subordinate and find a sense of superiority from him. Excuse me. Gu Yifan flatly refused. I like to travel alone, so I can only appreciate your kindness. Gaoang and others were all surprised. Did Gu Yifan refuse? Before this, they all thought that Gu Yifan would agree readily. After all, traveling in a group is much safer than walking alone. However, what they didn't know was that Gu Yifan's plan destined him to walk alone. Gu Yifan changed the subject and said, Gaoang, I just heard that one of your team members was injured or killed. Did you collect the body? Gaoang and others were stunned. They don't know why Gu Yifan asked this. After a brief thought, Gaoang asked, when we return, his body will also be returned. Is it necessary to collect the body? That being said, Gu Yifan retorted, but what if his body was eaten by a monster? Gaoang and others' expressions suddenly froze. If that person's body was eaten by a monster, and even the body was gone, how could he go back? We are all human beings. How can we not return to our roots after death? Gu Yifan said again. I have nothing to do, tell me where that person is. I will go and bury his body. The crowd following Gaoang stood in awe again. Although Gu Yifan's talent for cultivation is not that good, he is really a good person. Gaoang thought that if he had someone to help him, he wouldn't have to waste time making a trip, so he told Gu Yifan the location. Let's go! Gu Yifan didn't stay any longer, and turned and left. Chapter 15. Just for peace of mind, forced exit. After watching Gu Yifan leave, several tall and strong people started talking. This guy is actually willing to waste his time collecting bodies for others. What a nice guy! Who said it wasn't true? But this guy actually refused to team up with us. I don't know what he was thinking. What a complicated fellow! This is the first time I've seen someone traveling alone when he first entered the Shinma continent. It's not just the first time I've seen it. It's the first time I've heard of it. Gaoang didn't say anything. His brows were furrowed. He felt like he was missing something. After a long while, Gaoang finally reacted. He looked at Gu Yifan first, but Gu Yifan had already walked away. Damn, this guy has distracted me. Gaoang's face turned a little dark. He finally got the chance to taunt Gu Yifan, and he hadn't taunted him enough. He also wanted to experience the feeling of having Gu Yifan as his younger brother. However, because his attention was diverted by Gu Yifan, he just let Gu Yifan go. Hearing Gaoang's loud cursing, a young man asked, Brother Gao, what's wrong? Fine. Gaoang couldn't tell the truth, so he could only make up an excuse. I forgot to ask him what level he was just now. Brother Gao, do you still need to ask this? The young man said. He has no talent for cultivation, and he is alone, so he is no match for the monsters. So he must still be at level 1. Also, aren't you classmates? It won't be too late to ask him after we get back. That's true. Gaoang nodded and said, Let's go and continue looking for the monster. After Gu Yifan left, he went straight to the place Gaoang mentioned, in order to avoid arriving too late and having the man's body eaten by monsters. Because the distance was not far, he arrived there in no time. Fortunately, the man's body was still intact, with no signs of being eaten by monsters. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the corpse. Bite! Stripping was successful. You have obtained the F-level cultivation talent Flame. Gu Yifan was a little surprised and a little regretful. The reason why he was surprised was that he actually had elemental talent. You know, elemental talent is rare. The regret is that the elemental cultivation talent he was stripped of was the lowest level, F. But then again, hidden talents can be stripped away from everything and confuse talents. Once he has stripped down to the F-level cultivation talent Flame, he can merge the two talents and advance to a higher level talent. Bang! Gu Yifan snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. It's a pity that I don't smoke, otherwise I wouldn't need to bring a lighter. Gu Yifan said self-deprecatingly, took out a wooden blade and started digging a hole in the ground. Before, when he told Gaoang and others that he would help collect the bodies, it was not just an excuse, he also intended to do so. No matter what, he has benefited from the corpse, and the body should be buried in peace. As for why he didn't collect the bodies of the previous ones, that was because he hadn't thought of it at that time. Soon, Gu Yifan dug a big hole on the ground and put the body in it. Brother, have a safe journey! Gu Yifan mourned for a moment, and then filled the pit with soil. After doing all this, Gu Yifan did not continue to head east, but turned and walked west. Before, he had stripped away cultivation talents from several corpses, and he was going to go back and bury those corpses. He was willing to spend time doing this, not out of kindness, but for peace of mind. Besides, we can also look for human corpses on the way back, so it's not a complete waste. At this time, Jiang Yixing and others followed the traces left by the snake demon leader and came to the place where Gu Yifan threw the snake demon leader to death. "Yiheng, there are no traces ahead," Chao Ke said. "It's very messy here, and there are a lot of bloodstains left by the snake demon leader. If my judgment is correct, there should be a team fighting a big battle with the snake demon leader here." "That's what I thought," Jiang Yiheng said. "But it's not a team, but one person. When I came here, I found 2 rows of footprints next to the traces left by the snake demon leader. If it was a team, there should be a lot of footprints." Chao Ke and others were all surprised. What Jiang Yixing said makes sense, but is he crazy if he is looking for trouble with the snake demon leader alone? "Brother Jiang, there is no corpse here. I'm afraid that person has been eaten by the snake demon leader," someone said. "That's not the case." Jiang Yixing shook his head and said, "That man was not eaten by the snake demon leader, but killed the snake demon leader." "Killing the snake demon leader alone? How is that possible?" Chao Ke couldn't believe it. "I know this is hard to believe, but all the evidence proves it." Jiang Yiheng smiled bitterly and said, "Look at those long indentations around here. They should be left by the snake demon leader. And they are left by the snake demon leader being thrown wildly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be one here and one there. There are only traces of blood left by the snake demon leader, but no traces of human blood. If the snake demon leader ate that person, he would definitely leave traces when he left, but there are no traces here. So there is only one possibility: that person killed the snake demon leader alone." Chao Ke and others looked at each other. They really didn't want to believe what Jiang Yixing said, but what Jiang Yixing said made so much sense that they had no choice but to believe it. That person was able to kill the snake demon leader alone, so he must be very powerful. Jiang Yiheng continued, "I'm afraid his level is at least level 4. Chao Ke and others nodded in agreement. Without the 4th level cultivation, it would be difficult to kill the snake demon leader alone. What they didn't know was that they were wrong. Gu Yifan's level is still at level 1, but Gu Yifan's strength cannot be measured by level. But there is one thing I can't figure out." Jiang Yixing asked again. "Where is the body of the snake demon leader?" "Yiheng, could it be that the storage ring exploded after that person killed the snake demon leader?" Chao Ke said. "The first kill of the snake demon leader will definitely result in a treasure. If a storage ring is dropped, it is not difficult to understand why the snake demon leader's body disappeared. After all, demon meat is very delicious." "It's possible." Jiang Yixing nodded and changed the subject. "Let's not think about it anymore. The killing of this beast can be regarded as revenge for our dead brothers. Let's go and find another snake demon leader." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yiheng turned and left, and Chao Ke and others followed. At this time, Gu Yifan was on his way back and had no idea what was happening here. If he knew, he would be shocked. Because Jiang Yixing was able to make a pretty accurate guess about what happened just based on the traces. This ability is truly extraordinary. It took Gu Yifan a lot of time to find all the corpses he had peeled, and then buried them one by one, preventing the corpses from being eaten by monsters while also allowing them to rest in peace. I wonder if Gu Yifan's actions moved God. Before, he was focused on finding the human corpses but couldn't find any. Now he had no intention of looking for it, but he encountered 2 human corpses on the road. He stripped off an E-level cultivation talent bone enhancement from one corpse, and stripped off an E-level cultivation talent hearing enhancement from another corpse. This also made Gu Yifan's cultivation talent reach an extremely terrifying 8. But this is just the beginning. As Gu Yifan strips away more and more talents for cultivation, he will also possess more and more talents for cultivation. After burying everyone, Gu Yifan raised his palm and looked at it. Countdown: 3 hours 58 minutes and 58 seconds. There are still about 4 hours before we return to Shenzhou continent. Take a short break, then hurry up and look for monsters, and try to catch up with the others before leaving. Gu Yifan talked to himself. But just as he finished speaking, Tiandao's mechanical and cold voice exploded in the sky. "Everyone, please pay attention. In 10 seconds, you will be forced to leave the Shinma continent. Chapter 16 The Sorrow of the Times, The Magic Shaper. What's going on? Gu Yifan frowned. There are still about 4 hours before returning to the Shenzhou mainland. How could I suddenly force myself to quit? But he soon realized that it must be the Shinma continent that needed to be improved and upgraded. Before this, there were also cases where people were forced to withdraw before the time limit because the Shinma continent was being completed and upgraded. However, it has only happened a few times in the past 100 years, so many people have ignored it. Well, I'm still thinking about catching up with the others' level before leaving. Now we can only wait until the next time we enter the God's End continent. Gu Yifan sighed, sat quietly on the ground, waiting to return to Shenzhou mainland. Soon, 10 seconds had passed. Everything around seemed to be frozen again, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The next moment, the picture in front of Gu Yifan suddenly shattered, leaving only darkness. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only a moment had passed. Dense and bright lights suddenly appeared in the dark world. The lights reorganized in an instant, transforming into a picture that Gu Yifan was very familiar with. He was back in his bedroom. Raise your palm and take a look. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. There is exactly 1 whole day left until the next trip to Shinma continent. At this time, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan were all in Gu Yifan's bedroom. Seeing Gu Yifan raise his arm, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, they were really worried that Gu Yifan would turn into a corpse in front of them. Fortunately, their worries did not come true and Gu Yifan returned safe and sound. At this moment, Gu Yifan also saw Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. I'm sorry to have made you worried. Gu Yifan felt a little guilty. He knew why the 3 men were guarding here. They wanted to see him return safely. Fine. Zhang Qinghe smiled and said, I'm not really worried about anything. Or rather, I haven't even started to worry because you've already returned. Yeah, brother. Gu Xinyan then spoke. The time in Shenzhou continent and Shinma continent is completely independent. No matter how long you have been in Shinma continent, it seems to us that only a moment has passed, as if you have never been to Shinma continent. Gu Yifan felt very warm in his heart. He knew that Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan said this to comfort him. Because worrying about this kind of thing has nothing to do with the length of time. Xiao Fan, when are we going to Shinma continent next time? Gu Changlin changed the subject. Tomorrow morning, Gu Yifan answered truthfully. Good. Gu Changlin nodded and said, You still have to report to the martial academy after dawn, so get some rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changlin turned and left, and Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan followed him. They didn't ask about Gu Yifan's experience in Shinma continent, nor did they ask what level Gu Yifan had reached. It's not that they don't want to ask, but they don't want to delay Gu Yifan's rest time. After watching Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan leave, Gu Yifan raised his hand and looked at the storage ring on his finger. Items from Shenzhou continent cannot be brought to Shinma continent, but items obtained in Shinma continent can be brought back to Shenzhou continent. Moreover, after bringing items obtained in Shinma continent back to Shenzhou continent, they can also be brought back to Shinma continent again. After a little thought, Gu Yifan took off the storage ring, found a rope, threaded it, and hung it around his neck. At this moment, his strength is still very weak, and wearing the storage ring may cause trouble, so it is better to hide it. Picking up the mobile phone on the bedside, Gu Yifan entered the practitioner forum. He wanted to see if anyone could give an explanation for the forced withdrawal from Shinma continent. At this time, the practitioners' forum is very lively. But Gu Yifan looked around and didn't see anyone giving an explanation, and many people made the same judgment as him, that this time they forced to withdraw from the Shinma continent because the Shinma continent needed to be improved and upgraded. There's no useful information. Let's go to sleep. Gu Yifan threw his cell phone on the bedside and crawled into bed. After being busy for almost a whole day in Shinma continent, and being in a state of high alert all the time, Gu Yifan was really tired, which made him fall into a deep sleep not long after he got into bed. Different from the warmth and tranquility of Gu Yifan's home, many families in the Shenzhou continent were filled with loud cries. Just a moment ago, their children were still talking to them and smiling. The next moment, their children turned into corpses, and the corpses were still good. Some people suddenly had only an arm or a leg left, and some even disappeared out of thin air. Those who have not experienced it personally cannot understand that kind of grief. Many families are destined to have a sleepless night. No. Not just this night, every night returning from the Shinwa continent is destined to be a sleepless night for many families. Such a situation is also the characteristic of this era and the sadness of this era. No words all night. The next morning, Gu Yifan woke up to the sound of the alarm clock. He didn't hesitate and got up and washed immediately. When Gu Yifan saw himself in the mirror, he was suddenly stunned. His thin cheeks became rounder, and his thin body became fatter, and it was muscle. No wonder some people say that Shinwa continent is the most amazing shaper. It's really true. Gu Yifan was very excited. In Shenzhou continent, no matter what he did, he couldn't gain any weight. But after going to Shinwa continent, in less than a day, his body became strong. Isn't Shinwa continent the most amazing body shaper? However, he also knew that this was because all 4 of his attributes had been significantly improved. After being excited for a while, Gu Yifan continued to wash up and then went to the restaurant to eat. At this time, Gu Changlan, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan were sitting at the dining table eating. Seeing Gu Yifan, Zhang Qinghe smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, I'll go get you some food." "Okay, Mom." Gu Yifan responded and sat down at the dining table. Gu Xinyan stared at Gu Yifan's cheek, her pretty face full of surprise. "Xinyan, why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Yifan asked. "Brother, I haven't seen you for one night. You've gained a lot of weight on your face," Gu Xinyan said. "Not only has my face grown flesh, but my body has grown flesh as well, and its muscles." Gu Yifan smiled and said, "I gained a lot from this trip to the God's End continent. I can't explain it in a few words. My parents have to go to work and you and I have to go to school. I will tell you in detail when I come back in the evening." "Good." Gu Xinyan's face was full of anticipation and smiles. The same goes for Gu Changlin and Zhang Qinghe. They were all happy for Gu Yifan's great harvest. After dinner, Gu Yifan rushed to Wulong Martial Arts Academy. When he arrived at Wulong Martial Arts Academy, Gu Yifan happened to meet Gaoang at the gate. This incident perfectly illustrates what it means that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Originally, Gu Yifan thought that Gaoang would definitely mock him, but what he didn't expect was that Gaoang just looked at him with a smirk on his face and said nothing. "This guy is laughing so cheaply, he must have been holding back his fart." Gu Yifan curled his lips, not worried at all. Because he is no longer the same as before, no matter what Gaoang wants to do, he can take it all. Chapter 17, Tragic. Gaoang's Challenge. Enter Wulong Martial Arts Academy. Gu Yifan did not go to the classroom, but went to the playground. Today is the first time that this group of people who entered the Shinwa continent have returned, and they have to gather on the playground. When Gu Yifan arrived at the playground, there were already quite a few people there. Those people were chattering about their experiences in the Shinwa continent. Gu Yifan had no intention of chatting with others. He just stood there quietly and listened quietly. Time quickly came to 8 o'clock in the morning. Chao Deming appeared on the playground and walked straight to the platform in the center of the playground. When they saw Chao Deming appear, everyone on the playground fell silent at the same time. "Classmates, before we proceed with today's event, I have a message for you." Chao Deming looked around and said, "After years of preparation, the Shinwa continent has been improved and upgraded again. This time the content of the upgrade is quite large. In order not to disrupt the time of entering the Shinwa continent next time, we will let you exit the Shinwa continent in advance." What exactly is the content of this improvement? It's not detailed above, but it just says that some practical things have been added. You will know it when you enter the God's End continent next time. Boom! As soon as Chao Deming finished speaking, a burst of discussion broke out on the playground. Gu Yifan was also curious about what would be added when the Shinwa continent was upgraded this time. But Chao Deming didn't know about this, so he could only experience it for himself the next time he entered the Shinwa continent. Everyone, be quiet! Chao Deming raised his hand and pressed in the air. After everyone quieted down, he continued. Let's move on to the first item of the day, roll call. Gu Yifan. Here. Gu Yifan spoke. Wei Xiao. Arrive. Zhou Xinghai. This time, no one answered. Chao Deming and many students on the playground suddenly felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Because no one answered, it meant that Zhou Xinghai was likely to fall in the Shinwa continent. Zhou Xinghai! Chao Deming shouted loudly again, but still no one answered. Li Yan! Arrive! Chao Xuemin! Arrive! As the roll call continued, the hearts of everyone present became heavier. Because there are many names, but no one responded. Chao Deming continued to call out names with an expressionless face. It's not that he didn't feel heavy or painful in his heart, but he had experienced similar things countless times and had long been accustomed to it, or even numb to it. Besides this, there was another reason: he didn't want to reveal his pain in front of so many classmates. It took almost an hour for Chao Deming to call out everyone's names. Classmates, there are a total of 106 students who did not respond. Chao Deming said in a heavy tone. Among the 106 students, 8 were informed that they were seriously injured and could not make it here. The remaining 98 students all died in the battle on the God's End continent. Let us observe a 3-minute silence for them. After he finished speaking, Chao Deming bowed his head in silence. All the students on the playground bowed their heads in silence. At this moment, Gu Yifan felt extremely heavy in his heart. Apart from the disaster that happened 10 years ago, he had heard about too many people dying in battle on the God's End continent. But that was just what he heard, not his personal experience, so his understanding was not profound. This time, he was in it, and the feeling was completely different from before. Nearly 1,000 people entered the Shinwa continent, and nearly 100 of them died in just one day, with a casualty rate as high as 1 in 10. This is just the situation in Wulong City. There are many cities in China and many countries in Shenzhou continent. He can't imagine how many people who entered Shinwa continent with him died in the battle. This was just one case of returning from Shinwa continent. Over the years, the human race had no idea how many times they had returned from Shinwa continent. He also couldn't imagine how many people had died in battle in Shinwa continent over the years. But as the saying goes, one leaf can tell the coming of autumn. The casualties in this return alone are enough to show how brutal the battle between humans and monsters on the Shinwa continent is. 3 minutes passed quietly in everyone's grief. Classmates, so many people died in the battle at once. Not only are you sad, I am also sad. Chao Deming raised his head and said in a deep voice. But grief is useless. We must turn grief into strength, work hard to practice, and drive the monsters out of our homeland as soon as possible, and restore peace and tranquility to the Shenzhou continent. Yes, Dean! Gu Yifan and all the other students responded loudly in unison. At this moment, in addition to sadness, there was an unprecedented determination on the faces of all the students. This is also the significance of everyone gathering together for the first time after returning from Shinwa continent. We must let everyone deeply understand how tragic the battle between humans and monsters is, so as to awaken everyone's motivation to strive to become stronger, and to awaken everyone's determination to unite against the common enemy and drive out the monsters. Classmates, I am waiting for the day when you step into the divine realm. Chao Deming encouraged many students and said, Now let's move on to the second item of the day, the level test. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Deming waved his hand, and a token appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the platform. The next moment, a dazzling milky white light burst out from the token. Immediately afterwards, a milky white light flashed rapidly, and finally turned into a light gate more than 1 person tall. Gu Yifan, pass through the light gate and test your level! Chao Deming shouted. Yes, Dean! Gu Yifan responded and walked away from the crowd, then passed through the light gate. Level 1! The moment Gu Yifan walked through the light gate, an electronic sound rang out. The many students on the playground looked at each other, and then sighed at the same time. Gu Yifan's awakened hidden talent turned out to be useless, Otherwise, why would his level remain at level 1? Gaoang had an expression of gloating. What's the point of studying well? In this world, practice is supreme, and martial arts is respected. This is not the point. The point is that he is finally better than Gu Yifan, and he doesn't have to listen to the teacher's nagging anymore. What a pity! Chao Deming sighed secretly and continued to call the roll. Gu Yifan returned to the crowd without changing his expression, and then listened to other people's levels with his ears perked up. After everyone finished the test, Gu Yifan felt a little embarrassed. All the students were promoted to level 2, and many people like Gaoang were promoted to level 3. Only he remained at level 1. Although his level does not represent his strength, this matter is indeed not good. Classmates, many of you have reached level 3. You all need to work hard. Chao Deming said. Well, those students who have been promoted to level 3 should not be too proud. You should keep up the good work and continue to work hard. If you are surpassed by others, you will lose face. Yes, Dean. Many students responded in unison. One of the voices was particularly loud, and the owner of that voice was none other than Gaoang. After being nagged by the teacher for years, he finally heard a word of praise today. He was so excited. Now we will proceed to the third event of the day, the sparring challenge. Chao Deming added. Everyone feel free to challenge, it's over when it's enough. I want to challenge Gu Yifan. A loud shout followed. Soon after, Gaoang walked out of the crowd, then turned around and looked at Gu Yifan with a smirk on his face. Chapter 18. It's not shameful to admit defeat? Accept the challenge. Hearing Gaoang's words, many students on the playground were surprised. It was obvious that he didn't expect Gaoang to challenge Gu Yifan. However, when they thought about the grudge between Gaoang and Gu Yifan, they felt that this was very normal. On weekdays, Gaoang likes to make trouble for Gu Yifan. Now that he has a legitimate chance to beat Gu Yifan up and embarrass him in public, how could Gaoang miss it? It's just that Gaoang's level is level 3, while Gu Yifan's level is only level 1. Level 3 challenge level 1, can this be called a challenge? This is called bullying. Gu Yifan was not surprised at all. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Today, Gaoang changed his previous habit of mocking him whenever he saw him. It was obvious that he was planning something bad. He thought about it, and there was no other possibility except challenging him in a sparring match and embarrassing him in public. So he was mentally prepared. But he is no longer a man from Wu, and Gaoang's wishful thinking was wrong. Chao Deming frowned and said, Gaoang, isn't this inappropriate? Dean, I don't think there's anything wrong. Gaoang retorted. I know you feel it's inappropriate because my level is higher than Gu Yifan's, but the rules of the sparring challenge don't explicitly state that a person with a higher level can't challenge a person with a lower level. Chao Deming didn't know how to start for a moment. There is no explicit rule in the sparring challenge that a person of a higher level cannot challenge a person of a lower level. This is not because there are any omissions in the rules, but because before, people of lower levels challenged people of higher levels, or people of the same level challenged each other, and there has never been a situation where people of higher levels challenged people of lower levels. Dean, the absence of explicit regulations does not mean that it is possible. Gaoang continued. So there is nothing wrong with me challenging Gu Yifan. Besides, Gu Yifan hasn't spoken yet. Chao Deming looked at Gaoang. He also understood why Gaoang wanted to challenge Gu Yifan, but there was nothing wrong with what Gaoang said, so he couldn't stop him forcibly. Then he looked at Gu Yifan and said, Yifan, what do you think? Dean, what could he think? Gaoang spoke first. He can either accept my challenge or not. Without waiting for Chao Deming to speak, Gaoang looked at Gu Yifan again and said with a wicked smile, Gu Yifan, I won't force you to accept my challenge. As long as you say that you are not as good as me, you can't do it, and you admit defeat, I will give up challenging you. Swish. 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 The eyes of many students on the playground turned to Gu Yifan at the same time. They wanted to see what choice Gu Yifan would make. Yifan. Chao Deming added. He is level 3, and you are level 1, a full 2 levels apart. It's not shameful to admit defeat, and a temporary win or loss doesn't mean anything. You can work hard to regain it in the future. You don't need to have too much psychological burden. Find it back? Haha. Gao Zhuang laughed and said, My current level is higher than his, and my level will be higher than his in the future. As the saying goes, one step behind, every step behind. Can he find it back? Gu Yifan ignored the arrogant Gao Zhuang. He looked at Chao Deming and thanked him. Dean, I appreciate your kindness. Chao Deming and many students on the playground were stunned. What did Gu Yifan mean by this? Was he going to accept Gao Zhuang's challenge? Gu Yifan looked at Gao Zhuang again and said, Gao Zhuang, I accept your challenge. Fuck! I'll go! What's going on? Voices filled with shock rang out one after another. At this moment, many students on the playground looked at Gu Yifan with surprise. In their opinion, Gu Yifan would refuse Gao Zhuang's challenge. Just as Chao Deming said, there is a huge gap between level 3 and level 1, and it is not shameful to admit defeat. But what they didn't expect was that Gu Yifan actually accepted Gao Zhuang's challenge. Is Gu Yifan crazy? Well, Chao Deming sighed. Others didn't understand why Gu Yifan accepted Gao Zhuang's challenge, but he had some understanding. Gu Yifan doesn't seem to talk much, but he has an extremely strong character and never gives in easily. In a nutshell, I would rather die fighting than live on my knees. But the gap is huge. Gu Yifan is just asking for a beating by doing this. It's really irrational. However, what he didn't know was that what he thought was only 1 point. There was another reason why Gu Yifan dared to accept the challenge, and that was that he was not afraid of tall and strong men. At this moment, Gao Zhuang was very excited. He had already planned to challenge Gu Yifan in a sparring match, beat Gu Yifan up, and embarrass Gu Yifan in public. He also thought that Gu Yifan would refuse, so he was prepared for Gu Yifan's harsh ridicule after his refusal. But what he didn't expect was that Gu Yifan actually agreed. This was undoubtedly exactly what he wanted. After all, how could it be more satisfying to beat Gu Yifan up than to mock him? As if he was afraid that Gu Yifan would go back on his word, Gao Zhuang quickly said, Gu Yifan, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. Rest assured. Gu Yifan smiled and said, Since I've accepted it, I won't regret it. Seeing Gu Yifan's smiling face, Chao Deming and many students on the playground were speechless. You're about to be beaten, and you can still laugh? Gao Zhuang said excitedly. In this case, let's get started. Good. Gu Yifan responded and walked away from the crowd. Gu Yifan, I'm going to take action. Gao Zhuang shouted and rushed towards Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan stood there motionless, quietly looking at Gao Zhuang who was rushing towards him. This scene made Chao Deming and many students on the playground even more speechless. Gao Zhuang has already started to attack, but you are still standing there motionless. Are you waiting to be beaten because you know you are no match for him? Well? Sighs were heard one after another on the playground. They were all in silence for Gu Yifan. Gao Zhuang is tall and strong, and he is also a level 3 player, while Gu Yifan is very thin and weak, and he is only a level 1 player. They doubt whether Gu Yifan's small body can block Gao Zhuang's punch. Soon, Gao Zhuang rushed to Gu Yifan. He raised his fist and punched Gu Yifan in the face. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, but Gao Zhuang wanted to hit Gu Yifan in the face, because that was the only way to make him feel better. Gu Yifan is going to be beaten! The same thought flashed through the minds of many students on the playground. Many students even covered their eyes subconsciously. Apart from the fact that Gu Yifan was a bit annoying because he was firmly sitting on the first place throne, he was still a nice person. They couldn't bear to see the bloody scene of Gu Yifan being beaten by Gao Zhuang until his nose bled. Chao Deming's body was tense, his eyes fixed on Gao Zhuang and Gu Yifan. Although Gu Yifan's talent for cultivation is not very good, his learning ability is very outstanding. He is a rare genius in civil service. We can't let Gao Zhuang destroy him. Also, this is Wulong Martial Arts Academy. If Gu Yifan was beaten by Gao Zhuang, he, as the dean of Wulong Martial Arts Academy, would be held responsible. Bang! The next moment, a dull crash suddenly sounded. Almost at the same time, a scream rang out. But the voice was not Gu Yifan's, but Gao Zhuang's. Chapter 19 Nosebleed, scoring a second score. Why does it sound like a tall and strong voice? Many students covered their eyes with surprise on their faces. Logically speaking, after Gao Zhuang beat Gu Yifan violently, Gu Yifan should have screamed in pain. Confused, they all moved their hands away from their eyes at the same time. Immediately afterwards, they saw Gao Zhuang lying face down on the ground, while Gu Yifan was standing there. This scene made many students who had just covered their eyes suddenly realize what was going on. No wonder it was Gao Zhuang who screamed. But almost at the same time, a hint of doubt arose in their hearts. Wasn't it Gu Yifan who was beaten up by Gao Zhuang? Why was it Gao Zhuang who fell flat on his face? Dude, what's going on? Many people couldn't help but ask. But everyone's answers were exactly the same, and they didn't see it clearly. All I saw was Gu Yifan dodged Gao Zhuang's fist, and then Gao Zhuang fell face down on the ground. Suddenly, all the students on the playground were stunned. Chao Deming's eyes flashed slightly. Others didn't see what was going on, but he, who was closely watching the battle, saw it clearly. Just now, Gu Yifan dodged Gao Zhuang's fist by leaning sideways, then quietly stretched out a leg and tripped Gao Zhuang, who was rushing forward. Something's wrong! At this moment, Chao Deming finally realized something was wrong. Gu Yifan is not a fool, he must understand the difference between level 1 and level 3. But Gu Yifan's expression did not show any panic, he even looked quite calm. It seemed that he was not just unwilling to admit defeat, but he looked very confident, and did not take Gao Zhuang seriously at all. But what he couldn't understand was how Gu Yifan, who was at level 1, got the confidence to face Gao Zhuang, who was at level 3. Is there something wrong with the test level token? A thought flashed through Chao Deming's mind. But he quickly rejected this idea, because the test level tokens had never been wrong in these years. That's not it, what's going on? Chao Deming couldn't understand it. But even though he couldn't figure it out, he finally felt relieved. Judging from what happened just now, it might not be easy for Gao Zhuang to bully Gu Yifan. This kid is quite interesting. Chao Deming stared at Gu Yifan closely. He wanted to find the answer from Gu Yifan's next move. Gao Zhuang, do you still want to fight? Gu Yifan looked down at Gao Zhuang, who was lying at his feet, with a smile. He did not press on the victory. It was not because he did not know or he forgot, but because Gao Zhuang was his classmate, and this battle was also a competition of sparring. There was no need to beat a man when he was down, and there was no need to be ruthless. At this moment, Gao Zhuang's face looked extremely ugly. He was thinking of punching Gu Yifan's handsome face and making him look bad in public, but he didn't expect that Gu Yifan would trip him up in public and turn him into a clown in everyone's eyes. Fight! Why not fight? Gao Zhuang stood up in a flash and said angrily. I was just tripped by you, I haven't lost yet. Many students on the playground suddenly realized. Gao Zhuang was tripped by Gu Yifan, no wonder he fell flat on his face. What if I didn't ask you a question just now, but stabbed you? Gu Yifan asked back. Many students on the playground were stunned. They didn't think much about it just now, but after hearing what Gu Yifan said, they suddenly realized that Gao Zhuang had already lost the battle. Gao Zhuang's expression suddenly froze. If Gu Yifan had not asked him questions just now but stabbed him, he would have reported to the underworld by now. But he really couldn't accept admitting defeat like that. After all, he hasn't yet fully demonstrated his strength. Just now, I was careless just now. Gao Zhuang bravely defended himself. If not, you would definitely not be my opponent. Many students on the playground were speechless. What you said is a bit shameless. Gu Yifan held back because Gao Zhuang was not an enemy. If you were facing an enemy, would you have the chance to be careless? Since you said so, I'll give you another chance to challenge me. Gu Yifan felt helpless. Although Gao Zhuang always caused trouble for him, he had never done anything excessive, so he just wanted to teach Gao Zhuang a lesson and had never thought of doing anything to Gao Zhuang. But Gao Zhuang insisted on getting beaten, so he had no choice but to help Gao Zhuang. Watch the punch! Gao Zhuang roared angrily and punched Gu Yifan in the face. Seeing this, Gu Yifan took a step to the left and avoided Gao Zhuang's fist. At the same time, his drooping right hand raised up like lightning and went straight to Gao Zhuang's nose. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. If Gao Zhuang wanted to hit him in the face, he couldn't hit Gao Zhuang anywhere else. Bang! Accompanied by a dull impact sound, Gu Yifan's fist hit Gao Zhuang's nose hard. Ah! A scream came out of Gao Zhuang's mouth, and he couldn't control himself and staggered back a few steps. Almost at the same time, 2 streams of bright red blood spurted out from Gao Zhuang's nostrils. This? Many students on the playground were stunned. If Gao Zhuang was careless before, he will definitely not be careless again this time. They thought that Gu Yifan was going to get beaten this time, but they didn't expect the result to be completely different from what they expected. Not only did Gu Yifan not get beaten, he punched Gao Zhuang so hard that blood splattered from his nose. However, what they didn't know was that this was because Gu Yifan held back, otherwise Gao Zhuang would not only have blood splattered from his nose, but his nose bridge would have been broken by Gu Yifan's punch. Gao Zhuang, are you careless again this time? Gu Yifan asked with a smile. I. Gao Zhuang opened his mouth to defend himself, but swallowed the words back. This time, he was indeed not careless, but he was on guard against Gu Yifan stretching his legs to trip him again, and he was even prepared to trip Gu Yifan. As a result, this time Gu Yifan did not stretch his legs, but punched him instead, catching him off guard again. Come again! Gao Zhuang, who didn't know how to defend himself, roared angrily and punched Gu Yifan in the face again. Gu Yifan doesn't waste words. He did the same thing, took a step to the left, dodged the tall and strong fist, and attacked again with his right hand hanging down. Bang! Another dull crash sound was heard. That was the sound of Gu Yifan's fist hitting Gao Zhuang's nose. Ah! Another scream came out of Gao Zhuang's mouth, and he once again couldn't control himself and retreated backwards. This time he failed to stand firmly, and before he could take a few steps back, he stumbled and sat down on the ground. At the same time, Gao Zhuang's nosebleed, which had not yet stopped, gushed out even more violently. This? Once again, many students on the playground were stunned. This scene is simply a replica of the previous scene. Is Gao Zhuang a pig? He jumped into the same pit twice. This kid is really interesting. Chao Deming's eyes suddenly brightened. The students on the playground think Gao Zhuang is a pig, but he doesn't think so. He could see that Gao Zhuang, who had suffered a loss once, was on guard, but he was unable to dodge. It's not that Gao Zhuang's reaction was too slow, but that Gu Yifan's speed was too fast and Gao Zhuang couldn't dodge at all. The facts are just as Chao Deming thought. However, Gu Yifan's speed is fast because he used his E-level training talent, Agility Enhancement, which greatly increased his agility attribute. The agility attribute is not only related to speed, but also to physical reaction. Gao Zhuang, are you careless again this time? Gu Yifan asked with a smile. Chapter 20, Head-on Confrontation, Strong Crushing. How miserable! Many students on the playground couldn't bear to watch. Gao Zhuang challenged Gu Yifan with great momentum, but was first tripped by Gu Yifan and then punched by Gu Yifan, causing blood to splatter in his nose. Then he scored twice. Perhaps not only they did not expect this, but Gao Zhuang did not expect it either. This is not the point. The point is that Gu Yifan first asked if he was careless again this time, and then asked again if he was careless again this time. These words may not sound serious, but combined with the situation, they are really heartbreaking. Gao Zhuang, who was sitting on the ground, looked at Gu Yifan in confusion. He was clearly on guard against Gu Yifan hitting him in the nose. He also noticed Gu Yifan's movements and even subconsciously tried to dodge. So why was he hit in the nose by Gu Yifan again? At this moment, Gao Zhuang was really stunned by Gu Yifan. It's not that Gu Yifan's attack was too heavy, but the result was completely different from what Gao Zhuang expected, and he found it difficult to accept. Seeing Gao Zhuang didn't say anything, Gu Yifan asked again. Gao Zhuang, are you admitting defeat by not saying anything? Give up? Gao Zhuang's confused eyes instantly regained clarity, and it was obvious that he was stimulated by the word, surrender. Who said I want to give up? Gao Zhuang blushed and stiffened his neck as he said, I haven't used my cultivation talent yet. I haven't lost yet. Okay. Gu Yifan did not argue with Gao Zhuang. He asked, "Were you careless just now?" Gao Zhuang really wanted to curse. "I'm so careless." But he didn't have the face to say that. Sea-level cultivation talent is violent. Gao Zhuang roared angrily, and suddenly a crackling sound came from his body. Gu Yifan was speechless. "You shouted so loudly, are you afraid that others don't know that you are a sea-level practitioner with violent talent? Also, when you are facing the enemy, if you yell like this, wouldn't that put the enemy on guard?" But even though he was speechless, his attitude became more serious. Before, Gao Zhuang had not used his cultivation talent, so he could easily deal with Gao Zhuang. At this time, Gao Zhuang used his cultivation talent, and the gap between him and him was not big, so he couldn't be careless. Otherwise it would be a tragedy if the boat capsizes in the ditch. "Watch the punch!" Gao Zhuang roared again and swung his fist towards Gu Yifan's face. He originally planned to smash Gu Yifan's handsome face, but now Gu Yifan hit him in the nose twice, so he couldn't change places. Seeing this, Gu Yifan wanted to dodge immediately, but he changed his mind the next moment. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, but it would be difficult to make Gao Zhuang admit defeat by simply taking shortcuts. Besides, the challenge had just begun. If he didn't reveal some of his strength, he would not be able to stop others from challenging him. Rather than being challenged one after another, it is better to make an example of someone with thunder and lightning to scare others. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his drooping right hand like lightning, then changed his fist into a palm to meet the punch coming from Gao Zhuang. Bang! A dull crash suddenly rang out. That was the sound of a tall and strong fist hitting Gu Yifan's palm. This? Once again, many students on the playground were stunned. Before, although Gu Yifan had the upper hand every time, they were not head-on confrontations, so it was impossible to see Gu Yifan's strength at all. They still thought that if they fought head-on, Gu Yifan would definitely not be a match for Gao Zhuang. However, the result slapped them in the face again. Gu Yifan took Gao Zhuang's punch head-on, and not only was he not knocked back, he was able to stand firmly and calmly on the spot. However, Gao Zhuang had a red face and looked like he was using all his strength. The contrast was really huge. This brat! Chao Deming's eyes became brighter. Just now he thought that Gu Yifan only had the advantage in agility, but now it seems that he was wrong. Gu Yifan was not inferior to Gao Zhuang in strength, and was even stronger than Gao Zhuang, who had a violent sea-level cultivation talent. How is that possible? A cry of surprise came out of Gao Zhuang's mouth. His cheeks were full of disbelief. The others just saw Gu Yifan taking his punch head-on without taking a single step back, and had no idea how he felt. The moment his fist hit Gu Yifan's palm, he felt as if he had hit a steel plate, and no matter how hard he tried, Gu Yifan remained motionless like a rock. Doesn't this mean that Gu Yifan is stronger than him? Gao Zhuang really couldn't believe it. Because Gu Yifan's level is only level 1, and in his opinion, Gu Yifan's talent for cultivation is also rubbish. Nothing is impossible, Gu Yifan said with a smile. As mentioned before, after using several cultivation talents, Gu Yifan's strength and agility are stronger than Gao Zhuang, that is, his bones and spirituality. No, after obtaining the E-level cultivation talent to enhance his bones are also stronger than Gao Zhuang. At this moment, Gu Yifan is only slightly weaker than Gao Zhuang in spirituality. But without skills, no matter how strong your spirituality is, it is useless. So it is normal that Gu Yifan can easily block Gao Zhuang's punch. Gao Zhuang opened his mouth as if he wanted to refute, but in the end he said nothing. It's not that he doesn't want to refute, but the facts are right in front of him, and he can't refute them even if he wants to. Gao Zhuang, you were the one attacking before, now it's my turn, Gu Yifan said again. Hearing this, Gao Zhuang's face suddenly changed. He subconsciously wanted to step back and put some distance between himself and Gu Yifan. But before he could make any effective move, he saw Gu Yifan's palm suddenly change into a claw, tightly clasping his fist. Gao Zhuang wants to break free from Gu Yifan's control. But Gu Yifan's palms were like steel claws, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Swish! Gu Yifan suddenly turned around and kicked Gao Zhuang with a whip-like kick. Gao Zhuang noticed Gu Yifan's movements and wanted to dodge, but unfortunately his fist was held tightly by Gu Yifan, and his agility was not as good as Gu Yifan's, so he failed to dodge again. Bang! Accompanied by a dull impact sound, Gu Yifan's leg hit Gao Zhuang's waist hard. Immediately afterwards, Gao Zhuang flew to one side like a kite with a broken string. He flew several meters before falling from the air and hitting the ground with a dull thud. Silence. Strange silence. At this moment, the huge playground of Wulong Martial Arts Academy was completely silent. The silent atmosphere was so quiet that even the breathing of everyone could be heard clearly. Everyone looked at Gu Yifan stupidly, including Chao Deming, the dean of Wulong Martial Arts Academy. Before this, no one was optimistic about Gu Yifan, and they even thought that Gu Yifan would lose badly. But Gu Yifan overturned their perceptions with his actions time and time again, and told them forcefully that even someone as strong as Gao Zhuang was no match for him, not even a match for him. Is the person in front of me really Gu Yifan, who activated his talent to peel carrots? Gao Zhuang, do you still want to fight? Gu Yifan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Gao Zhuang who was lying on the ground a few meters away. He still did not take advantage of the situation to pursue and beat Gao Zhuang. Besides the fact that Gao Zhuang is not an enemy, and this is just a sparring match, there is another very important reason. Being stronger than Gao Zhuang in attributes, he is confident that he can handle all of Gao Zhuang's attacks, and is also confident that he can easily defeat Gao Zhuang. Chapter 21: The Final Stubbornness. Rookies fighting each other. Am I dazzled? Or am I hallucinating? Chao Deming was talking to himself as if in a dream. The next moment, he pinched his arm hard, and then couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. I can feel the pain. This is not an illusion. This is real. This kid's cultivation talent is definitely not what I thought, and there is a high possibility that he is very strong. Chao Deming was very excited. He was still looking forward to Gu Yifan. Because the human race lacks strong people, and even more so, strong people who are both brave and resourceful, and Gu Yifan's brain is extremely useful. He has always been looking forward to Gu Yifan awakening a better talent for cultivation and becoming a strong person who is both brave and resourceful. However, yesterday's talent awakening ceremony dashed his expectations, and he felt quite regretful at the time. But now it seems that he misunderstood. There is no explicit rule that the talent for cultivation with general activation methods must not be strong. Also, at this moment he suddenly realized that something was wrong. If Gu Yifan's talent for cultivation was not strong, he should have been depressed. He carefully recalled Gu Yifan's expression yesterday when he awakened his talent for cultivation. There was dullness, excitement, calmness, and doubt, but no depression. This kid is quite patient. Chao Deming glanced at Gu Yifan who was standing with his hands behind his back. Many people, like Gao Zhuang, become very excited after awakening a better talent for cultivation, fearing that others don't know about it. Gu Yifan is the complete opposite. It was obvious that his awakened cultivation talent was not weak at all, yet he was looked down upon by others, but he had no intention of making excuses. Not everyone can have this kind of forbearance, even he himself feels inferior to him. At this moment, everyone's eyes on the playground were on Gao Zhuang. They wanted to see how Gao Zhuang would answer. After a moment, Gao Zhuang climbed up from the ground with a dark face. He looked at Gu Yifan and returned to the crowd without saying a word. Is this an admission of defeat? Many students on the playground looked at each other in confusion. However, they soon realized that Gao Zhuang was obviously no match for Gu Yifan, and if he continued he would just be beaten in vain. Gao Zhuang was not a fool, so why would he continue to seek a beating? The fact is just as many students think. Being hit head-on by Gu Yifan with lightning speed just now made Gao Zhuang realize the gap between him and Gu Yifan, and returning to the crowd without saying a word was his last act of stubbornness. Chao Deming shouted, Gu Yifan wins! Croak! 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 There was a burst of warm applause in the playground. In this sparring match, Gu Yifan defeated the strong with the weak one, and won beautifully, so they all spontaneously applauded Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, what is the hidden talent in cultivation that you have awakened? Someone couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, many students on the playground pricked up their ears. Before this, because of the activation method, they all thought that Gu Yifan's awakened hidden cultivation talent was not very good. But in today's battle, Gu Yifan defeated Gao Zhuang, who had level 3 cultivation and C-level cultivation talent, with his level 1 cultivation. This made them suddenly realize that the facts were definitely not what they thought. They were also very curious about what hidden cultivation talent Gu Yifan had awakened. Gu Yifan pondered for a moment and said, "The hidden talent I awakened is peeling radishes." Many students on the playground were frowning. The talent for peeling radishes can jump 2 levels and crush Gao Zhuang, who has a C-level talent for cultivation. If you don't want to say it, just don't say it. Why find such a lame excuse to fool us? Do you really think we are all fools? But no matter how speechless it was, no one asked again. Gu Yifan was obviously deceiving them and didn't want to tell them. If they asked again, it would be a bit too much. "Gu Yifan, you are only level 1, why can you defeat Gao Zhuang who is level 3? Someone else asked. Gao Zhuang glared at the person who asked the question fiercely and said, "Your question is quite hurtful." But he pricked up his ears at the first moment. He was also very curious why Gu Yifan could defeat him. Not only Gao Zhuang was curious, but many students on the playground were also very curious. Under the gaze of everyone, Gu Yifan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Level can represent some things, but it can't represent everything. I sincerely remind you not to underestimate others just because they are of low level, otherwise you will suffer a great loss." Hearing this, many students on the playground looked thoughtful. Although Gu Yifan's answer was still irrelevant, what he said did make sense. Apart from anything else, what happened today is the best proof of what Gu Yifan said. "Yifan is right." Chao Deming then spoke up. "A person's strength is not only related to his level, but also to his own cultivation talent, combat experience, and skills. You can never use level to measure a person's strength, otherwise you will die without knowing how you died." Many students on the playground nodded in unison. What Chao Deming said was essentially the same as what Gu Yifan said, but Chao Deming explained it more clearly than Gu Yifan, making them understand the reason instantly. "Okay, let's get back to the topic," Chao Deming continued. "Everyone must challenge or be challenged at least once. Gao Zhuang has set a good example for everyone. I hope everyone will actively participate in the competition and the challenge will continue." The corners of Gao Zhuang's mouth twitched violently a few times. He knew that when Chao Deming said that he had set a good example for everyone, he was referring to his first challenge, but the result of this battle was so embarrassing that it was difficult for him not to think about it, so he was heartbroken once again. The many students on the playground didn't think much about it. They walked out of the crowd one by one and challenged others. Because Gu Yifan's dominance over Gao Zhuang was so intimidating, no one dared to challenge Gu Yifan anymore. Gu Yifan was also happy and comfortable about this. He stood in the crowd, watching others fight quietly. Ever since the disaster 10 years ago, he has been watching various combat videos and learning from them in order to improve his combat experience and prepare for awakening his talent and becoming a practitioner. Now that someone is fighting in front of him, he wants to absorb some of the combat experience of others. After watching just a few shows in a row, Gu Yifan lost interest. Everyone had just awakened their talent for cultivation and had not been through many battles, so naturally they did not have much combat experience. This also led to the fights among everyone being nothing more than a fight between rookies, with no strategy at all. Not to mention gaining experience from it, Gu Yifan was worried that watching any further would lower his level. However, thinking just in case, he still patiently continued to watch. By the time everyone had challenged or been challenged, it was already evening. Because they would be entering the Shinmao continent early this morning, Chao Deming didn't waste any time and directly announced the end of school. Gu Yifan didn't waste any time and just turned around and left. When he returned home, Zhang Qinghe had already prepared dinner. While eating dinner, he told his family about his experiences in Shinmao continent. However, he did not tell the truth, but made up some content, and concealed the fact that he used his hidden talent to peel off all things and the corpses of humans and monsters. It's not that he doesn't trust his family, but to protect them. Chapter 22, Sense of Urgency. 3 new features. Ding-ling. At 11:50 in the evening, the alarm that Gu Yifan set on his mobile phone rang on time. After dinner in the evening, Gu Xinyan pestered Gu Yifan to explain the affairs of Shinmao Continent, but was stopped by Gu Changlin on the grounds that Gu Yifan was going to enter Shinmao Continent in the early morning and needed to have a good rest. Gu Yifan was also happy and comfortable about this. After all, making up stories is a waste of brain cells, so he went back to the bedroom to sleep at Gu Changlin's urging. I have to say, Gu Yifan has a really good attitude. Most of the other people had trouble sleeping all night when they entered the Shinmao Continent for the first few times, but Gu Yifan was completely different. The night before he entered the Shinmao Continent for the first time, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed and slept until the alarm rang. The night before entering the Shinmao Continent this time, he also fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, and also slept until the alarm rang. Swish! Hearing the alarm clock, Gu Yifan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and then he turned over and sat up. In 10 minutes, he will enter the Shinmao Continent, so he can't be confused. Just like last night, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan were all staying in Gu Yifan's bedroom. Seeing Gu Yifan wake up, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan did not mention anything about Shinmao. They chatted with Gu Yifan about family matters, and the atmosphere was very warm. Soon, the time came to 11:59 and 50 seconds. Dad, Mom, Xinyan, it's time for me to go to Shinmao Continent, Gu Yifan said. Okay, be careful, Gu Changlin urged. Xiao Fan, come back safely. Dad, I will. Gu Yifan nodded heavily and looked at the countdown on his palm. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Time is reset to 0. After the scene in front of Gu Yifan's eyes shattered and reassembled, he arrived at the Shinmao Continent. I looked around and it was still the same place I left yesterday. His clothes disappeared again, leaving only a pair of large white shorts. He raised his palm again and looked at it. Return countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. This time it's 3 days. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and stood up and walked towards the west of Chang'an City. After burying all the people he had stripped, he planned to rest for a while before rushing to the west of Chang'an City. However, before he could rest, he encountered the sudden return. He had a good rest during the whole day after returning to the Shenzhou continent, and now he didn't need to rest anymore. In addition, among the group of people from Wulong Martial Arts Academy who entered the Shinmao continent, he was the only one whose level remained at level 1. This made him feel a little embarrassed but also a sense of urgency, so he had to hurry up to kill the monsters and improve his level. But before he took a few steps forward, Tiandao's mechanical and cold voice suddenly exploded in the sky. Welcome back to Shinmao Continent. This time, Shinmao Continent has been upgraded to add 3 new functions. The first function, add an equipment slot. The equipment slot can only store equipment. The second function, the God's End Continent starts the day and night cycle. The third function, open a chat channel. People in the same novice village can chat in the chat channel. Gu Yifan raised his hand and patted his forehead. With such a sense of urgency, he actually forgot about improving and upgrading the Shinmao continent. Look up at the sky. A fiery red sun appeared in the eastern sky, something that had never happened before in the Shinmao continent. According to the position of the sun, it should be morning now. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and summoned the Heavenly Dao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 1. Root Bone, 31. Spirituality, 16. Strength, 24. Agility, 20. Experience, 80 out of 100. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, agility enhancement, E level, root bone enhancement, E level, vision enhancement, E level, smell enhancement, F level, hearing enhancement, E level, flame, F level. Skill, detection. Combat power, 3 stars. Hey, my combat power has increased to 3 stars. Gu Yifan was a little surprised. But he reacted quickly. If any of the 4 attributes is increased to above 30, it will be recognized as 3-star combat power. Now, his root bone attribute points have reached 31, so it is normal to be recognized as a 3-star combat power. As for why he was identified as a 1-star combat power when none of his attributes exceeded 10 when he first arrived at the Shinwa continent. That's because 1-star combat power is the lowest combat power, there is no lower power. Gu Yifan looked towards the bottom of the Heavenly Dao interface again. Before, there were only 2 rows of small words at the bottom of the Tiandao interface: personal attributes and system channels. There are now 2 more rows of small text, equipment bar and chat channel. Clicking on the equipment bar, a new interface appeared in front of Gu Yifan. There are 3 boxes at the top of the interface, which contain clothes, shoes, and weapons respectively. Below the 3 squares are 5 columns and 5 rows, a total of 25 small squares. After a little thought, Gu Yifan flipped his hand casually, and several wooden blades appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Store it in the equipment bar," Gu Yifan whispered. The next moment, the several wooden blades in Gu Yifan's hands disappeared out of thin air, and when they reappeared, they were already in the small grid below the equipment bar. Seeing this, Gu Yifan raised his hand and pointed at a wooden blade. Swish! The clicked wooden blade quickly moves to the weapon grid above. At the same time, a wooden blade appeared out of thin air in Gu Yifan's right hand. He pointed at a wooden blade in the grid below again. Immediately afterwards, the wooden blade that was clicked ran to the weapon slot, and the wooden blade in the weapon slot returned to the lower grid. Almost at the same time, the wooden blade in his right hand was replaced. Understood, Gu Yifan said to himself. The 3 grids on the top are for wearable equipment, and the 25 grids on the bottom are for storing and used equipment. When changing equipment, just click once. After figuring out what was going on, Gu Yifan opened the chat channel again. At this moment, rows of text are scrolling quickly in the chat channel. There is an avatar and name in front of each row of text. The profile picture looks like a real person, and the name looks like a real name too. Wrong, Gu Yifan said to himself. It's not a resemblance, it's the real name and the real person. Because he saw the text sent by Gao Zhuang and Zhang Yixing, both of their avatars were real people, and their names were also real names. Gu Yifan looked down at the chat channel again. There is an input box, and in front of the input box is his avatar and name. This incident also verified his previous judgment. Tsk tisk, he's handsome, and his avatar is handsome too. Gu Yifan said something boastful and looked at the rapidly scrolling chat content. However, after looking at it for a while, Gu Yifan decisively closed the Tiandao interface. He originally wanted to get some useful information from everyone's chat, but it turned out that the content of everyone's chat was all related to the improvement and upgrade of Shinwa continent this time, and he had already figured it out, so there was no need to continue reading. Besides, he was in a hurry to kill the monsters and level up, so it would be better not to waste time. Boom! 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 Gu Yifan took big strides and quickly headed towards the west of Chang'an City. But before he could go far, he was blocked by a chicken demon the size of a dog. Chapter 23, Killed with One Blow. Promoted to Level 2. Damn it! I didn't encounter many live monsters when I was wandering around before. Now I want to go to the west of Chang'an City to kill higher level monsters, but a little asshole popped out. Is this the legendary planting flowers with care but they don't bloom, but planting willows by accident will grow into shade? Looking at the chicken demon staring at him viciously not far away, Gu Yifan was speechless. Yes, little bastard. Gu Yifan no longer takes the first level monster chicken demon seriously. This is not because Gu Yifan is arrogant, but because he is a man who has killed the leader of a snake demon alone. But then again, since the experience was offered to him voluntarily, there was no reason for Gu Yifan to refuse it. After all, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. Swish! Gu Yifan flipped his hand casually, and the wooden blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, and bone strength enhancement. Gu Yifan decisively used his 3 major cultivation talents, and then strode towards the chicken monster. Seeing this, the chicken demon seemed to feel that its dignity was challenged, and its fur instantly stood up. It spread out its 2 claws and flapped its 2 wings as it rushed towards Gu Yifan. In just a few breaths, the man and the beast met. Whoa, whoa! The chicken demon let out a sharp cry, and its sharp beak pecked towards Gu Yifun's eyes. What a cruel beast! Gu Yifun couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he faced the chicken demon like this, his eyes would be pecked blind by the chicken demon. But there aren't so many ifs. He raised his drooping right hand like lightning, holding the wooden blade in his backhand, and went straight for the chicken demon's neck. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The chicken monster's neck is not as long as Gu Yifun's arm. If he just rushes forward like this, the result will not be that the chicken monster pecks Gu Yifun's eyes out, but that Gu Yifun will cut off the chicken monster's neck. The chicken demon was well aware of this, so it tried to dodge immediately. But thoughts are quick, but actions are not so quick. Swish! As the chicken demon tried to dodge, the wooden blade in Gu Yifun's hand slashed across its neck. Squeak! Accompanied by a crisp cutting sound, the chicken feathers on the chicken monster's neck were all cut off. Coupled with the chicken monster's dodging action, chicken feathers flew everywhere for a while, and behind the flying chicken feathers, a long wound appeared on the chicken monster's neck. Whoa, whoa! The severe pain made the chicken demon want to scream, but no coherent sound could be uttered. Whoosh! The next moment, a stream of blood shot out from the chicken monster's neck. Immediately afterwards, the chicken demon stumbled and fell to the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, its dog-sized body twitched violently. But after only a few twitches, it calmed down again. The chicken demon died, killed by Gu Yifun cutting his neck with a knife. Its eyes wide open clearly proved that it died with its eyes open, but it was too late to regret now. Sure enough, a level 1 monster is no longer challenging at all. Gu Yifun's face looked normal, and he was not excited at all because of killing the chicken demon with one blow. After using the 3 major cultivation talents of strength enhancement, bone strengthening and agility enhancement, his strength has far surpassed that of a first-level monster. So there is nothing to be proud of for killing a first-level monster, the chicken monster, with one blow. Bite! Kill the first-level monster chicken monster and gain 20 experience points. Almost at the same time, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from Gu Yifun's body. Such a situation is a sign of level improvement. At this moment, Gu Yifun clearly felt that he had become stronger. This feeling is different from when it is stripped down to attribute points. When stripping to attribute points, it only becomes stronger in one aspect, but upgrading makes it stronger as a whole. Gu Yifun then summoned out the Heavenly Dao interface. Name, Gu Yifun. Level 2. Root bone, 36. Spirituality, 21. Strength, 29 plus 5. Agility, 25. Free attribute points, 5. Experience, 0 out of 200. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, agility enhancement, E level, root bone enhancement, E level, vision enhancement, E level, smell enhancement, F level, hearing enhancement, E level, flame, F level. Skill, detection. Combat power, 3 stars. Finally reached level 2! Gu Yifun smacked his lips, his cheeks full of excitement. It's not just because of the level increase, but also because each attribute increases by 5 points after the level increase. I've been given 5 free attribute points. Do you want to use them now? After the excitement, Gu Yifun looked thoughtful. Soon, he made a decision not to add any more for the time being. Although adding points can make him stronger, it is not much stronger. Moreover, with his current strength, he will not be under much pressure when facing a level 2 monster. It is better to keep the free attribute points and add more points depending on the situation. For example, when there is a need to improve a certain aspect of strength, he will add free attribute points to that aspect. Swish! Gu Yifun casually put the chicken demon's corpse into his storage ring and continued to rush to the west of Chang'an City. He did not use his hidden talent to strip away everything and the chicken demon. It's not that he forgot, but the limit of chicken monsters has reached 3, and there will be no gain if he peels them off further. I forgot one thing! Gu Yifun suddenly raised his hand and patted his forehead. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the corpses of the monsters he had collected before had not been sold yet. But this is not a big deal. The corpses of the monsters are all stored in the storage ring, which has no effect on him. Moreover, the things placed in the storage ring will not go bad, and it doesn't matter how long they are kept. So it won't be too late to sell them after he returns to the Shenzhou mainland. Without further delay, Gu Yifan headed east. Not long after, Gu Yifan arrived in front of a foggy light curtain. This light curtain is the boundary between the novice village plain and the west of Chang'an City. Without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to pass through the light curtain. There are two reasons why the powerful human beings set up this light curtain. One is to trap the monsters within a certain range to prevent them from roaming around. The second is to protect the human race and prevent those who think highly of themselves from dying in vain. Boom! Gu Yifan took a step forward and walked towards the light curtain. The moment his foot touched the light curtain, he clearly felt a resistance on the light curtain, preventing him from entering behind the light curtain, but the resistance was not great for him. He easily withstood it, and then stepped in. Coming behind the light curtain, Gu Yifan looked around. The environment here is no different from the novice village plain. Huh! Smell of blood? Gu Yifan shrugged his nose and walked in the direction where the smell of blood came from. After walking about 100 meters forward, Gu Yifan found the corpse of a wolf demon. It seems that I am not the first one to come to the west of Chang'an. Gu Yifan talked to himself. Come to think of it, many people have reached level 3, so how could they still stay in the novice village plain? This was also a good thing for him. At least he had corpses of monsters to pick up. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the wolf demon's corpse. Bite! Stripping successful, you gain 4 strength attribute points. Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. I got something as soon as I arrived in the west of Chang'an City. It seems that my luck is still good today. Swish! Gu Yifan waved his hand again and put the wolf demon's corpse into the storage ring. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in Gu Yifan's sight. Chapter 24: Reversal of the Situation. Top 100 Village Rankings. I met this guy again. The ancients were never wrong. Looking at the figures in front of him, Gu Yifan was speechless. He met Gao Zhuang again, and Gao Zhuang walked out of the dense forest, catching him off guard at all. But this time he doesn't need to hide anymore. At this time, Gao Zhuang and others also saw Gu Yifan. Brother Gao, isn't that your classmate? A young man standing behind Gao Zhuang spoke. His name was Li Jie. Well, let's go. Gao Zhuang nodded expressionlessly, then turned decisively and walked to the side. This scene made Li Jie and others who followed Gao Zhuang a little confused. When Gao Zhuang met Gu Yifan before, he was very excited. He even went to Gu Yifan and mocked him. Why did he just turn around and leave when he saw Gu Yifan this time? This is really strange. By the way, Brother Gao, Li Jie asked again. Didn't you say before that you forgot to ask that kid's level? Did you ask after you got back? The corners of Gao Zhuang's mouth twitched violently a few times. This guy is really talking about things that are not related to the topic. He really wants to give him a big slap in the face and tell him to shut up. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't do it, and he couldn't help but answer. One reason was that Li Jie didn't know that he was being crushed by Gu Yifan, so he didn't ask this out of malice. Li Jie even wanted to flatter him, but he didn't flatter the right place, but the horse's hoof. The second reason is that if he gets angry, it will expose the fact that he is being crushed by Gu Yifan. No need to ask. Gao Zhuang suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, There will be a level test after returning, and he is still at level 1. It's still at level 1. It seems that the hidden talent he awakened is really not that good. Li Jie looked down on Gu Yifan and flattered Gao Zhuang. Brother Gao is awesome. He is already level 3. Moreover, we have all been promoted to level 2 following Brother Gao. The corners of Gao Zhuang's mouth twitched violently again. What's the point of upgrading to level 3? He was still crushed by Gu Yifan. He even regretted upgrading to level 3. In that case, it wouldn't be so embarrassing for him to be crushed by Gu Yifan. But he could only think about this in his heart but couldn't say it out loud. Li Jie did not notice Gao Zhuang's abnormality. He continued, Brother Gao, that kid is only level 1, but he traveled alone and even dared to run to the west of Chang'an. Is he tired of living? That's not right. I'm level 2, and it's difficult for me to enter the west of Chang'an City. That guy is only level 1, how did he get into the west of Chang'an City? Brother Gao, do you know what happened? That guy is only level 1, but he's stronger than me. Isn't it normal that he can enter the west of Chang'an City? Gao Zhuang muttered to himself, but said, I don't know. Well, it's possible that he took advantage of a loophole. Brother Gao is wise. Li Zhi seized the opportunity to flatter Gao Zhuang. He continued, Brother Gao, I can see that you and that kid don't get along. We both have a sparring match after we go back. Did you take the opportunity to teach that kid a lesson? Gao Zhuang is going crazy. You're so smart, how come you didn't see that I didn't want to talk about this topic? Damn it, you weren't sent by Gu Yifan to deliberately hurt my heart, were you? At this moment, Gao Zhuang not only wanted to slap Li Zhi in the face, but also wanted to tear Li Zhi's mouth apart. But unfortunately, in order not to expose the fact that he was crushed by Gu Yifan, he could only think about it in his heart. I don't bother to teach that kid a lesson. Gao Zhuang changed the subject without much confidence. Well, let's continue to look for monsters and hurry up to level up. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Zhuang quickened his pace. Following the tall and strong Li Zhi and others, we looked at each other, all with confused faces. They always feel that something is wrong, but they don't know what it is. At this moment, Gao Zhuang quickened his pace again, and they could only follow him quickly with confused looks on their faces. Seeing Gao Zhuang turn around and leave, Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. This guy obviously saw him, but chose to avoid him. What a coward! Come to think of it, Gao Zhuang is not a fool. Why would he go to him again when he knows he is no match for him? Gu Yifan is not the kind of person who would not give in even if he is on the right side. He did not call out to Gao Zhuang. He watched Gao Zhuang and the others leave and continued looking for the monster. But before he took a few steps forward, Tiandao's mechanical and cold voice suddenly exploded in the sky. 30 people in novice village number 815 have reached level 3. The village top 100 list has been opened. Gu Yifan was stunned. There are only 1,000 people in novice village number 815. It's only been one day, and 30 people have been promoted to level 3. Isn't this too fast? But he soon realized that many people in Wulong Martial Arts Academy had been promoted to level 3. The lower the level, the less experience was needed for upgrading, so it was not difficult to understand why 30 people were promoted to level 3 in one day. As for the top 100 village list, it was there before the Shinma continent was fully upgraded this time, in order to stimulate everyone to practice hard. Look who has made it onto the village's top 100 list! Gu Yifan muttered to himself and summoned the Heavenly Dao interface. At this time, there was another row of small words at the bottom of the Tiandao interface. List. When he clicked on the list, a new interface appeared in front of Gu Yifan. The top 100 village list is located on the left side of the interface, and there is a lot of space on the right side of the interface reserved for other lists. Number 815 Top 100 Novice Village Ranking. First place, Gao Zhuang, Level 3. Second place, Chao Shiyan, Level 3. Third place, Zhang Yiheng, Level 3. Gu Yifan looked down one by one. The top 30 are all Level 3, and the 31st to 100th are all Level 2. He was not on the list as he had just been promoted to Level 2, and it was unclear what his exact ranking was. But considering that everyone in Wulong Martial Arts Academy is at Level 2, he is most likely the last one. Gao Zhuang is actually ranked first, and Zhang Yixing is actually ranked third. The people on this list are really not that good. After reading all the lists, Gu Yifan curled his lips. This is not because Gu Yifan is arrogant, but because he has the confidence to say so. You know, Gu Yifan beat Gao Zhuang very well. As for Zhang Yiheng? Although Gu Yifan has never fought with Zhang Yixing, Gu Yifan has explored Zhang Yixing's attributes. Zhang Yixing's attributes are not even as good as Gao Zhuang, let alone Gu Yifan who is stronger than Gao Zhuang. So Gu Yifan has the qualifications to despise the two of them. This incident also further verified what Gu Yifan said on the playground of Wulong Martial Arts Academy. Level can represent something, but it cannot represent everything. Strength is strength, but we still need to upgrade quickly. Gu Yifan sighed. Although rank does not represent strength, it is the only thing that is visible. If he always stays at the bottom of the list, no matter how strong he is, it will not look good. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan closed the Tiandao interface and continued to move forward. But before he took a few steps forward, he seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around to look behind him. The next moment, Gu Yifan's face suddenly changed. An unprecedented solemnity also emerged in his dark eyes. Chapter 25: Flattery is no longer effective? 1 verses 4. The village top 100 list is now open. Let's take a look at who's on the list. After Tiandao announced the launch of the top 100 village list, similar voices were heard in many places in the Novice Village Plain and the west of Chang'an City. Not only Gu Yifan checked it immediately, but so did others, including Gao Zhuang and others. Brother Gao, look, you are number 1 on the village top 100 list. Brother Gao is mighty. Brother Gao is domineering. Brother Gao, it's my honor to be able to team up with you. Brother Gao, awesome class. Li Jie and others who followed Gao Zhuang all flattered Gao Zhuang. Gao Zhuang, who was in a bad mood because of meeting Gu Yifan, was stunned. He is number 1 in the village top 100 list. How is that possible? You have to know that he was beaten by Gu Yifan not long ago, and Gu Yifan, like him, was in novice village number 815. Puzzled, he subconsciously summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the list channel. The fact is just as Li Jie and others said, he is indeed ranked first in the top 100 village list. What's going on? Gao Zhuang was a little confused. He is no match for Gu Yifan, so why does he rank first in the list of top 100 villages? Confused, he looked down at the list. He wanted to see Gu Yifan's ranking. But he checked all the way to the top 100 and didn't see Gu Yifan's name. This made him even more puzzled. Gu Yifan was so strong, why was he not on the list? But he reacted quickly. The top 100 village list is sorted according to levels, and levels can only represent strength to a certain extent, and cannot represent a person's true strength at all. Gu Yifan is only level 1, so he ranks first in the top 100 village list, but Gu Yifan is not on the list. I understand what's going on. Gao Zhuang suddenly felt that being number 1 in the village top 100 list was no longer a good thing. He even felt that the heavens were mocking him on purpose. He ranks first in the top 100 village level list, but he can't even beat Gu Yifan, who is not on the list. What a bullshit first place. Seeing Gao Zhuang's constipated look, Li Jie and others were a little puzzled. Gao Zhuang ranks first in the list of top 100 villages. Logically he should be happy, but why does he look constipated? However, no matter how puzzled he was, Li Jie, as a veteran flatterer, instantly found a reason to flatter Gao Zhuang. Gao Zhuang, you are ranked first in the village top 100 list, but you are not surprised at all. I am really inferior to you in terms of your character. After hearing what Li Jie said, the others started to flatter Gao Zhuang. What Li Jie said is absolutely right. If I were ranked first in the village top 100 list, I would have been so happy that I would fly. Who said it wasn't true? Brother Gao is really calm. Brother Gao is very confident. He must have known that he would be ranked first in the village top 100 list. Great! Great! Brother Gao is so strong, how could anyone be his opponent? Listening to the flattery of Li Jie and others, Gao Zhuang not only did not feel enjoyable, but also felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. But he didn't know what to say, so he could only suppress the nausea in his heart. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up to find the monster. Gao Zhuang interrupted Li Jie and others who were flattering him and continued to move forward. Li Jie and others looked at each other, confused again. As the saying goes, no matter how many holes there are, flattery never wears out. Before this, Gao Zhuang proved with practical actions that this sentence is the eternal truth. Why doesn't flattery work this time? At this time, Gao Zhuang felt very depressed, but also somewhat fortunate. Depressed needless to say. He was fortunate that there were only him and Gu Yifan in novice village number 815. Otherwise, if other students saw him being ruthlessly abused by Gu Yifan and ranking first in the village top 100 list, he would definitely become a laughingstock among his classmates. Damn it, Gu Yifan will definitely laugh at me when he sees me ranking first on the village level top 100 list. Gu Yifan, just wait for me. One day, I will beat you up and save my lost face. Gao Zhuang cursed in his heart. But although he said this, he felt a little insecure in his heart. Just as he had said to Gu Yifan before, one step slow, every step slow. In addition, he has now realized that Gu Yifan's awakened hidden talent is not as bad as he thought, which leads to him not having much confidence that he can surpass Gu Yifan and defeat Gu Yifan. Hu! Gu Yifan suddenly sneezed. Who is scolding me? Gu Yifan said this, but he didn't think about it in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to think about it, but that he doesn't have time to think about it. Because not far behind him there were 4 wolf demons staring at him hungrily. No, it should be said that they were staring at him with wolfish eyes. Those bloodthirsty eyes and sharp white wolf fangs look really creepy. This is also the reason why his face changed drastically, and his eyes were full of solemnity. Damn it! I never encountered any monsters before, but now I encounter 4 at once. This is really a bummer! Gu Yifan cursed inwardly while throwing a probe at the 4 wolf monsters. Immediately afterwards, 4 identical pieces of information emerged in his mind. Race, wolf demon. Level 2. Combat power, 4 stars. Features, invite friends. Explosion rate, 0.02%. Calling friends? Gu Yifan instantly understood why he encountered 4 wolf monsters at once. It must be that the previous wolf demon sent out a call for help before it was killed, and he rushed over after the wolf demon was killed. However, he was delayed for some time because of meeting Gao Zhuang and Tiandao's reminder, and was caught by the wolf demon that came to support him. Am I being cheated? Gu Yifan smiled bitterly, a hint of thought appearing in his eyes. Is he considering whether to fight or flee? If there was only one wolf demon, there would be no need to consider this issue, and he would just roll up his sleeves and get to work. Even if we encounter 2 wolf monsters, there is nothing to consider about this problem. But what he encountered was not 1 wolf demon, nor 2 wolf demons, but 4 wolf demons. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Now he only has 2 fists, but the opponent has more than 4 hands. In addition, he did not have a clear understanding of his own strength, and did not know how many stars of combat power he could have if he burst out with all his strength, so he hesitated. But before he could think more, the 4 wolf monsters not far away had already moved. Ouch! A wolf demon roared towards the sky, then spread out its 4 hooves and ran towards Gu Yifan. The other 3 wolf demons followed suit and followed closely behind. This scene made Gu Yifan make a decision instantly. The 4 wolf monsters in front of him are all experience and attribute points. It is not his style to retreat before fighting. Moreover, with his current strength, it is not difficult for him to kill a level 2 monster. Facing 4 level 2 wolf monsters, as long as he is careful and avoids being besieged by the 4 wolf monsters, he may not be powerless to fight. Secondly, he also needs a chance to see his own strength clearly, and now is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Strengthen your power! Agility enhancement! Strengthen your bones! Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan no longer hesitated and he used his 3 talents at the first opportunity. Kill! Accompanied by a roar, it came out from Gu Yifan's mouth. He held the wooden blade in his hand and strode towards the wolf demon that was running towards him. Chapter 26: Disembowelment. Cutting the throat with every cut. Boom! 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 4 wolf demons rushed towards Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan also ran towards the 4 wolf monsters. Both sides were rushing towards each other, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. In contrast to the solemnity on Gu Yifan's face, the eyes of the 4 wolf monsters were full of bloodthirstiness and contempt. How dare a tiny human dare to challenge their majesty? They must tear the human in front of them into pieces in order to restore their dignity. Soon, the distance between the man and the 4 wolves was only 2 or 3 meters. At this moment, the leading wolf demon suddenly jumped up, opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Gu Yifan. The speed at which it pounced was even faster than its previous running speed, as if it wanted to catch Gu Yifan off guard. Seeing this, Gu Yifan did not retreat but advanced. However, He did not rush towards the wolf demon as he did before. Instead, he knelt on the ground with his legs slid along the grass, leaned his body back at a 45-degree angle to the ground, and stared coldly at the wolf demon rushing towards him. The next moment, the wolf demon flew above Gu Yifan, and its belly appeared clearly in Gu Yifan's sight. Die! An angry roar came out of Gu Yifan's mouth. He raised his right hand holding the wooden blade like lightning and stabbed it hard into the wolf demon's abdomen. Squeak! Accompanied by a faint cutting sound, the wooden blade pierced deeply into the wolf demon's abdomen. Ouch! Almost at the same time, a shrill scream came out of the wolf demon's mouth. Is it over? Of course not. At this time, the wolf demon was in the air, still rushing forward. Gu Yifan was located below the wolf demon, sliding in the opposite direction. The two sides fought back and forth, and the wooden blade pierced deeply into the wolf monster's abdomen. Driven by inertia, the wooden blade passed through the wolf monster's abdomen, and finally came out from the wolf monster's tail. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterwards, streams of blood spurted out from the wolf demon's peeled abdomen. Almost at the same time, the wolf demon's intestines fell out from its peeled open abdomen. Fortunately, Gu Yifan had escaped from the wolf monster's coverage at this time, otherwise he would have been splashed with blood spurting out from the wolf monster's abdomen and hit by the falling intestines. Bang! The next moment, a dull crash suddenly sounded. That was the sound of the wolf demon hitting the ground. Its huge body trembled rapidly a few times and then became silent. After killing the wolf demon with one strike, there was no excitement on Gu Yifan's face. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he doesn't have the time. Because the three wolf monsters that followed closely didn't care at all that their companions were killed, they immediately opened their bloody mouths and bit towards Gu Yifan. He could clearly smell the stench coming from the wolf monsters' mouths. Swish! Gu Yifan suddenly exerted force with his legs that were kneeling on the ground, and stood up with a swoosh. Then he leaped forward, flying over the head of the first wolf monster while avoiding the bloody mouths of the three wolf monsters. The moment he flew over the three-headed wolf monster's head, Gu Yifan attacked again with the wooden blade in his right hand. Swish! The wooden blade turned into a white light and flashed out from above the neck of a wolf monster. Squeak! Another faint cutting sound was heard. The wolf demon that was hit by the wooden blade had its hair flying all over its neck, and a bloody wound appeared on its neck. The next moment, a stream of blood shot out from the wolf demon's neck. Ah, woo! The wolf demon that was hit wanted to scream, but its head had already drooped down, and it couldn't make a complete sound. Immediately afterwards, it fell to the ground, its body twitched violently a few times, and then it fell silent. Bang! Almost at the same time, a faint collision sound was heard. That was the sound of Gu Yifan's left hand pressing on the ground. I saw him supporting the ground with his left hand, rolling over to relieve the forward force, and then standing up steadily. Without any delay, Gu Yifan turned around and looked behind him. He saw that the remaining two wolf monsters had just stopped charging and were turning to look at him. Oh-woo! 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 The two wolf demons howled at Gu Yifan and kept scratching the ground with their front legs, but they did not rush towards Gu Yifan. Beast, are you scared? Gu Yifan said coldly. Ouch! Ouch! The two wolf demons howled at the same time, but still did not rush towards Gu Yifan. At this moment, there was no more contempt in the eyes of the two wolf demons, and instead there was a hint of fear. Just as Gu Yifan said, they were scared. After all, Gu Yifan killed two of his companions in just one encounter, so they couldn't help but be afraid. Feeling the fear in the eyes of the two wolf monsters, Gu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the remaining two wolf monsters were not scared to death, they were still very frightened. He had already won this battle. At this moment, Gu Yifan felt very fortunate. He was glad that he had watched a lot of battle videos and learned a lot of fighting methods before he awakened his talent for cultivation. He also often practiced according to what he learned from the videos and mastered a lot of close combat methods. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seize the fleeting opportunity to kill the enemy and slay two wolf monsters in a row. However, although he was relieved, Gu Yifan was not careless at all. He doesn't want to capsize in the ditch and lose his only life. Come on, you beast! Gu Yifan hooked his finger at the remaining two wolf monsters. But the two wolf demons either didn't understand or were afraid to move forward, and they still stayed where they were, staring at him viciously. If you don't come, then I will! Gu Yifan didn't delay any longer and strode towards the remaining two wolf monsters. The wolf demon has the characteristic of calling friends and attracting them, so he must fight quickly and decisively, otherwise he will attract more wolf demons and he will be in trouble. Seeing Gu Yifan rushing towards them, the two wolf demons subconsciously took a step back. They were so frightened by Gu Yifan that they dared not fight anymore. But the next moment, stimulated by their bloodthirsty instincts, they overcame their fear and rushed towards Gu Yifan at the same time. This time, the two wolf demons seemed to have learned from the lesson of their companions being ripped open by Gu Yifan. They did not jump up and pounce on Gu Yifan again. Instead, they got closer and opened their bloody mouths and bit Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan continued to rush towards the two wolf monsters. It was not until the two sides were less than 1 meter apart that his right hand moved again. He was seen holding a wooden blade and slashing at the neck of the wolf demon in front with lightning speed. The wolf demon wants to dodge. But although it had consciousness, its body's reaction failed to keep up with its consciousness, or in other words, its body's reaction was a beat slow. This is also the reason why Gu Yifan waited until he got close to the wolf demon before taking action. He wanted to rely on his faster reaction to not give the wolf demon a chance to dodge. Swish! The wolf demon dodged a little to the side, and the white light transformed from the wooden blade flashed past its neck. The next moment, the wolf's hair flew everywhere and a stream of blood shot out from under the wolf monster's neck, splashing all over the ground. Gulu! 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 The wolf demon's throat rolled a few times, and then it fell to the ground and became silent. At this moment, the bloody mouth of the other wolf demon was already in sight. The wooden blade in Gu Yifan's right hand had just cut through the wolf demon's neck, and he had no time to retract it. Then, in just a moment, the other wolf demon's bloody mouth would bite Gu Yifan. Chapter 27, Smashing. Harvest time. Will Gu Yifan be bitten? Of course not. He is not blind, how could he not see the other wolf demon? Furthermore, when two wolf demons attacked at the same time, he dared to kill one first and be prepared to deal with the other one. As for exchanging injuries for lives? Gu Yifan had no such plan, or rather, the two wolf demons were not worthy of him making such a decision. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hanging left hand like lightning, then turned his palm into a fist, and threw a hook punch at the wolf demon's neck. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crash sound. Gu Yifan's left fist hit the wolf demon's neck hard. At this time, the wolf demon's bloody mouth was only a few centimeters away from Gu Yifan. But this distance of a few centimeters became an insurmountable chasm for the wolf demon, and it also prevented it from biting Gu Yifan. Ouch! A scream came out of the wolf demon's mouth. Under the huge impact of Gu Yifan's fist, the wolf demon's head flew backwards, turned several times in the air before hitting the ground heavily, making a dull crash. Ouch! The wolf demon howled again. But the bark was not loud or scary at all. It sounded more like the sound made by a dog being punished. The next moment, the wolf demon fled quickly with its tail between its legs. 4 wolf demons besieged Gu Yifan, but Gu Yifan killed 3 of them in just a short moment. This directly crushed the courage of the only remaining wolf demon, and even its bloodthirsty instinct could not allow it to continue to endure. Want to run? Can you run? Gu Yifan sneered and swung his right hand forward suddenly. Whoosh! With Gu Yifan's full-strength swing, the wooden blade in his right hand turned into a white light and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the wolf demon's butt. This was not something Gu Yifan did on purpose, but the wolf monster was fleeing with its butt facing him, so he couldn't attack other parts of the wolf monster. Almost at the same time, Gu Yifan strode towards the wolf demon. The wolf demon noticed the scene behind it, and it dodged to the side immediately. But at this time it had not run very far, and the wooden blade thrown by Gu Yifan was too fast, so even though it noticed this scene, it still could not completely avoid Gu Yifan's flying knife attack. Squeak! The next moment, a faint cutting sound suddenly rang out. That was the sound of the wooden blade scratching the wolf demon's left hind leg. For a moment, the wolf demon's left hind leg's hair flew everywhere, and a deep scar appeared on its left hind leg that was deep enough to see the bone. Ouch! Another scream came out of the wolf demon's mouth. Its left hind leg was injured by the wooden blade, and the severe pain caused it to stagger and fall to the ground. However, driven by the instinct of survival, the wolf demon stood up immediately and continued to flee. But it was too late. Gu Yifan had already caught up with the wolf monster. He pounced on it and sat on it. He grabbed the fur on the wolf monster's neck with his left hand to stabilize his body, and turned his right hand into a fist and smashed it into the wolf monster's head. Bang! Another dull crash sound was heard. Gu Yifan's right fist hit the wolf demon's head hard. Ouch! The wolf demon screamed miserably. This time, it not only felt pain, but its head was also stunned by Gu Yifan's fist. For a moment, it couldn't control its body, then its two front legs staggered and fell to the ground again. A successful strike. Gu Yifan didn't delay at all. He attacked with both hands, punching the wolf demon on the head again and again. At the same time, a series of shrill screams came out of the wolf demon's mouth. Bang! 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 Awa! 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 The dull crashing sounds and the wolf demon's screams intertwined together, sounding like a symphony. But soon the symphony was reduced to just the high notes of bang bang bang. Because of Gu Yifan's attack from both sides, the wolf demon's screams gradually weakened. Bang! Another dull crash sound was heard. Gu Yifan's fist hit the wolf demon's head hard again. This time, the wolf demon did not scream. But there was a sound like a watermelon bursting. Bang! As the voice rang out, the wolf demon's head exploded, and red and white objects scattered everywhere. The wolf demon's head was smashed to pieces by Gu Yifan's fist. Call! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief, his cheeks full of smiles. He killed 4 wolf monsters alone. But this is not the point. The point is that after this battle, he has a general understanding of his own strength. The wolf monster with 4-star combat power is no match for him at all. So, the monster beast with 5-star combat power can't pose much threat to him either, and even the monster beast with 6-star combat power may not be able to threaten him. This is the result that Gu Yifan calculated as low as possible. After he used his strength to enhance his talent, his strength attribute had reached nearly 100. According to the combat power calculation method, his combat power has reached 9 stars. But combat power is just combat power. Whether one can defeat the monster depends on many other factors, so he should underestimate his own strength rather than overestimate it. After all, you only have one life, and you can't afford to make any mistakes. Bite! You killed the 2nd level monster wolf demon and gained 40 experience points. Bite! You killed the 2nd level monster wolf demon and gained 40 experience points. Bite! You killed the 2nd level monster wolf demon and gained 40 experience points. Bite! You killed the 2nd level monster wolf demon and gained 40 experience points. 4 consecutive reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. The smile on Gu Yifan's face became even more intense. It takes 200 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. I gained 160 experience points in this battle, so I am not far from reaching level 3. To be exact, as long as he kills one more level 2 monster, he can reach level 3. Next is harvest time! Gu Yifan laughed loudly and stood up. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed past the wolf demon's corpse. Bite! Stripping successful, you gain 4 strength attribute points. Next, Gu Yifan did the same thing again, using his hidden talent to peel off all things and the other 3 wolf monsters. Just like the first wolf demon, the second wolf demon also provided him with 4 strength attribute points, but the third and fourth wolf demons did not provide him with any attribute points. The reason for this is that the number of wolf monsters he has stripped has reached the upper limit of 3. However, the 2 wolf demons provided him with 8 strength attribute points, which had increased his strength attribute to 41 and also increased his combat power to 4 stars. What a pity, no items were dropped. Gu Yifan felt a little regretful. But he just felt a little regretful. After all, the wolf demon's level is not high, and its drop rate is extremely low, so it is normal that no items are dropped. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and was about to put the 4 wolf demon corpses into the storage ring. But he had just waved his hand halfway when he suddenly stopped. After a little thought, Gu Yifan looked around, and his gaze finally fell on the dense forest not far ahead. After standing there and thinking for a while, Gu Yifan quickly walked to the dense forest not far ahead, then hid at the edge of the dense forest and looked at the location of the 4 wolf demon corpses. Chapter 28 Waiting for the Rabbit. The truth is revealed. Just now, a thought suddenly popped up in Gu Yifan's mind. Doesn't the wolf demon have the ability to attract friends? The wolf demon howled so many times just now, some were screams, and some might be calls for support. If that's the case, why is he still looking for monsters everywhere? It would be better to just sit here and wait for them to come. As long as there aren't too many wolf monsters coming, he will be able to annihilate them all. Although it is no longer possible to strip away attribute points by killing the wolf demon, it saves trouble, effort and time. This is also the reason why Gu Yifan did not take away the wolf demon's body and ran to hide in the dense forest. In the dense forest, Gu Yifan muttered to himself. The time limit is half an hour. I can take this half an hour to rest and recover the energy I just consumed. If no monsters appear in half an hour, I will evacuate decisively. Sit back and wait for something to happen is not a compliment. So he can't keep waiting, otherwise it would become a joke. Next, Gu Yifan waited patiently in the dense forest. Probably a few minutes passed. A group of people appeared in Gu Yifan's sight. This group of people were none other than Gaoang and others who had left not long ago. What are these guys doing here? Gu Yifan frowned. What he is waiting for is the wolf demon, not the human race. This is not the point. The point is that if the wolf demon happens to arrive, the appearance of Gaoang and others will disrupt his plan. Leave now! Leave now! Leave now! Gu Yifan prayed silently in his heart. But the saying that what you fear will come true is not said in vain. Gu Yifan hoped that Gaoang and others would leave quickly, but Gaoang and others stopped near the 4 wolf demon corpses. Plans really can't keep up with changes. Gu Yifan was a little depressed. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Gaoang and others were probably attracted by the screams of the wolf demon just now. You have to know that just after Gaoang and others left, he encountered 4 wolf monsters and then fought with them. At that time, Gaoang and others had not gone far, so it was hard not to hear the screams of the wolf monsters. But no matter how depressed he was, Gu Yifan was still waiting patiently. He believed that Gaoang and others would leave after seeing the 4 wolf monsters being killed. At this time, Gaoang and others were looking at the 4 wolf demon corpses. After a moment, Gaoang sighed. 1 wolf demon was gutted, 2 wolf demons had their throats stabbed, and 1 wolf demon had its head blown up. The fighting power of this team is really impressive. What Brother Gao said really hits the nail on the head. Brother Gao was able to judge the strength of that team just by looking at the wolf demon's corpse. This is truly admirable. I haven't figured out anything yet, but Brother Gao has already figured it out. He really deserves to be our boss. Lizha and others all flattered Gaoang. Gaoang nodded with a smile on his face. As long as it doesn't involve Gu Yifan or the flattery of the top 100 village list, he will still benefit from it. But the next moment, he suddenly saw a young man following him with a shocked look on his face. This young man is called Zhao Rui. He doesn't talk much, but he has some abilities. Apart from anything else, 50% of the monsters they found were found by Zhao Rui through tracking. Zhao Rui, what's wrong? Gaoang asked. Brother Gao. Zhao Rui looked at Gaoang, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What are you dawdling about for? Gaoang urged. Just say whatever you want to say. Brother Gao, let's not say anything more, Zhao Rui said. Aren't you trying to keep me on suspense? Gaoang said speechlessly. Don't waste time, just speak. All right. Zhao Rui hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Gao, I didn't mean to refute you, please forgive me for this. If my judgment is correct, these 4 wolf monsters were not killed by a team, but by one person. What? Killed by one person? How is that possible? Zhao Rui, do you know what you are talking about? Zhao Rui, we spent a lot of effort to surround and kill a wolf demon before, and you actually said that these 4 wolf demons were killed by one person. Is there anyone stronger than Brother Gao? You should know that Brother Gao ranks first on the village level top 100 list. As soon as Zhao Rui finished speaking, Li Zhe and others began to question him. It's not that they deliberately went against Zhao Rui, but what Zhao Rui said was too unbelievable. Gao Zhuang was stunned. If someone else said this, he would definitely refute it immediately. But since Zhao Rui said so, he had to consider the reasons behind it. Because he was not sure, Zhao Rui would not refuse him. Zhao Rui, why do you say that? Gao Zhuang asked. Brother Gao, look around. Zhao Rui explained. There are many claw marks left by wolf monsters around, but there are only a few rows of human footprints. Moreover, the 4 wolf monsters were killed, but the surrounding grass is not messy, so it was not killed by a team, but by one person. Gao Zhuang and others were shocked. They were not fools. After hearing what Zhao Rui said, they immediately realized that Zhao Rui's judgment might be correct. After all, each team has quite a few people, so how could there be only a few rows of footprints left behind? Zhao Rui, your judgment makes sense, Li Zhe said. But it takes a lot of effort for us to surround and kill a wolf demon, and Brother Gao is ranked first on the village level top 100 list. How is it possible for someone to kill 4 wolf demons alone? I can't believe it either. Zhao Rui smiled bitterly and said, But the facts are here, we can't help but believe it. Li Zhe opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he said nothing because he didn't know how to refute what Zhao Rui said. At this moment, a young man suddenly spoke. Brother Gao, do you think your classmate killed these 4 wolf demons? When we met him just now, he was standing right where we are now, and it hasn't been that long since then, so there shouldn't be anyone else passing by. Impossible. Li Zhe flatly denied it. That guy is still at level 1, how could he kill 4 wolf monsters alone? Well... Gao Zhuang sighed deeply. He had already thought that it might be Gu Yifan who killed him, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. He also wanted to hide the fact that he lost to Gu Yifan in the sparring challenge, but now he can't hide it anymore. In this case, let's just tell the truth, so we can save ourselves some embarrassment. Hearing Gao Zhuang sigh, Li Zhe asked, Brother Gao, what's wrong? These 4 wolf demons were most likely killed by Gu Yifan. Gao Zhuang smiled bitterly and said, I lied just now. I wanted to teach Gu Yifan a lesson when I got back, but I am no match for Gu Yifan at all. However, I did not lie about one thing, his level is indeed stuck at level 1. Upon hearing this, Li Zhe, Zhao Rui and others looked at each other. So, it is really possible that Gu Yifan killed him. At this moment, they suddenly understood why Gao Zhuang turned around and left when he saw Gu Yifan today, why Gao Zhuang was not happy at all even though he was ranked among the top 100 villagers, and why their flattery was no longer effective. Besides that, they understood one more thing. Why did Gu Yifan dare to walk alone in the Shenhua continent? This is because he has the capital to walk alone. But what puzzled them was that Gu Yifan's level was still at level 1. How could he kill 4 wolf monsters alone? It seems that he knows what Li Zhe, Zhao Rui and others are thinking. Gao Zhuang added, Everyone, level can represent a certain strength, but it cannot represent a person's true strength. After all, the strength of a person is also related to talent, martial arts, and experience. Hearing this, Li Zhe, Zhao Rui and others nodded thoughtfully. Let's go. Gao Zhuang continued. All the wolf monsters here have been killed, let's go look for monsters elsewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Zhuang walked away. Li Zhe, Zhao Rui and others followed. Chapter 29 Perfectly Achieved. Wolf Demon Leader. After watching Gao Zhuang and others leave, Gu Yifan's heart was suddenly relieved. Although some unexpected events occurred, his worries did not come true and the plan was still going smoothly. If he could really wait and see what happened later, his plan would be perfect. Just relying on some clues, he was able to deduce that the murder was committed by one person. That Zhao Rui has really good observation skills. We should not underestimate everyone in the world. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Just when Gao Zhuang and others stood in front of the 4 wolf demon corpses, he used his hearing enhancement talent. Because the distance was not very far, he could hear the conversation between Gao Zhuang and others clearly. However, what he didn't know was that not only Zhao Rui, but also Zhang Yixing had deduced the truth of the matter based on some clues. I thought that Gao Zhuang would make excuses, Gu Yifan added. I didn't expect him to admit it so readily. Come to think of it, that guy is not a bad person except that he likes to be flattered by others, and he is not someone who can't stand losing. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Although he and Gao Zhuang are not enemies, because Gao Zhuang always likes to make trouble for him, he has made a special effort to understand Gao Zhuang's character. Gao Zhuang is not a bad person by nature, and he treats people and does things quite well. As for Gao Zhuang liking to cause trouble for him, that's because the teacher always uses him as an example to scold Gao Zhuang. You should always put yourself in other people's shoes when doing things. If someone always uses a certain person as an example to scold him, he will not have any good feelings towards that person. So he could understand Gao Zhuang's intention to cause trouble for him, which was also the reason why he did not take the initiative to embarrass Gao Zhuang after he became stronger. Next, Gu Yifan didn't say anything else, he continued to wait patiently. While Gu Yifan was waiting, time passed quietly. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed. Alas, sitting back and waiting for something to happen is not a compliment. Gu Yifan sighed and was about to leave the dense forest to collect the 4 wolf demon corpses. But at this moment, a wolf demon appeared in Gu Yifan's sight. This wolf demon is different from the previous 4 wolf demons. To be precise, this wolf demon is taller and more powerful than the previous 4 wolf demons, and is more than 1 meter tall. Gu Yifan was speechless. He waited for so long, but there was no monster to be seen. Just when he was about to leave, a wolf monster appeared. Is this the legendary scene where after many twists and turns you think there is no way out, suddenly you see a new village with willows and flowers? The only drawback is that there is only 1 wolf demon. It would be better if there were more. But the next moment Gu Yifan became excited. Because the wolf demon that came was not an ordinary wolf demon, but the wolf demon leader. He did not forget the storage ring that dropped when he first killed the snake demon leader. If no one has killed the wolf demon leader until now, then his half-hour wait was well worth it. I waited for a wolf demon to show up in half an hour. It shouldn't have come to support me because I heard a call for help, but is that the point? Obviously not. The point is that I waited for a wolf demon, and a wolf demon leader. Well, my plan was perfectly implemented. Gu Yifan muttered to himself as he threw a probe at the wolf demon leader. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. He also has the skill of detection, and it won't waste much spiritual power, so it would be a waste if he doesn't use it. The next moment, a piece of information appeared in Gu Yifan's mind. Race, wolf demon leader. Level 2. Combat power, 5 stars. Skill, bloodthirst. When in bloodthirsty state, combat power increases significantly, lasting for 10 minutes. Explosion rate, 0.03%. Gu Yifan looked thoughtful. The strength of a level 1 snake demon leader is comparable to that of a 4-star leader, and is still within the range of 3-star combat power. The strength of a level 2 wolf demon leader is 5 stars, which exceeds the 4-star combat power of an ordinary level 2 monster. In this case, the higher the level, the greater the gap between the strength of the monster leader and ordinary monsters. This beast actually has a bloodthirsty skill. This is a bit troublesome. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. But although he said this, he didn't take it seriously. The basic strength of the wolf demon leader is there, and even if it increases significantly, how much can it increase to? Instead of taking action immediately, Gu Yifan stared at the wolf demon leader closely. The wolf demon leader was walking towards him, and he had to wait until the wolf demon leader got closer before taking action, so as not to scare the beast away. Soon, the wolf demon leader walked to the 4 wolf demon corpses, but he just glanced at them and continued moving forward. This fully demonstrates the difference between animals and humans. Animals are cold and heartless, but humans are warm-hearted. However, when the wolf demon leader was about to reach the edge of the dense forest, it suddenly turned and walked to one side. Superior! Gu Yifan let out a low shout and decisively activated his 3 talents of enhanced agility, enhanced bone structure, and enhanced strength. He then rushed out of the dense forest, and rushed rapidly towards the wolf demon leader not far away. The wolf demon leader is the reward he has been waiting for half an hour. He can't let it run away. Sensing the movement behind him, the wolf demon leader turned around immediately. After seeing Gu Yifan, a hint of disdain appeared in its eyes. It had encountered humans before, and what it encountered was not just one person, but a team. It challenged that small team alone, bit 2 of them to death, and then scared the small team so much that they fled in panic. Gu Yifan was alone, but he dared to cause trouble for it. Isn't this like a mouse licking the cat's nose, seeking death? Ouch! The wolf demon leader roared angrily and ran towards Gu Yifan with all 4 hooves spread out. The 2 sides rushed towards each other, and the distance between the man and the beast quickly narrowed. Soon, the 2 sides met. Ouch! The wolf demon leader yelled again, opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Gu Yifan's head. Gu Yifan followed suit. He tilted his head slightly to avoid the wolf demon's bloody mouth. At the same time, his drooping right hand raised up like lightning, and the wooden blade in his hand went straight to the neck of the wolf demon leader. Swish! The wolf demon leader also reacted quickly. He leaped to the side and barely avoided Gu Yifan's attack. Hey, this beast actually dodged it? Gu Yifan was a little surprised. Before this, he had killed several monsters with this move. But he was only surprised for a moment, and then returned to normal. Because he already knew that this move would fail sooner or later. After all, some monsters have very fast reaction speeds. Not only Gu Yifan was surprised, the wolf demon leader was also a little surprised. Before, when it encountered a small team, it rushed into pieces with just 1 charge, and then it seized the opportunity and bit 2 people to death directly. But the human in front of it was different. Not only is there no fear of it, but you can also attack while dodging. At this moment, the disdain in the wolf demon leader's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a hint of solemnity. Although it had only fought with Gu Yifan once, as the saying goes, an expert can tell whether a man is strong or weak with just 1 move. From the fight just now, it had realized that Gu Yifan was not comparable to the humans it had met before, nor was he someone it could manipulate. Ouch! The wolf demon leader roared again and rushed towards Gu Yifan with all 4 hooves spread out. Gu Yifan was not afraid at all. He held the wooden blade in his hand and strode towards the wolf demon leader. Chapter 30, Bloodthirst. Hard fight. Stupid mistake. As both sides rushed forward, the man and the demon approached quickly again. This time, the wolf demon leader learned the lesson from the time when Gu Yifan almost cut his throat. Instead of opening its bloody mouth to bite Gu Yifan, it swung its sharp front claws to grab Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan did not make any changes. He rushed forward boldly, wooden blade in hand. Although the wooden blade is made of wood, he doesn't know what material it is made of, but the texture is extremely hard. Coupled with the enhancement of his hidden talent of stripping away all things, the wooden blade is very sharp. He doesn't believe that the wolf demon leader dares to use his claws to resist the wooden blade. The fact was just as Gu Yifan thought. The wolf demon leader did not use his claws to block the wooden blade. It dodged immediately, then waved its other front paw and grabbed Gu Yifan again. Seeing this, Gu Yifan did not attack the wolf demon leader again. He spun forward to avoid the wolf demon leader's claws and came to the side of the wolf demon leader's body. At the same time, his right hand raised up like lightning, and the wooden blade in his hand pierced straight into the waist of the wolf demon leader. The wolf demon leader subconsciously dodged to the side, but it was too late. Squeak! Along with the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the wooden blade pierced into the waist of the wolf demon leader. However, because the wolf demon leader dodged, the knife did not pierce solidly, but only penetrated 2 or 3 centimeters deep. Ouch! A shrill scream came out of the wolf demon leader's mouth. In severe pain, its limbs slammed into the ground and it sped to one side, trying to escape the wooden blade that pierced its body. It was just moving, and Gu Yifan didn't stand still either. After a successful attack, Gu Yifan rushed forward quickly. At this time, the man and the wolf were moving in the same direction, competing to see who was faster. If the wolf demon leader was faster, it would be able to escape from the wooden blade that pierced its body. If Gu Yifan was faster, the wooden blade would be able to penetrate deeper into the body of the wolf demon leader. With the help of his agility-enhancing talent, Gu Yifan's speed was much faster than that of the wolf demon leader. So after a fight, Gu Yifan gained the upper hand, which allowed the wooden blade to penetrate deeply into the waist of the wolf demon leader. Finished? Not yet! At the moment when the wooden blade completely pierced into the body of the wolf demon leader, Gu Yifan suddenly exerted force with his right hand and slashed to the side. Swish! Along with a crisp tearing sound, a big gash was cut on the waist of the wolf demon leader by the wooden blade. For a moment, blood spurted out from the wound on the wolf demon leader's waist like tap water. But because Gu Yifan's force changed the direction, the wolf demon leader got rid of the wooden blade and also opened up some distance between himself and Gu Yifan. Ouch! Another shrill scream came out from the mouth of the wolf demon leader. Its eyes instantly turned red, and all the gray hair on its body stood up as if it had been electrocuted. It looked like a giant hedgehog. This scene made Gu Yifan frown. The wolf demon leader who was seriously injured by him seemed to enter a bloodthirsty state under the stimulation of pain. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan decisively sent a probe to the wolf demon leader. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Race, wolf demon leader. Level 2. Combat power, 8 stars. Skill, bloodthirst. When in bloodthirsty state, combat power increases significantly. Explosion rate, 0.03%. Fuck, he really has entered a bloodthirsty state. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse inwardly. The wolf demon leader's combat power was 5 stars before, but now it has soared to 8 stars. If it's not entering a bloodthirsty state, then what is it? He was thinking of killing the wolf demon leader before it entered a bloodthirsty state, but in the end he still let it enter a bloodthirsty state. Fortunately, the combat power of the wolf demon leader only increased by 3 stars, so he might not be without the ability to fight. If it increased more, he might not be the opponent of the wolf demon leader, and could only escape. Ouch! The wolf demon leader roared angrily and rushed towards Gu Yifan again. In its bloodthirsty state, it had ignored the pain and had only one thought in its mind, which was to tear Gu Yifan apart. A solemn look appeared in Gu Yifan's eyes. The speed of the wolf demon leader was much faster than before, just like a car running at a speed of 120 miles per hour. This is not the point. The point is that he instantly determined that the wolf demon leader's speed exceeded his. In this situation, it is not wise to engage in close combat with the wolf demon leader. But he had no means of long-range attack and was unable to attack remotely at all. Neither close combat nor long-range attacks work, and this matter really makes Gu Yifan feel conflicted. However, Gu Yifan was not a hesitant person and made the decision in an instant. Fuck it! This beast is just a little faster than me. There's nothing to be afraid of. Accompanied by a loud curse coming out of Gu Yifan's mouth, he once again bravely faced the wolf demon leader. Next, Gu Yifan and the wolf demon leader fought back and forth, and in a short period of time they fought hundreds of times. Although the wolf demon leader's strength increased greatly after entering the bloodthirsty state and his speed was faster than Gu Yifan relied on the wooden blade and years of imitation and practice fighting experience to prevent the wolf demon leader from gaining any advantage. However, Gu Yifan did not gain any advantage and was even put in danger by the wolf demon leader. With one knife, Gu Yifan forced the wolf demon back. He then kicked the ground hard and retreated rapidly. He didn't want to retreat, but in the high-intensity fight, he didn't dare to be distracted at all and couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock, so he wanted to increase the distance between himself and the wolf demon leader to buy himself some time to think. Next, Gu Yifan kept changing directions to increase the distance between himself and the wolf demon leader while thinking about countermeasures. Damn it! This beast is just a little faster than me, but it's so difficult to deal with. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this moment, he deeply understood the feelings of those monsters that were killed by him relying on his agility advantage. He also understood the secret of agility. As long as your agility is high enough, you can ignore the differences in other attributes. The difference in other attributes? Gu Yifan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Then, a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. He made a very stupid mistake. The combat power of monsters is obtained by humans based on many years of combat experience, repeated deliberation, and repeated exploration. This means that the attributes of monsters can also be measured using human attributes. After the wolf demon leader enters the bloodthirsty state, his strength soars to 8 stars, which means that one or more attributes of the wolf demon reaches more than 80 points. Gu Yifan couldn't be sure how many attributes of the wolf demon leader had reached more than 80 points, but he was sure that the wolf demon leader's agility attribute must have reached more than 80 points, otherwise the wolf demon leader's speed could not be faster than him. You should know that his agility attribute is 25 points. After using the agility enhancement talent, his agility attribute has doubled. His agility attribute has reached 75 points. The agility attribute of the wolf demon leader is less than 80. How could he be faster than him? And agility is not the strongest among his 4 attributes. However, he just kept competing with the wolf demon leader in speed. Isn't this using his own weakness to attack the enemy's strength? Chapter 31. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Promoted to level 3. Stupid! Gu Yifan laughed at himself, but his eyes were full of smiles. Because after realizing the stupid mistake he had made, he knew how to break the deadlock. From now on, I won't take another step back. Gu Yifan laughed again, and suddenly stopped dodging, then strode towards the wolf demon leader. This scene made the wolf demon leader who was chasing relentlessly suddenly happy. There is a time limit for entering the bloodthirsty state. Once the bloodthirsty state is lifted, it will fall into an extremely weak state. Just now, Gu Yifan kept dodging and it couldn't catch up with him, which made it very anxious. It even considered whether to retreat. Otherwise, when the bloodthirsty state is lifted, it will be like fish on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by Gu Yifan. However, what it didn't expect was that just as it was about to retreat, Gu Yifan suddenly stopped dodging and rushed towards it. This was undoubtedly exactly what it wanted, and it undoubtedly gave it the opportunity to tear Gu Yifan apart alive. Ouch! The wolf demon leader roared angrily, and swung his sharp claws to grab Gu Yifan who was rushing towards him. Seeing this, Gu Yifan flipped his hand and the wooden blade disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, he bravely faced the sharp claws swung down by the wolf demon leader with his bare hands. This scene made the wolf demon leader even happier. Gu Yifan actually gave up the sharp blade that he was afraid of and fought it with his bare hands. This was simply courting death. You know, its claws are sharper than ordinary blades. It must seize the opportunity to scratch Gu Yifan's head, scratch Gu Yifan's body, and then tear Gu Yifan's legs and arms to avenge Gu Yifan for seriously injuring it. But before its fantasy could be finished, its red eyes suddenly fixed. Gu Yifan's right hand suddenly moved down when it was about to hit its sharp claws, and then his fist turned into a claw, tightly grasping the area above its claws. While avoiding its sharp claws, he also grabbed its calf and caused it to hurt. This is not the point. The point is that after its legs were caught by Gu Yifan, it could not fall again no matter how hard it tried. At this moment, the wolf demon leader finally realized that something was wrong. Gu Yifan suddenly stopped dodging and rushed towards it, not because he was looking for death, but because he had found a way to deal with it. Thinking of this, the wolf demon leader subconsciously wanted to pull back the leg that was grabbed by Gu Yifan. But the next moment it found that Gu Yifan's right hand was holding its leg tightly like a steel claw. It struggled hard and almost tore its leg bare but still couldn't get it free. In desperation, the wolf demon leader could only give up struggling to free his legs from being held by Gu Yifan. With the support of Gu Yifan's right hand, he suddenly raised his other front paw and grabbed Gu Yifan again. It firmly believed that as long as it could grab hold of him firmly, it would be able to rip Gu Yifan rip open. It's just that the idea is very beautiful, but the reality is a bit cruel. Before its other front paw could get close to Gu Yifan, a loud shout came out of Gu Yifan's mouth. "Get up for me!" Accompanied by this loud shout, the wolf demon leader clearly felt a surge of force coming from Gu Yifan's right hand. Immediately afterwards, it couldn't control itself and flew up, then flew over Gu Yifan's head and crashed into the ground on the other side. At this moment, the wolf demon leader's blood-red eyes were filled with fear. If it could speak human language, it would definitely say, "Damn! How can this guy be so strong?" Gu Yifan's face was full of smiles. The solution he thought of was not only correct, but also found the right path for subsequent battles. What is Gu Yifan's solution to break the impasse? It's very simple. There are only 8 words: play to your strengths, avoid your weaknesses, and defeat them with force. This is also the reason why Gu Yifan no longer competes with the wolf demon leader in speed and fighting skills, but instead confronts the wolf demon leader head-on. Although the wolf demon leader's combat power soared to 8 stars after entering the bloodthirsty state, the wolf demon leader's strength attribute could not be higher than 90 points, otherwise the wolf demon leader's combat power would not be 8 stars, but 9 stars. Gu Yifan's basic strength attribute is 41 points. After using his strength enhancement talent, his strength attribute increases 3 times. At this time, his strength attribute was as high as 164 points, which was twice that of the wolf demon leader. Given the huge gap in power, wouldn't it be easy for Gu Yifan to deal with the wolf demon by brute force? Facts have proved that Gu Yifan's judgment was absolutely correct. He easily controlled the wolf demon leader and also easily threw the wolf demon leader away. Even such a situation is no different from an adult beating a child. This incident also perfectly illustrates what it means that force can defeat skill, and that in the face of absolute power, everything is a paper tiger. Bang! With a dull crashing sound, the wolf demon leader's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Almost at the same time, a shrill scream came out from the mouth of the wolf demon leader. It just felt that its body was about to be smashed to pieces by Gu Yifan. In extreme pain, its wolf face became distorted. Is it over? Of course not. At this moment, the wolf demon leader was still alive, so how could Gu Yifan give him a chance to breathe? Moreover, the human race and the demon race were mortal enemies, so how could Gu Yifan miss the opportunity to beat the down dog? Gu Yifan succeeded in one strike without any hesitation. He grabbed one of the wolf demon's legs and threw the wolf demon leader over his head again, throwing him to the ground on the other side. Next, Gu Yifan did the same thing and threw the wolf demon leader to the ground like a dead dog. Bang! 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 Awa! 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 As Gu Yifan violently threw the wolf demon leader, another symphony of dull impact sounds and screams sounded. However, the symphony did not last long, and only the dull sound of bangs and bangs remained. At this time, the wolf demon had been knocked down by Gu Yifan and was barely breathing, and could die at any time. Bang! Another dull crash was heard. Gu Yifan once again threw the wolf demon leader to the ground. Although the wolf demon leader could no longer scream at this time, he still had no intention of stopping. He grabbed one of the wolf demon leader's legs and wanted to throw the wolf demon leader away and continued to throw the wolf demon leader wildly. But before he could make any move, a piece of information suddenly emerged in his mind. Bite! You killed the wolf demon leader and gained 50 experience points. Almost at the same time, a dazzling white light burst out from Gu Yifan's body. Gu Yifan once again clearly felt that he had become stronger. As mentioned before, Gu Yifan only needs to kill one more level 2 monster to advance from level 2 to level 3, not to mention killing the more powerful wolf monster leader. As Gu Yifan's level was raised to level 3, he was able to catch up with the first camp of Novice Village number 815. It has been just over an hour since we arrived at Shenmue Continent. During this hour, Gu Yifan first upgraded to level 2 and then to level 3. This upgrade speed was very fast. The reason is that sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Gu Yifan's previous accumulation in the 4 attributes and cultivation talents paid off at this moment. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill a rabbit demon, 4 wolf demons and a wolf demon leader so easily. Gu Yifan was not excited about the upgrade, his face was full of anticipation. He was expecting the wolf demon leader to drop a treasure. Chapter 32 Hidden Fall. Skill Bloodthirst. As Gu Yifan was expecting, the prompt sound came as expected. Bite! The wolf demon leader dropped a pendant. At this moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on Gu Yifan's face. His judgment was correct. Up to now, no one has killed the wolf demon leader. Of course, it is also possible that the treasure is not dropped from the first kill, but this possibility is really small. One reason is that the wolf demon leader has a bloodthirsty skill. Once he enters the bloodthirsty state, his combat power will directly soar to 8 stars. The highest level person on the village ranking list is only level 3, so it is unlikely that he can kill the wolf demon leader. The second reason is that the explosion rate of the wolf demon leader is only 0.03%, which is really low. Gu Yifan had a burst of luck before and got a skill book. He didn't think his luck would be so good. The fact was just as Gu Yifan thought, the wolf demon he killed was indeed his first kill. The next moment, Gu Yifan suddenly frowned. When treasure dropped before, the item either appeared in his hand or on the ground, but this time, there was no item in his hand and no item on the ground. Where did the pendant that just dropped go? Gu Yifan threw the wolf demon leader's body on the ground and searched the surroundings carefully, but found nothing. What's going on? Gu Yifan was a little confused. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly summoned the Heavenly Dao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 3. Root bone, 41. Spirituality, 26. Strength, 46 plus 5. Agility, 31. Free attribute points, 10. Experience, 10 out of 400. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, agility enhancement, E level, root bone enhancement, E level, vision enhancement, E level, smell enhancement, F level, hearing enhancement, E level, flame, F level. Skill, detection. Combat power, 4 stars. Gu Yifan's 4 attributes increased by 5 points respectively, and his free attribute points also increased by 5 points, but his combat power was still 4 stars. In addition, it takes 400 experience points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. According to the experience contributed by level 2 monsters, he needs to kill 10 level 2 monsters before he can upgrade from level 3 to level 4. However, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface not to check the attributes, so he just took a glance and opened the inventory. Just now he suddenly thought that the Shinmao continent had opened the inventory bar in this upgrade. Would the dropped items be directly stored in the inventory bar? After all, many games on the Shenzhou continent were like this. Swish! The Tiandao interface flashed and turned into an inventory. Gu Yifan immediately saw a dark green teardrop-shaped pendant with a rope lying quietly in the inventory. It's really here! Tiandao didn't even tell me. I was so scared. I thought the pendant was taken away by a ghost just now. Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief and raised his hand to place it on the pendant. Immediately afterwards, a row of small words appeared. Pendant of concealment. After wearing it, you can hide your own attributes and isolate yourself from all detection. Fuck! What a good thing! Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with ecstasy. Although the pendant of concealment cannot improve his combat effectiveness, it can hide his strength. You should know that his 4 attributes are somewhat different from others, even a little abnormal. This is only the current situation. As he strips away more attribute points, his attributes will far exceed people's cognition, and he will not be the only one who possesses detection skills. If his abnormal attributes were discovered and leaked out, he very much suspected that he would be used as a guinea pig for sliced and research. Before this, he was a little worried about this matter, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. Because of the pendant of concealment, no one can detect his attributes and his secrets will not be revealed. Gu Yifan decisively took out the pendant of concealment and put it around his neck. But then he realized something was wrong. Now he was shirtless, without any clothes to cover his body, and the pendant he wore was quite eye-catching. Anyone who was not stupid would know that the pendant he wore was an item dropped by a monster he killed. After all, items from the Shenzhou continent could not be brought in. After a little thought, Gu Yifan took off the pendant of concealment again. District 99 is a new area, and the probability of skill books dropping during exploration is not high. There shouldn't be many people who possess exploration skills right now, so it is unlikely that his abnormal attributes will be exposed. Of course, there is also the possibility of exposure. But compared with the 100% exposure of wearing the pendant of concealment, it is better to choose the former. After putting the pendant of concealment back into the inventory, Gu Yifan was about to put the wolf demon leader's body into the storage ring. He had experimented before and found that the snake demon and its leader were the same kind of monster, and the wolf demon and its leader would be no exception. He had already skinned 3 wolf demons, so there would be no gain from skinning the wolf demon leader. But the next moment, the hand he had just raised stopped again, and a trace of thought appeared on his cheek. Just now he suddenly thought that the wolf demon leader and the snake demon leader were a little different. The snake demon leader had no skills, but the wolf demon leader had skills. He was wondering if the hidden talent of stripping away all things could strip away the skills of the monsters. "You'll know if it works if you try it." As Gu Yifan spoke, he raised his hand and brushed across the body of the wolf demon leader. "Bite! Stripping is successful. You gain the bloodthirsty skill. It really works." Gu Yifan was very surprised. But think about it, if the hidden talent can strip away the talents of humans from all things, why can't it strip away the skills of monsters? "Luckily I tried it, otherwise I would have missed a skill." It seems I have to try more in the future, just in case I gain something?" Gu Yifan muttered to himself while clicking on the attribute interface. I saw that in addition to detection, there was one more skill in the skill column, bloodthirsty. Although Gu Yifan already knew the function of the bloodthirsty skill when he was investigating the wolf demon leader, the information obtained by the investigation skill was incomplete, so he still raised his hand and placed it on the word, bloodthirsty, to check the skill introduction. Immediately afterwards, a row of small words appeared. Bloodthirsty. Entering the bloodthirsty state, all attributes are increased by 50%, which can last up to 10 minutes. After that, you will fall into a weak state. The longer the bloodthirsty skill lasts, the longer the weak state lasts, and it can last up to 10 hours. The book says that skills that stimulate potential should not be used indiscriminately. It's really true. Gu Yifan felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he checked it carefully, otherwise he would have put himself in danger when he fell into a weak period. But then again, skills like bloodthirstiness that stimulate potential are not regular skills, but are used to save lives. Compared with your life, a period of weakening is not worth mentioning at all. Having a life-saving skill is great. Gu Yifan smacked his lips again. Without further delay, he waved his hand and put the wolf demon leader and the 4 wolf demon corpses into the storage ring. Although the effect of waiting for something to happen this time was very good, it was an accidental success. If he continued like this, it would probably be a waste of time, so he didn't plan to continue waiting for something to happen. By the way, let's see where I rank in the village top 100 list now. Gu Yifan opened the list interface as he spoke. Chapter 33, You Can't Help But Treasure Pavilion. Number 815 Top 100 Novice Village Ranking. First place, Gaoang, Level 3. Second place, Chao Shiyan, Level 3. Third place, Zhang Yihong, Level 3. 31st place, Gu Yifan, Level 3. Gu Yifan checked the list of top 100 villages from beginning to end. There is no change in the top 100 village rankings. No, there are changes. He jumped from never being on the list to 31st place in one breath, pushing the original 31st to 99th place back one place, and the original 100th place was pushed off the top 100 village level list. Only 31. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. Come to think of it, 30 people had already upgraded their levels to level 3 before this, and he had just upgraded his level to level 3. The extra experience points were only 10 points, so it was normal for him to rank 31st in the top 100 village level list. Fortunately, no one heard what Gu Yifan said, otherwise he would have been drowned in spit. It only took about an hour, most of which was spent on traveling and waiting, to rush from never on the list to 31st place. This speed of advancement is like riding a rocket, and you are still not satisfied? Continue to search for the monster, Gu Yifan added. But you have to be careful, it would be bad if you accidentally become the first. Who lives the longest in this world? He is neither a Loki person nor a capable person, but a person who is both Loki and capable. Therefore, he has to be low-key so as not to attract the attention of those with ill intentions and bring trouble to himself. After he finished speaking, Gu Yifan didn't delay any longer and walked forward. However, what he didn't know was that plans could not change as fast as they did. Sometimes he can't just relax whenever he wants. But sometimes, he doesn't want to take it easy but he has to take it easy. This is also the reason why you have no choice when you enter the world. At this moment, a voice full of shock suddenly sounded several miles away from Gu Yifan. Fuck! Gu Yifan has reached level 3 and is ranked 31st on the village top 100 list. These words came from Liji's mouth. Ever since he learned that Gu Yifan killed 4 wolf monsters alone, he has remained silent. He was not discouraged by Gu Yifan's impressive record, but he realized that many of his previous flattery were in vain. He was worried that Gao Zhuang would have some prejudice against him, and make things difficult for him. Until he encountered a monster just now and was nearly bitten to death by the monster because of his lack of concentration, but was saved by Gao Zhuang at the critical moment, he suddenly realized that he was too cautious. Because if Gao Zhuang had any prejudice against him, why would he save his life? Without any worries, Liji's mind immediately became active. Then he thought of Gu Yifan's strong strength, and his leveling speed must be very fast. Before, Gu Yifan killed 4 wolf monsters alone, so it is very likely that he has already reached the top 100 list of the village. Then there was the exclamation just now. Hearing Liji's exclamation, Zhao Rui and others opened the list to check. There's nothing surprising about this. Gao Zhuang smiled bitterly and said, After I confirmed that he had killed 4 wolf monsters alone, I opened the list to check. At that time, he had already reached level 2 and ranked 43rd on the village level top 100 list. Brother Gao, Gu Yifan's upgrade speed is really too fast. Zhao Rui sighed. You said before that he was still at level 1 during the level test, which means that he was still at level 1 when he entered the Shinma continent this time. And it has only been an hour since he entered the Shinma continent, and he has risen from level 1 to level 3. Normal, Gao Zhuang said. He travels alone, and all the experience he gains from killing monsters is his own. If he is luckier and encounters a lot of monsters, his upgrade speed will be fast. That's true. Zhao Rui nodded. Don't delay. Gao Zhuang added. Hurry up and find the monster, otherwise he will overtake us. But although he said this, he was smiling bitterly in his heart. Because he knew very well that it was only a matter of time before he was overtaken by Gu Yifan. Hu! Gu Yifan, who was looking for a monster, suddenly sneezed. Who is talking about me? Gu Yifan rubbed his nose. But he just said that and continued looking for the monster. As Gu Yifan was searching, the morning passed quickly. During this morning, perhaps because the encounter with the wolf demon leader had used up all his good luck for the day, he only found 2 level 2 demon beasts, and killed them cleanly and swiftly. The only consolation was that these 2 monsters were not wolf monsters. He gained 80 experience points and 8 agility attribute points. As for the corpses of the monsters, not a single one was found. The reason is that most people are still strolling around the plains of the novice village. What the hell, I said take it easy. Now it seems that there is no need to relax at all, or even if I don't want to relax, I will be forced to relax. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Before this, he was thinking about upgrading slowly so as not to accidentally become the number 1 in the village top 100 list and attract the attention of people with ill intentions. As a result, he couldn't find many monsters, so he had to take it easy. Gulu! 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 At this moment, Gu Yifan's stomach suddenly growled. The last time I came to Shinma continent, I didn't feel hungry for almost the entire day. How come I'm hungry after only one morning this time? Gu Yifan was a little confused. But he soon realized that the last time he came to Shinma continent was his first time entering Shinma continent. In addition to being excited and curious, he was also very nervous. With his mind highly concentrated, how could he feel hungry? But this time when he came to Shinma continent, he had some experience, and was not so nervous, so he felt hungry when it was time for dinner. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, so make some food. As Gu Yifan spoke, he ran around and picked up some branches and leaves. Then he made 2 supports with the branches, took out the rabbit demon's corpse, and started cleaning it up very quickly. After the cleaning was completed, he used a straight branch to string the rabbit monster meat together and placed it on 2 supports. Put some leaves between the 2 supports, and put some branches on the leaves. Gu Yifan snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. I thought this thing was useless, but I forgot that it can be used as a source of fire. Gu Yifan sighed. Before his talent awakened, he learned a lot of wilderness survival skills in preparation for entering the Shinmao continent. For example, what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten in the wilderness, how to barbecue, how to find water, etc. But there was one thing that gave Gu Yifan a headache, and that was the source of the fire. It's not that he hasn't tried to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, but rubbing 2 sticks together to make fire is not only difficult, but also difficult to succeed. Now that he had the F-level talent for cultivation, his biggest headache was perfectly solved. Using the flame from his fingertips to ignite the leaves, Gu Yifan began to roast the rabbit monster meat. With nothing to do, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the chat channel. He wanted to see what other people were talking about and whether there was any useful information. I'm so hungry, could someone please give me something to eat? I'm so fucking hungry. I'm chewing tree bark and grass roots to fill my stomach. Can I tell you I'm eating raw meat? I'm so worried I'll have diarrhea. Why can't we bring things from outside in? Shinmao continent is such a rip-off. I want to ask whoever made this rule about not bringing in anything from outside. The messages in the chat channel were scrolling quickly, but they were all about people complaining about being hungry. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. It turns out that not only he was hungry, but many people were hungry. Fortunately, he was able to obtain the F-level cultivation talent flame, otherwise he would be worried about food now. Should I tell them I'm grilling? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. But he quickly gave up the idea. Doing this will really attract hatred, so it's better to just enjoy the food alone in silence. It took about half an hour, and the rabbit meat was roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This is also one of the advantages of monster meat, it is easy to cook and rot. After tearing off a rabbit monster's leg, Gu Yifan started eating it with big mouthfuls. But just as he took the first bite, Tiandao's mechanical and cold voice suddenly exploded in the sky. A trading opportunity has emerged. The treasure pavilion has been opened in the 99th district of Shinmao continent. All items can be traded in the treasure pavilion. For safety reasons, the treasure pavilion will conceal the information of the seller and the buyer. Chapter 34, Unlimited Business Opportunities. I am not a bodhisattva. Treasure pavilion? Everyone in District 99 was completely confused. Before this, they had never heard that there was a treasure house in Shinmao continent that could be used to trade items. But they soon reacted. The treasure pavilion should be a new feature added in this improvement, an upgrade of Shinmao continent. Moreover, it is divided into zones and requires an opportunity to be opened, so Tiandao did not announce it. But then they were confused again. Where did the trading opportunity come from? Most of them are penniless now. The man only has a pair of large shorts, while the woman has a small vest and a wooden sword. What do they trade? Are you going to trade your big shorts? Gu Yifan was also wondering where the transaction opportunity would come from. Soon, his eyes suddenly brightened. Everyone is hungry right now, and he is grilling meat. Isn't this an opportunity for a deal? So, the opening of the treasure pavilion in Shinmao continent is probably because of me? Well, I can be considered as someone who changed the course of the Shinmao continent. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, feeling a little proud. It's not that Gu Yifan is narcissistic, but he had just roasted the rabbit monster meat, and the Shinmao continent announced the opening of the treasure pavilion. The timing was so perfect that it was hard for him not to think so. The fact was just as Gu Yifan thought, it was indeed him who opened the treasure house in the 99th district of Shinmao continent. However, this matter is not the point for Gu Yifan. The point is what he can gain from the transaction. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface. I saw an extra row of words below the Tian Dao interface, Treasure Pavilion. Click on the treasure pavilion and a new interface will appear with only two buttons, sell and buy. Click the sell button and a new interface pops up. There is a slightly larger box at the top of the interface, and rows of small boxes at the bottom. After a little thought, Gu Yifan tore off a leg of the rabbit monster. He weighed it in his hand and it weighed about 5 kilograms. 5 pounds of meat is enough for 3 days. Gu Yifan talked to himself, and then his mind moved, and the rabbit demon legs appeared in the box above the interface. Immediately afterwards, rows of small characters appeared on the interface. Item: barbecue, rabbit monster. Quantity: about 5 caddies. Exchange? At the bottom are 2 buttons, cancel and confirm. Gu Yifan decisively entered the 8 words. A level 2 monster corpse. In the exchange column. Then another interface popped up. The interface contains the names of all the second level monsters. There is a small box in front of the name of the second level monster, which is used to check the box, and there is also the word confirm at the bottom of the interface. This thing is pretty smart. Gu Yifan sighed and selected all the second level monsters except the wolf monster. He traded barbecue for a level 2 monster in order to strip away its attribute points, and he was also prepared to trade it for a wolf monster, but he didn't expect that he could also choose the type of monster to trade. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about trading it for a wolf monster. Click the confirm button and the interface returns to the previous interface. Click the confirmation button again, and the rabbit meat in the big box will move to the small box below. At the same time, a message popped up. The listing was successful. Gu Yifan returned to the main interface of the treasure pavilion, click the purchase button, and enter the purchase interface. There is a search box at the top of the interface, and there are many small grids below the search box. There was only one item in those small grids, and that was the barbecue that Gu Yifan had just put on the shelf. After figuring out how to do it, Gu Yifan began to divide the freshly roasted rabbit monster meat. Each portion weighed about 5 pounds. Then he put the divided rabbit monster meat on the shelf in the treasure pavilion one by one. Before he could put all the divided rabbit monster meat on the shelf, a reminder sounded in his mind. Bite! The rabbit monster meat you put on the treasure pavilion has been sold, and you got the corpse of a level 2 monster. Almost at the same time, a piece of rabbit monster meat on the sales interface turned into the corpse of a second level monster. Gu Yifan was a little surprised. He was thinking it would take a while to sell it. After all, what he wanted to trade was a level 2 monster, and most people were still strolling around the plains of the novice village. But he soon realized that the treasure pavilion was a newly released feature, and there must be a lot of people studying it. Moreover, the treasure pavilion was not only facing the novice village number 815, but the entire 99th district. Thinking of this, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Gu Yifan's face. He originally thought that he would not be able to sell many pieces of monster meat. After all, not many people from novice village number 815 entered the west of Chang'an City. But he was facing the entire 99th district, so the number of pieces he could sell was impossible to estimate. You know, there are many novice villages in the 99th district. Even if there are not many people entering the west of Chang'an City from a novice village, the number of novice villages added together is terrifying. Realizing this, Gu Yifan suddenly became full of motivation, and then continued to put the monster meat on the shelves. However, he did not exchange all the barbecued meat for level 2 monsters. A portion of the barbecued meat was used to exchange for elixirs and equipment. Although there are not many people with fire-type talents, this is based on proportion. There are quite a few people in District 99, so there must be many who have fire-type talents. Those people are not fools. They will definitely follow his example and sell monster meat in the treasure pavilion to compete with him for business. So he had to hurry up and exchange it for some other things, otherwise when the people with fire talents rolled up, it would be difficult for him to exchange the monster meat for other things. After all the rabbit monster meat was put on the shelf, Gu Yifan didn't even bother to eat the meat and started to continue grilling it. But this time he didn't just grill one head. He set up 3 barbecue racks and grilled 4 heads at once. Gu Yifan also wanted to grill more, but he had to spend time cleaning up the monsters and collecting firewood. The barbecue also needed to be turned constantly, so if he grilled more, he would be too busy to handle it. As a moral and conscientious person, he cannot sell burned meat. As more and more people saw the barbecue in the treasure pavilion, the chat channels of various novice villages exploded. Wow! Someone is actually eating barbecue and selling it on the treasure pavilion. What an amazing person! I'm starving while others are eating barbecue. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Finally, I don't have to eat raw meat anymore. Without saying anything, let's go to the treasure house and take a look. Grass roots and tree bark, I really can't swallow it. I'll go to the treasure pavilion to check it out. Are you guys idiots? Why don't you go to the treasure house and take a look? Why are you still talking here? Aren't you insulting yourself as well? The chat channel was lively for a while and then became quiet, as everyone went to see the treasure pavilion. But soon the chat channel became lively again. Fuck! A 5-gene portion of barbecued meat is exchanged for a second-level monster. A 10-gene portion of barbecued meat is actually exchanged for a spiritual medicine or a bronze-level equipment. Isn't this too unfair? What does the barbecue seller want to exchange for the second-level monster corpse? I'm still in the novice village plains. Where can I find a level 2 monster? The barbecue seller, can we discuss this? Can we exchange the first-level monster for the barbecue? The people who are talking here are all in the novice village plain. Those who are in the west of Chang'an City are all looking for level 2 monsters. At this time, Gu Yifan was still busy and had no time to check the chat channel. Time is wealth, time is attribute points, he must seize it. After all 4 monsters were roasted, he picked up the remaining rabbit monster leg and continued to gnaw on it. During the time he was busy, the monster meat that had just been put on the shelves had been sold out. With nothing to do, Gu Yifan opened the chat channel again, and then saw some people calling him a black-hearted and unscrupulous businessman. Gu Yifan didn't care about this. Although he was indeed cruel in exchanging monster meat for elixirs and equipment, he did not kill or burn anyone, but it was an open and above-board transaction. If you think I am cruel, then just don't trade with me. No one is forcing you to trade. However, only a few people called him a black-hearted profiteer. Most people asked if they could exchange a first-level monster for barbecue. In response, he simply chose to ignore it. A level 1 monster is useless to him, and the barbecue isn't for nothing. Who would spend time and effort to grill meat in exchange for something useless? He is not a bodhisattva who needs to save all living beings. Some people also said that the barbecue was sold out, and asked him when new barbecue would be put on the shelves. In response to this, Gu Yifan had no intention of responding at all. The treasure pavilion would conceal the information of the seller and the buyer. If he replied, wouldn't he be exposed? After closing the chat channel, Gu Yifan quickly filled his stomach and opened the treasure house again. The barbecue he just put on the shelf brought him a lot of good stuff. Chapter 35. A huge profit. A surge in strength. Along with the appearance of the sales interface, rows of items appeared in Gu Yifan's sight. These items were exchanged by Gu Yifan for barbecue. He counted and found a total of 15 level 2 monsters, 5 pieces of equipment, and 1 spiritual medicine. Gu Yifan's mind moved and he took out the elixir. Immediately afterwards, a dark green flower appeared out of thin air in his hand. Bone-eroding flower. No wonder that person was willing to exchange it for something. Gu Yifan suddenly realized. The bone-eroding flower is a highly poisonous substance. It is only useful to people with a talent for poison-related cultivation. If anyone else takes it, it would be like taking arsenic. But if it is useless to others, it may not be useful to him. Because he has a hidden talent to strip away everything, maybe one day he will be able to strip away the talent for poison cultivation. After putting the bone-eroding flower into the storage ring, Gu Yifan took out 5 more pieces of equipment. The next moment, 5 pieces of equipment appeared out of thin air on the ground. A long knife, a dagger, 2 identical pieces of clothing and a pair of shoes. I didn't even get a single piece of equipment, but quite a few people were willing to exchange their equipment for barbecue. How extravagant! Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. But he just sighed. There are 1,000 people in the novice village number 815, and there are many novice villages in the 99th district. You can imagine how many people there are in the 99th district. With so many people, Even if the explosion rate of low-level monsters is very low, some items will be dropped. As for those who traded their equipment for barbecue, those people probably had more than one piece of equipment, and bronze-level equipment is precious now, and no one would want it even if they gave it away, so it is not difficult to understand why those people exchanged equipment for barbecue. As he picked up the long knife, a piece of information emerged in Gu Yifan's mind. Iron knife, attack power plus 6, bronze level. Gu Yifan checked 4 more pieces of equipment. Iron dagger, attack power plus 7, bronze level. Commoner, bones plus 3, spiritual power plus 4, bronze level. Commoner, bones plus 4, spiritual power plus 3, bronze level. Walking boots, agility plus 7, bronze level. Who named these so casually? They have no cultural level at all. But the name is not important. What is important is the attribute added. But the attributes added by these equipment are not very good. Gu Yifan was speechless. The upper limit of the attribute added by bronze-level equipment is 10 points, while the highest attribute added by the equipment he exchanged for is only 7 points. But it's better than nothing. Gu Yifan equipped himself with the iron blade, cloth shoes and cloth clothes with plus 4 bone strength, and put the other 2 pieces of equipment into the equipment bar. He did not use his hidden talent to strip away everything and improve the level of his equipment. It's not that he forgot, but silver-level equipment requires level 10 to be worn. The next moment, a light flashed on Gu Yifan's body, and he was wearing a gray sleeveless top and a pair of gray shorts, and there was a silver-white dagger in his hand. Gu Yifan looked down and a smile appeared on his cheek. Although the iron blade, cloth clothes and cloth shoes did not improve his combat effectiveness much, he finally did not have to go shirtless anymore, and could wear the pendant of concealment. Gu Yifan took out the pendant of concealment from the storage ring, put it on, and then took out all the corpses of the monsters he had obtained in exchange. Swish! 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 The corpses of monsters appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Looking at the corpse of the monster on the ground, Gu Yifan raised his hand and patted his forehead. A trace of regret appeared on his cheek. Just now he was so busy that he forgot to calculate the number of monsters of different races that he exchanged for, which resulted in 5 monsters of 2 races being exchanged and 4 portions of barbecue being wasted in vain. That's all. It's not completely useless. At least it can be used to grill meat. But you have to be careful next time. Gu Yifan comforted himself, and used his hidden talent to peel off everything. As Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the corpses of the monsters, a series of reminders rang in his mind. Bite! Stripping successful, you gain 4 agility attribute points. Bite! Stripping successful, you gain 5 spiritual attribute points. Bite! Stripping successful, you gain 3 strength attribute points. After stripping all the monsters, Gu Yifan obtained 12 strength attribute points, 17 spirituality attribute points, 9 agility attribute points, and 8 root bone attribute points. Swish! Gu Yifan waved his hand and put all the monster corpses into the storage ring. His mind moved again, and he summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 3. Root bone, 49 plus 4. Spirituality, 43 plus 3. Strength, 58 plus 7. Agility, 48 plus 7. Free attribute points, 10. Experience, 90 out of 400. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, agility enhancement, E level, root bone enhancement, E level, vision enhancement, E level, smell enhancement, F level, hearing enhancement, E level, flame, F level. Skills, exploration, bloodthirst. Combat power, 5 stars. It has these attributes at level 3, it's awesome. Well, the combat power has also been raised to 5 stars. Gu Yifan said something boastful and then closed the Tiandao interface. He turned the 4 grills, took out a monster and started cleaning it, preparing to continue grilling. A few minutes later, the monster meat on the grill gave off an intoxicating aroma. This also means that the monster meat on the grill is cooked. Gu Yifan stopped cleaning the monster, took out the roasted monster meat, put on another monster that had just been cleaned and continued roasting it. Then he began to cut up the roasted monster meat and put it on the shelf in the treasure pavilion. Someone will be selling barbecue on the treasure pavilion soon. He wants to exchange some more things before others sell barbecue. Next, Gu Yifan was either cleaning up the monsters, collecting firewood, turning the grill, or cutting up the barbecue and putting it on the treasure cabinet. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to rest. In addition, he also has to pay attention to which monsters have sufficient numbers and exclude them from the exchange list. But he was busy and happy. Because his barbecue was extremely popular, the barbecue that could be exchanged for the second-level monsters was sold out not long after it was put on the shelves. But precisely because the business was so booming, sometimes he didn't have time to eliminate enough monsters, and the monster meat on the shelves was replaced. This also caused him to exchange for some monsters that could not be stripped down to attribute points. Gu Yifan had no choice but to accept this, as the business was so booming. As for the barbecue that can be exchanged for elixirs and equipment, it's not selling that well. Not a single piece of the barbecue that was exchanged for the elixir was sold. Only a few servings of barbecued meat were sold in exchange for equipment. The reason is that many people don't have equipment or elixirs, or they are reluctant to exchange them. Half an hour later, Gu Yifan stopped exchanging for level 2 monsters and only exchanged for elixirs and equipment. He has already collected 3 level 2 monsters of all kinds, so there is no need to collect more. He also wants to use this to force those who want to eat meat but are reluctant to exchange them with elixirs and equipment to exchange them for barbecue. As Gu Yifan stopped exchanging for the second-level monsters, the chat channel exploded. Before, it took about 10 minutes to put a batch of barbecue on the shelf. It's been more than 10 minutes now, why is there no barbecue? You don't plan to exchange for a level 2 monster, but only for equipment and spiritual medicine? Fuck, we just killed a level 2 monster. But you don't want to use the barbecue to exchange for the level 2 monster? Master who sells barbecue, please quickly put the barbecue on the shelf to exchange for the second level monster. Damn it, the guy selling the barbecue has an even more evil heart. I'm almost starving. Never mind, I'll exchange it with my equipment. The chat channels in each novice village are all very active. Most people were asking why the barbecue for exchanging for the second level monster was not put on the shelf. But their scolding, inquiries, and doubts were destined to not get a response from Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan didn't know that the chat channels in all the novice villages had exploded, and he was still busy barbecuing. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. By the way, it's been over an hour, someone should be selling barbecue by now, right? Gu Yifan suddenly remembered this, then opened the treasure pavilion and checked the purchase interface. All I saw on the purchase interface were the barbecues he was selling. No one is selling yet? These people are a little slow to react. But it's good this way, I can still do this solo business for a while. Gu Yifan said this and was about to close the purchase interface. But at this moment, the purchase interface suddenly flashed. Then, a piece of barbecue appeared in the first grid at the bottom of the purchase interface, pushing all the barbecue he was selling back one grid. Chapter 36. Fight with me? I can't kill you. Fuck! I just said no one is trying to steal my business, and now they're here. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse. But then again, it's pretty good that it took so long for someone to grab the business. You know, he originally thought that someone would follow suit and sell barbecue in half an hour at most. As for why it took so long for someone to follow suit and sell barbecue, it may be that the person with fire talent did not have the corpse of the monster around him, and he had to look for the monster, which took a lot of time. There may be other reasons, but Gu Yifan was too lazy to think about the specific reasons. Raise your hand and place it on the first grill. Gu Yifan wanted to see what that person was going to change. Why was that person at the front of the line when he was on the shelf at night? Immediately afterwards, a row of information appeared. 15 pounds of barbecue in exchange for a piece of equipment, or a magical medicine. Fuck! No wonder he's at the front of the line, he's trying to compete with me. Gu Yifan became famous instantly. If that person used the same amount of barbecue to exchange for equipment and elixirs, he might not necessarily bother with that person. After all, the treasure pavilion does not belong to him alone, anyone can do business there. But this guy actually increased the amount of barbecue that can be exchanged. Isn't this a price war and a competition with him? Faced with this, can he be timid? Obviously not. At this moment, the monster meat on the grill was emitting an intoxicating aroma. You're a jerk, you want to fight with me? I can't kill you! Gu Yifan sneered, took the monster meat off the grill, put another clean monster on it, and continued grilling. Swish! The iron dagger in Gu Yifan's hand flashed, and cut off a large piece of monster meat. I weighed it with my hand and it was about 20 kilograms, so I put it on the shelf without hesitation. On the volume? He is really afraid of someone, otherwise he wouldn't have occupied the first place in Wulong Martial Arts Academy for many years. Swish! The purchasing interface flashed, and the barbecue that Gu Yifan had just put on the shelf appeared in the first grid. At this time, in Novice Village number 538, in a dense forest west of Chang'an City, a group of people were sitting around a bonfire, and above the bonfire was a rack of freshly roasted monster meat. These people all have a small mustache under their noses. With such a characteristic, you can tell at a glance that they are from Japan. Ito-kun, exchanging barbecue for equipment and spiritual medicine is a very profitable business. Why don't you put more barbecue on the shelves? Yamashita-kun, we are all hungry. We have to save some for ourselves. We still have more than 2 days to go, so we have to save some barbecue for backup. Also, we have to upgrade quickly and can't waste time on barbecue. Ito-kun, what you said makes sense, but exchanging equipment and elixirs is a very profitable business. I know. I'll put one batch of barbecue on the shelf first to see how it sells. If it sells well, I'll keep putting more on the shelf. Ito-kun, you're worrying too much. That guy's barbecue is selling so well. We have more barbecue on the shelves than him, so it will definitely sell well. There's no need to worry about that. Yamashita-kun, have you forgotten? We can raise the price, and that person can also raise the price. Mr. Ito, you are worrying too much again. Our great Japan is the most powerful country in the world. Who dares to compete with us for business? What Yamashita-kun said is absolutely right. Once we put up the barbecue, that person will have to retreat. Swish! The purchase interface flashed, and a portion of barbecue appeared in the first box of the purchase interface. This scene made Yamashita-kun and others who were paying attention to the treasure pavilion suddenly stunned. They just said that no one dared to compete with them for business, but then a piece of barbecue was put on the shelf and occupied the first grid. Isn't this a slap in their faces? What? That guy actually used 20 kilograms of barbecue to exchange for equipment and spiritual medicine. He is 5 kilograms more than us. Baga! That person actually dared to provoke our great country of Japan. He is simply impatient to live. Baga! Don't let me know who that man is, or I'll kill him. Ito-kun, that guy actually dared to start a price war with us. We will crush him. Ito-kun didn't say anything. He decisively took the barbecue off the shelf and put another 25-pound barbecue on the shelf. Although he expected that Gu Yifan would also raise his price after he raised it, when this really happened, he suddenly felt that his dignity as a citizen of the great Japanese country was challenged. Baga! How dare you steal business from my great country Japan? I'll kill you if we can't. Now let's see if that person still dares to challenge me, the Japanese country? Do I even need to ask this? That person will definitely be scared when he sees how powerful our great Japan is. Haha, that person took the barbecue off the shelf. He must be a coward. Yamashita-kun and the others were all beaming with joy, acting like they were the boss, second only to the earth, and third in command. But the slap in the face came again soon. Swish! The purchasing interface flashed with light, and another piece of barbecue was put on the shelf, occupying the first grid. This time, 30 kilograms of barbecued meat can be exchanged for a piece of equipment, or a magical medicine. What? That guy actually dared to compete with us. Is he really that bold? Ito-kun, raise the price and fuck him. Baga! The pressure of our great country of Japan cannot be challenged. We must get rid of him. Yamashita-kun and the others were once again filled with righteous indignation, looking humiliated. Ito-kun took the barbecue that had just been put on the shelves off again, and put another 35-pound barbecue on the shelves. This time, Yamashita-kun and others did not clamor again. Because they have been slapped in the face twice, and don't want to be slapped a third time. At this time, everyone who was paying attention to the treasure pavilion and waiting to buy barbecue noticed the movement on the purchasing interface. Is this rolled up? Haha, hurry up and roll them up. The tighter you roll, the better. It's good to have it rolled out. Only then can we exchange the barbecue at the lowest price. What a bullshit! Didn't you notice that they were exchanging equipment and elixirs, and no one was exchanging monster corpses? Similar messages are scrolling in the chat channels of each novice village. But with the appearance of the last message, the chat channels suddenly became quiet. Yes, what they want is to exchange barbecue for monster corpses, not barbecue for equipment and elixirs. Fuck, why don't these two use barbecue to exchange for the monster corpse? The same thought flashed through many people's minds. However, what they didn't know was that Gu Yifan used barbecue to exchange for monster corpses in order to strip away attribute points. Now that he had collected enough level 2 monsters, why would he use barbecue to exchange for monster corpses again? As for Ito-kun and others? The corpses of monsters are trash to them, so why would they exchange barbecued meat for the corpses of monsters? The man who first sold the barbecue is trying to get more money. He raised the price to 40 kilograms of barbecue in exchange for equipment or spiritual medicine. Haha, later the barbecue seller raised the price to 50 kilograms of barbecue in exchange for equipment or spiritual medicine. If we can't eat monster meat, it's quite interesting to watch these guys fight each other. Fuck! The guy who first sold the barbecue raised the price to 100 kilograms of barbecue in exchange for equipment and spiritual medicine. Increasing 50 kilograms at once, this is an amazing move. Then the guy selling the barbecue quickly raised the price. Hurry up and get it. Fuck! It would be great if I could watch a good show and eat barbecue at the same time. The chat channels in each novice village are lively again. At this time, Gu Yifan was grilling meat while staring at the purchase interface with a sneer on his face. He hadn't even started to increase the price yet, but that person had the guts to increase the price first. Was he trying to scare him? In that case, he would add 50 kilograms at once to see who could scare whom? Different from Gu Yifan's sneer, Ito Jun and others all looked aggrieved. They originally wanted to increase the price to scare off Gu Yifan, but they didn't expect to face Gu Yifan's more fierce counterattack. It's not that they hadn't thought about raising the price further, but Gu Yifan directly raised the price to 100 kilograms. The monster meat they had just roasted was only a little over 100 kilograms in total. If they raised the price further, they would go hungry. Besides, if they can raise the price, why can't Gu Yifan raise the price as well? You have to know that when Gu Yifan competed with them, he did not use the barbecued meat that had been put on the shelves in the treasure pavilion before, and those barbecued meats that had been put on the shelves before weighed more than 200 kilograms. What could they use to compete with Gu Yifan? Baka! A level 2 monster can only produce a little over 100 kilograms of meat. That guy actually used 100 kilograms of roasted meat to exchange for equipment or elixirs. He must be out of his mind. Baga! Although it is cost-effective to exchange barbecue for spiritual medicine, and it is also cost-effective to exchange it for equipment under the current situation, but doesn't barbecue take time? Doesn't it require finding monsters? Yamashita-kun's helpless roar. As soon as he finished speaking, a weak voice sounded. That person doesn't need to look for monsters. Before he used barbecue to exchange for a lot of level 2 monsters. Yamashita-kun was stunned. You did this to me on purpose, didn't you? But this is the fact, and he can't refute it even if he wants to. He roared again. We will also exchange monsters and continue to fight him. Chapter 37 Victory. Sustainable Business. Let's just forget it. Ito-kun shook his head and said, We don't know whether that person still has barbecue in his hands, but the barbecue that was previously put on the shelf in the treasure pavilion is more than 200 kilograms. We need these 200 kilograms alone to roast 2 monsters. But that's not the point. The point is that we can't be as stupid as him and waste our precious time on barbecue. After all, improving our level and increasing our strength are the most important things for us. What Ito said makes sense. We can't waste our precious time on barbecue. That's true. It's more important to improve your level and strength. I see that guy's barbecue hasn't been sold for a while. It's not certain that anyone will exchange equipment and elixirs for barbecue in the future. It's really not worth spending time on barbecue. Several people around started to agree. They just said that, but they knew in their hearts that it was not that they didn't want to compete with Gu Yifan, but they just couldn't win. Yamashita-kun didn't say anything more. Just now he said he would continue to roll with Gu Yifan just for the sake of face, but actually he was already scared of Gu Yifan. Now that Ito has found a reasonable reason, he can take advantage of the situation to back off. Since everyone thinks so, Ito-kun said, then I'll take the barbecue off the shelf and leave it for us to eat. After saying that, he took the barbecue off the shelf in the treasure pavilion. At this point, an internal conflict ended with Gu Yifan's resounding victory. When they saw Ito-kun take the barbecue off the shelves and not put it back up for a long time, the onlookers realized that the barbecue dispute was over. Then they started clamoring in the chat channel for him to put the barbecue back on the shelves to exchange for the monster corpses. Gu Yifan also realized that the other party was scared. Fuck, follow me, don't you know I'm the king of rolls? Gu Yifan closed the purchase interface with a proud look on his face and opened the chat channel again. He wanted to see what everyone was talking about, and whether there was any useful information for him. As for the 100-pound barbecue in the first grid, he was too lazy to change it. One reason is because of arrogance. We have meat, so we don't mind losing another 100 pounds. Secondly, he had seen that not many people were willing to exchange equipment and elixirs for barbecue, but if he left the 100 kilograms of barbecue hanging, he might get something in return. Anyway, it was not a loss at all to exchange the 100 kilograms of barbecue for equipment and elixirs. After taking a look at the scrolling messages in the chat channel, Gu Yifan closed the chat channel again. The chat channel was mostly filled with messages asking him to put monster corpses on the shelf to exchange for barbecued meat. There was nothing interesting to see. As for the others not having barbecue to eat, it has nothing to do with him. After the disaster 10 years ago, his house was destroyed and his family was left homeless with no food or water. Apart from some relief from the government, no one sent them any food or water. No one cared about him then, so why should he care about others now? What's more, there are so many people in District 99. If he wants everyone to have barbecue to eat, even if he doesn't practice, barbecuing 24 hours a day will be a drop in the bucket. Next, Gu Yifan continued to grill the meat. He also had other plans to do business with barbecue. At this moment, many people in the entire 99th district are still paying attention to the movements in the treasure pavilion. They are expecting someone to put barbecue on the shelf in exchange for the monster corpses. Soon, they discovered that there was barbecue on the shelves again in the treasure pavilion. But it was not the barbecued meat in exchange for the monster corpses they wanted, but a pound of barbecued meat in exchange for a novice weapon, a wooden sword. In an instant, the chat channels of all the novice villages exploded again. Fuck! I threw away the wooden sword. Why did I throw it away? I threw away my wooden sword too. If I had known that the wooden sword could be exchanged for barbecue, I would never have thrown it away even if you killed me. I only have one weapon, a wooden sword. If I change it, it will be useless. It's really a dilemma. Let's change it. The wooden sword only adds a little attack power, and it's not sharp. It's totally useless. The barbecue that was exchanged for the wooden sword was put on the shelf by Gu Yifan. To other people, wooden swords are like chicken ribs, useless if needed and a pity to throw away. But to Gu Yifan, the wooden sword is a treasure. Because after he uses his hidden talent to peel off everything, the wooden sword will be promoted to a bronze-level weapon, the wooden blade. Although bronze-level weapons will be unwanted garbage in the future, at present when everyone's level is very low and many people do not have weapons, bronze-level weapons are in great demand. Before, when Gu Yifan used barbecue to exchange for level 2 monsters, the business was not very hot at the beginning because many people did not have monster corpses on hand. It took a while before it became popular. But the wooden sword is different. It is a weapon for beginners and everyone has one. Plus, the little attack power added by the wooden sword is really dispensable. This led to Gu Yifan's business of exchanging barbecue for wooden swords becoming extremely popular from the beginning. The more than 100 pieces of barbecue he put on the shelf to exchange for wooden swords were sold out in just a few seconds. Then the chat channels of all the novice villages were suddenly filled with wailing. Fuck! I hesitated for just a few seconds and the barbecue was snatched away. Those who snatched the barbecue, how many years have you been single? How can you be so fast? Give me back the barbecue, I want to eat barbecue. What the hell, I didn't have a level 2 monster before, so I couldn't get barbecue. Now I have a wooden sword, but I still can't get barbecue. Is there any law? Damn it, I have to keep an eye on the treasure house and exchange it for a portion of barbecue. Gu Yifan didn't look at the chat channel. He was still grilling the meat. After the meat was done, he would put it on the treasure pavilion to exchange for a wooden sword. Every time he puts the barbecue on the shelves to exchange for wooden swords, it is sold out within seconds. The reason is that there are too many wolves and too little meat. Time passes quietly while Gu Yifan is grilling. Before I knew it, it was evening and the sky was getting dark. At this time, Gu Yifan had already exchanged barbecue for more than 1,000 wooden swords. More than 1,000 is almost enough, Gu Yifan said to himself. Well, if it's not enough, I can continue to buy more later. According to his plan, the wooden blade that was upgraded to bronze level by using his hidden talent to strip away all things must be exchanged for bronze level equipment and elixirs. Since most people don't have equipment and elixirs, the demand shouldn't be too great. Even if we take a step back and say that the demand is huge, he should just continue to buy. He didn't plan to continue doing business. After all, he came to the Shinma continent to upgrade his level and become stronger. If you spend all your time on business, you are putting the cart before the horse. After placing the last clean monster on the grill, Gu Yifan took out all the second-level monster corpses and equipment that he had exchanged before. After stripping all the monster corpses, Gu Yifan obtained a total of 20 root bone attribute points, 18 spiritual attribute points, 21 strength attribute points and 22 agility attribute points. He reviewed the attributes of the 20 or so pieces of equipment he had obtained, and then selected the ones with the best attributes and put them on. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, and he summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 3. Root bone, 69 plus 5. Spirituality, 61 plus 4. Strength, 79 plus 7. Agility, 70 plus 8. Free attribute points, 10. Experience, 90 out of 400. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, agility enhancement, E level, root bone enhancement, E level, vision enhancement, E level, smell enhancement, F level, hearing enhancement, E level, flame, F level. Skills, exploration, bloodthirst. Combat power, 7 stars. Although my level is still at level 3, all 4 attributes have increased significantly. My combat power has also increased to 7 stars, and I have obtained dozens of equipment. Not only has my entire afternoon been well spent, it has been totally worth it. Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. Without delay, he took out all the wooden swords he had exchanged for, used his hidden talent to peel away everything and remove impurities, and upgraded all the wooden swords to bronze-level wooden blades. Because the wooden sword is a novice weapon with fixed attributes, the attack power of a wooden blade upgraded to bronze level is only 5 points. Such attributes are slightly worse than those of the bronze level equipment that exploded, but Gu Yifan is not worried at all about not being able to sell it. Because many people are holding novice weapons now. After a little thought, Gu Yifan put 200 wooden blades on the treasure pavilion to exchange for bronze level equipment and elixirs. If too many items are sold at one time, other people will no longer feel a sense of urgency to buy, so he has to create a sense of urgency for others. As for the bronze equipment obtained in exchange for barbecue, he kept them all. He wanted to upgrade these bronze level equipment to silver level and exchange them for silver level equipment and elixirs. He would then upgrade the silver level equipment to a higher level in exchange for higher level equipment and elixirs. By repeating this process over and over again, his business will always be one step ahead of others and continue to grow. It's dark now, visibility is poor, Gu Yifan said to himself. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Let's find a place to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan put the roasted meat into his storage ring. He looked around, walked to a big tree, and then climbed up the tree. Shinhua continent is a dangerous place. It will be safer to climb up a big tree to rest. Take a rest tonight and go to the next map tomorrow. Gu Yifan muttered to himself again, and then lay down on the tree branch to rest. What he didn't know was that the 200 wooden blades he put on the shelves caused the chat channels of all the novice villages to blow up again. But this is not the point. The point is that the Japanese who competed with him before are planning a conspiracy against China. Chapter 38, Challenge. Japan's Conspiracy. Novice Village Number 538. Ito-kun, Yamashita-kun and others sat together eating the barbecue that was not sold at noon. Ito-kun held a token in his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. This token is called a challenge token, and it was obtained when they killed a level 2 monster in the afternoon. The function of the challenge token is very simple. As long as you hold the token, you can challenge anyone or any organization, and the challenge party must accept it, and has no right to refuse. Ito-kun, what are you thinking about? Yamashita-kun asked. Yamashita-kun, I'm thinking about how to use this challenge order. Ito-kun replied. Ito-kun, I have an idea. Yamashita-kun said ruthlessly. We were slapped in the face by the barbecue seller at noon, and then the challenge order was issued in the afternoon. It was destined for us to get back at him, so I think we can use the challenge order to challenge the barbecue seller. I thought so, but it's a little inappropriate. Ito-kun said. We don't know much about that guy, and he got a lot of good stuff from the barbecue. If nothing else, at least he has all the equipment. It's too risky for us to challenge him. That's true. Yamashita-kun nodded. Although he wanted to get back his face, he had to be sure that he could beat the opponent. If he was not very sure, it would be better not to challenge casually. Otherwise, if the challenge failed, it would not be getting back his face, but a greater loss of face. Yamashita-kun and everyone else, I have an idea. Ito-jun added. There are many grievances between our great Japan and China. In recent years, China has relied on a few strong men to embarrass our great Japan, so I want to use this challenge order to challenge China's novice village. I am currently ranked first in the top 100 novice village number 538. China is poor and backward, and the people are generally not strong. I believe that with my level, I will definitely rank first among the novice villages in China. If I compete with the people of Huaxia country in upgrading speed, I will definitely win. This will not only strengthen the strength of our novice village, but also weaken the strength of the novice village of Huaxia country. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you think? I support. Yamashita-kun spoke first. I like dealing with the poor and backward China the most. I support that too. Haha, it's a sure win, why would I object? It can enhance the strength of our novice village and weaken the strength of the novice village of Huaxia country. Do I have any reason to object? You have finished speaking, what should I say? Others also spoke up, and no one objected. Okay, since everyone agrees, Sato-kun said, let's discuss which novice village in China to challenge. Ito-kun, let's challenge novice village number 815. Yamashita-kun said. Before us, several predecessors have challenged the novice village number 815 of Huaxia country. The winning rate of those challenges was quite high. Now we are challenging the novice village number 815 to follow the example of our predecessors. And with Ito-kun here, we will definitely win. Yes, let's challenge the novice village number 815 in Huaxia country. I support it. I support that too. Everyone started to agree. That's what I thought. Ito-kun said. Since everyone thinks so, let's challenge the novice village number 815 of Huaxia country. I will tell everyone about this in the chat channel. After all, if you want to challenge a novice village, you need to obtain the consent of more than 80% of the people in our novice village. As soon as he finished speaking, Ito-kun summoned the Tiandao interface and opened the chat channel. What? I don't even have a single piece of equipment, and someone actually put 200 bronze-level weapons on the shelves at once? Baka! If you want bronze-level weapons, you have to exchange them with bronze-level equipment, or elixirs. How can I exchange them? I won't exchange it for something with such poor properties. Well, I don't have any items to exchange for. He can put 200 bronze-level weapons on the shelves at once. This person must be from our great Japan. Looking at the constantly scrolling information, Ito-kun's gaze shifted to Yamashita-kun. Ito-kun, why are you looking at me like that? Yamashita-kun was a little confused. Mr. Yamashita, it's time for you to contribute to the great country of Japan. Ito-jun said seriously. Someone has put 200 bronze-level weapons on the treasure pavilion. If I have these weapons, my attack power will be improved and I can gain more experience. It will be safer for us to challenge the Chinese novice village. Now you and I are the only ones who have a pair of shoes. I hope you can exchange the shoes for a bronze-level weapon for me to use first. Don't worry, I won't monopolize your weapon. After the challenge is over, I will return the weapon to you. Upon hearing this, Yamashita-kun and others immediately summoned the Heavenly Tao interface to check the treasure pavilion. The fact is just as Ito-kun said, someone has put 200 bronze-level weapons on the treasure pavilion. No. Not 200, there are only 196 left. Yamashita-kun looked at the attributes of the wooden blade and said hesitantly, Ito-kun, my shoes have full attributes, but the weapons on the treasure pavilion only add 5 points of attributes. It's not worthwhile to exchange them with my shoes. Yamashita-kun, I know this, Ito-kun said. But as long as you win the challenge against the Chinese novice village, you will gain far more than you lose. This matter is also related to the reputation of our great Japan. It is also the time for you to contribute to the great Japan. I believe you will not refuse, and I promise that the equipment that explodes next time will be given priority to you. Good. Yamashita-kun didn't refuse again. Ito-kun even brought up the great country of Japan. Could he refuse? Enduring the pain, Yamashita-kun exchanged his shoes for a wooden blade, and then handed the wooden blade to Ito-kun. Mr. Yamashita, you are a loyal Japanese. Japan will never forget your contribution. Ito raised his hand and patted Yamashita on the shoulder, then typed in the matter of challenging the Chinese novice village in the chat channel. Not only the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 was vibrating because of the 200 bronze-level weapons that Gu Yifan put on the treasure pavilion, but the chat channel of other novice villages was also vibrating. However, Gu Yifan, the person involved, had fallen asleep at this time. No words all night. The next morning, Gu Yifan woke up from his sleep. He casually took out some barbecue, and while eating, he summoned the Heavenly Tao interface to check the treasure house. Not bad. Not bad. I sold some more barbecue last night, and got some bronze equipment. Well, out of the 200 wooden blades, more than 160 were sold. Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. The 99th district had only been open for less than 2 days. Even with a large number of people, the equipment dropped would not be too many. In addition, the properties of the wooden blades were not very good. Selling more than 160 wooden blades in one night was beyond his expectations. The only regret is that I didn't exchange it for a magical medicine. Gu Yifan can also understand this. Equipment can be dropped by killing monsters. Even if the drop rate is very low, you can still get some. However, elixirs are naturally grown, and you can only encounter them if you are extremely lucky. Therefore, not many people have elixirs, and very few people will exchange them for other things. Gu Yifan took out all the equipment, and checked the properties one by one. After checking the properties of all the equipment, Gu Yifan was a little surprised. 4 of the equipment I exchanged this time have full attributes. An iron dagger gives plus 10 attack power, 2 pieces of cloth clothes give plus 5 bone strength and plus 5 spirituality, and a pair of cloth shoes give plus 10 agility. Gu Yifan decisively changed into equipment with full attributes. Although the equipment with full attributes only has a few more attributes than his original equipment, why not have a few more? Swish! Gu Yifan waved his hand and put all the equipment into the storage ring. He clicked on the purchase interface again, wanting to see if anyone was trying to steal his business. Someone has put up a second-level monster's barbecue on the shelf for redemption. He must have a storage ring and is selling the monster's corpse for money. Gu Yifan frowned. Just now he happened to see a piece of barbecue being bought by someone, and that piece of barbecue was exchanged for a level 2 monster. Although he no longer wants a level 2 monster, the fact that someone has put up barbecued meat for exchange for level 2 monsters will undoubtedly affect his exchange of barbecued meat for equipment and elixirs. After all, who would exchange equipment and elixirs for barbecued meat when they can exchange monster corpses for barbecued meat? Do you want to join them? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. But he quickly gave up the idea. It is impossible for him to monopolize the barbecue business, and the second-level monsters are useless to him, so there is no need to waste time on it. Now he can use the wooden blade to exchange for equipment and elixirs. It is no longer important to him whether barbecue can be exchanged for equipment and elixirs. What's more, the barbecued meat for exchanging for monsters is in short supply, so it has little impact on his exchange of barbecued meat for equipment and elixirs. As for selling the monster corpses for money? As his strength grows stronger, is he still afraid of having no money? Apart from anything else, he could earn quite a bit of money by selling the wooden blade in his hand, not to mention that he also had a lot of other bronze-level equipment. After a little thought, Gu Yifan put 100 wooden blades on the treasure pavilion to exchange for bronze-level equipment and elixirs. He also put a batch of barbecue on the shelves to exchange for the monsters in the next map, the south of Chang'an City. Let's go, to the south of Chang'an! Gu Yifan jumped off the tree and rushed towards the south of Chang'an City. But at this moment, the voice of heaven suddenly exploded in the sky. Everyone in Novice Village 815, please note that Novice Village 538 is challenging you. Chapter 39. We share the same hatred and the same enemy. Fuck him. Hearing the sudden words of heaven, Gu Yifan and the others in Novice Village number 815 were all stunned. Isn't Novice Village number 815 the Novice Village where they are? Why did Novice Village number 538 challenge them? What is the content of the challenge? Before they could think more, Tiandao's mechanical and cold voice rang out again. Challenge method: the first Novice Village whose people reach level 5 wins. For the defeated party, everyone's level will drop by 1 level, and their attribute points will be randomly reduced by 25 points. All cultivation resources in the Novice Village will be reduced by 50%, including monsters, explosion rates, elixirs, etc. The winning side will be upgraded by 1 level, and the attribute points will be increased according to the upgrade method. All cultivation resources in the Novice Village will be increased by 50%, including monsters, explosion rates, elixirs, etc. The first person to reach level 5 will be rewarded with 20 free attribute points and a random skill book. The top 100 rankings of Novice Village number 815 and Novice Village number 538 are now shared. In an instant, everyone in Novice Village number 815 was stunned by what Tiandao said. Gu Yifan is no exception. Because the rewards for winning are very generous, and the penalties for losing are also very severe. The chat channel must be going crazy right now. Gu Yifan sighed secretly, summoned the Heavenly Dao interface, and opened the chat channel. The fact was just as he judged, the chat channel was already blowing up. It's over! Novice Village number 538 must have some confidence to challenge us. The possibility of us winning this challenge is very slim. I'm only level 2, with only 60 attribute points in total. If 25 points are subtracted, I'll be back to the days before liberation overnight. Damn it, my strength attribute points are less than 20. If the 25 attribute points that are randomly reduced are all reduced to strength, my strength will become a negative number. Will I still be alive then? Shit, losing attribute points isn't a big deal. After all, we can make it up after upgrading. What's scary is wasting time and reducing resources by half. The resources in the Novice Village weren't many to begin with, and if they're reduced by half again, how can we complete the assessment mission? What the above person said is very right. Wasting time and reducing resources by half is the most terrible thing. It is difficult to complete the assessment to reach level 10 in 7 days. If the level is reduced and the resources are halved, it will be even more difficult to complete. Fuck, is Novice Village number 538 crazy? Why is he challenging us? I do know this. According to the previous ranking of the Novice Village number 538 belongs to Japan. Japan and China are not on good terms. Before this, Japan's Novice Village had challenged China's Novice Village several times. I've heard about this too, but there are so many Novice Villages in China, Why would they challenge our novice village number 815? I know this. The day Japan announced its unconditional surrender during World War II was August 15th. Japan has always regarded August 15th as their day of shame. Novice village number 815 sounds like August 15th. Do you understand? I've heard about this too. The several challenges initiated by Japan were all challenges to novice village number 815. I see. So it's not our fault, it's the fault of the novice village number. What do you mean it's the fault of the novice village serial number? This is Japan's fault. Damn it! If other novice villages challenged us, it would be fine. But the little Japanese country actually dared to challenge us. We must beat them to death and let them know that the great Chinese nation is not easy to bully. You're right. What I hate most is the little Japan. Facing the provocation of the little Japan, we must not be timid. I just looked at the village level top 100 list. Boss Gaoang is level 3 with 90% of the experience. The first on the 538th novice village level top 100 list is a guy named Ito Dalong, who is level 4 with 20% of the experience. The difference is not that big. Boss Gaoang, you are the fastest leveler in our novice village number 815. This time, the important mission of fighting against the provocation of the small Japanese country must be yours. Boss Gaoang, the 815 novice village depends on you. You must destroy the conspiracy of the small Japanese country. After learning that the challenge was initiated by Japan, everyone in the novice village number 815 changed their pessimistic mentality. They all shared a common hatred for the enemy and shouted that they wanted to kill the little Japan. They also placed their hopes on Gaoang. No. Not everyone, Gu Yifan is an exception. It's not that he doesn't want to kill Japan. It's just that he doesn't like to put his hopes on others, because that makes him feel insecure. If not for this, he wouldn't be so determined to enter the Shinwa continent and become stronger. Can we see the upgrade progress of the village top 100 list? Gu Yifan was a little surprised. Before this, there were only levels on the village top 100 list, but no upgrade progress. Confused, he exited the chat channel and opened the list. Number 815 Novice Village Top 100 Ranking. First place, Gaoang, level 3 90%. Second place, Chao Shurian, level 3 83%. Third place, Zhang Yihong, level 3 78%. There really is an upgrade progress. It should be a temporary increase by Tian now after the challenge was launched by Novice Village number 538, so that both sides can know their respective progress and the gap between them. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and looked at the top 100 ranking list of Novice Village number 538. First place, Ito Taro, level 4, 20%. Second place, Hot Yui, level 3 80%. Third place, Ikisora Aoi, level 3 75%. In the small country of Japan, only Ito Taro is stronger. The rest are not as good as the novice village number 815. It seems that the challenge was initiated by this guy named Ito Taro. He is the only one who poses a threat. 90% at level 3 and 20% at level May 4th seem like a small difference, but in fact, it's a full 200 experience points difference. A level 2 monster can contribute 40 experience points, so 200 experience points is equivalent to 5 monsters. 5 monsters may not seem like a lot, but it will take time to find them. Gaoang is not very fast at killing monsters, so it will not be easy for him to catch up. We can't delay any longer, we must set out to find the monsters immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan hurried towards the south of Chang'an City. He doesn't want to bear the punishment of defeat, he also wants the reward of winning. But this is not the point. The point is that in the face of Japan's provocation, as Chinese people, we only have one choice. That's what I'm going to do to him. He had originally planned to go to the south of Chang'an City, and now he had to go even more. Because there is a big gap in experience between Gaoang and Ito Dalong, and the gap between him and Ito Dalong is even bigger. If he wants to overtake and catch up, he has to kill higher-level monsters in a short period of time and gain more experience. The south of Chang'an City is a gathering area for level 3 to 5 monsters. With his current strength, killing a level 5 monster is not much more difficult than killing a level 2 monster. There is no need to stay in the west of Chang'an City to kill level 2 monsters. This is not because Gu Yifan is arrogant, but because he has single-handedly killed a wolf demon leader who had entered a bloodthirsty state. You should know that the wolf demon leader who has entered a bloodthirsty state has an 8-star combat power, which has caught up with a level 5 demon beast. In addition, one needs to have a strength of level 4 to enter the south of Chang'an City. The highest level Gaoang in the novice village number 815 is only level 3. If he goes to the south of Chang'an City to kill monsters, no one will compete with him. At this time, Gao Zhuang was also paying attention to the movements in the chat channel. After seeing that everyone in novice village number 815 placed their hopes on him, he suddenly felt a huge pressure. Since he first entered the Shenhua continent until now, except for last night when he had a rest due to poor visibility due to darkness, he has been leading the team to search for monsters and has not dared to stop for a moment. It can be said that he has tried his best to upgrade. But his upgrade speed is not as fast as Ito Taro, which means he does not have much confidence in surpassing Ito Taro. "Brother Gao, look quickly, look quickly," Leisha said excitedly. "Everyone has placed their hopes on you, you must work hard." "I saw." Gao Zhuang smiled bitterly and said, "But you know, I'm not the one who upgrades the fastest, Gu Yifan is." "Brother Gao, there's something wrong with what you said," Leisha retorted. "Gu Yifan has a strong explosive power in impacting the level, but his sustainability is not high. Since he rushed to the 31st place yesterday, his ranking has not only not increased, but has also regressed by more than 10 places. I think he is either tired or he can't find any monsters by himself. After all, there aren't many monsters west of Chang'an City, and there are more wolves than meat. We couldn't find many monsters even if we split up and searched for them, let alone him searching alone." Gao Zhuang was stunned. What Leisha said makes some sense. Furthermore, he also wanted to win the challenge of novice village number 538 himself and bring glory to China. "Good." A look of determination emerged in Gao Zhuang's eyes. "I will win this battle even if it costs my life." "Brother Gao, if you want to win this battle," Zhao Rui immediately spoke up. "It's difficult to rely on passion and momentum alone, we have to outsmart them." Chapter 40. Everyone is united. 3-way competition. Outsmart? Gao Zhuang was stunned for a moment. "Zhao Rui, how do you outsmart me?" "Brother Gao, there is some difference between you and Ito Taro," Zhao Rui said. "If we want to catch up and surpass Ito Taro, we must kill more monsters. Killing monsters is not a problem, the problem is how to find them quickly." Gao Zhuang nodded. What Zhao Rui said was absolutely right. Zhao Rui continued. "I want to mobilize the people in novice village number 815 to help search for the monster, and then tell us where the monster is, so that we can save as much time as possible in searching for it. Although doing so will cause the people in novice village number 815 to gain less, this loss is nothing in the face of national justice. Moreover, as long as they win the challenge, their gains will far outweigh their losses." Gao Zhuang's eyes suddenly brightened. Zhao Rui's method was very feasible. But the next moment, a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. With his current strength, it is a bit slow for him to kill a level 2 monster alone. If he asks others to cooperate with him to kill it, the experience will be taken away by others. Therefore, the best candidate is not him, but Du Yifan, who can kill 4 wolf monsters alone. But he was somewhat unwilling to give this opportunity to Gu Yifan, because he also wants to be a hero who destroys Japan's conspiracy and brings glory to China. After thinking for a while, Gao Zhuang's eyes became firm again. The gap between Gu Yifan and Ito Taro is even greater. Even if Gu Yifan can kill monsters faster than him, he may not have much chance of surpassing Ito Taro. So he should be the hero who destroys the Japanese conspiracy and brings glory to China. "Okay, I'll speak in the chat channel right now." Having made up his mind, Gao Zhuang no longer hesitated and quickly typed the message in the chat channel. "Everyone, thank you for your trust and support. I will try my best to win this battle." Seeing Gao Zhuang appear, the chat channel suddenly became more lively. "The tall and strong guy is mighty. The tall and strong man is so domineering. Boss Gao Zhuang, please strengthen our novice village number 815. Please strengthen our Chinese nation. Big brother Gao Zhuang, I can't do anything to help you, but I can bless you and pray for you. Gaoang continued to input information in the chat channel. Everyone, if I want to win this battle, I can't do it alone, because there is a gap between me and Ito Taro. If I want to defeat him, I must kill more monsters, but finding monsters is a big problem, so I beg you to help me find monsters together, so that we can greatly save time in finding monsters. As soon as Gaoang's message appeared in the chat channel, a series of response messages followed. Boss Gaoang, that's no problem. Let's look for the monster together and tell you where it is. Boss Gaoang, I have to criticize you. What do you mean by begging? This matter is not only your business, but also ours. How can we let you do it alone? So helping to find the monster is our job. Boss Gaoang, where are you? We will rush to your location after we find the monster. This will save time. The above person gave the right answer. I think we can also seriously injure the monster and let the tall and strong man kill it. This is not a good idea. If we seriously injure the monster, it will take away a lot of experience. Yes, how could I have forgotten this? Then drive the monsters towards the tall and strong boss. Agree +1. Agree +1. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Gaoang was stunned. He also planned to tell people that temporary losses did not count as losses if someone objected, and that as long as they won the battle, their gains would be much greater than their losses. As a result, not only did no one object, but everyone was still thinking about how to save more time. I'm a little too judgmental. Gaoang sighed secretly, and quickly typed information into the chat channel. Everyone, with your help, I am more confident that I can win this battle. I am currently in the west of Chang'an City. I will report my movements to you in a timely manner. One last sentence, down with Japan! Damn it! After sending the message, Gaoang looked at Zhao Rui again and said, Zhao Rui, always pay attention to the information in the chat channel, report our movements to everyone, and also tell me everyone's movements. Brother Gao, I promise to complete the task. Zhao Rui agreed decisively. Set off! Gaoang didn't delay any longer and strode forward. Zhao Rui, Lija and others followed. At this moment, the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 was flooded with the same message. Attack Japan! Fuck them! At the same time, each team in Novice Village number 815 set out on a journey to search for monsters. When Tian now announced that Novice Village number 538 challenged Novice Village number 815. Unlike the panic-stricken people in Novice Village number 815, the Novice Village number 538 was full of jubilation. Because they had already learned last night that Ito Taro was going to challenge Novice Village number 815. Haha! The Novice Village number 815 must be confused and panicked by now. Does this even need to be said? Facing the challenge from our great country of Japan, China can only tremble. I'm already looking forward to the wonderful feeling of reaching the next level without moving or shaking. After the resources increase by 50%, our Novice Village number 538 will surely become the most powerful Novice Village in District 99, and then sweep across China, beat the United States, flatten Mao country, and dominate District 99. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Ito Taro's face was full of smiles. After a little thought, he quickly entered the message in the chat channel. Everyone, I am now challenging Novice Village number 815 because I have made some preparations in advance. Last night, my teammates and I scouted the area west of Chang'an City near the south of Chang'an City and found more than 20 monsters. Everyone knows that most monsters only move within a certain range. Next, I just need to kill these 20 or so monsters. No, I don't need to kill all of them. I only need to kill some of them to reach level 5. With my current strength, I can kill a level 2 monster by myself, and it won't take much time. To avoid any accidents, please don't go to the west of Chang'an City or the south of Chang'an City to hunt monsters for the time being. I will definitely win this challenge, and my great country of Japan will also win. Boom! As Ito Taro's message appeared in the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 instantly became lively. Ito-kun, you are so insidious, but I like it. Mr. Ito has a brilliant plan. Our great country of Japan will definitely win. Ito-kun is so awesome. Ito-kun is so awesome. Seeing everyone's reactions, Ito Taro smiled and closed the Tiandao interface. He looked at the people who followed him and said, "Everyone, I have already told the others not to go to the west of Chang'an City near the south of Chang'an City to hunt monsters. I believe they all know the importance of this, and will not cause trouble for us. Yamashita-kun, divide into several teams and go to the location of last night to look for the monsters. After you find the monsters, tell me the exact location. The rest of you will help me surround the monsters to prevent them from escaping and wasting time." "Yes, Ito-kun," everyone answered in unison. "We will definitely win this challenge." Ito Taro laughed and said, "Everyone, let's go, victory is waiting for us." As Gaoang and Ito Taro took action, the competition started instantly. However, there are more than 2 people participating in the competition. There is also a third party, that is Gu Yifan. In order to save as much time as possible, he directly used his E-level training talent to enhance agility, and like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, he pierced straight from the west of Chang'an City to the south of Chang'an City. He was running at full speed all the way. He wasn't worried at all that such a big noise would attract the attention of monsters. With his current speed, no level 2 monster could catch up with him. Moreover, with his current strength, he could easily walk across the west of Chang'an City. No monster could be his match. He even hoped to attract the attention of the monster so that he wouldn't have to waste time looking for it. On the way, Gu Yifan met some people who were looking for monsters in the west of Chang'an City. But in order to save time, he did not shy away at all and just passed by those people. "Shit! A gray whirlwind just passed by me. Why do I feel that it's not the wind? It's a person? You must have seen it wrong. It's impossible for anyone to be that fast now. Maybe I saw it wrong." Gu Yifan had already walked far away. He didn't know if someone had mistaken him for the wind, but he was still running at full speed. Soon, he arrived at the junction of Chang'an City South and Chang'an City West. There is a foggy curtain of light there. Although Gu Yifan's level has not yet reached level 4, his strength is not comparable to that of a level 4 person. So the light curtain couldn't stop him at all, and he even passed through the light curtain without much effort. Chapter 41, Willing but Unable. Gao Zhuang's Decision. Swish. The light curtain at the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South flashed, and Gu Yifan had already passed through the light curtain. The environment here is no different from before, but the map where Gu Yifan is located is different. He came to the south of Chang'an. Without delay, Gu Yifan ran forward quickly. He ran quickly while looking for the monster. Not long after, a tiger demon covered with yellow-brown patterns appeared in Gu Yifan's sight. Tiger monster, nearly 2 meters tall, an ordinary 5th-level monster, with a combat power of 7 stars. Gu Yifan, who was familiar with the complete explanation of monsters, made a judgment instantly. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight towards the tiger monster. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed to the front of the tiger monster. At this time, the tiger demon also noticed Gu Yifan. It roared angrily, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Gu Yifan. Swish! Gu Yifan flipped his hand casually, and the bronze-level weapon iron dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. He held the iron dagger in his backhand and slashed at the tiger monster's neck with lightning speed. Squeak! With a cutting sound, the iron dagger flashed past the tiger monster's neck. The next moment, a stream of blood shot out from the tiger monster's neck. Immediately afterwards, the tiger demon's huge body fell to the ground with a bang, trembled violently for a few times and then became quiet. The tiger demon died, killed by Gu Yifan's single blow. Gu Yifan was very calm about this, and was not excited at all about killing the tiger demon with one blow. Because in his opinion this was a very normal thing, and there was no need to get excited about it. You should know that his agility attribute has reached 70 points. After using the E-level practice talent agility enhancement, his agility attribute is as high as 210 points. The tiger monster is only a 5th-level monster with 7-star combat power. No matter how high its agility attribute is, it will not exceed 80 points. The gap was more than double, and Gu Yifan attacked with all his strength, so the tiger monster had no time to react. In addition, Gu Yifan's strength attribute was not inferior to his agility, so it was normal for him to kill the tiger monster with one blow. This incident also confirmed Gu Yifan's judgment. With his current strength, killing a level 5 monster is no more difficult than killing a level 2 monster. Bite! You killed the tiger monster and gained 70 experience points. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the tiger monster's corpse. Bite! Stripping is successful, you gain 5 strength attribute points. Swish! Gu Yifan waved his hand again, put the tiger monster's body into the storage ring, and continued looking for the monster. Not long after walking forward, Gu Yifan encountered another level 4 monster. Just like the tiger monster, this monster was also killed by Gu Yifan with one blow, which turned into Gu Yifan's experience and attribute points. But then, Gu Yifan spent a full half hour to find the third monster. Alas, it's not hard to kill, but it's too hard to find. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. With his current strength, killing the monster in the south of Chang'an City is just a matter of one sword, but searching for monsters is a waste of time. This also results in him having great strength but unable to quickly increase his level. Although he lamented, Gu Yifan was not discouraged. In order to avoid being punished, to get rewards, and for the dignity of China, he had no choice but to continue searching patiently. Novice Village number 538. Because he had scouted the area in advance, it didn't take Ito Taro long to find a monster. He then fought the monster alone, while the others who followed him surrounded the monster to prevent it from escaping. Compared with Gu Yifan's quick and efficient killing of the level 5 monster, Ito Dalang's speed in killing the level 2 monster was a bit slow. He fought back and forth with the level 2 monster for dozens of rounds before he injured the monster. Then he fought for dozens more rounds before he finally killed it. Ito-kun was able to kill a level 2 monster so quickly by himself. He is worthy of being the strongest person in Novice Village number 538. Ito-kun is so awesome. Ito-kun is so domineering. The few people who followed Ito Taro were flattering him crazily. Ito Taro nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the others and asked, "Did Yamashita-kun and the others find the monster?" "Found it," one person answered. "The nearest monster is 500 meters to our south, and our people are guarding it." "Okay, let's rush over immediately." Ito Taro said this and headed south. The few people who followed him followed. Not long after Ito Dalong found the monster, Gao Zhuang also found a monster and started fighting with it. In order to maximize the experience, Gao Zhuang also chose to fight the level 2 monster alone. Because of the difference in levels, Gao Zhuang's speed in killing the second level monster is slightly slower than Ito Dalong. After spending nearly 100 rounds, Gao Zhuang successfully killed the second level monster with his sword. Swish! A milky white light suddenly burst out from Gao Zhuang's body, and he reached level 4. Zhao Rui spoke up immediately. "Brother Gao, many teams have found monsters, and they are driving them towards us. The nearest monster is 400 meters ahead. Walk!" Gao Zhuang didn't waste any time and rushed forward. At the same time, he added all the attribute points he had just gained from the upgrade to strength. Li Jie, Zhao Rui and others followed. As his level rose to level 4, Gao Zhuang's strength improved. The speed at which he killed the monsters was a little faster than before, and was no slower than Sato Taro. In addition, because each team in the Novice Village number 815 drove the monsters towards Gao Zhuang after finding them, Gao Zhuang spent less time looking for monsters, which made his upgrade speed faster than Ito Taro. While Gao Zhuang and Ito Taro were working non-stop to slay monsters, the people in Novice Village number 815 and Novice Village number 538 were taking the time to pay attention to the upgrade speed of Gao Zhuang and Sato Taro, and reporting on their chat channels. Novice Village chat channel number 815. "Big brother Gao Zhuang has reached level 4, well done! The current level of the tall and strong boss is level 4 5%. The current level of the tall and strong boss is level 4 10%. The current level of the tall and strong boss is level 4 15%. Novice Village chat channel number 538. Currently Ito-kun's level is level 4 25%. Currently Ito-kun's level is level 4 30%. Currently Ito-kun's level is level 4 35%. time passed quietly as everyone was reporting. No matter whether it was novice village number 815 or novice village number 538, everyone's attention was on Gaoang and Gaoang. They did not notice that one person in the top 100 list of novice village number 815 was constantly rising in the ranking. 43, 36, 30, 23, 16. This person is none other than Gu Yifan. Before I knew it, 2 or 3 hours had passed. At this time, Gao Zhuang's level is level 4 55%, and Ito Taro's level is level 4 75%. After spending almost a whole morning, Gao Zhuang only caught up with the 10% gap. This did not take into account the different percentages of experience required for level 3 and level 4. If that were taken into account, Gao Zhuang's gap would be less than 10%. This is not the point. The point is that Ito Taro is only 25% away from being promoted to level 5. According to Gao Zhuang's catching up speed, it is impossible for him to overtake Ito Taro before he reaches level 5. Everyone in novice village number 538 was well aware of this, and they were all rejoicing in the chat channel. The people in novice village number 815 also know this very well. But in order not to undermine Gao Zhuang's confidence, they did not tell anyone about this matter and even cheered him on in the chat channel. After Gao Zhuang killed another monster, Zhao Rui quickly said, "Brother Gao, everyone is cheering you on, you have to keep going. The next monster is 200 meters to our west." This time Gao Zhuang did not leave immediately. He was breathing heavily, his heart full of bitterness. He is not stupid. How could he not see that it is impossible for him to overtake Ito Taro before he is promoted to level 5? In the end, he still failed to live up to the trust and help of everyone in novice village number 815. Seeing that Gao Zhuang didn't move, Zhao Rui urged, "Brother Gao, time is running out, we have to leave immediately." Ignoring Zhao Rui, Gao Zhuang summoned the Heavenly Dao interface to check the list. The next moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, and then he hurriedly opened the chat channel and quickly entered the message. "Everyone, thank you for your encouragement, but I know that at my speed, it is impossible to overtake Ito Taro before he is promoted to level 5. I have failed everyone's trust and help." Following the appearance of this message, the chat channel number 815 in the novice village instantly fell silent. It's not that they don't want to say something, but they don't know what to say. They tried hard, Gao Zhuang also tried hard, but the gap was too big. Who could be blamed? Gao Zhuang continued to input information in the chat channel. "I lost, but we haven't lost yet, because there's someone else who's also in this competition. His name is Gu Yifan, he is my classmate. He did not form a team with anyone and traveled alone in the Shinma continent. Now, he has rushed to the second place in the village top 100 list." Chapter 42, Taking on a Mission in a Time of Crisis. Running in both directions. After seeing the message sent by Gao Zhuang, the people in novice village number 815 hurriedly opened the list. Just as Gao Zhuang said, Gu Yifan ranks second in the top 100 village list. Gu Yifan's ranking is right next to Gao Zhuang, and I didn't even notice it. The same thought arose in the minds of everyone in novice village number 815. But they soon reacted. Before, their attention was on Gao Zhuang and Ito Daoang, so how could they pay attention to other people? This also caused them to ignore Gu Yifan, who had risen to the second place in the village top 100 list without realizing it. But Gu Yifan's level at this time is only 10% of level 4, which is a huge gap compared to Ito Taro. How can he possibly turn the tide? But before they could think about it, messages popped up quickly in the chat channel. "Everyone, you don't know Gu Yifan, and you may not have confidence in him. Before entering the Shinma continent this time, Gu Yifan's level was still at level 1, but I was already level 3 at that time and was no match for him. I was even crushed in the sparring challenge held at the Martial Academy. This time when he came to the God's End continent, he upgraded his level from level 1 to level 3 in less than half a day, and even reached the 31st place on the village top 100 list. After that, until this morning, his level remained at level 3, and his ranking dropped to 43rd. At the time, I thought he was tired, or that he couldn't find the monster by himself, but now it seems that is not the case. It only took him less than half a day to upgrade his level from level 3 to level 4, and he even ranked second on the village level top 100 list. This shows how fast he can upgrade his level. That's not the point. The point is that when Gu Yifan first came to Shinma continent, he single-handedly killed 4 wolf monsters in a very short time. This shows how powerful he is. So what limits him is not the speed of killing enemies, but the speed of finding monsters. Raising his level from level 3 to level 4 in less than half a day is not his limit. If we drive the monster over and let Gu Yifan kill it, he will have a good chance of overtaking Ito Taro and winning this battle for us. Gu Yifan's ranking on the village level top 100 list stagnated for an afternoon and a night, and then suddenly rose rapidly. He must have been working hard for this competition, and he would definitely not refuse. I'll find a way to contact him now. Everyone wait for my news. These messages were all sent by Gao Zhuang. He also applied to add Gu Yifan as a friend in the chat channel immediately after sending the message. Although he wanted to destroy the conspiracy of the small Japanese country with his own hands and become a hero of China, he was not the kind of person who would try to be brave even though he knew he couldn't do it. He was also not the kind of person who would disregard the interests of the country and everyone's expectations. So he would rather expose his own scandal than not reveal Gu Yifan's story. At this time, everyone in Novice Village number 815 was shocked by what Gao Zhuang said. How is it possible that a person with level 1 cultivation level can crush Gao Zhuang, who has level 3 cultivation level? How is it possible to kill 4 wolf monsters alone in such a short time? In less than half a day, he rushed from level 1 to level 3, and then from level 3 to level 4. This was not Gu Yifan's limit, but the search for monsters limited Gu Yifan's leveling speed. How was this possible? But Gao Zhuang's words were so convincing, and Gu Yifan was ranked second in the village rankings, so they had no choice but to believe it. After recovering from their shock, everyone began to feel anticipation again. If what Gao Zhuang said was true, Gu Yifan might really be able to turn the tables and win the battle for them. At this time, Gu Yifan was searching for monsters everywhere in the south of Chang'an City, and he had no idea that Gao Zhuang had uncovered all his secrets. Bite! Gao Zhuang wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? A reminder suddenly sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Gao Zhuang wants to add me as his friend? What's going on? Gu Yifan was a little confused. However, time was pressing, so he did not think much about it. Besides, Gao Zhuang was his classmate, so he chose to accept the request. But also because of time constraints, after he approved Gao Zhuang's friend request, he did not ask Gao Zhuang what he wanted him for. A moment later, another reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Bite! Gao Zhuang sent you a message, do you want to read it? Gu Yifan didn't think much and chose to read directly. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Gu Yifan, I can't beat Ito Gaoang, I have to rely on you. You probably couldn't find the monster, so your leveling speed was delayed, right? I told everyone about your situation. We will help find the monster and drive it to where you are, and then you can kill it. Gu Yifan, I always liked to cause trouble for you in the past. This time, I was wrong. I apologize to you. This time, it concerns the interests of everyone in Novice Village number 815, and also the dignity of China. Please help me. Gu Yifan was stunned. Gao Zhuang, who always caused trouble for him, actually apologized to him. He even used the word please. This is not the point. The point is that the people in Novice Village number 815 are actually willing to help find the monsters, and drive the monsters to where he is and let him kill them? At this moment, Gu Yifan's heart, which had been frozen by the disaster 10 years ago, was suddenly touched. Looking for monsters is indeed a waste of time. If not, I would have reached level 5 long ago. So what Gao Zhuang said is still feasible. Gu Yifan made a decision instantly. He summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the chat channel. He glanced at the chat content and found that the facts were just as Gao Zhuang said, and then he quickly entered the message in the chat channel. Everyone, I've heard Gao Zhuang's detailed account of the situation. Let me tell you what I think. When they saw Gu Yifan appear, everyone in Novice Village number 815 suddenly felt hopeful. Gao Zhuang really found Gu Yifan, and Gu Yifan dared to speak, which means that there is still room for recovery. However, this time they all tacitly did not speak, so as not to confuse Gu Yifan's speech. Immediately afterwards, messages popped up one after another in the chat channel. I have calculated Ito Taro's upgrade progress. He should be killing monsters in the west of Chang'an City, killing one every 15 minutes on average. At this critical moment, he should not come to the south of Chang'an City, but stay in the west of Chang'an City. This means that he still needs 5 more monsters to reach level 5. At his speed, it will take about an hour. I'm in the south of Chang'an now. Most of you can't come over. According to your method, I have to hurry back. Since I plan to go to the east of Chang'an City to kill higher-level monsters, the distance to go deep is quite far. It will take more than half an hour to get from here to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South. I am still 720 experience points away from reaching level 5. I need 18 level 2 monsters. I need you to find 18 level 2 monsters within 50 minutes and rush to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South. If you can do it, I am confident that I can surpass Mudo Taro. If you can't, I will try my own way. However, searching for monsters will waste too much time. I cannot guarantee that I can win this battle. Time was running out, so Gu Yifan didn't waste any time on small talk and went straight to the point with every sentence. After he sent the message, the chat channel was quiet for a moment, and then messages popped up one after another. I have a level 2 demon beast here. It's not far from the south of Chang'an City. It will take about 20 minutes to get there. I have a level 2 demon beast here. It will definitely arrive in the south of Chang'an within 30 minutes. I have 2 level 2 monsters here. They will be able to reach the south of Chang'an in 15 minutes. I haven't found the monster yet, but I will do my best to find it, and then try to get there within 50 minutes. Me too. Me too. Looking at the messages popping up one after another in the chat channel, Gu Yifan looked thoughtful. He had just made a statistic and found that the people in Novice Village number 815 had found 15 monsters so far. Basically, they could all reach the south of Chang'an City within half an hour. It should not be difficult to find the remaining 3 monsters within 50 minutes. If he went to the east of Chang'an City by himself, he would not worry about the speed of killing the enemy, but he would worry about not being able to find the monster. You have to know that it took him almost the entire morning to kill 7 monsters. Take a gamble! Gu Yifan made a decision instantly, and then entered the message in the chat channel. Everyone, I will rush to the west of Chang'an City and leave the search for the monsters to you. I still say the same thing, as long as you can find 18 monsters within 50 minutes, I promise you that I will live up to your trust. Seeing the message sent by Gu Yifan, everyone in Novice Village number 815 was immediately excited. What Gu Yifan said was very convincing. They really still had hope of winning. Boss Gu Yifan, don't worry, we will definitely gather 18 monsters for you. Boss Gu Yifan, we will definitely live up to your trust. I have lived up to your expectations. Chapter 43, Shocking Performance. Race Against Time. Swish. After sending the message, Gu Yifan suddenly turned around and headed straight for the west of Chang'an City like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. At the same time, he opened the list interface and paid attention to Ito Taro's upgrade progress. The next moment, the number behind Ito Taro suddenly jumped and became level 480%. Gu Yifan was not surprised by this. At this time, it has been some time since Ito Taro's level was raised to level 475%, so it is normal for the progress to increase. This is also the reason why he just said that it takes Ito Taro about 15 minutes on average to kill a monster, and he still needs 5 level 2 monsters to reach level 5. But he also said that it will take Ito Taro about an hour to reach level 5. While Gu Yifan was rushing to the west of Chang'an City, the people in Novice Village number 815 were not idle either. The teams that found the monster are driving it to the junction of the west and south of Chang'an City as quickly as possible. The team that failed to find the monster started looking for it everywhere. As time passed, messages popped up in the chat channel number 815 of the Novice Village. We found a demon beast. It's a bit far from the south of Chang'an City. We may not be able to get there within 50 minutes, but we will try our best to get there. We have also found a demon beast, which is a bit far away. We will also try our best to catch up with it. We have arrived at the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South, waiting for Boss Gu Yifan to arrive. We're here too. You wait there, we'll be there in 5 minutes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Soon, Half an hour had passed. At this time, a large group of people were standing at the junction of Chang'an City South and Chang'an City West. They formed a circle and trapped more than 10 monsters inside. Gao Zhuang also led a team to come over, and brought a monster with him. Gao Zhuang, Gu Yifan said it would take him more than half an hour to get here. Zhang Yixing couldn't help but ask. It's been half an hour, why hasn't he arrived yet? Gao Zhuang said. Du Yifan said more than half an hour, but it's only been half an hour now, it's not even the time he said. Zhang Yiheng was a little embarrassed. It was indeed not the time that Gu Yifan mentioned yet, and he was a little anxious. Everyone, rest assured, Gao Zhuang said. Although Gu Yifan is a little cold and doesn't like to interact with others, he is a principled person. He said he would definitely arrive in half an hour. Now what we need to worry about is not Gu Yifan, but the 2 monsters we are still missing. That's what I'm worried about, Zhang Yiheng said worriedly. We found a lot of monsters, but they are a bit far away and it is difficult to get here in time. Just now, Ito Daoang's level has been upgraded to 90% of level 4. He can be upgraded to level 5 in half an hour at most. After hearing what Zhang Yixing said, everyone around him fell silent. But the next moment, a voice full of excitement suddenly rang out. Look, the light screen is flickering, someone should be coming out. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhuang, Zhang Yixing and others immediately looked towards the light curtain. I saw a figure quickly walking out from the light curtain. The figure was none other than Gu Yifan, who came here with all his might. Gu Yifan, there are a total of 16 monsters here, Gao Zhuang said quickly. We have found quite a few monsters, but because they are quite far away, they may not be able to get here in time. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with curiosity and shock. Is this handsome yet somewhat unbelievably handsome young man in front of me Gu Yifan? What's more, many of them didn't even have one piece of bronze-level equipment, but Gu Yifan was wearing a complete set of bronze-level equipment. Kill these monsters first! Gu Yifan is concise and to the point. As he spoke, he rushed towards the monster surrounded by Gao Zhuang and others with an iron dagger in his hand. Upon seeing this, the people who were besieging the monster spontaneously made way for it. Rushing into the encirclement formed by Gao Zhuang and others, Gu Yifan's speed suddenly increased. He turned into a grey lightning and pierced straight into the monsters. Swish! Along with a flash of silver-white light, a touch of blood-red fireworks suddenly bloomed among the monsters. Swish! Another silver-white light flashed, and another blood-red firework suddenly bloomed among the monsters. This moment is Gu Yifan's stage and also his performance alone. Zhang and his group and the others who formed the encirclement were all stunned by this scene. That was a level 2 monster that many of them couldn't defeat in a one-on-one fight. Even Gao Zhuang, who ranked first on the village's top 100 list, had to spend a lot of effort and time to kill. But in Gu Yifan's hands, it was like a chicken or a clay dog and could withstand a single blow. At this time, they finally realized why Gao Zhuang admired Gu Yifan so much, and understood why Gao Zhuang said that finding monsters limited Gu Yifan's upgrade speed, and also understood why Gu Yifan was so confident. A level 2 monster is no match for Gu Yifan at all. As long as there are enough monsters, not to mention level 5, even level 10 can be reached by Gu Yifan in a very short time. However, what they didn't notice was that Gao Zhuang also had a look of shock on his face. Because at this time Gu Yifan has become even more powerful, beyond Gao Zhuang's understanding. At this moment, there was a lot of joy in the chat channel of Novice Village number 538. Haha, Gao Zhuang, who is ranked first on the 815th Novice Village top 100 list, has not seen any change in his level for a while. Do you think they knew they couldn't win and gave up? Do you even need to ask? Facing the challenge from our great country of Japan, China can only be a coward. If Ito-kun kills 2 more level 2 monsters, he can advance to level 5. We will definitely win. I seem to have seen a white light bursting out from my body. Suddenly, a very discordant message popped up in the chat channel. Look at the top 100 list of Novice Village number 815. The level of the second place Gu Yifan is constantly rising. He is now at level 420%. No, level 425%. Damn it, I can't even keep up with the speed of change. Upon seeing this message, All the Japanese people in novice village number 835 were stunned. They subconsciously opened the list, and were stunned by the changes in the top 100 list of novice village number 815. I saw that Gu Yifan, who was ranked second in the top 100 list of novice village number 815, was constantly improving his level. Level 4, 40%, level 4, 50%, level 4, 55%. Just as the man just said, their words couldn't keep up with the speed of Gu Yifan's level change. What? How did this guy's level increase so quickly? Baga! Novice village number 815 must have gathered the monsters together and let Gu Yifan kill them all by himself. Baga! How can this guy kill so quickly? Yadai, according to Gu Yifan's upgrade speed, he will soon surpass Ito-kun. At this moment, the chat channel of novice village number 835 suddenly changed. It was no longer a scene of jubilation, but of panic. Yamashita-kun and others also noticed Gu Yifan. It's not that they looked at the chat channel, nor did they notice the second place, but Gu Yifan had surpassed Gaoang and risen to the first place in the top 100 list of novice village number 815. They couldn't help but notice it. Ito-kun, there is a man named Gu Yifan in novice village 815 whose level is rising rapidly. He is already at level 465%. No, he is already at level 470%. No, it has changed again. I can't keep up with the speed of his level change. Upon hearing this, Ito Taro, who was fighting the monster, was shocked. Baga, this is forcing me to fight to the death. Ito Gaoang roared and increased the speed of his attack. He didn't know why Gu Yifan's level increased so quickly. But he knew one thing: if he didn't fight hard, he would lose. Then dropping one level would be a small matter, and having the resources would not be a big deal. But becoming a sinner of novice village number 538, and even Japan would be a big deal. Level 480%, level 485%, level 490%, level 4. Hey, it stopped. Yamashita-kun and other Japanese people in novice village number 538 stared at Gu Yifan's level changes with nervous faces. They were almost scared to pee. Fortunately, Gu Yifan stopped after reaching 90% of level 4. Yes, Gu Yifan stopped. It's not that he doesn't want to continue killing monsters, but that he has already killed all 16 monsters. Where are the 2 monsters closest to here? Gu Yifan looked at Gaoang and others present. Now, he has only caught up with Ito Taro's level and has not yet won this challenge, so he can't wait here passively. He has to race against time and take the initiative to find the person who drove the monster here. Zhao Rui then spoke up. The closest monster is about 10 minutes away from here, and the second closest is about 15 minutes away from here. This is their estimated time, it shouldn't take that long. Okay, I'll be there right away. Gu Yifan responded and set off immediately. Chapter 44, A Comeback. Live up to expectations. Looking at Gu Yifan's departing back, Gaoang, Zhang Yixing and others all had dazed expressions on their faces. There were 16 level 2 monsters, but Gu Yifan only took more than 10 seconds to kill them all. On average, it took less than 1 second to kill a level 2 monster. Isn't this too scary? After a moment, Gaoang was the first to come to his senses. Alas, if 2 more monsters had come, we would have won by now. Hearing this, Zhang Yiheng and the others suddenly came back to their senses from their daze, and they all had bitter smiles on their cheeks. Yes, if 2 more monsters had arrived, they would have won by now. I'll report the situation to everyone. Gaoang said one more sentence and opened the chat channel, quickly entering the message. Everyone, I believe you have already discovered that you are not mistaken. Gu Yifan killed 16 level 2 monsters in just a dozen seconds. He has already caught up with Ito Dalon's level. Now he is meeting his brothers who are driving the monsters here. The quiet chat channel number 815 in the novice village instantly exploded after Gaoang sent out the message. Just now they were all shocked by Gu Yifan's upgrade speed, and for a moment they forgot to speak in the chat channel. Boss, Gu Yifan is awesome! Boss, Gu Yifan is so awesome! Boss, Gu Yifan is truly a god! Our Chinese nation will win! Gaoang glanced at the list channel, hesitated for a moment, and then entered information in the chat channel. Ito Taro has just upgraded to level 495%. If he kills another monster, he can upgrade to level 5. If we win this battle, it will be the best. If we lose this battle, it will not be Gu Yifan's fault, nor is it everyone's fault. It's my fault. Because Gu Yifan has tried his best, and everyone has done their best too. I was a little bit cautious and didn't tell you about Gu Yifan right away. If not for that, we would have won long ago. In an instant, the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 became quiet again. They don't know how to respond. Zhao Rui thought for a moment, and quickly entered the message in the chat channel. Everyone, I am Gao Zhuang's teammate. I witnessed with my own eyes how hard he fought to win this battle. To be fair, everyone wants to be a hero and bring glory to China. Gao Zhuang has some small thoughts, which is understandable. He has not been wrong all the time, and he even exposed his own scandal to bring hope to everyone. Besides, the outcome is still undecided and Boss Gu Yifan is so powerful, there is no need for us to be too pessimistic. What the above person said is right. The outcome is still undecided. Let's all cheer for Boss Gu Yifan. Boss Gu Yifan, please defeat the small country of Japan and strengthen China. Boss Gu Yifan, please defeat the small country of Japan and strengthen China. Boss Gu Yifan, please defeat the small country of Japan and strengthen China. Unlike the solemn atmosphere in the Novice Village chat channel number 815, the Novice Village chat channel number 538 is lively again. Haha, Gu Yifan's level has stopped. I'm scared to death. Gu Yifan should have no more monsters to kill. Ito-kun has stepped on the spot. There must be monsters to kill. It is a waste of time to look for monsters. We can still win. Haha, Ito-kun's level has been raised to level 495%. As long as he kills one more monster, he can reach level 5. After a narrow escape, the great Japanese nation is still the winner in the end. While the Japanese were celebrating in the chat channel, Yamashita-kun was also reporting the situation to Ito Taro, who had just killed the monster. Ito-kun, Gu Yifan's level has stopped at 90% of level 4. There should be no monsters to kill. The nearest monster is 100 meters ahead. As long as you kill that monster, you can reach level 5. Call. Ito Taro breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yifan's leveling speed just now almost scared him to death. But this is not a bad thing, because under Gu Yifan's pressure, he performed beyond his normal level. Tell everyone that I will find the monster soon, and I will do my best to kill it as soon as possible. Although there will be twists and turns along the way, the final victory will still belong to our great country of Japan. After saying that, Ito Taro immediately rushed forward. Although he was ahead of Gu Yifan's speed in killing monsters was too fast, so he couldn't take it lightly. In addition, the punishment for defeat is too severe, he cannot afford it, let alone become a sinner of Novice Village number 815 and even Japan, so he cannot be careless. He must kill another monster as soon as possible, upgrade to level 5, and win the challenge. Yamashita-kun sent what Ito Taro said to the chat channel number 538 of the Novice Village, and then the Japanese were excited again. Ito-kun has found the monster, we are sure to win. Gu Yifan still has to kill 2 more monsters. He has no monsters to kill yet. The ending is already in suspense. Mr. Ito is so great. The great country of Japan is so great. This time, I really saw a white light suddenly burst out from my body. A few minutes later, another inappropriate message popped up in the chat channel. Gu Yifan's level has also risen to level 495%, catching up with Ito-kun again. This message was like pressing the pause button, and the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 fell silent again. They had just experienced the fear of being dominated by Gu Yifan's crazy upgrade. They were very worried that the scene they had just experienced would happen again. Fortunately, after they waited for a while, Gu Yifan's level did not change. At this moment, a message popped up in the chat channel of Novice Village number 538. Everyone, rest assured, Ito-kun has already injured the monster, and it won't take long to kill it. This message was sent by Yamashita-kun. This message seemed to have pressed the play button again, and the chat channel of the Novice Village number 538 became lively again. Gu Yifan has just upgraded, and he still has to look for monsters. We really have to win. It's been a roller coaster ride, but luckily the ending is still happy. Let us shout out loud, Ito-kun is so awesome! Come on, Ito-kun! Come on, Ito-kun! Squeak! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the wooden blade in Ito Dalang's hand pierced into the neck of the monster. Haha, it hit the mark! Ito Taro laughed out loud. Next, he only needs to cut the monster's throat with a strong stroke, thereby reaching level 5 and winning the battle. Although he was laughing, Ito Taro did not delay and slashed down hard with the wooden blade. But what he didn't see was that at this moment Gu Yifun's level changed. Almost at the same time, Tiandao's mechanical and cold voice suddenly exploded in the sky. The challenge is over. Novice Village number 815 wins. Novice Village number 538 fails in the challenge. The next moment, the wooden blade in Ito Taro's hand cut off the monster's neck. But the smile on his cheek froze. Not only him, but the smiles on the faces of everyone in Novice Village number 538, including Yamashita-kun, also froze. The challenge of Novice Village number 538 has failed. Everyone's level has been reduced by 1 level, and 25 attribute points have been randomly reduced. The cultivation resources of Novice Village number 538 have been reduced by 50%, including monsters, explosion rates, elixirs, etc. Novice Village number 815 wins. Everyone's level is increased by 1 level, attribute points are increased in an upgrade manner, and the cultivation resources of Novice Village number 815 increase by 50%, including monsters, explosion rates, elixirs, etc. Gu Yifan from Novice Village number 815 was the first to reach level 5 and led Novice Village number 815 to win this challenge. In addition to the original rewards, he will be awarded 20 free attribute points and a random skill book. The challenge is over. The top 100 rankings of Novice Village number 815 and Novice Village number 538 have ended. Tiandao's mechanical and cold voice sounded in the sky again. At the same time, black lights flashed across the sky above Novice Village number 538 and on everyone. It felt as if Novice Village number 538 and everyone in it were cursed. Begayalo! 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 A series of national curses came out of Ito Taro's mouth. His face was ashen, and he looked crazy. He was only about 1 second later than Gu Yifan, but this 1 second made the difference between victory and defeat. Not only did he fail to become a hero of Japan, he also harmed himself and everyone in Novice Village number 538, becoming a sinner of Novice Village number 538 and even Japan. Everyone in Novice Village number 538 went crazy because the punishment was too severe. Then the chat channel number 538 in the Novice Village, which had been quiet for a moment, exploded again. Nanny! How did we lose? Baga! Ito Taro, what happened to your promise to win? You've killed me! Baga! Ito Taro, you're a loser. Not only did you harm me, you also brought shame to my great country of Japan. Baga! It's all your fault, Ito Taro. I finally got promoted to level 2, but now I've fallen back to level 1. Baga! Your level has been lowered, your resources have been halved, and you have lost face. Ito Taro, you must commit suicide by disembowelment. Unlike the black light falling from the sky in Novice Village number 538, the Novice Village number 815 was filled with bursts of white light. Everyone's level was increased by 1 level, and the training resources in Novice Village number 815 also increased by 50%. In addition, there is one more difference. The chat channel of Novice Village number 815 is completely quiet. Everyone was stunned by the sudden victory. Call! Gu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. He tried his best and didn't dare to stop for a moment, and finally won the challenge. Summoning the Heavenly Dao interface, Gu Yifan opened the chat channel and entered a message. Everyone, you have lived up to my trust. Chapter 45, A Great Harvest. Skill 6th Sense. Everyone, you have lived up to my trust. The message sent by Gu Yifan was like pressing the start button, and the people in Novice Village number 815 came back to their senses from their ecstasy one after another. Immediately afterwards, messages popped up in the chat channel. Ah, we won! Damn it! I thought we were going to lose, but we actually won. Haha, I just saw that after Gu Yifan reached level 5, Ito Taro also reached level 5. The difference was only 1 second, but it was this 1 second that helped us win the battle. We all got promoted to a higher level, and the Japanese people in the novice village number 538 got demoted to a lower level. I'm so happy! Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. The cultivation resources have increased by 50%. Why worry about not having monster beasts? Not having equipment? Not having elixirs? The challenge failed and they got fucked up instead. The Japanese guy from novice village number 538 must be thinking of dying now. Boss Gu Yifan is awesome. Boss Gu Yifan is mighty. Boss Gu Yifan is domineering. Let's cheer for Boss Gu Yifan together. Boss Gu Yifan, I love you. Boss Gu Yifan, I want to be the pendant on your thigh. Boss Gu Yifan, I want to give birth to a baby for you. There was a lot of joy in the chat channel of novice village number 815. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and smiles, not only because they had all been promoted to a higher level, and not only because the training resources in novice village number 815 had increased by 50%, but also because they had crushed the conspiracy of the small Japanese country and defended the dignity of China. In addition to being happy and excited, Gaoang was also filled with gratitude. Fortunately, Gu Yifan turned the tide and won the battle, otherwise he would have felt guilty even if no one said anything about him. Boss Gu Yifan, you have turned the tide, crushed the conspiracy of the small Japanese country, and defended the dignity of our Chinese country. At this moment worth celebrating, please say a few words to everyone. A message suddenly popped up in the chat channel, and then the style of the chat channel suddenly changed. Boss Gu Yifan, say a few words. Boss Gu Yifan, please say a few words. Boss Gu Yifan, please say a few words. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Gu Yifan thought for a moment and then started typing. Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll say a few words. Seeing Gu Yifan show up, everyone in novice village number 815 stopped sending messages at the same time. Gu Yifan continued to input information. Everyone, our victory in this challenge is not only due to me, but also to everyone's efforts. Because without your help in finding the monster, and driving it to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South, I couldn't have made a comeback and surpassed Ito Taro at the last moment to win this battle. Everyone in novice village number 815 was very happy. Gu Yifan did not take all the credit for himself, but still clearly remembered their efforts. Here, I would like to thank one person in particular. He is Gaoang. Before he contacted me, I thought I could win this battle alone, but it turns out that human power is limited. Even if I can kill monsters easily, I can't do anything if there are not enough monsters. It was Gaoang who contacted me in time, and with everyone's help, that we were able to win this battle. Let's quack for Gaoang, for all of us. Snap! 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 Warm applause broke out in the sky west of Chang'an City, and everyone was applauding themselves and others. Gaoang's eyes were filled with tears. He didn't expect that Gu Yifan would specially thank him in the chat channel, which made him feel even more guilty. If he hadn't had some careful thoughts and contacted Gu Yifan immediately, how could he have won the battle so thrillingly? In addition to this, there is another point. What Gu Yifan said helped him out of trouble, or eliminated the impact of the mistake he made, because after Gu Yifan said this, no one would care about the mistake he made anymore. Let me say one last thing. The challenge is over. The cultivation resources in our novice village have also increased by 50. Everyone, hurry up and upgrade. I will also be busy. See you in Chang'an City and the Divine Realm. Boss Gu Yifan, see you in Chang'an City. See you in the Divine Realm. Boss Gu Yifan, see you in Chang'an City. See you in the Divine Realm. Boss Gu Yifan, see you in Chang'an City. See you in the Divine Realm. Gu Yifan said nothing more and closed the Tiandao interface. Let's go! He waved to the team standing nearby and turned away. As they watched Gu Yifan leave, a stream of discussions rang out. Boss Gu Yifan is so strong! Yes, just now when Boss Gu Yifan came over, it was like a flash of lightning. Before I could see clearly, the monster we rushed over was killed instantly by Boss Gu Yifan's sword. Didn't you realize that Boss Gu Yifan is not only very strong, but also very handsome? Fatty, you said other men are handsome in front of a group of men like us. Have you ever considered our feelings? What I said is the truth. What's more, I'm not talking to you guys, I'm talking to the captain. Swish. 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 Everyone's eyes shifted to the woman standing in the front. The woman had a neat ponytail, fair skin, beautiful face, long legs and a well-proportioned figure. But if anyone looked down on her just because she was a woman, they were very wrong. Because she is Chao Shurian, who is firmly ranked second in the number 815 novice village ranking list. Well, because Gu Yifan occupies the first place, she was squeezed to the third place. Feeling everyone's gaze, Chao Shurian said, "He is indeed very handsome and so powerful that I am a little moved, but what makes me unhappy is that this guy is a man. I am such a beautiful woman standing here, and he didn't even take a second look at me." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Hu. Gu Yifan, who was rushing to the south of Chang'an City, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said, "Damn it, it must be that little Japanese guy Ito Daoang who is scolding me. What a loser! He can't even beat me and yet he still scolds me." However, Gu Yifan just said this and did not take the matter to heart. Well? Gu Yifan sighed again. Once you are in the martial arts world, you really have no choice. Before this, he had always wanted to keep a low profile and not attract other people's attention. However, the sudden challenge from the small Japanese country forced him to be high profile and expose himself to the sight of others. But then again, it's still worth it to be high profile this time. Swish. Gu Yifan's mind moved, and he summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 6. Root bone, 83 plus 5. Spirituality, 83 plus 5. Strength, 94 plus 10. Agility, 89 plus 10. Free attribute points, 45. Experience, 0 out of 1600. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, agility enhancement, E level, root bone enhancement, E level, vision enhancement, E level, smell enhancement, F level, hearing enhancement, E level, flame, F level. Skills, exploration, bloodthirst. Combat power, 9 stars. Not bad. Not bad. My level has been raised to level 6. All 4 attributes are over 80, and my strength attribute is over 90. My combat power has also been raised to 9 stars. Well, there are still 45 free attribute points. If you use free attribute points, the 3 attributes can easily exceed 100, and the combat power can also be raised to the first rank. However, these attributes are enough for now. Don't rush to use the free attribute points. Use them when you need them in the future. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, and he flipped his hand casually, and a slightly yellowed scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. This scroll is the skill book that you get as a reward for winning the challenge. Because there were other people around at the time, he didn't check it out immediately. Sixth sense? When Gu Yifan saw the name on the scroll, he was stunned. He has some understanding of the words, sixth sense. For example, some adult products, and some mysterious sixth sense of human beings. But what is the sixth sense skill? Why think so much? You will know after using it. Gu Yifan said as he picked up the scroll and put it on his forehead. The next moment, the scroll turned into a white light and sank into Gu Yifan's forehead. Immediately afterwards, a new skill was added to the skill column of the personal attribute interface, sixth sense. However, unlike the detection and bloodthirsty skills, the 4 words, detection, and bloodthirsty, are black, while the 3 words, sixth sense, are gray. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the 3 words, sixth sense. Then rows of small characters appeared. Chapter 46 Tailor-made? Sixth sense, you need to gather the 5 cultivation talents of vision, hearing, smell, taste and touch before you can activate it. The stronger the level of the 5 senses, the stronger the effect of the sixth sense. The specific effect depends on the level of the 5 senses. Looking at the rows of small characters that appeared, Gu Yifan was speechless and a little surprised. I'm speechless because I got a skill book but can't use it. Isn't that frustrating? No wonder the bloodthirst and detection skills are in black fonts, while the sixth sense skill is in gray fonts. He was surprised because he felt that the sixth sense skill was tailor-made for him. You have to know that the talent for cultivation is innate and difficult to increase in the later stages. Most people only have one talent for cultivation, but the sixth sense requires the gathering of 5 talents of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch before it can be activated. In this situation, other people who get the sixth sense skill can only sigh in despair. But he is different. He has a hidden talent to strip away everything. He can strip away other people's cultivation talents and use them for his own benefit. He doesn't worry about lacking any kind of cultivation talent. So isn't the sixth sense skill tailor-made for him? The next moment, Gu Yifan became excited again. The sixth sense skill requires the combination of 5 cultivation talents: vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. This requirement is extremely demanding, and the more demanding the skill, the more powerful it is. He was looking forward to gathering the 5 talents of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch and activating the sixth sense skill. Now I have the E-level training talent of visual enhancement, the F-level training talent of olfactory enhancement, and the E-level training talent of hearing enhancement. I still lack the talent of taste training and the talent of touch training. I have to work hard. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and continued to rush towards the south of Chang'an City. Ito Taro didn't know that he had inexplicably taken the blame for Chao Shiyan. But he really wanted to curse Gu Yifan, but he was not in the mood to do so. Because the Japanese people in Novice Village number 538 are collectively forcing him to commit suicide by disembowelment. Ito Taro, you loser, just commit suicide by disembowelment. Ito Taro, you loser, just commit suicide by disembowelment. Ito Taro, you loser, just commit suicide by disembowelment. The same information quickly flooded the chat channel of Novice Village number 538. Looking at the messages constantly flashing in the chat channel, Ito Taro's face turned extremely pale. He didn't want to lose the challenge, and if he lost the challenge, he would be punished too. It would have been fine if the others didn't comfort him, but they actually shouted at him to commit suicide by disembowelment. It was really too much. Baga! You guys are going too far. Do I want to lose the challenge? I don't either. Also, before you all shouted at Ito-kun for being so mighty and domineering. Now that I lost the challenge, not only did you all curse at me, but you also asked me to commit suicide by disembowelment. Your faces changed too quickly, didn't they? Feeling extremely frustrated, Ito Taro quickly typed messages in the chat channel. When they saw Ito Taro show up, the Japanese people in Novice Village number 538 immediately attacked him in groups. Ito Taro, how dare you say that? If you hadn't sworn to us that we would win this battle, would we be demoted to a lower level and would our Novice Village's training resources be halved? Ito Taro, we praise you because you said you would win. Now that you've lost, do you really want us to praise you? Ito Taro, you caused us to be demoted to a lower level, and also caused our Novice Village's training resources to be halved. You also brought shame to our great country of Japan. What's wrong with us scolding you? Shouldn't you commit suicide by disembowelment? Ito Taro, you have harmed so many people and brought shame to our great country of Japan. Don't you feel guilty? Ito Taro was so angry about the messages in the chat channel. If they win, they will praise you to the sky. If they lose, they will want to trample you to death. These people are so shameless. As for guilt? He did have a little bit of resentment in his heart, but you guys just need to scold him a few words. Do you think it's necessary for me to commit suicide by cutting open my stomach? The information in the chat channel number 538 of the Novice Village is still scrolling quickly. Ito Taro, I'm telling you, you'd better commit suicide by disembowelment immediately, or we'll come after you. Ito Taro, tell us where you are, or we'll kill you. Ito Taro, you'd better commit suicide by disembowelment immediately, or don't let us see you. Yamashita Songbao, I know you followed Ito Taro. I suggest you kill Ito Taro immediately, otherwise you will bear our wrath. That's right, Yamashita Shobao, if you don't want to die, kill Ito Taro right away. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Ito Taro's face suddenly changed. These people actually want to kill him. This is not the point. The point is that these people also instigated Yamashita Songbao and others to kill him. Although his level has dropped by 1, he still ranks first on the top 100 list of Novice Village number 538, but humans are not low-level monsters without wisdom. If Yamashita Songbao and others deal with him together, he will not be able to withstand it. Ito Taro, who was shocked, subconsciously looked at Yamashita Matsubeo and others around him, and then he saw that Yamashita Matsubeo and others had flickering eyes. It was obvious that they had been bewitched by the people in the novice village number 538, and wanted to kill him. Yamashita Songbao, what do you want to do? Ito Dalang shouted in a deep voice. Don't forget, without me, your level would not be able to rise so fast. Ito Taro, we haven't forgotten your kindness, Yamashita Songbao said coldly. But we don't want to be implicated by you, and we don't want to die, so we have no choice but to kill you to calm the anger of everyone in novice village number 538. What Yamashita-kun said is absolutely right. We have no choice. Ito Taro, I'm sorry, I don't want to die either. Ito Taro, I have an 80-year-old mother at home who needs to be taken care of. I can't die yet, so you have to die. Several people around then spoke up and all supported Yamashita Songbao's decision. Ito Taro's face turned even darker. He roared in frustration. Baga! You are all a bunch of ungrateful bastards! Ito Taro, stop talking nonsense, we're sending you off right now. Kill! Yamashita Matsubeo sneered and rushed towards Ito Taro first. Seeing this, other people around also took action. Bagiya Road! Ito Taro roared and fled madly at the first moment. We can't let him get away, chase him! Yamashita Matsubeo then roared, then chased after Ito Taro, and the others followed. But unfortunately, their strength was not as strong as Ito Taro. Not only did they fail to catch up with Ito Taro, but they were also constantly left behind by Ito Taro. Not long after, Ito Taro ran to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South. Just wait for me! Ito Taro uttered a harsh word and broke through the light curtain at the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South, and entered Chang'an City South. He could no longer stay in the west of Chang'an City, and could only venture into the south of Chang'an City where no one else could enter to avoid being hunted down. This scene made Yamashita Songbao and others look a little ugly. With their strength, they are unable to enter the south of Chang'an City, so even if they want to chase and kill us, they cannot continue. Mr. Yamashita, what should we do? Asked the Japanese. Baga! What can I do? I can only tell the truth. Yamashita Songbao cursed loudly and quickly typed a message in the chat channel. Everyone, we wanted to kill Ito Taro to vent our anger, but he ran to the south of Chang'an City. We couldn't get in, so we could only watch him escape. Nanny! So many people can't kill Ito Taro? You are such a waste! Baga! Running to the south of Chang'an will only delay his death. Sooner or later I will chase him into the south of Chang'an and continue to kill him. Baga! He can escape the monk but he can't escape the temple. I will kill him when we return to Shenzhou continent. Baga! You treacherous Ito Taro, I won't let you jump around for a while longer. Gu Yifan didn't know that Ito Taro had become a rat crossing the street, and everyone was calling for his death. At this moment he had arrived in the south of Chang'an City, looking for monsters everywhere. The monsters in the south of Chang'an have not been eliminated yet, so he cannot leave the south of Chang'an. This is not the point. The point is that there is a monster leader in every map, and the first kill of the monster leader will 100% guarantee that treasure will drop. In the novice village plain, you will get a storage ring after killing the first monster leader. Kill the monster leader in the west of Chang'an City for the first time and get the pendant of concealment. Whether it is a storage ring or a concealment pendant, they are all good things. He can't let anyone else have the chance to be the first to kill the leader of the monsters in the south of Chang'an City. So he had to find the leader of the monsters in the south of Chang'an City and kill him first. Chapter 47 Skilled People Are Bold. Whoosh! 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 Gu Yifan was like a flash of lightning, shuttling back and forth in the south of Chang'an City, conducting a carpet search for the monster leader. He didn't know where the monster leader was, so he could only use the most stupid method to find him. Fortunately, he possessed the E-level cultivation talent of enhanced vision, which allowed him to see farther and search a larger area at one time, otherwise he would have to run back and forth many times. Of course, even if he conducts a thorough search, Gu Yifan may not be able to find the leader of the monsters. After all, the monster leader is not a dead thing, it can move. If the monster leader happened to enter the area he had searched from an area he had not searched, he would not be able to find him. However, this possibility is not very high, because there is more than one monster leader, and it is impossible for every monster leader to happen to enter the area he has searched from the area he has not searched. Even if we take a step back and say that this unlikely event really happened, he would just conduct another thorough search. Moreover, his carpet search was not only for the monster leader, but also for ordinary monsters. You have to know that every monster represents experience, and before he has stripped all the monsters in a place, each monster also represents attribute points. Maybe it's because the resources in Novice Village number 815 increased by 50%. The frequency of his encounters with monsters has increased a lot. In just 2 hours, he encountered 8 monsters, and then these 8 monsters turned into his experience and attribute points. You have to know that he only killed 7 monsters in almost the whole morning. Ha! Gu Yifan, who was moving at high speed, suddenly brightened his eyes. He found the leader of the monsters. Following his gaze, I saw a tiger demon strolling leisurely about 400 or 500 meters ahead. The tiger demon was more than 2 meters tall, with brown and yellow patterns all over its body. Its hair sparkled in the sunlight, and it looked really majestic. But this is not the point. The point is that there is a clear, king, character on the tiger demon's forehead, which is the symbol of the tiger demon leader. Finally found you! Gu Yifan sighed and rushed towards the tiger demon leader. Although he had already made a judgment based on the characteristics of the tiger demon leader, he still used his detection skills as soon as possible. It was not to confirm whether his judgment was correct, but to see the strength of the tiger demon leader. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Race, tiger demon leader. Level 5. Combat power, 8 stars. Skill, roar can shock the enemy, make them feel fear, and reduce their combat effectiveness. Explosion rate, 0.06. Fuck, there are skills! Gu Yifan was very surprised. He was looking for the tiger demon leader with a 100% chance of dropping treasure, but he didn't expect to gain a skill as well. It must be said that this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. With Gu Yifan's rapid running, the distance of 400 or 500 meters passed in a flash. At this time, the tiger demon leader also discovered Gu Yifan. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared angrily, spread out his 4 hooves and ran towards Gu Yifan. There was a hungry light flashing in its eyes as big as copper bells. Human meat is much more delicious than monster meat, but it has been wandering here for several days without encountering any human beings, which makes it really hungry and thirsty. Now that it has found humans, it can finally have a good meal. Soon, Gu Yifan and the tiger demon leader met. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared again, opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Gu Yifan's head. Gu Yifan raised his left hand to meet the bloody mouth of the tiger demon leader. However, when he was about to touch the bloody mouth of the tiger demon leader, Gu Yifan's left hand suddenly moved up and pressed its forehead. The next moment, the huge body of the tiger demon leader, which was rushing forward, suddenly stopped as if it had stepped on the emergency brake. At this time, the bloody mouth of the tiger demon leader was only half an arm's distance away from Gu Yifan. But this half arm's length became an insurmountable gap for the tiger demon leader. The tiger demon leader felt as if his forehead had hit a mountain and was difficult to move. However, the delicious food was right in front of him. He only needed to move forward a little further to taste the delicious food. He was reluctant to retreat, and he didn't want to retreat. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared again, and pushed the ground with all his limbs, trying to move forward a little further. But soon it found that its efforts were in vain. Gu Yifan's left hand was not like a mountain, but it was a mountain. No matter how hard it tried, it could not move forward at all. On the other hand, Gu Yifan looked relaxed and carefree. Before this, Gu Yifan's strength attribute was 94 points. After using the D-level practice talent to strengthen his strength attribute reached 376 points. However, the tiger demon leader was only an 8-star fighter, and his highest strength attribute was only 90 points. 90 points versus 376 points, a gap of 3 times. How can the tiger demon leader shake Gu Yifan in terms of strength? This is also the reason why Gu Yifan dared to hold down the tiger demon leader with his bare hands. At this moment, the tiger demon leader finally realized that something was wrong. The human in front of it is extremely powerful, and it cannot contend with him. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared again. This time, its roar was louder than the previous one. Almost at the same time, Gu Yifan clearly felt a cold force enveloping him. That force made him feel an uncontrollable fear in his heart. He also clearly felt that his strength had been weakened a little. This is the tiger demon leader's skill roar! Gu Yifan made a judgment instantly. Almost at the same time, his right hand holding the iron dagger raised up like lightning and slashed towards the neck of the tiger demon leader. After he pressed the tiger demon leader's forehead with his left hand, his right hand moved only now. It was not because his reaction was slow, but because he wanted to force the tiger demon leader to use the roar skill and experience the feeling of being hit by the roar skill. I have to say that Gu Yifan is quite brave. But he is not bold because of foolishness, but bold because of his great skill. Although the tiger demon leader's skill roar can intimidate the enemy, make the enemy feel fear, and reduce the enemy's combat power, his combat power is much higher than that of the tiger demon leader. Even if it is reduced a little, the tiger demon leader cannot contend with it. This is also the reason why he dared to let the tiger demon leader use the roaring skill. The tiger demon leader was happily thinking about using his roaring skill to intimidate Gu Yifan and then biting him to death, but he didn't expect that he felt a pain in his neck as soon as the thought came up. Whoosh! The next moment, a stream of blood shot out from the neck of the tiger demon leader. At this time, Gu Yifan had already dodged. He was confident that the previous blow would be enough to take the life of the tiger demon leader. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the tiger demon leader fell to the ground with a loud bang, then trembled violently a few times and then calmed down. The tiger demon leader died, killed by Gu Yifan's blow. But its wide-open eyes clearly proved that it died with its eyes open. Because it didn't understand why Gu Yifan could still attack it even though he was clearly hit by its roar skill. Gu Yifan frowned. Logically speaking, the tiger demon leader was already dead, and the skill roaring that the tiger demon leader used should have disappeared. Why did he still feel a cold force enveloping him? And there was still a hint of fear in his heart? Break it for me! Gu Yifan roared angrily and exerted all his strength. Snap! 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 The next moment, faint cracking sounds rang in his ears. That was the sound of the tiger demon leader's roaring skill being forcibly cracked. Almost at the same time, the cold feeling disappeared, the fear in my heart disappeared, and the strength that had just been weakened returned. This skill is pretty good. Gu Yifan was a little surprised. His strength far exceeds that of the tiger demon leader, but he was still greatly affected. This shows that the roaring skill is very powerful. Bite! You killed the tiger demon leader and gained 80 experience points. Bite! The tiger demon leader revealed a skill book. At the same time, a somewhat yellowed scroll appeared out of thin air in Gu Yifan's palm. Isn't it coming? Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. It's better to be the first to kill the monster leader, the rewards will be extraordinary. Night vision? Looking at the skill book in his hand, Gu Yifan was even more surprised. Night vision, as the name implies, is real at night. Although it does not improve your strength at all, it is very useful. You should know that after the improvement, an update of Shenhua continent this time, changes in day and night have occurred. When the visibility is poor at night, you cannot move freely, let alone kill monsters. But with the night vision skill, this problem is undoubtedly solved. I learned it! Gu Yifan decisively took the scroll and put it on his forehead. The next moment, the scroll turned into a white light and sank into Gu Yifan's forehead. Immediately afterwards, a new skill appeared in the skill column of his personal attribute interface, Night Vision. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and was about to brush over the corpse of the tiger demon leader. He wanted to strip the tiger demon leader of his roaring skill. But the next moment he seemed to have thought of something, and his hand suddenly stopped. Chapter 48. Promotion to the first rank. Gu Yifan is sour. Should we wait until the number of tiger monsters to be stripped reaches the upper limit of 3 before stripping the tiger monster leader? Gu Yifan looked thoughtful. What he wanted was the tiger demon leader's skill roar. But low-level monsters can only be stripped once, and the number of tiger monsters he has stripped has not yet reached the upper limit of 3. He is a little worried that when stripping the tiger monster leader now, he will strip away the attribute points instead of the tiger monster leader's skill roar. This is also the reason why he stopped waving his hand. If there are skills, attribute points should not be stripped away. Because the stripping of human race is stripping away the cultivation talents, not the attribute points. Let's take a step back. Even if we can't strip off the skill roar, we can just find another tiger demon leader. Gu Yifan talked to himself. Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan no longer hesitated. He waved his hand and brushed past the corpse of the tiger demon leader. Bite! Stripping successful! You gained the skill roar! Call! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh and a smile appeared on his face. He successfully stripped away the tiger demon leader's skill roar. Although the roaring skill cannot increase his strength, it can weaken the enemy's strength, which can be regarded as increasing his strength in disguise. This is why he wants the roaring skill very much. Swish! Gu Yifan waved his hand and put the tiger demon leader's body into his storage ring. At this moment, Gu Yifan's stomach began to growl. Because of the challenge in Novice Village number 538, Gu Yifan did not have lunch. He was so focused on finding the monster leader that he did not feel hungry. Now that he had found the leader of the monsters, he felt relaxed, but suddenly he felt tired and hungry. I have been busy since this morning and I am really tired. I will take a break, eat something and then go to the east of Chang'an City. After Gu Yifan finished speaking, he sat down on the ground, took out a piece of barbecue and started eating. After finding the tiger demon leader and completing the first kill, there was no need for him to stay in the south of Chang'an. Although there are still many types of monsters in the south of Chang'an City that have not reached the peeling limit, these monsters can be obtained by selling barbecue. Going to the east of Chang'an City to kill higher-level monsters will not only gain more experience, but there will also be no one to snatch them from him. Just now when he was looking for the monster leader, several portions of barbecued meat that he put on the treasure pavilion to exchange for monsters from the south of Chang'an City had already been sold. This also meant that some people had already entered the south of Chang'an City, so he had no worries about not being able to get monsters from the south of Chang'an City. We have to take a break anyway, so we might as well take the time to roast some meat for later use. Gu Yifan stood up again, picked up some branches around him, set up the grill and started grilling meat. There will be many places where you will need to barbecue in the future. You can grill some during your break so you don't have to waste other time. Just like before, Gu Yifan roasted 4 monsters at once. He waited until all 4 monsters were roasted before continuing to eat the barbecue. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, he summoned the Heavenly Dao interface, and then opened the treasure house. Well, I sold 6 portions of barbecue and obtained 6 monster corpses. I sold more than 100 wooden blades and obtained more than 100 bronze-level equipment. I didn't sell any barbecue that I could exchange for spiritual medicine and equipment. As Gu Yifan spoke, he took out 6 corpses of monsters from the treasure pavilion. After peeling them off one by one, he gained more than 20 attribute points. He didn't even look at or take out the more than 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment he obtained, and left them all in the treasure pavilion. The attributes of the equipment on him have reached the upper limit of bronze-level equipment. There will be no equipment with better attributes than his. Placing the equipment in the treasure pavilion will not take up the storage space of the storage ring. Alas, those who can exchange equipment for wooden blades must have equipment of the same part, which means they dropped more than 1 piece of equipment, and I have only obtained 1 skill book based on the drop rate so far. Gu Yifan sighed. Judging from the explosion rate, his luck is really not very good. Fortunately, he can use his strength and talent to get what he wants, so he doesn't care if others are luckier than him. After sighing, Gu Yifan put another 200 wooden blades on the treasure pavilion. The wooden blades he put on the treasure pavilion were almost sold out. It was time to restock them. After closing the treasure house, Gu Yifan clicked on his personal attributes. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 6. Root bone, 101 plus 5. Spirituality, 100 plus 5. Strength, 106 plus 10. Agility, 102 plus 10. Free attribute points, 45. Experience, 550/1600. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D level, agility enhancement, E level, root bone enhancement, E level, vision enhancement, E level, smell enhancement, F level, hearing enhancement, E level, flame, F level. Skills, detection, bloodthirst, sixth sense, night vision, roar. Combat power, first rank. Hey, all 4 of my attributes have exceeded 100, and my combat power has also risen to the first level. Gu Yifan was a little surprised. But think about it, before, 3 of his 4 attributes exceeded 80, and 1 exceeded 90. He also killed 8 monsters and a tiger monster leader, exchanged barbecue for 6 monsters, and obtained 50 or 60 attribute points. Nowadays, it is normal for all 4 attributes to exceed 100. At level 6, he has first-class combat power. Who else can do that? Gu Yifan laughed and opened the chat channel again. There are obviously more monsters today than in the past. Our team has obtained 2 pieces of equipment from noon till now. Indeed, our team has obtained 3 pieces of equipment. Yes. It was so hard to find monsters before, but it is obviously easier to find monsters today. Thank you, Boss Gu Yifan. Thank you, Novice Village number 538. Thank you, Little Japan. Gu Yifan felt a little unhappy. From noon till now, he has killed 8 common monsters and 1 monster leader, but not a single piece of equipment has dropped. It turns out that his luck in getting equipment by chance is not as good as others. Damn it, could it be that I have other ways to obtain equipment, and that the heavens have reduced my luck? Gu Yifan cursed inwardly and was about to close the chat channel. He didn't want to watch it anymore because it was annoying. But at this moment, a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite! Gao Zhuang sent you a message, would you like to check it out? I have nothing to do now, what does this guy want me for? Gu Yifan was a little confused. But he still chose to check it out as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Gu Yifan, our team has obtained a challenge token. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. I want to challenge Novice Village number 538, but after thinking about it, I think it is better for you to initiate the challenge. What do you think? Gu Yifan felt a little sour. Gao Zhuang actually got the challenge order, what good luck. As for challenging Novice Village number 538, is this something that needs to be considered? No problem. Gu Yifan replied decisively. Soon, Gao Zhuang sent another message. Gu Yifan, where are you? I'll send you the challenge. Gu Yifan didn't waste any time and told Gao Zhuang where he was. Gao Zhuang, I'm a little far from where you are. It will take me about half an hour to get there. Wait for me. I'll be there right away. Good. After Gu Yifan replied, he started grilling while thinking about challenging Novice Village number 538. Soon, half an hour had passed. Gao Zhuang also arrived on time, but he did not come with a team, but alone. Seeing Gu Yifan grilling meat, Gao Zhuang's face was full of strangeness. Gao Zhuang, what's that expression on your face? Gu Yifan asked puzzledly. Gao Zhuang hesitated for a moment and said, Gu Yifan, the black barbecue merchant who used barbecue to exchange for monster corpses, spiritual medicine and equipment in the treasure pavilion, is it you? Gu Yifan's face was filled with black lines. Although Gao Zhuang changed his words temporarily, he was not stupid. How could he not hear that Gao Zhuang wanted to talk about the unscrupulous barbecue merchant? What if I say no? Gu Yifan asked back. Do you think I'm stupid? Gao Zhuang was speechless and said, Before I didn't understand why your ranking on the village top 100 list not only didn't improve after reaching 31st, but also dropped back more than 10 places. Now I understand you spent your time on barbecue. Also, you roasted 4 monsters at once. You didn't sell them. Did you eat them all by yourself? Gu Yifan looked at Gao Zhuang with surprise. This guy is not stupid, so why does he always come last? As if he knew what Gu Yifan was thinking, Gao Zhuang said with a dark face. Gu Yifan, don't look at me like that. I just don't like to learn theoretical knowledge. It doesn't mean that I'm stupid and can't even make basic inferences. Alright. Gu Yifan did not deny it again. The black-hearted barbecue vendor you mentioned is me. Gao Zhuang was a little embarrassed. Gu Yifan must have heard what he didn't say just now. Raising his hand and scratching his head, Gao Zhuang asked in confusion. Gu Yifan, I can understand that you exchanged barbecue for spiritual medicine and equipment, but why did you exchange it for the corpse of a monster? Chapter 49. Let the bullets fly for a while. A little thought. To sell for money, Gu Yifan said calmly. My family is not as rich as yours. We are just ordinary people. I exchange some monster corpses and sell them to supplement the family income. He didn't mean to deceive Gao Zhuang by saying this, because that was what he had originally planned, but he simply neglected to use his hidden talent to strip away attribute points from all things. Oh! Gao Zhuang responded and glanced at the ring on Gu Yifan's finger. Things from the outside world cannot be brought in. Gu Yifan has purchased so many corpses of monsters, but they are nowhere to be found. This shows that the ring on Gu Yifan's finger must be a storage ring. This guy actually found a storage ring. He's really lucky. Gao Zhuang sighed secretly, and then asked curiously, Is the hidden talent you awakened related to the fire element? No, Gu Yifan denied casually. Then how did you make the fire? Gao Zhuang asked, puzzled. Drilling wood to make fire, do you understand? Gu Yifan made up an excuse and asked, Gao Zhuang, have you forgotten what you are here for? This guy has too many questions. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. It's better to get back to the point. Oh. Gao Zhuang raised his hand and patted his forehead, and said awkwardly, When are you going to challenge the 538 novice village? When you contacted me, my thought was to immediately. Gu Yifan paused for a moment, and then said, But then I thought about it, and I think it's better to let the bullet fly for a while. Let the bullets fly for a while? Gao Zhuang was a little confused. What do you mean? Low levels require less experience. Gu Yifan explained. The people in the 538 novice village have just been demoted to a lower level. It would be a bit painful to demote them to a lower level again. So I want to wait a few days and let them level up a few levels before launching the challenge. This way it will be more painful for them. Gao Zhuang suddenly realized. He smiled evilly and said, Gu Yifan, you are so mean, but I like it. No matter how bad we treat Japan, it's not bad enough, said Gu Yifan. That's true. Gao Zhuang nodded and handed the challenge order to Gu Yifan. Here you go. Gu Yifan took the challenge and his eyes fell on Gao Zhuang. This guy only had one weapon and was wearing white shorts, which looked really shabby. Gao Zhuang felt a little uncomfortable when being stared at by Gu Yifan. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Yifan didn't answer. He asked back, Your team consists of 10 people, right? Gao Zhuang didn't know why Gu Yifan asked this, but he nodded anyway. Who has equipment? How many pieces? Gu Yifan asked again. Currently there are only 3 pieces of equipment, a weapon, a piece of clothing and a pair of shoes. I took the weapon, and gave the clothes and shoes to more suitable people. Gao Zhuang answered truthfully. Gu Yifan nodded. As the team leader, Gao Zhuang was able to distribute equipment to other people when there was a shortage of equipment. He is a very nice person. Swish. Gu Yifan waved his hand casually, and a large pile of equipment appeared out of thin air on the ground. He looked at Gao Zhuang and said, Winning the challenge will bring great benefits. I can't just take your challenge order for nothing. These are 9 sets of bronze equipment. They are my token of appreciation. Gao Zhuang was stunned. He gave the challenge to Gu Yifan for 2 reasons. One reason is that Gu Yifan defeated Ito Dalong and made up for the mistakes he made, and he wanted to repay Gu Yifan. Second, because Gu Yifan initiated the challenge, he had a greater chance of winning. He had never thought of exchanging the challenge order for anything, but he didn't expect Gu Yifan to give him 9 sets of bronze-level equipment. That's 9 sets of bronze equipment. Is this just a token of my appreciation? This is clearly a token of my appreciation. Coming back to his senses, Gao Zhuang opened his mouth to refuse, but swallowed the words back. If it was anything else, he would have decisively refused. But this was the bronze-level equipment that their team urgently needed, and it was too tempting for him, so he really couldn't bear to refuse. Gao Zhuang, you get one set for yourself, and the rest are for your teammates. Gu Yifan added. These equipments are not all for you. Most of them are for your teammates. You have no right to refuse them. Don't bother me, or I will look down on you. Okay, then I'll shamelessly accept it. Gao Zhuang didn't refuse again. Gu Yifan had said that, how could he refuse? Moreover, he was reluctant to refuse. By the way, don't make the challenge known to the public, lest the news leak out. Gu Yifan warned. You have to keep the fact that I sold barbecue and gave you equipment to yourself, understand? I see. Gao Zhuang nodded heavily. Well, nothing else. Gu Yifan ordered them to leave. Hurry up and meet up with your team. I will contact you in advance when the challenge begins. Gao Zhuang hesitated for a moment and said, Gu Yifan, can you come with me? I'm holding so much equipment that it's really eye-catching. I'm afraid someone will see it, and have bad intentions, and then snatch the equipment away. I won't be able to cry then. Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. You are the first in the village rankings. Oh no, you are the second now. Are you still afraid that others will take away your equipment? It's true that I'm the second, but I'm not afraid of anyone if I fight alone. Gao Zhuang retorted. But if a small team surrounded me, I would not have the confidence to defeat them. Besides, strength is my strong point, but speed is not. I may not be able to escape even if I want to. That's true. Gu Yifan nodded. He thought for a moment, picked up a piece of animal skin he had just peeled off, and threw it to Gao Zhuang. Use this animal skin to wrap up these equipment. Others will only think it is a monster, not equipment. This way, no one will have any bad intentions. Yes. Gao Zhuang's eyes suddenly brightened. He quickly wrapped all the equipment with animal skins. But he was still a little worried, so he sent a message through the chat channel asking his teammates to come and help. After sending the message to his teammates, Gao Zhuang still did not leave. He stared at the barbecue on the grill. Seeing this, Gu Yifan asked, Want to barbecue? Gao Zhuang said embarrassedly. There is no one with fire talent in our team, and the barbecue we exchanged for the monster corpses is not enough to share. Sometimes we have to eat tree bark and grass roots. This one is ready, you can take it away. Gu Yifan is very generous. He has given Gao Zhuang 9 sets of bronze-level equipment, so would he still care about a barbecue? Okay. Gao Zhuang didn't even bother to be polite with Gu Yifan. He has already received 9 sets of bronze-level equipment from Gu Yifan, so would he care about receiving one more barbecue? Gao Zhuang picked up a piece of animal skin from the side and wrapped the barbecue. He was a little worried that the barbecue would be snatched by others. Then he carried the barbecue on one shoulder and the equipment on the other shoulder and left quickly. After watching Gao Zhuang leave, Gu Yifan looked up at the sky, a hint of thought emerging in his eyes. After a moment, he summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the system channel. There were dozens of death messages in the system channel. It's going to be dark soon. Do you want to search for human corpses while it's dark and gain some cultivation talents? Gu Yifan talked to himself. If he had not obtained the sixth sense skill, he would not be in a hurry to look for human corpses. But there are not so many ifs. Now he is eager to gather the cultivation talent required for the sixth sense skill and activate the sixth sense skill. After a moment, Gu Yifan was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly brightened. Tonight he will look for human corpses and strip away their cultivation talents. But it is not about stripping away the cultivation talents of our fallen Chinese compatriots, but about stripping away the cultivation talents of the Japanese people. Compared with stripping away the cultivation talents of his Chinese compatriots, he has less psychological burden in stripping away the cultivation talents of the Japanese. After we finish roasting and cleaning these 4 monster corpses, the time will be almost up, and then we will set off. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and continued grilling. At this time, Gao Zhuang was running at full speed carrying barbecue and equipment wrapped in animal skins. It was obvious that he wanted to reunite with his teammates as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Along the way, Gao Zhuang encountered several teams, and each time his heart was in his throat. Some of these teams glanced at him and left quickly, while others came closer, greeted him, looked at the two demon beasts he was carrying with strange expressions, and then left. Another team asked him why he was carrying two monsters, but he tried to stay calm and evaded the question by saying he was grilling meat. More than 10 minutes later, Gaoang finally saw his teammates coming to meet him, which finally put his heart at ease. Zhao Rui, Lixia and others looked puzzled. Didn't Gaoang send a challenge to Gu Yifan? Why did he come back carrying two monsters? Chapter 50 Powerful Night Vision. The Underworld. Soon, Gaoang, Zhao Rui, Lixia and others reunited. Brother Gao, what's going on with you? Zhao Rui asked puzzledly. The tall and strong man looked around slyly and said, We'll talk later. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gaoang turned and walked towards the dense forest not far away. Zhao Rui, Lixia and others looked at each other and followed in confusion. After entering the dense forest, Gaoang looked around stealthily. After making sure that there was no one around, he put the two demon beasts he was carrying on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Gao, please stop keeping us in suspense. Lixia urged. Didn't you go to give Gu Yifan a challenge? Why did you come back carrying two monster corpses? This is not the corpse of a monster, but a good thing. Gaoang laughed evilly and peeled off a monster skin, revealing the barbecue inside. Suddenly, a smell of meat hit my face. Zhao Rui, Lixia and others' eyes lit up instantly and their mouths watered. In the past 2 days, they only occasionally ate some barbecue to satisfy their cravings. The rest of the time they were eating grass roots and gnawing on tree bark. They were almost vomiting. Now that they saw the barbecue, they almost turned into hungry dogs and pounced on it. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Lixia asked in confusion. Brother Gao, where did you get the barbecue? And a whole rack? Gu Yifan gave it to me, Gaoang said truthfully. Lixia was stunned for a moment and sighed. Boss, Gu Yifan is a good man. Zhao Rui and others nodded in agreement. Under the current circumstances, barbecue is a scarce commodity in the Shinmo continent. Otherwise, how can it be exchanged for spiritual medicine and equipment? Gu Yifan actually gave them a whole barbecue, which was really a big deal. You call me a good person? You are such a country bumpkin, you have no vision! Gaoang looked at Zhao Rui, Lixia and others with contempt, and then peeled off another monster skin. Holy crap! Bronze-level equipment? So much? Gao. Brother Gao, what's going on? Brother Gao, are you robbing the lair of the bronze-level equipment? Zhao Rui, Lixia and others were stunned when they saw the bronze equipment in the animal skins. Gu Yifan gave it to me, Gaoang said truthfully. I gave him the challenge order, and he said he couldn't take our challenge order for nothing. We had 1 set of bronze equipment, so he gave us 9 sets of bronze equipment and a barbecue as a token of his appreciation. He didn't say that he asked Gu Yifan for the barbecue, not because he was embarrassed, but because there was no need to say it. Where did Boss Gu Yifan get so many bronze-level equipments? Zhao Rui was a little puzzled, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized. I understand Boss Gu Yifan is the black-hearted, oh no, conscientious barbecue merchant. Hearing this, Lixia and others suddenly realized. It's enough for you to know this, Gaoang said seriously. Gu Yifan told you to keep the matter of him selling barbecue and giving us equipment to yourself. I warn you, you must not tell anyone, including your relatives, otherwise I will be the first to not let you go. It's not that he didn't want to hide it from Zhao Rui, Lixia and others, but he knew he couldn't hide it, and Gu Yifan also knew it. Brother Gao, I promise not to tell anyone. Brother Gao, we got these equipment ourselves. Brother Gao, when did Gu Yifan provide us with barbecue and equipment? Zhao Rui, Lixia and others spoke up one after another. Clever. Gaoang smiled and said. Okay, divide the equipment and choose the one that suits you. Yes, Brother Gao. Zhao Rui, Lixia and others responded and began to check the equipment attributes. They did not fight for anything, but only picked the equipment that suited them, so as to maximize the combat effectiveness of the team. This is also a good example set by Gaoang. Soon, Gaoang, Zhao Rui, Lixia and others divided the equipment and put it on happily. I've finally upgraded my musketry to a cannon. I don't have to be shirtless anymore. Haha, our team is probably the first one where everyone is fully equipped. You could be more confident and remove the word I'm afraid. This is all thanks to Brother Gao and the great boss Gu Yifan. Zhao Rui, Li Jie and others were all very happy. Gao Zhuang also had a smile on his face. At this moment, he suddenly found that Gu Yifan was quite nice. Why did he like to make trouble for Gu Yifan in the past? Well, it's not my fault, nor is it Gu Yifan's fault. It's all the teacher's fault. Gao Zhuang sighed secretly and laughed loudly. Brothers, hurry up and eat the meat. After you are full, have a good rest for the night and get enough energy. We will do a great job tomorrow. Okay, Brother Gao. Zhao Rui, Li Jie and others responded and started eating the barbecue with big mouthfuls. Not only did he look like a hungry ghost, he also looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. At this time, Gu Yifan had already finished grilling all 4 barbecues. With a wave of his hand, he put the barbecue into the storage ring, then stood up. Night vision! Gu Yifan shouted in a low voice. The next moment, the vision that was severely obstructed due to the darkness suddenly became clear. It feels like it's daytime, the effect is so powerful. Set off! Gu Yifan laughed again and headed straight for the central area south of Chang'an City. Before that, he suddenly remembered something his teacher said when he was studying at Wulong Martial Arts Academy. In the center of each outdoor map there is an entrance to the special map, the underworld. Through the underworld you can go to any place in the world. This is also the shortest route to any place in the world. However, the underworld is guarded by monsters, and their strength and number will vary with the level and number of opponents. The levels of opponents are different, and the strength of monsters is different, but they are always much stronger than the opponents, and the number of monsters is always 3 times the number of opponents. This also leads to the fact that few people can kill the monsters guarding the underworld and travel to all parts of the world through the underworld. But Gu Yifan is different from others. The strength of other people may not be measured by level, but Gu Yifan's strength definitely cannot be measured by level. For example, Gu Yifan is now at the 6th level of cultivation. Theoretically, the 6th level of cultivation is only a 4-star or 5-star combat power, but his combat power is as high as the 1st grade, and not an ordinary 1st grade, but a 1st grade with all 4 attributes exceeding 100. This is still his basic attribute. If the attributes of equipment and the bonus of various cultivation talents are taken into account, his combat power will far exceed that of the 1st rank. This is also the reason why Gu Yifan dared to challenge the monster guarding the underworld that almost no one can defeat. Swish! 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 Gu Yifan hurried towards the central area south of Chang'an City. Along the way, he encountered 2 monsters and killed them. It was a pity that both of these monsters were skinned with 3 monsters, so I only gained experience but no attribute points. With Gu Yifan's rapid running, it didn't take long for him to reach the central area in the south of Chang'an City. The entrance to the underworld is in the center of every wild map, but it is not the absolute center, so Gu Yifan still has to look for it. However, the central area is not large, so as long as you are careful, it is not difficult to find the entrance to the underworld. A few minutes later, Gu Yifan's eyes suddenly brightened. He discovered a dark curtain of light, and this dark curtain of light was the entrance to the underworld on the special map. No wonder we rarely hear of people accidentally entering the special map of the underworld. A hint of realization appeared in Gu Yifan's eyes. The dark light curtain was between 2 big trees, which were only about 30 or 40 centimeters apart. Few people would pass through here, and the dark light curtain was not on the ground but in the air, so even fewer people would walk through it. In addition, the entrance to the special map of the underworld will only appear at night. The entrance is covered with a dark light curtain that blends in with the night. Not to mention people with poor eyesight, even people with good eyesight would find it difficult to spot. As for how he could find it so quickly? It was because of his night vision skill. After using the night vision skill, the scene he saw was no different from that in the daytime, which also made the dark light curtain at the entrance of the underworld very conspicuous. Otherwise, he would never have been able to find it so easily. Instead of stepping into the entrance to the underworld immediately, Gu Yifan stood there with his eyes closed and regulating his breathing. There are monsters guarding the underworld. Once you enter, it will be a fierce battle. He has to adjust himself to the best condition. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Yifan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Strengthen your power! Agility enhancement! Strengthen your bones! Visual enhancement! Amplification of smell! Enhanced hearing! A series of low shouts came out of Gu Yifan's mouth. What is coming next may very well be the most dangerous battle since he came to Shinhwa continent. So he did not hold back at all, and used his 6 cultivation talents in succession to directly maximize his own strength and condition. The next moment, Gu Yifan leaped into the dark light curtain. Chapter 51: The Three-Headed Dog of Hell. Beyond Expectations. Swish. After entering the dark light curtain, the environment in front of Gu Yifan suddenly changed. It is no longer a world of lush green grass, dense forests, and clear rivers, but a world of dark green and withered yellow. It looks very eerie and makes people feel a little creepy. Not far in front of Gu Yifan there was a small bridge about 3 or 4 meters long, and next to the bridge there stood a stone tablet about 1 meter high. There are 3 words engraved on the stone tablet: Naiha Bridge. Below the Naiha Bridge is a blood-red river called the Wangchuan River. After crossing the Naiha Bridge, not far ahead there is a circular dark light curtain with a diameter of about 2 meters. On the wall above the dark light curtain, 3 large, ancient characters were engraved: Samsara Department. There is a palace not far from the Reincarnation Department, with a plaque hanging above the palace, Palace of Yama. After taking a look at the environment here, Gu Yifan looked back again. There was a dark curtain of light behind him, which should be the curtain of light leaving the underworld. After a little thought, Gu Yifan walked onto the Naiha Bridge and walked towards the end of the bridge. He had only heard from his teacher at Wulong Martial Arts Academy that the underworld could be reached through things all over the world. He knew nothing else about the underworld and could only explore it on his own. The moment I stepped onto the Naiha Bridge, a bone-chilling cold wind suddenly blew past. Gu Yifan couldn't help but shiver, and then couldn't help cursing. Damn, it's so realistic! If I hadn't known clearly that this place was created by humans, I would have thought I had really arrived in the underworld. After walking across the Naiha Bridge, Gu Yifan looked at the Reincarnation Department, then at the Hall of Yama, and finally walked towards the Hall of Yama. Arriving at the gate of Yama's palace, Gu Yifan pushed open the door. There were 2 rows of statues in the Yama Hall, 1 on each side. They were King Qinguang, King Chujiang, King Songdi, King Wuguan, King Yama, King Bianqing, King Taishan, King Pingdang, King Dushi, and King Xuanlin. Entering the Hall of Yama, Gu Yifan carefully turned around and examined the 10 statues carefully. He wanted to see if there was any mechanism, but unfortunately found nothing. How come there is no discovery? Gu Yifan frowned. Every place in the Shinhwa continent is not a useless place, but he found nothing in the Yama Palace. Not only were there no monsters, there were no mechanisms either. It was as if it was just a palace. The map of the underworld was definitely built by our country, China. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the 10 kings of hell, but Jesus, vampires, knights, and so on. I'll ask around when I get back. Maybe there's something I haven't discovered. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, and walked out of the King of Hell's palace. The Shinhwa continent was jointly built by countries all over the world, with different countries responsible for different areas. For example, the novice village was built by the Huaxia country. After leaving the palace of Yama, Gu Yifan went straight to the Reincarnation Department. As he entered the Reincarnation Department, Gu Yifan's whole body instantly tensed up. I saw an altar not far ahead, and on the altar lay a monster that looked like a dog but had 3 heads. The 3-headed dog of hell! Gu Yifan recognized it at the first sight. The 3-headed hellhound is a monster that guards the reincarnation platform in the underworld and can only be found in the underworld. Gu Yifan did not delay. He immediately looked around and took in the surrounding environment. He only has 1 life to live, and a fierce battle is coming. He has to memorize the surrounding environment carefully, which may be useful when necessary. It would be a tragedy if he loses his life due to any mistake in the environment. Soon, Gu Yifan observed the environment of the Reincarnation Department. This place looks like a round cave with a diameter of about 50 meters and a height of about 50 meters. The altar where the three-headed dog of hell lies, also known as the Samsara altar, is round, with a diameter of about 3 meters and a height of about 1 meter. There was also a dark light curtain behind him, which should be the light curtain leaving the reincarnation department. Call! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh, and his tense body relaxed a little. With the light curtain behind me, at least I can run away if I can't win. At this time, the three-headed dog of hell lying on the reincarnation platform also discovered Gu Yifan. It stood up suddenly, its 3 heads and 6 eyes staring at Gu Yifan, with black light flashing in its eyes. In an instant, Gu Yifan couldn't help but feel like he was being watched. Immediately afterwards, the three-headed dog of hell spoke in human language. Hee, a level 6 shrimp dares to come here. Gu Yifan's face was full of black lines, he felt like he was being looked down upon. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just after he felt that he was being spied on, he was a little worried that the Cerberus had seen through his strength. Fortunately, his worry did not come true. The Cerberus only saw through his level, otherwise he would have to run away quickly. Besides that, he was a little worried that if he was in a state of full-strength explosion, the strength of the three-headed dog of hell would increase greatly. In that case, he would have to leave and start over, but now it seems that this is not necessary. Come to think of it, if the three-headed dog of hell can see through the true strength of the opponent, and has the advantage in numbers and strength, who can defeat it? In that case, what is the point of setting up a special map of the underworld? However, he was somewhat surprised that even though he was wearing the pendant of concealment, the Cerberus of hell could still tell that he was at level 6. It seems that the pendant of concealment is not omnipotent, or it will be ineffective against special monsters and special maps. After all, the strength of the Cerberus changes according to the strength of the intruder. If it can't even see through the intruder's level, how can it change with the intruder's strength? So it's not that the concealment pendant is not powerful, but it's due to the rules of the special map. At this time, the three-headed dog of hell spoke human language again. Level 6 little shrimp, I advise you to leave immediately, or I will eat you. Gu Yifan ignored the threat of the hellhound and instead threw a probe at it. He came here just to target the three-headed dog of hell. How could he retreat just because of a threat from the three-headed dog of hell? The next moment, a piece of information emerged in Gu Yifan's mind. Race, Cerberus. Grade? Combat power? Skill, hellfire, everything can be burned. Explosion rate, 100%. Gu Yifan frowned. He had used his detection skills so many times, but this was the first time he failed. No. It's not that the investigation failed, it's just that the level and combat power of the Cerberus were not detected. Otherwise, it's not just the level and combat power that are missing, but all the information is missing. Seeing that Gu Yifan ignored it, the hellhound shook its body slightly, and 2 hellhounds appeared out of thin air beside it, and then 9 heads and 18 eyes stared at Gu Yifan together. Level 6 little shrimp, I'm giving you one last piece of advice. Leave now, or I'll eat you. Gu Yifan still ignored it, and threw another probe at the 3 hellhounds. Immediately afterwards, 3 identical messages appeared in his mind. Race, Cerberus. Level 18. Combat power, rank 2. Skill, hellfire, everything can be burned. Explosion rate, 100%. Gu Yifan suddenly realized and was speechless. He suddenly realized something because he understood why the results of the 2 investigations were different. The strength of the Cerberus is not fixed, but changes with the intruder. When he used the detection skill for the first time, the Cerberus was not in combat, so he was unable to detect the level and strength of the Cerberus. He was speechless because the hellhound had already seen that he was level 6, and its own level was actually 18, which was 3 times his. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that theoretically level 6 only has 4 or 5 stars of combat power, but the combat power of the hellhound is as high as the second level, which is already 4 or 5 times. Although he knew that the Cerberus was much stronger than the intruder. But is this a lot stronger? Clearly, it is much, much stronger. But think about it, the underworld has passages leading to all parts of the world. If the 3-headed dog of hell was not much stronger than the intruder, many people would be able to travel to all parts of the world through the underworld. By that time, given the grudges between countries, the Shinma continent would probably have been in chaos. Call. Although the strength of the three-headed dog of hell is beyond my expectations, I can still give it a fight. Gu Yifan let out a long sigh and walked towards the three-headed dog of hell. Seeing this, the hellhound realized that Gu Yifan would not retreat because of its threat. Roar! The three-headed hellhound roared angrily and rushed towards Gu Yifan with all four hooves spread out. But at this moment, the dark light curtain behind Gu Yifan suddenly flickered. Chapter 52, Encountering Mr. Hua. Rushing in without thinking? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three hellhounds that had just rushed out of the altar suddenly brake to a stop, then quickly returned to the reincarnation platform, staring closely at the dark light curtain behind Gu Yifan. This scene made Gu Yifan stunned. The three-headed hellhound had already rushed towards him, so why did it suddenly stop and return to the reincarnation platform? I'm afraid someone is coming. A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. He thought of this because the hellhound was not looking at him, but at the light curtain behind him. Swish! Gu Yifan suddenly turned around and looked. I saw a white-haired old man walking out of the dark light curtain, and this old man looked somewhat familiar. At this time, the old man also saw Gu Yifan. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and it was obvious that he didn't expect to meet other people here. Roar! The three-headed hellhound roared again, ignoring the old man, and pounced on Gu Yifan again. Feeling the movement behind him, Gu Yifan subconsciously took action. But before he could make a move, the old man's voice rang out. Wankai, go back! Woof woof! The three-headed hellhound let out a low roar, then suddenly stopped and obediently returned to the reincarnation platform. Gu Yifan's face was full of surprise. The old man's loud shout actually made the three-headed dog of hell obediently return to the reincarnation platform? Also, the old man actually called the three-headed dog of hell Wankai? The old man looked at Gu Yifan, who was confused, and asked with a smile. Little guy, are you Chinese? Yes. Gu Yifan nodded and asked in confusion. Old man, why do you look familiar to me? Little guy, think about it again. The old man smiled. Gu Yifan stared at the old man for a while, his eyes suddenly widened. Old man, you are Mr. Hua? The old man smiled and nodded. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry, I've only seen you on TV and on the internet, never in person. I'm short-sighted and didn't recognize you. Please don't blame me. Gu Yifan scratched his head awkwardly. Mr. Hua, whose real name is Zhao Zhonghua, is the strongest man in China and also the mainstay of the country. It doesn't matter. Mr. Hua shook his head indifferently and asked, Little guy, where are you from? Replying to Mr. Hua, I am from Wulong City. Gu Yifan answered truthfully. Wulong City. Elder Hua said. So, you should be from Wulong Martial Arts Academy. Your Dean Zhang Deming and I are old friends. How is he these days? The Dean is very good. Gu Yifan was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly changed his words. Mr. Hua, did you remember it wrong? Our Dean is Chao Deming, not Chang Deming. It looks like he is really Chinese. Elder Hua smiled and said, Little guy, the situation is chaotic, so we have to be careful. Please don't be offended. Gu Yifan suddenly realized. Mr. Hua didn't remember the name wrong, but was testing whether he was really Chinese. After all, people from some countries look very similar to people from China, and it is difficult to tell which country they are from based on their appearance alone. Mr. Hua, I can understand. Gu Yifan shook his head and asked curiously. Mr. Hua, why are you here? Little Japan is a little dishonest. I have to go to Little Japan. After a brief explanation, Elder Hua asked. Little guy, you look about 17 or 18 years old. You should be from District 99, but District 99 has only been open for a few days. Your level should not be too high. How did you end up here? Mr. Hua, I'm from the 815th Novice Village in District 99, and I'm currently level 6. Gu Yifan paused for a moment, then continued. Can I say that I broke in accidentally? Do you think I believe it? Elder Hua rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. It's only been a few days since the opening of District 99, and you're already wearing a complete set of bronze-level equipment and a storage ring. Well, I can't tell your level, But you still have the pendant of concealment on you, right? Mr. Hua has a keen eye. Gu Yifan did not hide it anymore. Mr. Hua, I came here on purpose. I wanted to take a stroll in the small country of Japan. Mr. Hua did not ask Gu Yifan what he was going to do in the small country of Japan. He reminded him. Little guy, it is not easy to defeat Wang Kai. You only have one life. Do you want to reconsider it? Thank you, Mr. Hua, for reminding me. Gu Yifan thanked him and said, But I still want to give it a try. Mr. Hua looked at Gu Yifan with surprise. Although Gu Yifan's words were spoken calmly, he could sense a strong sense of confidence from them. Okay, you fight, I'll watch. After saying that, Elder Hua retreated to the dark light curtain he had just walked out of. Gu Yifan aroused his curiosity, and he wanted to see where Gu Yifan got his confidence from. Mr. Hua, I have a question. Gu Yifan asked curiously. Why does the three-headed hellhound listen to you so much? Why do you call it Wang Kai? It can't beat me. Mr. Hua explained. I called it Wang Kai because it's easy to pronounce. Gu Yifan was stunned. That's quite a domineering statement. Mr. Hua, I have another question. Logically speaking, there are no useless maps in the Shinmal continent. Why didn't I find anything in the palace of Yama? Gu Yifan asked again. Originally, he planned to ask someone after returning, and now that he met Mr. Hua, he had the chance to ask about this matter. Little guy, you didn't notice it because your level is not high enough. Mr. Hua said. Wait until you reach level 10 and then come back and you'll find something. By the way, let me remind you, level up as soon as possible and try to be the first to come. There will be a surprise. Gu Yifan suddenly realized. He nodded heavily and said, Mr. Hua, I'll remember that. Good. Mr. Hua asked. Are there any other questions? If not, let's get started. There is none left. After Gu Yifan replied, he strode towards the three-headed dog of hell. Seeing this, the three hellhounds roared at the same time and rushed towards Gu Yifan with all their might. They did not all charge towards Gu Yifan head-on, but instead one attacked from the front, while two flanked him from the side. Soon the two sides met. Swish! 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 The three hellhounds simultaneously raised their claws and grabbed Gu Yifan. The claws were shining with cold light and looked extremely sharp. Gu Yifan ignored the two hellhounds that were flanking him from both sides and punched the hellhound in front of him. This scene made Old Hua frown. He thought Gu Yifan was so confident that he would give him some surprises, but he didn't expect that Gu Yifan was so reckless that he actually ignored the three-headed hellhounds on both sides. Was he trying to kill himself? In this case, Gu Yifan would be seriously injured by the two hellhounds in just one fight. Forget it. We have to let this little guy suffer a little, otherwise he might not learn his lesson. Old Hua subconsciously wanted to rescue Gu Yifan. After all, Gu Yifan was a Chinese, and he couldn't just watch Gu Yifan being bullied by the three-headed dog of hell in front of him, but he suppressed the thought. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crashing sound, Gu Yifan punched the sharp claws of the hellhound coming towards him. Immediately afterwards, the three-headed dog of hell flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Almost at the same time, the sharp claws of the two hellhounds that surrounded him from the side also grabbed Gu Yifan. Well? Old Hua sighed, but before he could finish his sigh, his eyes suddenly widened. The scene of blood and flesh flying as he had imagined did not appear. The sharp claws of the hellhound only tore through the bronze-level cloth equipment on Gu Yifan's body, leaving a few white marks on Gu Yifan's body. The white mark looked no different from the white mark left by scratching. This power, this defense, something is wrong. Elder Hua's eyes flickered slightly, and a gleam of light surged in his pupils. He was able to send the Cerberus of Hell flying with one punch and was able to withstand its sharp claws. This was not something that a person with level 6 cultivation could do. In other words, Gu Yifan's true combat power was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary person with level 6 cultivation. At this moment, Mr. Hua suddenly realized that he was wrong. Gu Yifan was not reckless, but was confident that he could withstand the claws of the three-headed dog of hell. But it's not his fault, because the person he met was not an ordinary person, but a cheater who could not be viewed with ordinary eyes. Just as Mr. Hua thought, Gu Yifan was indeed confident that he dared to ignore the two hellhounds that were flanking him. His root bone attribute is already over 100. After using the E-level cultivation talent to enhance his root bone attribute is as high as more than 300 points. Root bone represents endurance and defense. The three-headed hellhound is only of the second-grade combat power, and no matter how strong its attack power is, it will not exceed 300 points. When the attack power is not as strong as his bone attributes, the hellhound cannot break his defense at all. This is why he dared to fight against the claws of the three-headed dog of hell. While Mr. Hua was shocked, Gu Yifan had already knocked away the two hellhounds that were surrounding him on both sides with one punch each. After a little thought, Mr. Hua gave a reminder. Little guy, what just happened was not the strongest form of the Cerberus. It will explode next. Chapter 53, Terrifying Hellfire. Nothing to do. Thank you, Mr. Hua, for the reminder. Gu Yifan expressed his gratitude. But he didn't think much about it, nor did he delay at all, and rushed towards the three-headed hellhound on the left. As the saying goes, strike while the sick is at it. He had just blasted 3 hellhounds away. Now the 3 hellhounds were not yet firmly on their feet. It was undoubtedly a good opportunity to beat them when they were down. However, he was unable to attack all 3 hellhounds at the same time, so he could only choose to deal with one first. However, choosing to solve one first is not a random choice. Gu Yifan chose the 3-headed hellhound on the left that was blown away by him in the end. Compared with the other 2 hellhounds, this one was even more unstable because it was blown away in the end. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed to the side of the 3-headed hellhound on the left. At this moment, the 3-headed hellhound has just stood up. He raised his fist and smashed it on the head of the 3-headed hellhound. But at this moment, blood-red flames suddenly burst out from the body of the 3-headed hellhound. Swish! Gu Yifan immediately retracted his fist that was about to hit the hellhound, then pulled away and retreated rapidly. Although he didn't think much about what Mr. Hua said, he did not forget the information he had found out. The Cerberus has a skill called Hellfire, and the introduction of Hellfire is that nothing can be burned. What does it mean that everything can be burned? If we understand it literally, Hellfire can burn everything in the world. This is also the reason why Gu Yifan quickly retracted his fist. Before he understands the power of Hellfire, he can't try it with his fists. Otherwise, if he is not careful, his fists will be burned by Hellfire, and he will become disabled. Mr. Hua nodded imperceptibly. Gu Yifan was not as reckless as he initially thought. On the contrary, he was cautious, and cautious people can live longer. Roar! Roar! At this moment, 2 roars sounded at the same time. Gu Yifan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw blood-red flames bursting out of the other 2 hellhounds, and they formed a triangle with the one he was fighting, surrounding him. Swish! Gu Yifan flipped his hand casually, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. This is one of the bronze-level weapons he exchanged for the wooden blade. Since coming to the Shinmao continent, the weapon he has used has always been a dagger, and he has never used a long sword. But the dagger was too short to create a safe distance from the hellfire on the Cerberus, so he chose the long sword. Roar! A 3-headed hellhound roared, and 3 3-headed hellhounds pounced on Gu Yifan at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Yifan's right hand holding the long sword suddenly stretched to the right, and the long sword was parallel to the ground. Almost at the same time, he spun rapidly with his left foot as the center. As he spun rapidly, a silver-white light appeared around his body. It was a visual error caused by the high-speed rotation of the sword in his hand. He wants to use this to break the siege of 3 hellhounds. But the 3-headed hellhound seemed not to notice the sword in his hand and continued to pounce. In an instant, the hellfire on the 3 hellhounds touched the sword in Gu Yifan's hand. Then a scene that surprised Gu Yifan appeared. The moment the long sword touched the hellfire on the hellhound, it was instantly burned into nothingness, and then as the hellhound moved forward, the long sword began to disappear quickly from the tip of the sword. It sounds a bit slow to say, but it happened in an instant. Fuck! Gu Yifan screamed. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, dodging the 3 hellhounds that were pouncing on him in the nick of time. Immediately afterwards, he took a few steps forward in the air, and then fell from the air to the ground. This scene made Mr. Hua breathe a sigh of relief, and he put down his right foot that he had just raised. He almost couldn't help but take action just now. Originally, he was intrigued by Gu Yifan, and since Gu Yifan was Chinese, he decided to stay and see. In case Gu Yifan encountered danger, he could also help rescue him. But the fact that Gu Yifan had just knocked away 3 hellhounds with one punch made him realize that Gu Yifan was different from others, and it also made him admire his talent. He couldn't let anything happen to Gu Yifan. Looking at the half-broken sword left in his hand, Gu Yifan was filled with relief. Although this sword is only bronze grade, it is made of solid iron, but such a hard sword was burned to nothingness the moment it came into contact with hellfire. This shows how powerful hellfire is. Fortunately, he was very cautious and did not use his fists to touch the hellfire, otherwise he would have become a disabled person. At this moment, Gu Yifan finally understood why Mr. Hua had given him a reminder. The horror of the Cerberus lies not in its own strength, but in its skill hellfire. What to do? Gu Yifan's mind was spinning rapidly, but he couldn't think of any solution. The 3 hellhounds all used their skill hellfire, and he didn't dare to get close at all. Just now he wanted to use the strength of his weapon to attack the 3-headed hellhound, but the weapon melted as soon as it touched the hellfire and was completely useless. He also had no long-range attack skills, so he couldn't attack from a distance even if he wanted to. Fuck, how can we play this? Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Can't get close, weapons are useless, and there is no long-range attack skill. This is a complete deadlock that cannot be untied, and he has no idea what to do. The 3-headed hounds of hell didn't care what Gu Yifan was thinking, they pounced on Gu Yifan again. Gu Yifan pulled back immediately, and put some distance between himself and the 3 hellhounds. These 3 beasts are simply prickly hedgehogs, and even more deadly than hedgehogs. Before he could figure out a way to defeat them, he could only keep dodging and not give the 3 hellhounds a chance to get close to him. Although the space of the reincarnation department is not very large, it is not small either. With his agility far exceeding that of the Cerberus, Gu Yifan was able to dodge with ease. But he knew clearly that it was useless to hide like this. After all, he could not hide from the 3-headed dog of hell. How about retreating temporarily? Come back after you reach level 10 and learn long-range attacks? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. He was not a person who would retreat easily, but now he could not think of a way to deal with the 3-headed dog of hell. If he continued to dodge like this, it would be meaningless except for wasting his energy. But he felt unwilling to retreat like this. If you don't retreat and can't find a solution, there's no point in continuing. For a moment, Gu Yifan felt really conflicted. Think about it again. 10 minutes is the limit. If you still can't think of a way to crack it within 10 minutes, then retreat temporarily. Gu Yifan is not the kind of person who hesitates, and he made a decision quickly. Old Hua, who was standing on the side, watched with a smile, looking like a spectator. It's not that he was unwilling to remind Gu Yifan, but from Gu Yifan's perspective, he couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. The reason is that Gu Yifan's level is too low, and it is really difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. Huh! After a moment, Mr. Hua suddenly made a surprised sound. He had been staring at Gu Yifan and clearly saw that Gu Yifan's eyes suddenly brightened, and it seemed that he had thought of a solution. But what he didn't understand was what could Gu Yifan do at his level. But there is no need to think too much about this matter, because you will soon know. Chapter 54 Die Beast. Reincarnation Order. Boom! 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 Gu Yifan took big strides forward rapidly, putting some distance between him and the 3 hellhounds, then suddenly stopped. He then turned around and looked at the 3 hellhounds chasing him, a sneer appearing in his dark eyes. Just now he suddenly thought that long-range attack does not necessarily require long-range attack skills, and long-range attack weapons can also be used. For example, the longbow. Gu Yifan didn't have much other things but a lot of equipment, and among the equipment he had were several longbows. The next moment, a longbow appeared out of thin air in Gu Yifan's left hand. This longbow is about 1 meter long, bronze level, and only increases the attack power by 8 points. It is not a good weapon. But what determines a person's attack power is not the weapon, Or in other words, the weapon is just the icing on the cake, talent is the foundation. In the hands of the weak, even the most powerful weapons will not be able to exert much power. But in the hands of a strong person, even a leaf can unleash extremely powerful destructive power. Seeing the longbow in Gu Yifan's hand, old Hua was stunned. Why didn't he think of using long-range attack weapons? What's more, he was standing aside and watching the show without thinking of a way to break the impasse. But Gu Yifan thought of a way to break the impasse during the battle, and it might be the only way to break the impasse. Even he felt inferior to his calmness and composure. This kid is not only extremely strong, but also has a superior character and intelligence. Mr. Hua couldn't help but sigh secretly, his eyes full of admiration. At the same time, his tense body relaxed and he completely transformed into a spectator. Because with Gu Yifan taking out the longbow, there was no suspense in this battle. The longbow is different from other weapons such as knives, swords, and hammers. Weapons such as knives, swords, and hammers need to rely on their sharpness, weight, etc. to exert their power, and they must make contact. This is of no use to the Cerberus with hellfire skills. But the longbow is different. It only has a bow but no arrow, so it does not need to come into contact with the three-headed dog of hell to cause damage. To be precise, the longbow does not have physical arrows, but arrows that are transformed by force. Hellfire can burn everything, but the power is invisible and intangible, and is beyond the range of hellfire's burning ability. When the Shinmao continent was established, the installation of longbow weapons caused a lot of disputes. At that time, someone suggested using physical arrows, but this was opposed by many people. Because carrying a large number of physical arrows is too troublesome and cumbersome, and once the physical arrows are used up, the combat effectiveness will be lost. After several arguments, longbow weapons were finally set up to use force to turn arrows into arrows, to facilitate those who are good at archery. Of course, if someone is willing to use physical arrows, that's fine too. While Mr. Hua was thinking, the three hellhounds that were chasing Gu Yifan stopped at the same time. It was obvious that he noticed the longbow in Gu Yifan's hand and was afraid of it. Roar! 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 The three hellhounds roared at Gu Yifan one after another, scratching the ground with their front paws, but they did not dare to move forward. Ignoring the roars of the three hellhounds, Gu Yifan held the longbow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring hard with his right hand, and in an instant he pulled the longbow to its full bow. At the same time, an arrow with a silver-white glow appeared out of thin air on the longbow. This silver-white arrow was transformed by Gu Yifan's power. Whoosh! The next moment, Gu Yifan released his right hand that was holding the bowstring, and a silver-white arrow cut through the air, shooting towards a three-headed hellhound with a sharp sound. Upon seeing this, the three hellhounds opened their bloody mouths at the same time. The next moment, a blood-red flame shot out from their mouths and rushed towards Gu Yifan. Fuck! This beast is so cunning! Gu Yifan screamed and dodged quickly. Not only can the three-headed hellhound of hell burst out with hellfire from its body, it can also spit out hellfire from its mouth. But when he dodged before, the three hellhounds did not spit out hellfire, which clearly showed that they wanted to trick him. Fortunately, he had been very careful, otherwise he might have really fallen into the trap of the hellhounds. Not only Gu Yifan was dodging, the three-headed hellhound that was attacked by Gu Yifan was also dodging. Obviously, it didn't dare to resist the arrow that Gu Yifan transformed with his strength. This scene made Gu Yifan overjoyed. Before this, he just felt that hellfire could not burn the arrows transformed by power, but he was not completely sure. The dodging of the hellhound undoubtedly confirmed that his feeling was correct. Die, you beast! Gu Yifan laughed loudly and drew his bow and shot arrows again. This time, he did not stop at all and shot arrows one after another at the same three-headed dog of hell. Attacking three hellhounds at the same time would only make him confused, so he had to focus on one hellhound, and after killing it, he would deal with the other two. However, he did not shoot arrows in the same direction, but in different directions. Some arrows attacked the Cerberus of hell, and some arrows blocked the Cerberus of hell's retreat. The three hellhounds did not surrender. They kept spewing hellfire to attack Gu Yifan. The method is the same as Gu Yifan's. Not only does it attack Gu Yifan, but it also blocks Gu Yifan's retreat. For a moment, the samsara department was filled with silver-white arrows and wisps of blood-red flames. At this time, Gu Yifan's agility attribute far surpassing that of the Cerberus was revealed. With his agility far exceeding that of the Cerberus, Gu Yifan could easily dodge the hellfire spewed by the three Cerberus. But the Cerberus he attacked dodged very awkwardly, and its movements were extremely hasty. As the saying goes, mistakes happen in a hurry. The three-headed hellhound that was attacked continuously by Gu Yifan could not hold on for more than 10 breaths. It was not that it did not notice the silver-white arrow that was shooting at it, nor that it did not want to dodge, but in such a hurry, it had no time to dodge and could only watch the silver-white arrow getting closer and closer to it. Whoosh! The silver-white arrow arrived in an instant, shot into the neck of the hellhound, and came out from the other side of its neck, bringing up a streak of bright red blood, and then turned into starlight and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the body of the hellhound quickly faded and then disappeared. This scene made Gu Yifan frown. Logically speaking, he should be able to gain some experience after killing the three-headed hellhound, so why is there no hint? This is not the point. The point is that he is very envious of the Cerberus's skill hellfire. Now that the Cerberus's body has disappeared, how can he use his hidden talent to strip away everything and strip away the Cerberus's skill hellfire? Is it because this three-headed hellhound is an illusion? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. Is that so? We'll know after we kill the other two three-headed dogs of hell. Gu Yifan sighed secretly, then he changed his target, and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. Just now, three-headed hellhounds besieged Gu Yifan, but they couldn't do anything to Gu Yifan. Now there are only 2 hellhounds left, and they can't do anything to Gu Yifan. Next, it didn't take long for Gu Yifan to kill the remaining 2 hellhounds. When the second Cerberus was killed, its body disappeared just like the first Cerberus. When the second Cerberus was killed, its body disappeared just like the first Cerberus. However, after the third hellhound was killed, it dropped a token. Bite! You killed the three-headed dog of hell and obtained the Order of Reincarnation. Gu Yifan's face turned black. His hellfire skill flew away. Chapter 55, Old People Become Smart. Domineering Mr. Hua. Little guy. Seeing Gu Yifan kill all 3 hellhounds, Old Hua opened his mouth and was about to speak. But just as he said this, he saw Gu Yifan's face darken, and then he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. What's going on? Logically speaking, after killing the three-headed dog of hell and obtaining the reincarnation order to travel to all parts of the world, this kid should be happy. Why is his face so gloomy, as if he has lost something very important? Mr. Hua was very puzzled. After a brief thought, Mr. Hua asked, Little guy, why do you look so gloomy? Master Hua, I'm so depressed that I don't even have any experience killing 3 hellhounds. Gu Yifan made up a reason casually. He couldn't just let the duck in his mouth. Oh no, the hellfire skill he had got flew away, right? That would expose his hidden talent of stripping everything, and the hidden talent of stripping everything was his biggest secret, so he couldn't just talk about it casually. This matter. Elder Hua smiled and explained. The three-headed dog of hell is different from ordinary monsters. Ordinary monsters are monsters from another world. The three-headed dog of hell was created by us to guard the underworld, so there is no experience after beheading it. Hearing this, Gu Yifan suddenly realized. No wonder there was no experience in killing the three-headed dog of hell and no corpse was left behind. Well? Gu Yifan sighed deeply. He has already figured out how to use the hellfire skill after obtaining it. For example, when fighting against a monster, release hellfire and then hook your finger at the monster. Come here, you beast. The result sounds great, but in the end it can only be thought about and cannot be realized at all. What kind of thing is this? Hearing Gu Yifan's sigh, Mr. Hua thought that Gu Yifan was still depressed about not gaining any experience. He comforted her. Little guy, it is not difficult to kill a monster with your strength. There is no need to be depressed about this little experience. That's true. Gu Yifan responded and changed the subject. Mr. Hua, if I kill the three-headed hellhound, how can it still guard this place? If you kill him, you can still revive him. Mr. Hua smiled and said, Look, isn't it still on the reincarnation platform? Gu Yifan looked back. I saw that the three-headed dog of hell had been lying on the reincarnation platform at some point, and it looked intact. Elder Hua added, "We created the three-headed dog of hell. It will not disappear just because it is killed. Instead, it will be resurrected infinitely and will guard here forever." "That's good." Gu Yifan nodded and picked up the token that was dropped after killing the three-headed dog of hell. There were only 3 large and ancient characters written on the token: Reincarnation Order. Elder Hua explained, "Little fellow, if you hold the Reincarnation Order, you can take the transmission channel of the underworld to any place in the Shinma continent, excluding unexplored maps. You will know the specific operation after you experience it once." "Thank you, Mr. Hua, for telling me," Gu Yifan thanked. "You're welcome. Even if I don't tell you, you can figure it out on your own." Mr. Hua shook his head and said, "Oh, by the way, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it or not." Gu Yifan really wanted to say, "You'd better not ask, you won't get an answer even if you ask." But Mr. Hua is no one else, he is the pillar of the Chinese nation. It is really rude to say this. He asked back, "Mr. Hua, what do you want to ask?" "Why were you so tough when you fought the three-headed dog of hell just now?" asked Elder Hua. Gu Yifan was a little embarrassed. Just now he thought that Mr. Hua was going to ask why he was so strong. "This matter," Gu Yifan explained. "Actually, I wasn't like this before, but then something happened to wake me up." "What's the matter?" Mr. Hua asked curiously. "A battle with a demon beast," Gu Yifan explained. "Not long ago, I encountered a wolf demon leader. I have much more strength than it, but I competed with it in agility and skills. I got myself into a mess and almost got injured. After that battle, I realized that I couldn't use my own weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths, but should use my own strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. That battle also made me understand what is the simplest and most effective way to fight. When facing an opponent of similar strength, you have to compete with him in terms of skills and experience. However, when facing an opponent who is not as strong as you, it is easiest and quickest to crush him with your strength. Take the battle against the three-headed hellhound for example. It is not as strong as me. I don't need to play tricks or use experience with it. I can just crush it with my strength. But after it uses its skill Hellfire, I can no longer do that." Mr. Hua nodded. He had already seen from the battle between Gu Yifan and the three-headed dog of hell that Gu Yifan was not a reckless person. But he still had some doubts. Did Gu Yifan know the strength of the three-headed dog of hell? This was also the reason why he asked Gu Yifan why he was so tough when he fought against the three-headed dog of hell just now. Now he understood that Gu Yifan was very clear about the strength of the Cerberus. "Little guy, do you have any exploration skills?" Old Hua said with a smile. Gu Yifan was suddenly stunned, and then his forehead was full of black lines. At this moment, he suddenly understood the real purpose of Mr. Hua asking him why he was so tough when he just fought with the Cerberus. The question was just a pretext, and the real purpose was to confirm that he could see through the strength of the Cerberus. "Mr. Hua, no matter what you say, they are the pillar of China." Gu Yifan was speechless and said, "If you want to ask me something, just ask it directly. You actually tried to set me up in a roundabout way. Isn't it a bit disrespectful for an elder to do this?" Even though his true identity was exposed by Gu Yifan, Mr. Hua was not embarrassed. He asked back, "If I ask you directly, will you tell the truth?" Gu Yifan was stunned again. If Mr. Hua asked directly, he might not tell the truth. "Little guy, do you know what it means to be old and wise?" Hua Lao laughed and said, "When you asked me if I believed that you had come in by mistake, I knew that you were a little sly. If I don't play some tricks, it would be hard to get the truth out of you. But don't worry, I won't ask why your strength is so abnormal." Gu Yifan scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't intend to hide anything from Mr. Hua, but there are some things that really cannot be said casually. "Tsk tisk!" Elder Hua exclaimed. "It's been less than 3 days since the opening of the 99th district, and you've actually obtained a storage ring, a concealment pendant, a detection skill, and a lot of bronze-level equipment. Your luck is really good." "Mr. Hua, you are wrong about this. My luck is really not that good," Gu Yifan retorted. "Except for the exploration skill, The storage ring and the hidden pendant were obtained by first killing the leader-type monster. The bronze-level equipment on me was not dropped, but was exchanged for barbecue in the treasure pavilion. Originally, Gu Yifan didn't want to say much. After all, too much talk will lead to mistakes. But when it comes to luck, he felt uneasy and couldn't help but say it out loud. Now it was Mr. Hua's turn to be surprised. The bronze-level equipment on Gu Yifan's body was actually obtained by exchanging barbecue at the treasure pavilion? But when I think about the scene when he first entered the Shinmao continent, I'm not surprised anymore. At that time, he was so hungry that his eyes were blurry. He could only eat grass roots, tree bark, and raw meat. If the treasure pavilion of Shinmao continent was opened at that time, and there were still people selling barbecue in the treasure pavilion, he would probably exchange his bronze equipment for barbecue. As for the fact that Gu Yifan was the first to kill the leader-type monster, he was not surprised at all. Gu Yifan even killed the three-headed hellhound, so killing the leader-type monster for the first time wouldn't be a piece of cake, right? You are such a talent to think of exchanging barbecue for equipment in the treasure pavilion. Old Hua couldn't help but sigh. Thank you, Mr. Hua, Gu Yifan said modestly. I just thought of this after seeing many people complaining about being hungry in the chat channel. Well, still very modest. Mr. Hua nodded and asked, Little guy, what's your name? Replying to Mr. Hua, my name is Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan answered truthfully. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Mr. Hua said, Little guy, we both have things to do, so we won't stay here any longer. Well, you can go somewhere else and do whatever you need to do. As long as you don't do anything illegal, you don't have to worry. If anything goes wrong, I will take care of it for you. He did not remind Gu Yifan to be careful. It was not that he was not worried about Gu Yifan's safety, but there was no need to do so. As the saying goes, a little detail can reveal a lot. From the battle between Gu Yifan and the three-headed dog of hell, he could tell that Gu Yifan was not a reckless person. He was even very cautious and did not need any further instructions from him. Furthermore, before Gu Yifan entered the Divine Realm, the only place he could go through the reincarnation department was the 99th district. And with Gu Yifan's strength in killing the three-headed dog of hell, he could walk around the 99th district freely, and there was no need to worry at all. Thank you, Mr. Hua! Gu Yifan opened his mouth to express his gratitude, his heart surging with emotion. What Mr. Hua said was really domineering. He really looked forward to the day when he could be so domineering too. You're welcome, Elder Hua said. Little guy, I'll be waiting for you in the Divine Realm. Let's go! As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Hua walked onto the reincarnation platform. He raised his hand and tapped in the air a few times, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. After watching Elder Hua leave, Gu Yifan's eyes fell on the three-headed dog of hell lying on the reincarnation platform. Chapter 56. Fate but no destiny. Different treatment. Feeling Gu Yifan's gaze, the three-headed hellhound couldn't help but shiver. Gu Yifan's look was exactly like the look he gave to his prey. It was so creepy. No, it was so creepy. The hellhound's feeling was absolutely correct. Gu Yifan was indeed paying attention to it. He was really envious of the hellfire skills of the Cerberus. He was wondering if he could use his hidden talent to peel off all things to strip away the hellfire skills while the Cerberus was still alive. Anyway, the three-headed dog of hell can be resurrected infinitely, so even if something goes wrong, it's no big deal. Level 6 shrimp, why are you looking at me like that? The three-headed hellhound spoke in human language. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes. He was just killed by him, but he still called him a level 6 shrimp. This dog can't see the situation clearly. He taunted. Who was just killed by a level 6 shrimp like me? If I were a level 6 shrimp, what was that dog I just killed? A shrimp among shrimps? The expression of the three-headed dog of hell suddenly froze. It opened its mouth to refute, but didn't know how to refute. Who made it be killed by Gu Yifan? Helplessly, it could only change the subject. Boy, the old man just said that I was created, and I am different from the monsters in this world. You can't get any benefit from me, so don't think of hitting on me. Gu Yifan curled his lips. He doesn't have amnesia, so how could he forget what Mr. Hua said? If not for this, he would not have stood here thinking, but would have rolled up his sleeves and got to work. After a little thought, Gu Yifan walked onto the reincarnation platform and came to the three-headed dog of hell. He was really envious of the hellfire skill, and would feel unwilling if he didn't try it. The three-headed dog of hell stood up with a swish. It said in horror, "Little boy, what are you doing?" "Nothing." Gu Yifan said this, but he raised his hand and brushed away the three-headed dog of hell. Bite! Stripping failed. Unable to strip the three-headed dog of hell. Gu Yifan is very depressed. After all, he and the hellfire skill were not meant to be together. Never mind. I don't need the skill of hellfire. Gu Yifan once again fully demonstrated Aku's spirit of self-comfort, then took out the reincarnation order and was about to leave. Seeing this, the Cerberus breathed a sigh of relief. This evil-minded guy was finally leaving. But before it could breathe a sigh of relief, it saw Gu Yifan turn around and look at it again. "Boy, what do you want to do?" The three-headed dog of hell was worried again. "I just suddenly remembered something," Gu Yifan said. "Mr. Hua calls you Wankai, so I will call you Wankai too, okay?" "Not good." The three-headed dog of hell flatly refused. The name Wankai doesn't sound impressive at all. The name Cerberus sounds more domineering. "I'll give you one more chance. Will you think about it carefully?" Gu Yifan's eyes became somewhat unfriendly, and his tone became somewhat gloomy. The three-headed hellhound couldn't help but shiver again. Although Gu Yifan didn't say it explicitly, it looked like it meant that if it dared to refuse again, it would be in big trouble. "Little boy, I am immortal. It's useless for you to threaten me," the three-headed dog of hell said stiffly. "I know." Gu Yifan laughed sinisterly. "But I can beat you up and make you unable to take care of yourself. Well, you can also commit suicide, but after I come back to life, I will still beat you up until you agree." The three-headed dog of hell cursed in his heart. This bastard is such a shameless scoundrel. It has never seen such a shameless person. No. It had seen him once before, and that person was Mr. Hua. At that time, Mr. Hua threatened it in the same way, but it refused to agree. Then it was beaten to death by Mr. Hua and had no choice but to agree. "Wankai, I'll give you one last chance. Please think about it carefully," Gu Yifan said with a wicked smile. The three-headed dog of hell looked very aggrieved. It hesitated for a long time and then nodded unhappily. Gu Yifan smiled. The three-headed dog of hell is getting scared. He ordered, "Wankai, lie down!" The three-headed hellhound hesitated for a moment, then lay obediently on the reincarnation platform. "So good." Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched the hellhound. His depressed mood due to the loss of his hellfire skills suddenly became relieved. Being touched by Gu Yifan, the three-headed dog of hell looked unfazed, but dared not say a word. "Wankai, I'm leaving now. You stay here and guard well." Gu Yifan didn't delay any further and stood up while speaking. But at this moment, the lying three-headed hellhound suddenly stood up and stared closely at Gu Yifan's back. Gu Yifan subconsciously looked back. The light curtain of the reincarnation department flickered, and then a young man walked in. The young man has a small mustache under his nose, and he is obviously Japanese. Gu Yifan frowned. Did this guy come in on purpose? Or did he come in by mistake? If he came in by accident, it would be fine, but if he came in on purpose, his purpose is questionable. But the next moment, his frown relaxed. This guy was surprised when he saw the three-headed hellhound. It was obvious that he didn't come in on purpose. Even if we take a step back and say that it doesn't matter if this guy came in on purpose, because with the three-headed dog of hell here, it is difficult for this guy to make any waves, unless this guy has the same incredible fortune as him. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly exploded. The hellhound's body shook slightly, and two hellhounds appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, the three-headed hellhounds pounced towards the Japanese youth together. "Just go ahead without saying anything, what's going on?" Gu Yifan was a little confused. When he came to the reincarnation department, the Cerberus said several words and even threatened him to leave. But when it came to the Japanese youth, the Cerberus rolled up its sleeves and went up to him without a word. "Baka!" The Japanese youth was so frightened that he screamed and turned to rush towards the light curtain of the reincarnation department. But before he could step into the light curtain, the three-headed dog of hell bit his head. Snap! With a crisp sound of bone cracking, the Japanese youth's head was bitten off by the three-headed hellhound, and then the three-headed hellhound swallowed the Japanese youth's head with a few smacking of its lips. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the Japanese youth's body fell backwards and hit the ground hard. He died already? Gu Yifun's face was full of surprise. But he soon realized that the reason he thought the Cerberus was weak was because he was stronger than the Cerberus. But the Japanese youth is not him. To the Japanese youth, the three-headed dog of hell is like a behemoth. It was an unjust death. Gu Yifun couldn't help but sigh. But before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. I saw three-headed hellhounds sharing the body of the Japanese youth. He hurriedly spoke up to stop her. Wankai, shut up! Hearing this, the three hellhounds stopped at the same time, then turned around to look at Gu Yifun and spoke in human language. Boy, you want to steal our food? Get lost, I don't eat people! Gu Yifun's face was full of black lines. He walked quickly to the body of the Japanese youth, and raised his hand to brush against the body. He came to the underworld in order to search for talents for cultivation in Japan. Now that the Japanese have come to him, he has no reason to refuse. Bite! Stripping was successful. You have obtained the E-level cultivation talent's spiritual enhancement. Yes. The cultivation talents of the 4 major attributes are complete. Gu Yifun sighed and asked, Wankai, why are you still eating people? Replenish energy. The three-headed dog of hell explained. But I only eat people from other countries, not Chinese people. Gu Yifun was stunned. This was actually different treatment. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and asked again. Wankai, when I came here, you threatened me to leave twice, but when this guy came, you just rolled up your sleeves and went in. Is it because I am Chinese? Good. The three-headed dog of hell explained. For the Chinese, we should use courtesy first and then force. If they want to leave, we can't chase them down. But for people from other countries, there is no need to waste time, just eat them. Gu Yifun sighed. It's really a different treatment. Boy, this is normal. The three-headed dog of hell said. You have never been to maps created by other countries. When you go there, you will know that maps created by other countries also treat people differently. This is human nature, there is no right or wrong. I see. Gu Yifun nodded and asked curiously. Wankai, how do you judge whether the person coming is Chinese or from another country? If you can tell at a glance, just go for it. If you can't tell at a glance, just ask. The three-headed dog of hell explained. Take this guy for example, he has a small mustache under his nose, is 1.5 meters tall, and has bow legs. You can tell at a glance that he is Japanese. Gu Yifun suddenly realized. He smiled and said, Wankai, you continue eating. I'm going to take a stroll in Japan. After he finished speaking, Gu Yifun walked towards the reincarnation platform with a smile on his face. Before we even entered Japan, the Japanese people took the initiative to give us gifts. Does this mean that this trip will be fruitful? Chapter 57, Sneaking into Japan. Making a fortune. Enter the reincarnation platform. A curtain of light suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Gu Yifun's eyes. There are rows of text on the light curtain, from the first area to the 99th area. However, areas 1 to 98 are all gray, and only area 99 is black. Gu Yifun clicked on the first area, but the light curtain did not respond. He clicked on the 99th area again, and the light curtain flashed and changed. There are still rows of text, but they are no longer districts. Instead, they are the names of countries such as China, the United States, and Japan. It seems I can only go to District 99. Gu Yifun sighed secretly, raised his hand and lightly tapped the word, Japan, and the text on the light screen changed again. Novice Village number 11, Novice Village number 23, Novice Village number 38. Novice Village number 538. After a little thought, Gu Yifun chose Novice Village number 538, and the text on the light screen changed again. This time, instead of rows of text, there are only one row, 4 groups of words. Novice Village Plain, west of Chang'an City, south of Chang'an City. Didn't they say we could go anywhere? Why was there only a novice village before, but now there are only 4 places? Gu Yifan was a little confused. But he soon realized that what Mr. Hua said about undeveloped maps were not included, so it was probably because the people in novice village number 538 had not been to other places yet, so it was not displayed on the screen. Gu Yifan's purpose of this trip was to collect talents for cultivation, so naturally he had to go to places where there were people. Not to mention that those undeveloped maps were inaccessible. Even if he could go there, he would not go. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan decisively chose the west of Chang'an City. Right now, only a small number of people from novice village number 815 have entered the south of Chang'an City, and all the people from novice village number 538 have been demoted to another level. It is certain that the vast majority of people are in the west of Chang'an City. The more people there are, the more corpses there are. The next moment, Gu Yifan disappeared from the reincarnation platform. Novice village number 538, the central area west of Chang'an City. Swish! A figure appeared out of nowhere between 2 big trees. This figure was none other than Gu Yifan, who came from the Samsara platform. Gu Yifan looked around. The environment here is exactly the same as that in the west of Chang'an City, near novice village number 815. If he didn't know clearly that he had come to the west of Chang'an City, near novice village number 538, he would probably have thought that he was in the west of Chang'an City, near novice village number 815. However, Gu Yifan was not surprised at all. Although the novice villages have different numbers and are located in different spaces, for the sake of fairness, each novice village and the surrounding environment are exactly the same. This also made it convenient for Gu Yifan, at least he didn't need to remember the way anymore. The cultivation talent of the little Japanese country, here I come! Gu Yifan laughed in his heart and began a carpet search. Although Mr. Hua said that he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples and that he would be responsible for any problems, he did not act ostentatiously or make a big fuss about it. Instead, he carefully paid attention to the movements around him. Once he finds someone around, he will avoid them in time and avoid meeting them head-on. It's not that he doesn't trust Master Hua, nor is it that he has no confidence in his own ability, but if the Japanese discover his arrival, they will definitely be on guard in the future. Then it will be troublesome for him to come to Japan again to collect talents for cultivation. Relying on the E-level training talent of enhanced vision, the F-level training talent of increased sense of smell, and the E-level training talent of enhanced hearing, plus the cover of darkness, Gu Yifan easily avoided the nearby Japanese without anyone noticing. During Gu Yifan's carpet search, time passed quietly. About 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan followed the smell of blood and found a corpse. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the corpse. Bite! Stripping successful! You have gained the E-level cultivation talent of enhanced sense of touch. Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. Before entering Japan, he felt that he was lucky today. It turns out that his feeling was very correct. Look, the first corpse he found gave him the cultivation talent of enhanced sense of touch, which he didn't have. Keep searching! Gu Yifan was very excited. About 20 minutes later, Gu Yifan found another human corpse. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand again and brushed across the corpse. Bite! Stripping successful! You have obtained the F-level training talent visual enhancement. Since you already have the E-level training talent visual enhancement, the F-level training talent visual enhancement is randomly converted into 3 agility attribute points. Gu Yifan was a little surprised and a little depressed. The surprise was because before this, he had considered what would happen if he stripped away the existing and lower-level cultivation talent. After all, there are only a few types of cultivation talents among humans, and it is impossible to obtain new cultivation talents every time. At that time, he was worried that encountering this situation would lead to the failure of peeling, which would mean nothing would be gained. However, he did not expect that the peeling did not fail, but was randomly converted into attribute points. He was depressed because it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to improve the level of his cultivation talent. The cultivation talents that are already possessed but at a lower level will be randomly converted into attribute points. This means that he cannot increase the level of his cultivation talents by accumulating low-level cultivation talents, but can only do so by stripping them to cultivation talents of the same level, or above. But it is an indisputable fact that the higher the level of cultivation talent, the fewer people possess it. This means that the higher the level of cultivation talent, the harder it is to obtain, so it will become increasingly difficult for him to improve the level of his cultivation talent. That's all. Others only have one talent for cultivation, but I have many talents for cultivation. I should be content with what I have. Gu Yifan once again fully demonstrated Aku's spirit of self-comfort. However, what he said did not mean that he would give up on improving the level of his cultivation talent. He would continue to work hard. After all, even though he failed to strip away any useful cultivation talents, he could still gain attribute points. Next, Gu Yifan continued his carpet search. I have to say, Gu Yifan's luck today is really good. Every once in a while, he would find a human corpse. In addition, he also encountered some monsters. With Gu Yifan's current strength, it would only take one strike to kill a level 2 monster. Monsters also represent experience, so why would he not want them? Then these monsters became Gu Yifan's experience. Soon, it was already early morning. At this time, Gu Yifan had already conducted a carpet search of the western part of Chang'an City. He found a total of 9 human corpses and 24 monsters. The 24 monsters provided Gu Yifan with 960 experience points, just enough to raise his level from level 6 to level 7. In addition, the 24 monsters also dropped a piece of bronze level equipment. Although the bronze level equipment is no longer useful to Gu Yifan, it can be used to exchange items or sold for money. Moreover, this is the first time he has killed a monster and obtained equipment, so it is still of some commemorative significance. The 9 human corpses allowed Gu Yifan to gain 5 kinds of cultivation talents. The cultivation talents stripped from 4 of the corpses were randomly converted into attribute points because they were lower in level than the cultivation talents he already had. In addition to the E-level cultivation talent of enhanced sense of touch that he had just obtained, Gu Yifan also obtained the E-level cultivation talent of enhanced agility, the E-level cultivation talent of enhanced bone structure, the E-level cultivation talent of enhanced spirituality, and the F-level cultivation talent of enhanced sense of smell. This also made his original E-level practice talent of agility enhancement, E-level practice talent of bone enhancement, and E-level practice talent of spiritual enhancement all integrated and promoted to D-level, and his F-level practice talent of smell enhancement was integrated and promoted to E-level. The only regret is that I haven't yet acquired the talent for taste training, and I can't activate my sixth sense skill. But Gu Yifan was just a little regretful. Because as long as he persists in collecting cultivation talents, he will always be able to strip away the talent for taste cultivation. As for not obtaining special cultivation talents such as elemental ones, Gu Yifan was not surprised at all. Because the 5 senses and 4 attributes talents are the most common and are possessed by most people. Very few people possess special talents for cultivation such as elemental cultivation. Since only 9 corpses were found, it is normal that no special talents for cultivation such as elemental cultivation were found. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, and he summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 7. Root Bone, 109 plus 5. Spirituality, 108 plus 5. Strength, 112 plus 10. Agility, 110 plus 10. Free attribute points, 50. Experience, 10/3200. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D-level, agility enhancement, D-level, root bone enhancement, D-level, spiritual enhancement, D-level, vision enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, E-level, hearing enhancement, E-level, touch enhancement, E-level, flame, F-level. Skills, detection, bloodthirst, sixth sense, night vision, roar. Combat power, 1 level, 1 star. Not bad! Not bad! Level raised to level 7. Both the strength and agility attributes are over 110, and the combat power has also been raised to the first rank, 1st star. I also gained more than a dozen attribute points, and broke the record of getting 0 equipment by relying on the explosion rate. More importantly, the improvement of my cultivation talent level has made me stronger. The harvest of this trip so far can be said to be very fruitful. Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. After closing the Tiandao interface, a thoughtful look appeared on Gu Yifan's face. During this trip, he made a new discovery. Chapter 58 Crazy Idea: Bribing the Three-Headed Dog of Hell. It seems easier to find monsters at night. Gu Yifan talked to himself. When he was looking for monsters during the day, he could only find 7 or 8 at most in half a day. But tonight, in almost 4 hours, he found a total of 24 monsters. This is the case when the resources in Novice Village number 538 are halved. If they were not halved, wouldn't he have encountered more monsters? Could it be because the visibility is bad at night, and no one is competing with me for it? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind, but he quickly denied it. Because when he was looking for monsters in the south of Chang'an City, no one competed with him, but he only found 7 or 8 monsters in half a day. Could it be because the monsters are less active at night, so fewer are missed? Another thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. This time he didn't deny it. Although he couldn't be sure whether this was the case, some of the monsters he found tonight were indeed resting, so even if the decrease in monster activity at night was not entirely due to this factor was definitely a factor. Well, it may also be because of my better luck today, Gu Yifan muttered to himself. Let's try again tomorrow night. If we still encounter a lot of monsters, I will take some time to kill them at night and gain some cultivation talents. After he finished speaking, Gu Yifan looked thoughtful again. Is he considering taking a stroll around the Novice Village plains? After thinking it over for a while, Gu Yifan gave up the idea. It was already early in the morning, and if he took a stroll around the Xinxing village plain it would be daybreak. In that case, he would have no time to rest. The Shinmao continent was not a good place, and could not tolerate any mistakes. He had better have a good rest and stay in good spirits. Furthermore, you can enter the west of Chang'an City when you reach level 2. The 99th district has been opened for 3 days, and there are probably not many people in the Novice Village plain. Where did the corpses come from with so few people? As for those who died in the Novice Village plain before? Either they have been torn apart by monsters, or they have returned to the Shenzhou continent during their last return. Should we kill a few Japanese and forcibly strip them of their cultivation talents? A somewhat crazy idea flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. If there is no corpse, he can create one. You know, when he was looking for the corpses just now, he found a lot of Japanese people. If he killed all these Japanese people, he didn't know how much cultivation talent he could gain. But the next moment, he forced the thought out of his mind. He can peel off a corpse, but he can never create a corpse. As the saying goes, if there is a first, there will be a second. Once a precedent is set, he will gradually be unable to withstand the temptation of his spiritual talent. By then, he will not only kill the Japanese, but also the Chinese. He will then become a murderous demon. Call! Gu Yifan took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the central area west of Chang'an City. He has already conducted a thorough search of the west side of Chang'an City. There aren't many people in the Novice Village plain and the south side of Chang'an City, and there aren't many corpses either. So it's time to go back and rest. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived at the entrance of the underworld. He leaped and stepped into the dark light curtain. Reincarnation Department. A figure appeared out of nowhere on the reincarnation platform. This figure was none other than Gu Yifan, who had rushed back from Novice Village number 538. Seeing Gu Yifan, the three-headed dog of the region immediately became alert. This kid is not a good person, just like that old man. No, this kid is worse than that old man. At least that old man has never thought of harming him, so we must be careful. Wankai, what's that expression on your face? Gu Yifan said speechlessly. Thank goodness I went to Japan for a stroll and brought you some gifts. The three-headed dog of the underworld looked unconvinced. Not long ago, this guy had his eyes on it and even forced it to change its name in an extremely rogue way. Would such a bad guy bring a gift to it? Do you really think that dogs are easy to fool? Wankai, I didn't lie to you. I really brought you a gift. If you don't believe me, just look. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan waved his hand, and 9 corpses appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation platform. These 9 corpses are exactly the 9 Japanese corpses that Gu Yifan found. The Cerberus was created by the Chinese nation. In a sense, it is their own dog. The Cerberus does not eat Chinese people. When they go out, how can they not bring some food for their own dog? Anyway, considering the grudge between China and Japan, he had no psychological burden at all to bring back a few Japanese corpses. You have to know that the Japanese had done things that angered God and the people in China, and compared with the insane things that the Japanese had done in China, the few corpses he took away were not worth mentioning at all. In addition, it is a well-known fact that monsters eat humans. When they return to the Shenzhou continent this time, and these 9 corpses are not brought back, the Japanese will only think that they were eaten by monsters and will not think that they were taken away by him. Looking at the 9 corpses on the reincarnation platform, the 3-headed hellhound was stunned. This bad guy actually brought it a gift. It looked at Gu Yifan and asked in disbelief, "Are these really gifts for me? Isn't that nonsense?" Gu Yifan said speechlessly, "I don't eat people. If it's not for you, why would I bring it back?" The look of the 3-headed dog of hell was somewhat complicated. This kid in front of it brought it so many gifts, how can it still regard him as a bad guy in the future? You know, that bad old man never brought it any gifts. "Take it," Gu Yifan urged. "Replenish your energy and guard here well." The 3-headed dog of hell looked at Gu Yifan and felt a little conflicted. It was a little confused about whether to accept Gu Yifan's gift. Finally, it couldn't resist the temptation of the gifts. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the 9 corpses into its stomach. As the saying goes, one should be grateful for what one has received, and one should be lenient towards others. After accepting Gu Yifan's gift, the hellhound's attitude towards Gu Yifan suddenly changed. It nudged Gu Yifan's shoulder with its head, looking very intimate. "It's pretty easy to buy." Gu Yifan sighed and said, "Wankai, when I go abroad again, I will bring you a gift." Upon hearing this, the 3-headed dog of hell was overjoyed. It nudged Gu Yifan's shoulder with its head again, and its attitude was even more intimate than before. "Oh, right, Wakai," Gu Yifan added. "It's getting late now, and I'm tired after walking around Japan. Can I rest here?" "I was resting outside, but I couldn't sleep well because of the monster. But it's different in the reincarnation department. There are no monsters here, so you can sleep peacefully." As for the regional 3-headed dog? The 3-headed dog of hell does not eat Chinese people and has been bribed by him, so there is no need to worry. As for someone coming here? With the 3-headed dog of hell here, there will basically be no problem, unless a figure like Mr. Hua comes here. This is also one of the reasons why he brought gifts to the 3-headed dog of hell. He had to get along well with the 3-headed dog of hell, otherwise how could he rest here? How could he let the 3-headed dog of hell protect him? "Sure." The 3-headed dog of hell agreed decisively. "The Samsara division prohibits all fighting except for the Samsara order. Otherwise, you will be killed by the heavenly Tao of the God's End continent, so you can rest assured and I will wake you up when it is almost dawn." Hearing this, Gu Yifan felt more relieved. The Samsara division prohibits all fighting except for those involving the Samsara order, and he already has the Samsara order. It is even more impossible for the 3-headed dog of hell to harm him while he is asleep. Moreover, even if a figure like Old Hua came, he would not dare to do anything to him due to the restrictions of the rules. "Wankai, you are so kind." Gu Yifan rubbed the head of the hellhound with his hand and said, "I'm taking a break." "Okay, you should take a rest," said the 3-headed dog of hell. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more and just lay down on the reincarnation platform and fell asleep. The 3-headed dog of hell was lying beside Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan is its breadwinner, so he must be guarded diligently and responsibly. Not long after, Gu Yifan fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that he had sparked a heated discussion in the chat channel of the Novice Village number 815. Chapter 59 Grey Reason. Precise Acquisition. "Boss, have you noticed that Boss Gu Yifan's name has turned gray on the village ranking list? I discovered it a long time ago. As soon as it got dark, I checked the list and saw that Boss Gu Yifan's name turned gray." "That's true. The names of other people are all in black, so why is Boss Gu Yifan's name gray? Is there anything wrong with Boss Gu Yifan? It shouldn't happen. Boss Gu Yifan is so powerful, how could anything go wrong? I also think that Boss Gu Yifan will be fine, but why did his name turn gray? Boss Gu Yifan turned the tide and defeated the challenge from novice village number 538. He not only saved our levels and cultivation resources, but also allowed us to level up and get more cultivation resources. Nothing must happen to him. I'm so worried about Boss Gu Yifan. Boss Gao Zhuang, can't you contact Boss Gu Yifan? Contact him right away and ask him what's going on. Call the tall and strong boss. Call the tall and strong boss. A moment later, Gao Zhuang's message popped up in the chat channel. I discovered this a long time ago and have contacted him, but I haven't received a reply yet. But don't worry, if he really got into trouble, his name shouldn't turn gray, but should disappear from the village top 100 list. Right. What Boss Gao Zhuang said is absolutely right. That's right. The fact that Boss Gu Yifan's name hasn't disappeared proves that he's still alive. It's good that Boss Gu Yifan is still alive. Could it be that Boss Gu Yifan entered a special map and couldn't contact the outside world, so his name turned gray? It could really be like this. At this time, Gao Zhuang's message popped up again. Everyone, it's getting late. Everyone, please rest quickly, stay alert and level up. We should strive to make our novice village number 815 stand out among all the novice villages. After Gu Yifan responds, I will tell you the reason. Boss Gao Zhuang is right. Everyone should take a rest. Sleep. I will use all my strength to kill Yao tomorrow. I'm going to sleep too. Good night and sweet dreams, everyone. Good night, sweet dreams. The chat channel number 815 in the novice village quickly returned to silence, and everyone went to rest. At this moment, Gu Yifan was sleeping soundly, completely unaware that he had caused a heated discussion in the early hours of the morning. No words all night. The next day, before dawn, Gu Yifan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the three-headed dog of hell. Boy, get up! Hearing this, Gu Yifan suddenly woke up from his sleep. He stretched and then stood up. Comfortable. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. The night before last, he slept on a tree branch. Not only did he not sleep well, but his waist also hurt from the branch. I slept in the samsara department last night. Not only did I sleep soundly, I also slept comfortably. He decided that from now on he would come to the samsara division to sleep at night. Boy, stop sighing. The three-headed dog of hell urged. Daybreak will soon arrive. After daybreak, the passage to the underworld will be closed. You will not be able to get out then. You can only go out after dark. Okay, I'll leave now. Gu Yifan responded, raised his hand and rubbed the head of the hellhound, and said, Wakai, I will come to see you when I have time, and then I will find a gift for you. Let's go! As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan walked down from the reincarnation platform and walked out of the reincarnation bureau. The three-headed dog of hell watched Gu Yifan leave with anticipation and reluctance on his face. South of Chang'an City, in the central area, between two big trees. Swish! Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of nowhere. Almost at the same time, the voice of Tian now sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Bite! Gao Zhuang sent you a few messages. Do you want to check them? This guy's patience is a little lacking. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. In his opinion, Gao Zhuang sent this message probably to ask him when he would challenge novice village number 538. However, after checking the message, he realized that he had misunderstood Gao Zhuang. The message was sent last night. Gao Zhuang did not ask him when he challenged novice village number 538, but where he went. Why did his name turn gray on the village top 100 list? Gu Yifan was also confused about this. He also didn't know why his name turned gray on the village's top 100 list. Summon the Heavenly Dao interface and open the list channel. Gu Yifan wanted to see if his name turned gray. But the result was not gray as Gao Zhuang said, but black. What's going on? Gu Yifan frowned. Gao Zhuang would not fool him for no reason, so what Gao Zhuang said must be true, but what he saw was black, and he didn't understand what was going on. However, when he thought about the time when Gao Zhuang sent the message, he suddenly realized. When Gao Zhuang sent him a message, he was in novice village number 538 in Little Japan. Novice village number 538 and novice village number 815 were not in the same space, so his name turned gray on the village level top 100 list because he entered Little Japan. Now that he has returned to novice village number 815, his name has turned back to black. This can be confirmed from the message Gaoang sent last night, which he just received. After a brief thought, Gu Yifan replied, I just received the message you sent. I went to a special space last night. It should be different from the same space. That's why my name on the village top 100 list turned gray. He did not tell anyone that he had gone to the small country of Japan, so as to avoid the news leaking out and affecting his subsequent plans. After closing the chat channel, Gu Yifan opened the treasure pavilion again, and then a smile appeared on his cheek. Not bad. Not bad. Gu Yifan sighed. All the monsters in the south of Chang'an have been collected. It's better to purchase them accurately. When purchasing the monsters in the south of Chang'an City, Gu Yifan did not purchase the monster corpses of several levels in general as he did in the past. Instead, he was precise about each type of monster and the number, so as to avoid purchasing unnecessary monster corpses. Although the monster corpses can be taken out and sold for money, he no longer needs to use them now. Apart from anything else, the equipment on him alone is a huge fortune. As for the need for monster corpses to make barbecue, since basically no one was exchanging equipment and elixirs for barbecue, the monster corpses he bought with the barbecue and the monster corpses he got from killing monsters were enough. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, and he took out the corpse of the monster from the treasure pavilion, and then used his hidden talent to peel off everything one by one. TSK, I gained another 40 attribute points. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and said, Next, it's time to acquire the monsters in the east of Chang'an City. After saying that, Gu Yifan put the barbecue on the treasure pavilion to exchange for the monsters in the east of Chang'an City. Just like he acquired the monsters in the south of Chang'an City, he also chose precise acquisition. After putting the barbecue on the shelves, Gu Yifan took stock of the sales of Mu Ren. More than 100 wooden blades were sold, and 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment were obtained. Just like before, Gu Yifan left all the bronze-level equipment he obtained in the treasure pavilion to avoid taking up space in his storage ring. You know, his storage ring was almost full of monster corpses and equipment. He went to the treasure pavilion and put 200 wooden blades on the shelf to exchange for bronze-level equipment. Gu Yifan thought for a moment, and after making sure that nothing was missing, he activated his agility-enhancing talent and headed straight for the east of Chang'an City. The mission in the south of Chang'an has been completed. There is no need to stay in the south of Chang'an. He has to be one step faster than everyone else so that he can ensure that he is the first to kill the monster leader in each map. Also, he has to reach level 10 first. Mr. Hua said that when you reach level 10 and go to the underworld, you will discover something, and there will be a surprise for the first person who goes there. He wants this surprise. In addition, he also needs to reach level 10 to get the reward from the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 60, Identity Exposed. No regrets. As Gu Yifan rushed to the east of Chang'an City, the sky gradually brightened. The chat channel number 815 in the novice village, which had been silent all night, became lively again. Everyone, please take a look at the village top 100 list. Boss Gu Yifan's name has returned to black, and he has even been promoted to level 7. That's true. That's great, Boss Gu Yifan is fine. Boss Gaoang, did Boss Gu Yifan say what happened to his name turning gray? Call the tall and strong boss. Call the tall and strong boss. A moment later, Gao Zhuang's message appeared in the chat channel. Sorry, I just woke up. Gu Yifan responded. He said it might be because he went to a special space. He really went to a special space. Come to think of it, the special space is different from the space where novice village number 815 is located. Because of the isolation of the space, Boss Gu Yifan lost contact with novice village number 815, just like a mobile phone has no signal in some places. The above answer is correct. As long as Boss Gu Yifan is okay, the rest doesn't matter. Everyone, that black-hearted barbecue merchant will no longer purchase monsters from the south of Chang'an City. Instead, he will purchase monsters from the east of Chang'an City. Fuck! I'm still hanging around in the west of Chang'an City, And that black-hearted barbecue merchant is actually trying to buy the monsters in the east of Chang'an City. Isn't this a very fast change in pace? Is he going to let people live? Who said it wasn't? It's really depressing. That black-hearted barbecue merchant must have gone to the east of Chang'an City, otherwise he wouldn't have purchased the monsters in the east of Chang'an City. Everyone, I seem to have discovered a shocking secret. What secret? Same question. Same question. Everyone, listen to me and let me explain it in detail. The highest level in our novice village is Boss Gu Yifan, who is level 7. Since we all got a level up out of nowhere, there shouldn't be anyone in other novice villages who has a higher level than Boss Gu Yifan. Do you think I'm right? I think so too. Does this even need to be discussed? Boss Gu Yifan must be the highest ranking among our group. What I hate most is telling you half the story and leaving the other half unsaid. Stop keeping me in suspense and finish it in one breath. Everyone, the monsters in the east of Chang'an City are of level 6 to 8. You can't enter without level 7 cultivation. Now someone is using barbecue to exchange for the monster corpses in the east of Chang'an City. Do you think this person is Boss Gu Yifan? As this message appeared, the chat channel number 815 in the novice village suddenly became quiet. Everyone is thinking about the answer to this question. After a while, messages popped up one after another in the chat channel number 815 of the novice village. If that's the case, then Boss Gu Yifan might really be the black-hearted barbecue merchant. I think that black-hearted barbecue vendor is most likely Boss Gu Yifan. Same feeling +1. Same feeling +2. Ahem. Let me correct you. Boss Gu Yifan is not a black-hearted barbecue merchant. He is a conscientious barbecue merchant. Yes, Boss Gu Yifan is a conscientious barbecue merchant. Why is Boss Gu Yifan so evil? Doesn't it take time for him to grill meat? He spends time upgrading to make grilled meat, and sells it at a higher price. Is there a problem? Besides, he didn't force others to buy it. The above answer is correct. Gaoang and others looked at each other, with complicated expressions. It wasn't because everyone changed their words too quickly, but because everyone guessed that it was Gu Yifan who was selling barbecue. Brother Gao, the fact that Boss Gu Yifan is selling barbecue cannot be leaked, otherwise it will cause trouble for Boss Gu Yifan. Zhao Rui said seriously. Also, we are the only ones who know that Boss Gu Yifan is selling barbecue. If we let this matter ferment, and it gets to Boss Gu Yifan's ears, he might think that we leaked the news. Yes. Gao Zhuang nodded and said, we have to stop everyone from discussing this. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Zhuang started typing information in the chat channel. Everyone, let's not talk about whether your guess is correct or not. Even if your guess is correct, it's best to keep it to yourself. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, it will cause trouble for Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan has done us a favor. If we cause him trouble because of this, we will be ungrateful. As Gao Zhuang's message appeared in the chat channel became quiet again. But soon this silence was broken by messages. What the tall and strong boss said is absolutely right. Everyone should keep their guesses to themselves. What did I just say? Hit me with my bad memory, I forgot it in the blink of an eye. You just said you were going to level up and do a great job today. Yes, we need to upgrade today and do a great job. Brother, let's get to work. Monster, Grandpa is here. The chat channel was lively for a while and then became quiet. Gao Zhuang thought for a moment and sent another message to Gu Yifan. Bite! Gao Zhuang sent you a message, do you want to check it? A reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Gu Yifan stopped and checked the information. Gu Yifan, check the chat channel. I'm afraid your barbecue business is about to be exposed. Although I've reminded them to keep this a secret, there are so many people talking and it may not be possible to conceal this. You should be mentally prepared. Gu Yifan then summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the chat channel. After looking through the chat messages, he couldn't help but sigh. After defeating the challenge launched by Novice Village number 538 and topping the list of the top 100 Novice Village number 815, he knew that the matter of selling barbecue would be exposed sooner or later, but it was exposed earlier than he thought. The reason is that he entered the sight of everyone in Novice Village number 815 and attracted everyone's attention. he was also helpless about this. If possible, he didn't want to attract other people's attention. But when you are in the world, you have no choice. Sometimes, you can't keep a low profile just because you want to. Just like the challenge initiated by Novice Village number 538, in order to avoid being punished, to obtain the reward for winning the challenge, and for the dignity of China, he had no choice but to be more high profile. It's not like he hadn't thought about keeping a low profile and ignoring the challenge from Novice Village number 538. But punishment can be accepted, rewards can be given up, but can the dignity of the Chinese nation be given up? Absolutely not. The dignity of China is something that no Chinese can give up, especially when facing the small country of Japan. So even though he knows that exposing himself to the sight of others will bring him trouble, he has to do it, and he has no regrets. It will be exposed sooner or later, it's just a little earlier. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. It's just selling barbecue anyway, it's not a big deal. As for the trouble caused by it, how can the road of cultivation be smooth sailing? When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan replied to Gao Zhuang with a message. If you can hide it, then hide it. If you can't, then it doesn't matter. Thank you. Gao Zhuang was a little surprised when he received Gu Yifan's reply. Gu Yifan actually has an indifferent attitude? But when he thought about the reason why Gu Yifan was exposed, he immediately understood. There are some things you don't have to do. But there are some things that you have to do even though you know they will cause trouble. Gu Yifan replied that he didn't take it to heart. Gao Zhuang explained to Zhao Rui, Li Jie and the others, and then said, Brothers, after a night of rest, it's time to get back to work. Although we may not be able to catch up with Gu Yifan, we can't let him pull too far behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Zhuang stood up and left. Zhao Rui, Li Jie and others followed. At this time, Gu Yifan had already arrived at the light curtain at the junction of Chang'an City East and Chang'an City South. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly into the light curtain. The next moment, Gu Yifan arrived at the east of Chang'an City. But before he could observe the surroundings, a fishy smell came towards him. Chapter 61, Good or Bad? Roaring Power. So stinky? Smelling the fishy stench coming towards him, Gu Yifan didn't have time to think and rolled to the side. Bang! The next moment, a dull crash sound suddenly rang out. Gu Yifan looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a 2-meter-tall bear monster not far away biting the barrier between the south and east of Chang'an City, and the place where he was bitten was exactly where he had just walked out. Fuck! If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, that beast would have bitten my head off. Gu Yifan's heart was pounding. Now he also understood where the stench came from. It came from the bloody mouth of the bear monster. He's just waiting here to trick me. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse, but before he could finish his words, he heard the roars of monsters. He looked in the direction of the sound again. I saw 4 bear monsters and 5 lion monsters not far away. 4 of the lion monsters were fighting with 4 bear monsters, and the other lion monster was standing not far from the bear monster that had just attacked him. This is an innocent person being affected. Gu Yifan blinked. Although he had just arrived in the east of Chang'an City and had not witnessed what had happened with his own eyes, looking at the scene before his eyes, anyone with some reasoning ability could quickly deduce what had just happened. Just now, 5 bear monsters and 5 lion monsters were fighting. One of the bear monsters pounced on a lion monster, wanting to bite the lion monster to death, but the lion monster dodged it. He happened to enter the east of Chang'an City at this time, and happened to appear at the position where the bear monster was biting, and then it was the bear monster that bit him. This is such bad luck. Gu Yifan, who understood what was going on, was very upset. He didn't come earlier or later, but just arrived at the moment when the bear monster attacked the lion monster, and the lion monster dodged. Also, there were so many places for him to enter, but he chose to enter at the location where the lion demon was. The 2 coincidences added together resulted in the extremely coincidental scene just now, and almost made him a meal for the bear monster. This luck can no longer be described as bad, but extremely bad. Swish! 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 At this moment, the lion demon and the bear demon that were fighting stopped at the same time and looked at Gu Yifan at the same time. Fuck it! My presence not only helped them stop the fighting, but also made me the target of their concentrated fire. Gu Yifan was speechless. But then again, he can understand it. Because the human race and the demon race are mortal enemies, it is normal to unite against the enemy when facing them. This is just like a quarrel between brothers. When no one is around, they quarrel fiercely with each other, but if someone makes trouble at this time, no matter who it is, the others will decisively give up the quarrel, stand by their brother, and face it together with their brother. Roar! Roar! A lion demon and a bear demon roared at the same time and looked at each other. Gu Yifan couldn't understand the roars of the lion demon and the bear demon, but in the current situation, he knew with his toes that the bear demon and the lion demon were discussing how to deal with it first, and then resolve the conflict between them. If other people faced such a situation, even if they were not scared to death, they would be scared and run away in a panic. But Gu Yifan is obviously not someone else. Not only was he not scared to death, nor did he run away in a panic, he was even very excited. Finding monsters is very tiring, and he had just arrived in the east of Chang'an City when he encountered 10 monsters. Each monster represented experience and attribute points, which meant hundreds of experience points and dozens of attribute points. The only drawback is that there are too many monsters of the same kind, exceeding the upper limit that can be stripped. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan was suddenly stunned. Just now he felt that he was extremely unlucky. But now it seems that it's not that I'm unlucky, but that I'm extremely lucky. Everything has two sides. It depends on how you look at it. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, then threw a probe at the 5 lion monsters and 5 bear monsters. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. He also has reconnaissance skills, so it's better to get information about the enemy first. Immediately afterwards, 10 pieces of information emerged in Gu Yifan's mind. 5 of the messages were exactly the same. Race bear. Level 7. Combat power 9 stars. Explosion rate 0.07%. The other 5 shares of information are exactly the same. Race lion. Level 7. Combat power 9 stars. Explosion rate 0.07%. No skills, what a pity! Gu Yifan felt a little regretful. He was also thinking about stripping some skills from the lion monster and the bear monster. But think about it, the lion monster and bear monster in front of us are not of high level, and they are not monster leaders, so it is normal that they have no skills. Roar! Roar! At this time, 2 roars sounded again. Immediately afterwards, 5 bear monsters and 5 lion monsters pounced towards Gu Yifan at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Yifan thought for a moment, then exhaled and spoke. Ouch! As this roar came out of Gu Yifan's mouth, the 5 bear monsters and 5 lion monsters that were rushing over stopped at the same time as if they were frightened. Their eyes were still full of fear, and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Yes, Gu Yifan used the roaring skill he got from the tiger demon leader. One is to try out the power of the roar skill. The second is to resolve the situation of being besieged by 5 lion monsters and 5 bear monsters. It's working great! Gu Yifan's eyes suddenly brightened. Come to think of it, the power of a skill is not fixed. The stronger the caster, the more powerful the skill is. When the tiger demon leader is not as strong as him, his roaring skill can have a certain impact on him. When he is stronger than the lion demon and the bear demon, his roaring skill will have a greater impact on them. Although he thought about it, Gu Yifan did not hesitate at all. Boom! He raised his foot and stomped the ground heavily, then rushed into the middle of the 5 lion monsters and the 5 bear monsters like an arrow. At the same time, he flipped his hand and an iron dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Swish! 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 Gu Yifan held the iron dagger in his backhand. His feet kept moving, slashing at the necks of the lion monster and the bear monster one after another. Squeak! 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 At the same time, the sounds of sharp blades entering the body were heard one after another. Along with this, blood-red water arrows shot out from the necks of the lion monster and the bear monster. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, dull collision sounds rang out one after another. That was the sound made by the bear demon and lion demon's huge bodies hitting the ground one after another. In just a short moment, Gu Yifan was the only one standing around, and the 5 lion monsters and 5 bear monsters were all killed by Gu Yifan with a single sword. They fell in a pool of blood without even a scream. Next is harvest time! Gu Yifan stood with his hands behind his back, the iron dagger in his hand constantly dripping with blood. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of reminders rang in his mind. Bite! You killed the bear monster and gained 90 experience points. Bite! You killed the lion demon and gained 90 experience points. Bite! The lion demon dropped a dagger. Bite! The bear monster dropped a bronze-level piece of clothing. Gu Yifan's cheeks were full of smiles. 10 monsters, 90 experience points each, a total of 900 experience points. There were 10 monsters, and the explosion rate was 0.700, but 2 pieces of equipment actually dropped. There will be dozens of attribute points to be credited to your account later. This harvest is very good. But the next moment he realized something was wrong. 2 pieces of equipment just dropped. The clothes dropped by the bear monster are bronze level, but the dagger dropped by the lion monster has no level specified. Could it be? Gu Yifan was suddenly stunned, his face full of excitement. He hurriedly summoned the Heavenly Tao interface and opened the equipment bar. I saw an extra piece of green clothing and a dark dagger in the equipment column. Gu Yifan subconsciously raised his hand and pointed at the dagger. But just when it was about to hit the target, it suddenly stopped. Call! Gu Yifan took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. He didn't know whether his judgment was correct, so he couldn't get excited just yet. Otherwise, he would make a wrong judgment, and all his excitement would be in vain. Chapter 62, Growable Equipment. Big Money Swallower. After thinking for a while, I suppressed the excitement in my heart. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the dark dagger, and a row of small words appeared. Shadow Dagger, Attack Power +1, Growable Weapon. The introduction was very simple, but it was this simple introduction that made Gu Yifan ecstatic. In addition to bronze, silver, and other equipment levels, there is another type of equipment: growth equipment. However, the equipment that can be used for growth is extremely rare and precious, and it can even be said that it is out of stock. Because the properties of growable equipment are not fixed, but changeable. Their properties will increase with the user's level, and each time they can be increased to the limit of the properties of the equipment that the user can wear. For example, after Gu Yifan's level is raised to level 10, he can wear silver level equipment. At that time, the growable equipment Shadow Dagger can increase its own attributes to the limit of silver-level equipment attributes. However, there are requirements for improving the attributes of growable equipment, and the requirement is to feed the growable equipment with monsters. There aren't many other things on the Shinwa continent, except for many monsters, so this requirement is not a requirement at all. The characteristic of growable equipment also means that once you get it, you can keep using it. That is why people who obtain growth-enhancing equipment rarely sell it. This also resulted in a situation where there was a lack of demand for growth equipment. Just now, Gu Yifan was so excited because he thought about the growable equipment. Haha, my luck today is really great! Gu Yifan laughed loudly. As soon as he entered the east of Chang'an City, he encountered 10 monsters, and extremely precious growth equipment dropped. It seems that the fact that he was almost bitten on the head by a bear monster was not because of bad luck, but because of good luck. After being excited for a long time, Gu Yifan finally calmed down. He glanced at the bronze-level clothing he had just obtained, and after confirming that it was just an ordinary bronze-level equipment, he ignored it. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and tapped the Shadow Dagger. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Dagger switched positions with the iron dagger he was equipped with. At the same time, the weapon in his hand turned into a Shadow Dagger. It's completely black, and you can tell at first glance that it's an extraordinary item. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and stabbed the Shadow Dagger into the corpse of a bear monster. The next moment, the bear demon's body began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, streaks of blood appeared on the shadow dagger. This is the shadow dagger devouring the bear monster's corpse and condensing energy to enhance its attributes. Oops! I haven't stripped the attribute points yet. How can I strip the attribute points when the corpse is devoured by the shadow dagger? Gu Yifan screamed and subconsciously wanted to draw out the shadow dagger. But before he could draw out the shadow dagger, he stopped again. In his panic just now, he forgot that there were not just one bear monster corpse here, but 5. His hidden talent of stripping away all things had an upper limit of 3 of each monster, so it was not a problem at all for the shadow dagger to devour one bear monster corpse. I was so scared. Gu Yifan sighed secretly and stared closely at the bear monster's corpse that was being devoured by the shadow dagger. In just a few moments, only a shell of skin remained of the bear demon's body. At this time, the blood line on the shadow dagger also disappeared. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the shadow dagger in the equipment bar, and a row of small words appeared. Shadow dagger, attack power +1, growth equipment. The properties haven't changed. It just means you haven't eaten enough. Gu Yifan sighed and raised his hand to brush across the 3 bear monster corpses and the 3 lion monster corpses. Bite! Stripping successful. You gained 4 strength attribute points. Bite! Stripping successful. You gained 3 agility attribute points. 6 consecutive reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Because the hidden talent strips away attribute points from all things randomly, Gu Yifan got a total of 9 strength attribute points, 7 agility attribute points, 4 root bone attribute points, and 3 spiritual attribute points. As the number of stripped monsters increased, Gu Yifan also calculated that the range of the attribute points of the hidden talent of stripping all things was 1 to 5 points. There were not many points between 1 and 5, and most of them were between 2 and 4 points. However, although the attribute points that can be stripped away from hidden talents at one time are not many, there are many types of monsters. If all the monsters can be stripped away, the number of attribute points that Gu Yifan can obtain will also be very large. After finishing the attribute points, Gu Yifan continued to feed the shadow dagger with the corpses of monsters. The second monster corpse. The properties of the shadow dagger have not changed. The third monster corpse. The properties of the shadow dagger still haven't changed. The fourth monster corpse. The properties of the shadow dagger remain unchanged. You can eat so much? Gu Yifan continued to feed the corpses of monsters to shadow dagger in silence. The fifth monster corpse, the sixth monster corpse, the seventh monster corpse. After feeding it to the ninth monster corpse, the shadow dagger finally showed a change. After devouring the ninth monster corpse, the shadow dagger suddenly burst out with a dazzling black light. However, this black light only lasted for a short while before disappearing. Is this a change? Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the shadow dagger in the equipment bar, and a row of small words appeared. Shadow dagger, attack power +10, growth equipment. It took 9 monster corpses to finally see a change. He is really a big spender. 9 corpses increase the attack power by 9 points. Does this mean that 1 corpse increases the attack power by 1 point? Gu Yifan felt a little distressed. If the corpse of a level 7 monster is sold, at least one can be sold for several $1,000s. In order to increase the attack power of the shadow dagger, he fed it 9 corpses of level 7 monsters at one time, which is equivalent to spending tens of thousands of dollars. But thinking that he didn't need the tens of thousands of dollars now, and that he had the shadow dagger, he wouldn't have to worry about changing weapons in the future, so he didn't feel bad about it. After a little thought, Gu Yifan inserted the shadow dagger into the only remaining lion demon corpse. He wanted to see if the shadow dagger would continue to devour. But after waiting for a while, there was no bloodline appearing on the shadow dagger, and the lion demon's body showed no signs of shriveling. This is not swallowing, Gu Yifan said to himself. I can only wear bronze level equipment now, and the shadow dagger has increased the attack power to 10 points, and it no longer devours the corpses of monsters. It seems that I can only wait until I can wear silver level equipment before I can increase it. Swish. Gu Yifan waved his hand and put the only remaining lion demon corpse into the storage ring. He opened the treasure pavilion and took the barbecue that could be exchanged for the bear monster and lion monster off the shelf. Gu Yifan then opened the personal attribute interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 7. Root bone, 125 plus 5. Spirituality, 122 plus 5. Strength, 135 plus 10. Agility, 129 plus 10. Free attribute points, 50. Experience, 910/3200. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D-level, agility enhancement, D-level, root bone enhancement, D-level, spiritual enhancement, D-level, vision enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, E-level, hearing enhancement, E-level, touch enhancement, E-level, flame, F-level. Skills, detection, bloodthirst, sixth sense, night vision, roar. Combat power, first class 3 stars. I have nearly 1/3 of the experience points needed to upgrade to level 8. I need another 2,000 experience points to upgrade to level 8. Assuming that each monster has 90 experience points, I will need about 20 to 30 monsters. It is getting harder and harder to upgrade. The combat power has been raised to 1 star, 3rd rank. Come on, try to reach level 8 today. Gu Yifan talked to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the Heavenly Dao interface and began to search for monsters in the east of Chang'an City. Chapter 63 One Day's Harvest. An Unexpected Surprise. I don't know if Gu Yifan's good luck ran out, or if the battle between the 5 bear monsters and the 5 lion monsters scared away the surrounding monsters. Gu Yifan searched thoroughly for more than an hour but still didn't find a single monster. Fuck it! There are too few monsters, aren't there? If we continue at this pace, there's no chance we'll reach level 8 today. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse, then sat down on the ground. It's not that the failure to find the monster made him lose the motivation to continue looking for it, but he didn't eat breakfast and was a little hungry now. It was a good time to eat something to adjust his depressed mood due to not being able to find the monster. Gu Yifan took out a piece of barbecue from the storage ring and started eating. With nothing to do, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the chat channel. Haha, I have killed 4 monsters so far today, and my level has reached level 5. Haha, 2 bronze level equipment have already been revealed today. Come on, brothers! Haha, our team killed 5 monsters today and got a bronze level equipment. Haha, I got a bronze level equipment. I am now a person with equipment. The chat channel was full of good news from everyone in Novice Village number 815. The more Gu Yifan looked at it, the more depressed he became. Why did everyone else kill monsters? But he didn't? Bang! Gu Yifan directly closed the chat channel. He really couldn't bear to watch it any longer. If he continued watching, he was afraid he would go crazy. Who? Gu Yifan took several deep breaths before he suppressed the anger in his heart. At this moment, several reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Bite! You sold a wooden blade and got a bronze level equipment. Bite! You sold a wooden blade and got a bronze level equipment. Bite! You sold a wooden blade and got a bronze level equipment. Gu Yifan was stunned for a moment, and the depression in his heart was relieved a little. Although he didn't find any monsters in more than an hour, he still gained something. Well, can't be angry. By the way, the team that killed the most monsters only killed 5 monsters today, and they still have to distribute the experience, but I killed 10 monsters today, and also got growth equipment. My gains are far greater than theirs. Well, I shouldn't be depressed, I should be happy. Gu Yifan comforted himself. I have to say that Gu Yifan's ability to self-regulate is really strong, and his ability to fool himself is also really strong. After being fooled by himself, the depression in his heart suddenly disappeared, and his mood became brighter. I'm just a little hungry, not tired at all. Let's not sit here anymore and continue looking for monsters. Gu Yifan muttered to himself again and stood up to continue his carpet search for the monster. As the saying goes, a good attitude brings good luck. Gu Yifan was eating barbecue while looking for monsters. He had not yet finished eating the barbecue in his hand when he spotted the monsters, not just one, but two. Without even bothering to eat the barbecue, Gu Yifan rolled up his sleeves and got to work. It took Gu Yifan a minute or two to get to the two monsters, and only 2 seconds to kill them. I happily stripped off all the attribute points. Gu Yifan put the 2 monster corpses into the storage ring, and continued to eat the barbecue while looking for monsters. Next, in a quarter of an hour or an hour, Gu Yifan would be able to find a monster, and then these monsters would turn into Gu Yifan's experience and attribute points. Before I knew it, it was already evening. After looking at the sky, Gu Yifan stopped looking for the monster and sat down to rest. It was about to get dark, so he needed to eat something to fill his stomach, take a rest, and adjust his state. After it gets dark, he will go to Japan again and then return to the Chinese mainland. Since he had nothing to do, Gu Yifan took the opportunity to take stock of today's gains. Not counting the 10 monsters he killed when he first arrived in the east of Chang'an City, he killed 15 more monsters today, including level 6, level 7, and level 8 monsters, and gained a total of 1,390 experience points. 6 of the monsters had reached the upper limit of stripping and were unable to strip any attribute points. The remaining 9 monsters gained 35 attribute points, including 8 points of strength, 9 points of bone mass, 11 points of spirituality, and 7 points of agility. In addition, he also obtained a bronze level equipment. With a drop rate of 0.7%, well, taking into account the 50% increase in resources, the drop rate is about 0.1%. It is already quite good to get a bronze level equipment out of 15 monsters. Gu Yifan's gains today were not much, but not little either, so he was still quite satisfied. The only thing that made him a little regretful was that he did not find the leader of the monsters in the east of Chang'an City. In addition to these gains, more than 100 wooden blades were sold and more than 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment were obtained. Not a single piece of the barbecued meat that was exchanged for the corpses of monsters in the east of Chang'an City was sold. It's not that no one wanted to exchange the corpses of monsters in the east of Chang'an City for barbecued meat, but that except Gu Yifan, no one had entered the east of Chang'an City. You have to know that with the sudden increase in level, except for Gu Yifan, the highest level in Novice Village number 815 is Gaoang, who is at level 6, and even if there are people in other Novice villages who have been promoted to level 6, there may not be people who have been promoted to level 7. We're running low on wooden blades, we need to get some more. After saying that, Gu Yifan put 1,000 kilograms of barbecue on the treasure pavilion in exchange for 1,000 novice weapons, wooden swords. There's not much barbecue left, we need to grill some more. But we have to return tomorrow morning, so there's no rush. Let's bake it after we return. Gu Yifan talked to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a reminder sounded in his mind. Bite! You sell a pound of barbecue and get a wooden sword. This reminder seemed to be the beginning of a series of reminders. Next, the same reminder sounded continuously in Gu Yifan's mind. In just a short period of time, the 1,000 kilograms of barbecue he had just put on the shelves were sold out. The reason why the barbecue that was exchanged for the wooden sword was so popular this time was because Gu Yifan had exchanged barbecue for the wooden sword before. After many people got bronze-level equipment, they kept the wooden swords and waited to exchange them for barbecue. Gu Yifan didn't waste any time and directly took out all the 1,000 wooden swords. Then, while eating barbecue, he used his hidden talent to peel off everything and upgrade all the 1,000 wooden swords into wooden blades. Anyway, eating barbecue only requires one hand, and upgrading 1,000 wooden swords is just a matter of swinging your hand a few dozen times. Yes, it only takes a few dozen waves of his hands, because he is not upgrading just one wooden sword at a time, but a pile, or even 1,000 wooden swords piled together, which is beyond the range of his wave. He only needs to wave his hand once to upgrade 1,000 wooden swords. After upgrading the wooden sword, Gu Yifan put another 200 wooden blades on the treasure pavilion. There are still more than 300 wooden blades in the treasure pavilion. It won't be a problem to hold on until we return. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and continued to eat the barbecue. After eating and drinking his fill, he rested for a while, and when it got dark he headed straight for the central area east of Chang'an City. Before he ran far, a bear monster suddenly appeared in his sight. Hey! It's nearly 3 meters tall. This is not an ordinary bear monster, but the leader of the bear monsters. Gu Yifan's eyes were twinkling with little stars and his cheeks were full of excitement. He searched for a whole day but couldn't find the leader of the monsters in the east of Chang'an City, but he didn't expect to meet him on his way to the entrance of the underworld. It must be said that this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. No matter how hard you try, you will never find it. But when you find it, it is effortless. The ancients were right! Gu Yifan sighed and quickly rushed towards the bear monster leader. Chapter 64, Audacious and Courageous? Triple Gains. While rushing towards the bear monster leader, Gu Yifan threw a probe at the bear monster leader. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Race, bear leader. Level 9. Combat power, 1 level, 1 star. Skill, iron skin and iron bones, greatly increases defense after using. Explosion rate, 0.11%. Gu Yifan's eyes brightened instantly. Another skill was acquired. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed to the front of the bear monster leader. But the bear monster deserves the title of Blind Bear. Gu Yifan rushed to the side of the bear demon leader, but it didn't notice him. Gu Yifan was also speechless about this. If it was any other monster, he would kill it with one knife. But he wanted to test the bear demon leader's iron-skinned and strong body skills. How could he test it if he was killed with one knife? But the experiment was simple. Didn't the bear demon leader discover him? Then he would take the initiative to attack the bear demon leader. As long as he could hurt the bear demon's head, the stupid bear would naturally use the copper skin and iron bones skill. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his drooping right hand like lightning, then turned his palm into a fist and punched the bear monster leader. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crash sound, the huge body of the bear demon leader flew backwards. It flew for several meters before falling from the air and hitting the ground hard. This is because Gu Yifan held back. If not, even if he failed to kill the bear demon leader with one punch, he could at least paralyze him on one side. Ouch! A shrill scream came out from the mouth of the bear demon leader. It rolled over several times before it staggered to its feet, then looked at Gu Yifan with fear on its face, turned around and ran away. This scene confused Gu Yifan instantly. You said you would attack him back and use your iron skin and bones skill after the attack, so why did he run away? Also, isn't it said that one should be as brave as a tiger? Logically speaking, bear monsters are very brave, so why did they run away after just being hit by one punch? However, he overlooked the fact that even the bravest monsters have the instinct to survive. With one punch, he almost broke the bones of the bear monster leader, and made the bear monster leader clearly realize that he was no match for him. If he didn't run away, was he waiting to die? Fuck, can you run away? Gu Yifan cursed angrily, then quickly chased after him. Not long after, Gu Yifan caught up with the bear demon leader and kicked him to the ground. He threatened viciously. Beast, quickly use your copper skin and iron bones skills, otherwise I will beat you to death. I don't know if he understood what Gu Yifan said or was driven by the desire to survive, but the bear demon leader roared, and all the hair on his body stood up instantly, and a copper-yellow glow appeared on his skin. Is this the use of the copper skin and iron bones skill? Gu Yifan blinked his eyes, kicked the bear demon leader who had just stood up to the ground, then carefully recalled the difference in the feeling of his 2 feet, and inferred the power of the copper skin and iron bones skill. This time the kick feels a little harder than last time, and it feels like I'm kicking on steel. Gu Yifan talked to himself. At this time, the bear demon leader stood up again. It didn't even dare to look at Yifan and fled in panic once again. Gu Yifan didn't hesitate any longer. He flipped his hand casually, and a shadow dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he quickly took a few steps forward, caught up with the bear demon leader, and then held the shadow dagger in his backhand and slashed at the neck of the bear demon leader. Before, he had not killed the bear demon leader because he wanted to let him use the copper skin and iron bones skill and feel the power of the skill. Now that he has felt it, there is no need to hold back. Swish! A faint light flashed across the neck of the bear demon leader. Almost at the same time, a blood arrow shot out from the neck of the bear demon leader. Immediately afterwards, The bear demon leader rushed forward a few steps, then stumbled and fell to the ground. Its huge body trembled violently for a few times and then calmed down. The bear demon leader died, killed by Gu Yifan with a single sword strike. It's not that the bear demon leader is too weak, but that Gu Yifan is too strong. Bite! You killed the bear demon leader and gained 110 experience points. Bite! The bear demon leader dropped a storage ring. 2 reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind one after another. Storage ring? Great! Great! Gu Yifan was a little surprised. Although he already had a storage ring, it was almost full of monster corpses and bronze-level equipment. This was even though he had left most of the bronze-level equipment he had exchanged for the wooden blade in the treasure pavilion. If he were to take out all the bronze equipment from the treasure pavilion, his storage ring would not be able to hold them all. Gu Yifan picked up the storage ring dropped by the bear demon leader from the ground, dripped blood to recognize the owner, and then began to sense it. After a moment, the surprise on Gu Yifan's face became even more intense. It's almost 1,000 cubic meters, which is 10 times the space of the previous storage ring. It's worthy of being a storage ring dropped by a 9th-level monster leader. The quality is better than the storage rings dropped by lower-level monster leaders. Well, with this storage ring, I won't have to worry about having nowhere to put things anytime soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yifan put the newly acquired storage ring on his finger. But the next moment he found something wrong. Wearing 2 storage rings on one finger is really ostentatious. Wearing 2 storage rings on 2 fingers is also a bit ostentatious. Wearing a storage ring on each hand is still a bit ostentatious. After a little thought, Gu Yifan took out the 2 storage rings. With a thought, he transferred all the monster corpses in the original storage ring to the new storage ring, then put the original storage ring into the new storage ring, and put the new storage ring on his finger. Store items in different categories, using one storage ring to hold another storage ring. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. This way I only need to wear one storage ring. Although it's still a bit ostentatious, it's not as ostentatious as wearing 2 storage rings. Haha, I'm so smart! After saying that, Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed across the corpse of the bear demon leader. Bite! Stripping is successful. You have gained the skill of copper skin and iron bones. Gu Yifan's face was filled with a bright smile. It's great to be the first to kill the monster leader. Not only will you gain experience, but there is also a 100% chance that the items will be dropped, and you can also gain skills. It's like killing a monster, a triple reward. I have reserved the leaders of the monsters in each map. No one can snatch them from me. Gu Yifan laughed loudly. But before his laughter died down, he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Gu Yifan rubbed his nose and cursed. Who is scolding me? But he just cursed casually and didn't think much about it. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yifan put the body of the bear demon leader into the storage ring and continued to rush to the east of Chang'an City. What he didn't know, however, was that he was right. Someone is talking about him right now, and the person talking about him is none other than Gaoang. South of Chang'an City, Gaoang, Zhao Rui and others were surrounding the corpse of a tiger demon leader with frowns on their faces. Brother Gao, didn't they say that the first person to kill a monster leader would definitely drop treasure? Why can't I see the treasure? Li Zhe asked. Do I even need to ask this? Zhao Rui then said. No treasure dropped means that the tiger demon leader we killed was not our first kill. That's true. Li Zhe nodded and said unhappily. Damn it! We spent so much effort and got injured to kill the tiger demon leader, but we didn't get the first kill. What the hell is this? Don't let me know who got there first, or I'll beat him up. I know who it is, but you can't beat him, Gaoang said. Brother Gao, who is it? Li Zhe asked. Gaoang rolled his eyes. Who else could it be other than that pervert Gu Yifan? How could I forget about boss Gu Yifan? Li Zhe raised his hand and patted his forehead, saying awkwardly. Forget it, boss Gu Yifan is too abnormal. Killing monsters is like killing chickens and dogs. I am no match for him. Even our team is not enough for him to beat alone. Chapter 65. Good things come with time. Long-range strike. Not long after, Gu Yifan arrived at the central area of the east of Chang'an City, and then began to look for the entrance to the underworld. It took Gu Yifan a few minutes to find the dark light curtain at the entrance to the underworld. Still between the two big trees, still suspended in the air. Under the night vision skill, the black light curtain is as conspicuous as lice on a monk's head. The entrances to the underworld in both places are between two big trees. Maybe the entrances to the underworld in all maps are like this. I have to pay more attention to it in the future. If it is true, it will be easier to find it in the future. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, and then jumped into the dark light curtain. With yesterday's experience, Gu Yifan was familiar with the route. He walked across the Naiha Bridge and headed straight for the reincarnation department. When the person who came in saw that it was Gu Yifan, the tense body of the hellhound instantly relaxed. It shook its head and tail and said, "Boy, you're here!" "Here I come." Gu Yifan smiled and said, "Wankai, I'm going to take a stroll around Japan today and bring you a gift when I come back." Upon hearing this, the three-headed dog of hell was very excited. It thought that Gu Yifan would not come for some time, and it would also have to wait for some time before it could enjoy the gifts. However, it did not expect that Gu Yifan would come to give it gifts so soon. What a good man! Woof woof! The three-headed hellhound nudged Gu Yifan, who was walking onto the reincarnation platform, with its head in a very affectionate manner, looking like a dog licking his boots. Good! Gu Yifan raised his hand and rubbed the head of the hellhound, and said with a smile, "Wankai, I may be gone for a longer time this time, and I should not be back until dawn." Woof woof! The three-headed hellhound barked and nodded, indicating that it understood. "Let's go!" Gu Yifan did not delay any longer. He took out the reincarnation order and tapped the air several times, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. This time, Gu Yifan did not go to novice village number 538, but went to another novice village in the small Japanese country. Last night he had conducted a carpet search of the 538 novice village south of Chang'an City. Although a day had passed and there was a possibility that some Japanese people had died, the rewards from visiting other novice villages would undoubtedly be greater. Gu Yifan did not choose any other map and still chose the south of Chang'an. The reason is the same as before. Now most people are in the south of Chang'an City, and where there are many people, there will be great casualties. The next moment, Gu Yifan appeared in the novice village of the small Japanese country, in the south of Chang'an City. He did not waste any time and immediately conducted a thorough search. Relying on the cover of darkness, and with the help of his E-level training talent, enhanced vision, E-level training talent, enhanced sense of smell, E-level training talent, enhanced hearing, and night vision skills, he easily avoided the Japanese around him. This also allowed him to move around the small Japanese territory as if he were in an empty place. During Gu Yifan's carpet search, time passed quietly. Before they knew it, it was already early morning and Gu Yifan had conducted a carpet search of the southern part of Chang'an City. During this carpet search, he found 8 human corpses and 10 monsters. Among the cultivation talents stripped from the 8 human corpses, 6 were of lower levels and already possessed by Gu Yifan. Then these 6 cultivation talents were randomly converted into attribute points. The only 2 useful training talents left are the E-level training talent visual enhancement, and the E-level training talent hearing enhancement. Together with his original training talents, after the talent fusion, both training talents were upgraded to D-level. Gu Yifan was not surprised at all that the harvest was not great. Because most people possess the 4 major attribute cultivation talents, and the 5 sense cultivation talents, and when he has already gathered 4 of the 4 major attribute cultivation talents, and the 5 sense cultivation talents, it is really not easy to separate out new cultivation talents. However, he was a little depressed because he still hadn't stripped away the only remaining talent for taste training among his 5 sense training talents. Besides that, he was a little depressed. By this time last night, he had found more than 20 monsters. At that time, he thought it would be easier to find monsters at night, but tonight he only found 10 monsters, a number not much different from the number of monsters he found during the day today. This means that it is not easier to find monsters at night, but that he had better luck last night. These 10 monsters provided Gu Yifan with 500 or 600 experience points, bringing him one step closer to reaching level 8. Go to the west of Chang'an. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and headed straight for the west of Chang'an City. They will return to the Shenzhou mainland after dawn, and he will have plenty of time to rest then, so he doesn't plan to rest tonight. However, he originally planned to search the south of Chang'an City for another novice village after searching this novice village. However, he failed to strip away the taste cultivation talent for 2 consecutive nights, which made him realize that something was wrong, and he changed his mind. The taste training talents and the touch training talents are somewhat different from other common training talents. Whether it is the talent for cultivating the 4 major attributes or the other 5 senses, they will all be of some help in combat. There is no need to say much about the help of the 4 major attribute training talents in combat. The visual training talent, auditory training talent, and olfactory training talent are very useful in finding monsters, so it is relatively easy to form a team. However, the taste training talents and the touch training talents are basically of no help in combat, which leads to the fact that no team is willing to accept people with these 2 training talents, and difficulty in forming a team means slow upgrades. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain the talent for taste cultivation, he had to go to the west of Chang'an City to look for it. As for the talent for tactile training that he obtained, maybe one of the teams was short of manpower, so they just randomly added someone with a talent for tactile practice to make up the number, or there could be other reasons. Although his speculation was based on facts, it was not completely absolute. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived at the west of Chang'an City and continued his carpet search. I have to say that Gu Yifan's judgment was very correct. He found 3 corpses in succession, and all the cultivation talents he stripped away were tactile cultivation talents. However, due to the low level, all of them were randomly converted into attribute points. Although he has not yet acquired the talent for taste cultivation, Gu Yifan is full of confidence. As the saying goes, good things take time. He has found the right direction. As long as he persists, he will be able to develop the talent for taste cultivation. The 4th corpse, Gu Yifan stripped it of the E-level cultivation talent visual enhancement, which was randomly converted into attribute points. From the 4th corpse, Gu Yifan stripped away the F-level cultivation talent bone enhancement, and randomly converted it into attribute points. The 6th corpse gave Gu Yifan a surprise. It's not that the talent for taste cultivation has been stripped away, but the spark of F-level cultivation talent. This is the 2nd time that Gu Yifan has been stripped of his elemental cultivation talent. Because he already had the F-level cultivation talent flame, after the talent fusion, it was promoted to the E-level cultivation talent fireball. When the elemental cultivation talent reaches E-level, it can be released remotely. This also means that Gu Yifan has a certain long-range attack capability without learning any skills, which undoubtedly enriches Gu Yifan's means of attack. Ha! Even if I don't get the taste training talent tonight, it's worth it to upgrade my fire talent to E-level. Gu Yifan was very excited. However, no matter how excited he did not hesitate and continued his carpet search. He had a vague feeling that he was about to be stripped of his talent for taste cultivation. In addition, his experience points have exceeded 3,000, and there are less than 200 experience points left before he can level up. As long as he seizes the time, he still has a good chance of reaching level 8 before returning. Chapter 66 Activate the 6th Sense. Advance to level 8. During Gu Yifan's carpet search, time passed quietly. From the 7th corpse, Gu Yifan gained something again. He stripped off the E-level practice talent, Enhanced Touch, and added it to the original E-level practice talent, Enhanced Touch, triggering the talent fusion, and was promoted to the D-level practice talent, Enhanced Touch. From the 8th corpse, Gu Yifan stripped away the F-level cultivation talent power enhancement, which was randomly converted into attribute points. From the 9th corpse, Gu Yifan gained something again. He stripped away the E-level cultivation talent, Enhanced Sense of Smell, and combined with the original E-level cultivation talent, Enhanced Sense of Smell, it triggered the talent fusion and was promoted to the D-level cultivation talent, Enhanced Sense of Smell. From the 10th corpse, Gu Yifan finally obtained the taste training talent he had always desired, and it was at level D. Finally peeled off. Gu Yifan let out a long sigh and said, "It's not F-level, nor E-level, but directly stripped to D-level cultivation talent taste enhancement. Is this to compensate me for my hard work in searching for so long?" After sighing, Gu Yifan summoned out the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level 7. Root bone, 141 plus 5. Spirituality, 136 plus 5. Strength, 150 plus 10. Agility, 140 plus 10. Free attribute points, 50. Experience, 3120/3200. Talents, stripping away everything, hidden, strength enhancement, D-level, agility enhancement, D-level, root bone enhancement, D-level, spiritual enhancement, D-level, vision enhancement, D-level, smell enhancement, D-level, hearing enhancement, D-level, touch enhancement, D-level, taste enhancement, D-level, fireball, E-level. Skills, detection, bloodthirst, sixth sense, night vision, roar, iron skin. Combat power, first class 5-star. Except for spirituality, the other 3 attributes have all exceeded the 140 mark, and the strength attribute has even exceeded the 150 mark. The combat power has been raised to the first grade 5-star level, and the experience is about to reach the upper limit. As for cultivation talents, except for the E-level cultivation talent Fireball, all others have been promoted to D-level. More importantly, it can activate the sixth sense skill by stripping off the D-level cultivation talent Taste Enhancement. It wasn't a waste of time tonight. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and placed it on the 3 words, Sixth Sense, in the skill column. Immediately afterwards, 2 rows of small characters appeared. Sixth Sense, you need to gather the 5 cultivation talents of vision, hearing, smell, taste and touch before you can activate it. The higher the level of the 5 senses, the stronger the effect of the sixth sense. The specific effect depends on the level of the 5 senses. I have gathered the 5 cultivation talents of vision, hearing, smell, taste and touch. Do you want to activate them? Is this something that needs to be asked? Of course not. You should know that Gu Yifan has been practicing non-stop for 2 nights in a row to strip away his talent just to activate his sixth sense skill. Activation! Gu Yifan chose to activate it without hesitation. The next moment, the 3 words, sixth sense, in the skill column flashed and returned to normal. But this time it is no longer gray, but black. Gu Yifan raised his hand again and placed it on the 3 words, sixth sense. Immediately afterwards, a row of small words appeared. Sixth sense, D-level, passive skill, can sense crises, thus avoiding them in advance. Note, the higher the level of the 5 senses training talent, the stronger the effect of the sixth sense, and the more functions it has. After reading the introduction of the sixth sense, Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with ecstasy. You must know that the Shinmao continent is a place of killing, and crises are everywhere. If you are not careful, it may cause irreversible consequences. The sixth sense skill can sense the crisis and avoid it in advance. It is simply the ultimate trump card to save your life. Also, the sixth sense skill is not an active skill, but a passive skill. Passive skills mean that they do not need to be used and will be triggered immediately once a specific situation occurs. This also means that he will not have to be nervous all the time when walking in the Shinmao continent in the future. Of course, we still need to be careful. After all, we only have one life and we can't afford to make any mistakes. As expected, the harder it is to obtain a skill, the stronger its power and effect will be. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. His time during these 2 nights was not wasted. No, it wasn't that it was not wasted, but it was totally worth it. After being excited for a while, Gu Yifan finally calmed down. The effect and function of the sixth sense skill is determined by the level of the 5 senses training talent. The higher the level of the 5 senses, the better the effect and the more functions. In order to better survive in the God's End continent, I can't slack off and have to do my best to improve the level of the 5 senses. Gu Yifan had a headache. Because as the level of cultivation talent increases, the difficulty of improvement will become greater and greater. Apart from anything else, it can be seen from the fact that he has peeled off so many corpses but failed to peel off C-level or above cultivation talents. Even for D-level cultivation talents, he has only peeled off 2, and the rest depend on talent fusion and upgrading. The reason for this is that the higher the cultivation talent a person has, theoretically the stronger his ability to survive in the Shinmao continent. However, he only looks for corpses and does not create corpses. It is not easy to strip away his high-level cultivation talent. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, let's just take it one step at a time. Gu Yifan sighed, his face showing a thoughtful look. It took a lot of time to search for the corpse just now. It will be dawn soon, and he is still 80 experience points away from being promoted to level 8. He is considering whether he should look for the monster for a while longer. After thinking it over for a while, Gu Yifan gave up the idea of continuing to look for the monster. He had to leave some time to get back to the underworld and then leave it, otherwise once dawn came, he would either be trapped in the novice village of the small Japanese country or trapped in the underworld, and he didn't want to happen. If you can't get promoted, then you can't get promoted. Go back now! Gu Yifan muttered to himself and rushed towards the entrance of the underworld. But what he didn't expect was that he encountered 2 level 2 monsters on the way to the entrance of the underworld. These 2 level 2 monsters contributed exactly 80 experience points to him, thus raising his level to level 8. It's true that even if you try hard to plant flowers, they won't bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they will grow into a shade. Gu Yifan laughed. He had given up his plan to reach level 8 today, but he didn't expect to actually reach level 8. I have to say this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. At this point, Gu Yifan's 2 plans today to activate his 6th sense skill and upgrade it to level 8 have all been realized. The underworld. The reincarnation department. The 3-headed dog of hell looked anxious. There was not much time left until dawn, but Gu Yifan had not returned yet. If it delayed any longer, not only would it not receive the gift that Gu Yifan brought to it, but Gu Yifan would also have to stay in the small Japanese country for a whole day. Why hasn't this kid come back yet? He's really worried sick. The 3-headed hellhound was paced back and forth on the reincarnation platform like an ant on a hot pan. Its anxious look showed that if it could leave the reincarnation department, it would decisively leave and go to the small Japanese country to look for Gu Yifan. Swish! The next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation platform. This figure was none other than Gu Yifan, who had rushed back. Seeing Gu Yifan, the 3-headed dog of hell breathed a sigh of relief. It said unhappily, "Boy, if you come back later, you can stay in the small country of Japan." "No." Gu Yifan smiled and said, "Wonkai, I'm paying attention to the time." The 3-headed hellhound rolled his eyes and said, "Boy, next time you go to Japan, can you come back earlier? It's really frustrating to leave it to the last minute. No, it's frustrating for the hellhound." "Okay, come back earlier next time." Gu Yifan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses appeared on the reincarnation platform. He continued, "Wonkai, this is a gift for you. It's getting late, I have to leave as soon as possible." Although he is about to return to the Shenzhou continent, he still cannot stay in the underworld, because the next time he enters the Shinmao continent, it may still be daytime. If he stays in the underworld, he will not be able to get out the next time he enters Shinmao. "Good!" The 3-headed dog of hell responded, but its eyes remained on the gift on the reincarnation platform. "Wonkai, I'm leaving." Gu Yifan didn't care and turned around and walked out of the Samsara division. Leave the underworld and return to the east of Chang'an. Gu Yifan raised his hand and looked at it. There was still more than half an hour before he could return. "I've been busy all night. I'll eat something and find a safe place to wait for my return." Gu Yifan looked around, jumped onto a big tree, then took out a piece of barbecue and started eating. He also took the opportunity to take inventory of the items for sale in the treasure pavilion. None of the barbecued meat that was exchanged for the monsters in the east of Chang'an City was sold. It should be that no one has entered the east of Chang'an City yet. I did sell some wooden blades that could be exchanged for bronze level equipment. However, there were still more than 200 wooden blades in the treasure pavilion, so Gu Yifan did not put any more on the shelves. More than half an hour passed quickly. Return countdown 3 seconds. Return countdown 2 seconds. Return countdown 1 second. The countdown has returned to 0. Return. Chapter 67 Time Change. Millionaire. Wulong City. Old Town. Gu Yifan's home. Swish. Gu Yifan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the ceiling above and a smile appeared on his cheeks. He was back safely again. At this moment, a voice of surprise suddenly sounded in Gu Yifun's ears. Dad, Mom, my brother is awake! Gu Yifun subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Gu Chonglin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan all sitting beside his bed, and then they turned over and sat up. Dad, Mom, I miss you and made you worry, Gu Yifun said. I'm your father, Gu Chonglin said concisely. Zhang Qinghe immediately spoke up. I'm your mother. Gu Xinyan then said. I'm your sister. Gu Yifun felt very warm in his heart. Although the answers from Gu Chonglin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan seemed to be irrelevant, he understood what they meant. They were saying that we are your relatives, so isn't it normal for us to worry about you? Xiao Fan, when are we going to Shinmal continent next time? Gu Chonglin asked. Gu Yifun raised his hand and looked at it, and said, Dad, it's less than 32 hours, so the time is 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. Why did it change to morning? Gu Chonglin asked in confusion. We used to go to Shinmal continent in the middle of the night. Xiao Fan, you didn't want us to stay up all night here and lie to us, did you? Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan looked at Gu Yifun with scrutiny, and it was obvious that they also had some doubts. Dad, I didn't lie to you. It really is 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. Gu Yifun said helplessly. Besides, I can't deceive you just because I want to. I'm not the only one who entered the Shinmal continent. If I lied to you, you can just ask around and it will be exposed. That's true. Gu Chonglin nodded and asked in confusion. Why did they suddenly change the entry time? It may be related to the improvement and upgrade of the Shinmal continent this time. Gu Yifun explained. After the Shinmal continent was upgraded this time, day and night alternated. It was morning when I came back from Shinmal continent, but it was early morning when I came back. I was a little uncomfortable for a while. Maybe considering this problem, I changed the time of entering Shinmal continent next time, so that there will be no day and night reversal. Gu Chonglin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan nodded at the same time. What Gu Yifun said made sense. What they didn't know was that, as Gu Yifun had said, the time of the next entry into Shinmal continent was changed in order to avoid the problem of day and night reversal when traveling between Shinmal continent and Shenzhou continent. Whatever the reason, it's not something we can control. Gu Chonglin paused for a moment and continued. Xiao Fan, you just came back from Shinmal continent, you must be very tired. It's getting late now, you should get some rest. We can talk about it tomorrow. We're going to sleep too. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chonglin stood up and left. Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan then stood up and left. After watching the three people leave, Gu Yifun lay back on the bed. He hadn't slept all night in Shinmal continent, so he was really sleepy now. Besides, I have to get up early to go to school tomorrow. Not long after, Gu Yifun fell into a deep sleep. No words all night. The next morning, Gu Yifun had breakfast early and left home. However, he was not going to Wulong Martial Arts Academy, but to Wulong Trading Company. Wulong Trading Company is affiliated to Huaxia Trading Company, which is a state-owned trading company in Huaxia. It is different from other supermarkets in that it does not sell ordinary items such as clothes and food, but only deals in supplies on the Shinmal continent. The last time he returned, he forgot to sell the monster corpses. This return cannot be forgotten, which is why he left home early after breakfast. He wanted to sell some monster corpses and some wooden blades to earn some money to supplement his family income. Along the way, Gu Yifun hummed a little tune and felt very relaxed and happy. This is not the Shinmal continent where crises are everywhere, but the Shenzhou continent. There is no need to be cautious all the time. In addition, there is another very important reason. Today, his family's living conditions will instantly improve. They don't have to live as tightly as before, his parents don't have to work as hard as before, and Gu Xinyan can also buy her favorite stuffed toys and floral dresses like other little girls. On the way to Wulong Commercial Bank, Gu Yifun turned into a shopping mall and bought a set of black clothes, a pair of black sneakers, a baseball cap, a pair of sunglasses and a pack of masks. He has a lot of things to sell, so it's better to conceal his identity and not reveal it, so as not to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. After buying the necessary items, Gu Yifun left the mall. On the way, he turned into the public toilet again, and after making sure that there was no one inside, he changed into the clothes he had just bought. Instead of leaving through the public toilet door, he jumped out of the window of the public toilet and went straight to Wulong Commercial Bank. At this moment, Gu Yifan was wearing a very loose black suit, a baseball cap, sunglasses and a mask. He looked like a completely different person. Even if Gu Chonglin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinyan passed by him, they would not be able to recognize him. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived at Wulong Trading Company. Wulong Trading Company is a 3-story building. It looks very ordinary, but it is the largest trading company of Shenma Continent Materials in Wulong City. In addition, due to its status as a state-owned trading company, most people like to buy and sell materials from Shenma Continent here. After entering Wulong Trading Company, Gu Yifan went straight to a room where supplies from Shenma Continent were purchased. Wulong Trading Company does not have a counter, but instead has rooms in order to protect traders. This is to prevent someone from trading too many things, which might be seen by others and attract the attention of people with bad intentions. The guards of Wulong Trading Company were not surprised at Gu Yifan's attire, because many people will cover themselves up tightly in order not to reveal their identity. When he entered the room, Gu Yifan saw a table and 2 chairs in the room. There is a computer and a card reader on the table. Sitting behind the table was a woman in her 20s. She was wearing a work badge on her chest with the words Xia Xiaoyu written on it. Gu Yifan sat down on the chair in front of the table. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Hello, I want to sell the monster corpses and equipment from the 99th area." "Okay, please wait." Xia Xiaoyu responded, took out 2 storage bags from the drawer of the table, handed them to Gu Yifan, and said, "Hello, please transfer the monster corpse and equipment to these storage bags respectively." Gu Yifan took the storage bag, and with a thought, he transferred the monster corpses and wooden blades he wanted to sell into 2 storage bags, and then handed the 2 storage bags to Xia Xiaoyu. He didn't sell all of the monster's corpse, but kept some for barbecue. He also did not sell the corpses of monsters from the east of Chang'an City, because the business could identify which district the monsters came from, and the monster meat from each district could only be brought into the corresponding district. If he sold the corpses of monsters from the east of Chang'an City, there would be a risk of being exposed. After all, not many people from the 99th district entered the east of Chang'an City. As for the wooden blade, he didn't plan to sell it a second time, so he just sold 1,000 of them. Xia Xiaoyu took the storage bag, sensed it, and said, "Hello, there are a total of 86 monster corpses, which can produce about 10,000 kilograms of meat. Our purchase price is 50 yuan per kilogram, a total of 500,000. 1,000 bronze-grade wooden blades, all with only 5 points added to their attributes. The quality is not very good. In addition, bronze-grade weapons will soon become obsolete in District 99, so I can only give 5,000 yuan for each blade, a total of 5 million. Can?" Gu Yifan nodded and said, "Get me an anonymous Huaxia bank card and transfer the money into it." Wulong Trading Company is a state-owned trading company. Not only are their prices fair, but they are also honest and impartial. There is no need to bargain, which is why he chose to come to Wulong Trading Company to sell monster corpses and wooden blades. "Okay, wait a moment." Xia Xiaoyu responded, took out a bank card from the table and placed it on the card reader, then asked Gu Yifan to set the withdrawal password, and transferred 5.5 million to the card. "Hello, the money has arrived, take a look," Xia Xiaoyu said. Gu Yifan took a look, picked up the bank card on the card reader and turned away. "Hello, wait a minute." Xia Xiaoyu stopped Gu Yifan and asked, "You are selling too many weapons. According to regulations, I have to inquire about the source of these weapons." "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone." "Well," Gu Yifan sighed. Before this, he was a little worried that Wulong Trading Company would ask about the source of the weapons. After all, he had too many weapons to sell. Whatever you fear will come true. Fortunately, he had thought about this a long time ago and had figured out how to explain it.